die. I think Heretic posted one of their statements to that effect to the channel. So I think part
What
of
was
this
that?
is, yeah, part of this is kind of like us rubbing it in their face. We don't care about the stats. They do, and they fail.
Was that part of their moderator staff that said that?
Yeah, they've got some mods that are butthurt. I don't know if that was a quote by a mod that Heretic posted, but I mean, we've heard them melt down in town halls. And I think the top server admins, the owners, they don't mind that we're here. I don't think they're flat earthers. But I think what they're seeing is weak emotional meltdowns from people who need to get a hold of themselves and stop complaining. Because the way I see it, what's been set up here is a marketplace for ideas. It's like a big freaking buffet, like the Golden Corral, whatever. You've got your mashed potatoes, you got your stuffing, you got your turkey, you got your gravy, you got your chicken, and so on and so forth. People are just feasting off of the flat earth. You know, I mean, they're eating more of what we have than anything else. So, sorry, the market has spoken.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we keep the server. You know, whatever the mods. I'm sure they're a little bit. They got different views on us being here and everything. But yeah, I mean, we bring activity to the server. Um, we serve a purpose for the server. That's the way the more level-headed ones, pardon the pun, probably see it.
Yeah, the owners, I think, see this as a reciprocal relationship because we brought traffic from our server. Sadly, a lot of the butthurt channel mods have banned a lot of us from even entering their channel in the first place.
Yeah, that's funny too, because then they'll criticize you for not wanting to leave your echo chamber.
Right. They don't want us to leave the echo chamber. They want us boxed in an echo chamber that they can drown in a bathtub.
Pretty much. I mean, that's like the whole idea, more than just in here, like online with social media and stuff, with shadow banning and everything. It's um, yeah, just kind of corral the outcasts so that they can only see, you know, like the algorithm only shows people who already are researching the stuff, so like they contain it that way.
Yeah, I remember 8 years ago, Matt Drudge, he sold the Drudge Report and he did an interview, I think, on InfoWars. And he said, what's going to happen next with the internet is they're going to corral everybody into digital ghettos. And that's all you'll have access to. And you may not even know that you don't have access out of it. You know, he embellished on that point a little bit. And that's exactly what you said. And it's what we see happening.
It's been that way for quite some time already.
Yeah.
Starting, I would say, yeah, like around. It started around like the 2016 elections, where they kind of started implementing that.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just seems un American for American businesses to be so petty. Bunch of weaks.
Pretty dead in here this morning, though.
There's definitely a lot of traffic yesterday, so I think everybody crashed.
Yeah, a lot of people do the late nights thing and sleep during the day. We have slow mornings, especially on the weekends, pretty often. So I'm curious if anybody knows. Old dude might. I always forget what he's always changing his name. But the guy that was Sewer Jew and now he's Tard Force. It's really funny that he changed his name to Tard Force because I was actually talking in DMs with old dude about some people, and I called them Tard Force One. Kind of a play on GF6 or whatever.
Yeah.
And then, like literally the next day, I saw that dude using the name Tard Force, and it's a little bit ironic. If it's coincidence, it's one hell of a fucking coincidence. Because, like I said, I was talking about Tard Force with old dude in DMs, and then the next day he had the name.
You know, I've seen a lot of really strange shit since being in flat Earth circles. I might leave that there. I want to say I'm kind of surprised because I normally would be very surprised, but given what we've seen going on behind the scenes, perhaps
I'm guessing it's
bulging
something
behind the curtain.
simple. I'm guessing it's something simple, like maybe old dude used the term after I talked about it with him, and then he liked it, and I'm going to use that.
Yeah,
Not,
it's fun to
not thinking
speculate beyond it.
anything nefarious about it. It's just, yeah, it happened really quick.
Maybe you should get into marketing. I mean, the Globers are having a really hard time selling their nonsense, so they need to hire flat earthers to help them out.
I got a new catchy term for you. Use this; it'll get attention. Sell it to you. Hard force. That was trademarked. I want my money if he's gonna use it.
That's right. Royalties now.
I want. I'll just ask old dude when I see him next if he knows what happened there. Because I've been curious about it for I think it's been a little over a week now, or about a week, and yeah, I just want to know how that came about.
Yeah, so is that like a Yakubian night?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I can never remember that name.
Took me a minute.
I sort of expected that with a couple people talking, maybe somebody else would speak up. I actually probably going to drop out here, or maybe just go back to listening for a little bit. I got to get out and mow the lawn. It grew like crazy this week.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop off soon too. Take care, man.
Yeah, later.
Whoa, what happened to Flat Earth Room? Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Brendan.
Hold on.
What the heck happened to Flat Earth Room? It's like empty in here now.
I think we've convinced all the flat tards to become globe tards. Mission accomplished.
Maybe. You might be right.
But we haven't convinced everybody. So, mission not accomplished.
The duality of accomplishment.
It's amazing.
Indeed.
It's built for either winners or losers, and you got to be on either the winning team or the losing team, and there is no in between. There is no draws. There's no ties.
Correct. And being a flat earther is just a loss. That's just an L, bro. A giant fucking L.
Apparently, yeah.
No saving yourself from that one.
Good morning. What are we talking about, guys?
We're talking about how quiet this damn VC is, man. It used to be bumping just like a couple weeks ago.
Well,
It's just
We just debated all the flat earthers into oblivion. They could no longer hold on to their views. It's been a process that's taken many months.
well, you haven't discussed with me yet, so let's start with empirical evidence of the globe. Go ahead.
Okay, what evidence do you have that the globe isn't real? That would be my first question.
I've got large bodies of water not displaying convexity every time we go out and measure it. There's a starting point for you. What do you got?
Wait, every time you go out and measure it, so like you've measured from one side of the Atlantic to the other?
Did I say that? No.
Okay, what the laser measurements show? What was your accuracy here?
There's varying distances, anywhere from 10 miles to hundreds of miles.
Mhm.
We've measured and cannot detect any of the Earth curvature that must be there for the Earth to be a ball. Go ahead.
What do you mean it's not been there? I mean, the what was it, Flat Earth Society or something of that nature? They picked up measurements that were, I mean, albeit different than they expected, but they did pick up differences in measurements with their gyroscope up in Seattle, I think it was.
You're going to give me some details on what the Flat Earth Society did, whatever you're talking about.
I mean, there's a whole documentary on it.
You have no idea what you're actually talking about, do you?
Yeah, I do actually. But I mean,
go ahead and provide some detail.
Well,
go ahead and provide detail.
What detail would you like? I mean, if you have seen the documentary, then you've seen the documentary. If you haven't, then you haven't.
Detail I would like.
I'm assuming he hasn't seen the documentary.
Can I talk? The detail I would like would be a direct measurement that's verifiable of Earth curvature that any of us can go out and repeat for ourselves. Go ahead.
Do you have a gyroscope?
Not currently possess a gyroscope, no.
Oh, okay, then you can't take the measurement. Get fucked. That's all there is, sadly.
All right, so the Earth must be a globe, man. Let's shut it down. You're right.
Unless you have evidence opposite to that, sure. But a gyroscopic reading is going to be more accurate than some random fuckstick on the Salt Lake taking a random measurement.
Sir, I hate to break this to you, but all empirical evidence does not support the globe idea that you currently possess. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Are you saying empirical?
Empirical, like
okay.
Actual.
Why are you saying empirical in this particular context?
Because empirically, we all have a shared reality.
Is you tell your spy master to go learn from the great.
Yeah, okay, you're being incoherent at this point.
I'm not joking. That is unironically You get point.
I don't know. I don't know what's. I'm going to mute that guy. I don't know what he's saying.
I have no idea what that guy's saying. Are you muting me?
No.
Okay.
All right. So why are you suggesting you have any level of empirical evidence here?
I'm suggesting that every time anyone goes outside to actual reality, to measure Earth's curvature. Can I finish the sentence? Anytime we go out to measure the actual curvature of the Earth, it is not there. Please provide an example of the curvature being there. Thank you.
Okay, you're doing on request here, please. Stop doing the thing that Saxon does, where he's like, he makes a weird statement, and then he's like, "Thank you." It's bizarre. You've done it like 9 times now, but
I'm
please
making weird
stop that.
statements. I'm sorry. Do you want to talk to somebody else? Anybody else want to talk to these guys?
No, what I'm meaning is like this self. You're like self-pleasuring. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm just stating you factual information as far as I know it, man.
No,
We cannot find
when
the
you're
Earth.
like, okay, so like when you're in an argument with your dad, right? You don't
You have an argument about a person. You don't have a measurement of curvature. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I'm just. It's really weird. I'm asking him to stop doing this.
Last
And
like 2 or 3 minutes now.
So now you're telling fairy tales. Okay, cool.
Can we agree on a basic premise? If you claim that the Earth is a ball, hello,
oh, sorry. Go ahead. One more
is
time.
the Earth a ball?
I mean, maybe, probably,
So
could
if
could
it
be
is
not.
if
It
it
could
is
be a
indeed a
dome.
ball, if it is indeed a ball, would it have measurable curvature that we could detect?
I mean, are you gonna are you gonna supplement this with like an alternate theorem?
I've got hundreds, if not thousands, of observations of people not detecting curvature. Call that a theorem.
Can you give me one example of that? Of your 1,000? Just one.
Somebody posted Black Swan. This is most.
You said you're going to be posting it.
The hell, man.
I'm not, but somebody
The
might.
community.
Why?
Okay,
Wait.
wait. Oh, so you don't have an example. You just said you had
Flat
1,000.
brains, bro.
Yeah, the black
What-
swan isn't
I'm
an
just
example
asking
of a
for one.
measurement that's taken that shows
What
Earth
are you doing,
curvature
guys? Come on.
Yeah, if
or
you
the
kill the
lack
fuck
thereof,
out
I
of
should
it,
say.
Example, and then
bro.
goes, oh, maybe somebody else can post it. So then you don't have an example. Fuck.
Man, come on.
Brendan, chill the fuck out, mate. I'm posting it for you. Don't be a prick.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly, man. Yeah. You tell him flat brain. You tell him.
All right, Saudi man's getting muted on my
Chill
end
out,
too.
Lil Saudi.
No,
Or you're getting muted.
joke. I'm
If you can't have a normal conversation, you're going to get muted and kicked out, guys. Quite simple. Have a normal conversation like ordinary people.
Do you watch Doc Martin? Watch that show like. Well, if you want breakfast, I'll make it for you. That's fine.
Glove evidence at this point, as far as I can tell.
I mean, the black swan is hardly evidence of the lack thereof. Like it's just not.
You know
So
what the black swan
the
is?
arbitrary. Yes, I do. It's some random fucking oil platform out on the California coast that some stupid guy took a photo of, and then he assigned an arbitrary distance for the horizon that has no scientific backing, but that arbitrary distance has been taken by the flat Earth folks for over the last 20 years, and they've made a bunch of tools out of it, and this, that, and the other. It's stupid.
Are you done with your bullshit yet?
Can you allow someone to talk for like 30 seconds without scratching at the bit?
You're not saying anything, man.
Yes, I was.
You
Well,
don't
if you
have
listen,
an example, flat tard. Just be
What
quiet
the
and let.
black swan is an example of hundreds, if not thousands, now of
trying to
actual.
catch you flat and dirty. Trying to catch you flat and dirty.
Actual observation of physical reality that's showing no Earth curvature.
And yet,
Now,
when I asked
All right,
you for
show
an
me.
example, you can't provide one. You said you had thousands of examples, and you're like, oh, well, maybe somebody else can do my research for me. I don't know.
does anybody else want to talk to this idiot? I'm done with it.
Exactly. See, you have nothing.
Yes, you just got BTFO'd because you don't actually have evidence. You yourself have.
So you want somebody who drives on the road on a big rig to actually get on his phone and start posting shit? You want him to be a multi-ton missile on the highway? That's what you want? Fuck you.
Told you already, guys. Calm down with the attitude. Wind your neck in. The posts are coming. If we hear one more insult, I'll just kick you every 2 days. Quite simple. We're not here to be insulted or taken the cunt out of. You're going to be like that. Fuck off.
Agreed all day. Very good point. Is there anybody who's actually honest and sincere, actually wants to discuss this subject? Feel free to pipe up. Well, if not, just saying hi to old dude. Good to hear from you, and anybody else that's on here that knows me. We
Hello,
still
Mr.
need
Hinkle. Good to hear from you too, bro.
empirical evidence of this globe idea that people have in their minds, don't we? Kind of weird.
Yeah, it's strange, mate. That's strange. We're only here to discuss it, go over the facts, but yet people seem to think we're some sort of counselling service or some sort of teddy bear they can tear up when they're all hurt about it. I don't get it.
Yeah. They want to talk about everything but the actual evidence that we're trying to figure out, where their foundation of their belief is, and it's just not there. Sorry.
Yeah. So, Iranian Stomper, I've unmuted you, bro. If you can stop with the insults in chat, or I'll have to kick you. Your mic's
I
open,
wasn't.
you're open to talk.
I wasn't really insulting him. He's just. You have you. Old dude, you sound as though you're Scottish. I could be
Oh,
wrong.
yes, I am, yes.
Okay. Have you heard the phrase "stroking your own cock"? Like, I'm not saying you are. I'm asking if you've heard the phrase.
Yeah, I have heard the phrase, mate. There's your answer to it. You're on mute. Go and address your attitude, young man. I'm going to put the kettle on.
This is an environment for actual intellectual discussion, not talking about body parts, you idiot. It's a shame that you guys waste time coming in here talking about bullshit when we're actually trying to point out obvious reality to people. Anyway, I'll shut up.
His mind can't handle a good conversation. Insults are better. More fun.
There you go, Iranian. You got your answer. See you in 2 days.
Yeah, these glove believers are something else, aren't they? They come in here and talk about anything but the actual subject. It's amazing.
I don't get it. I mean, I've been into cars and motorcycles and stuff like that all my days, and I've never had a pilot come up and start hitting me with planes or screaming at me because I ride a blue motorcycle or a green one, or I happen to be driving a car, so I get attacked by lorry drivers. It doesn't really happen like that in the real world.
Yeah, that would be unusual, wouldn't it? That's hilarious.
Sure, I've had people pointing at me and say, "Oh, you hippie," or "Oh, you biker," or whatever, but attacked for it? No, not really, no. Or pilloried or ridiculed for it? Nah, not to the same extent, no.
This seems to be the one subject that just triggers insanity in a lot of people for some reason.
It's weird, bro. I mean, if they think that we're mental, why are they getting so upset about it and starting to call us names and, I don't get it.
What other subject do you get to act like a, infant in? You know, we it's a it feels good sometimes to regress and be a piece of shit toward each other. Maybe.
Yeah, it does, but like once you get past a certain age, the soft, plushy rumpus room where you can't hurt yourself isn't the answer. You approach it as men of learning with knowledge bases and information, or take it to a boxing ring or a wrestling mat and do it that way. You don't mix the two when you're sort of grown up. There comes a point where it's like, no, that's one thing and that's something else. But no one's taught them that anymore. They don't seem to understand. They try and bring information, but scream it at you, and then when you try and tell them something, they go into tears and they cover their ears. It is good to let loose at people sometimes, but there's a way and a time. It's you call it sport.
But we're adults and we shouldn't have to deal with, other adults lying at you, like as if it worked, as if it was something that they could do, and and we'd just be like, oh, we're Glovers now again.
Yeah, yeah, it's not going to be a word argument, really. I mean, the words will explain the evidence they could bring, but no amount of talking isn't going to change the reality that there isn't any curve out there. If somebody could show me how I'm wrong and how I'm misinterpreting refraction, how I'm misinterpreting this curve that they say is there, that I can't actually find, if somebody could explain that and show me, yeah, I could handle it, but there's been nobody yet. I wish there had been, though, but there doesn't seem to be.
That's the problem, old dude. There's many of these guys that have explanations that they think make sense, but actually don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's because I'm not being big-headed here. I'm trying not to be big-headed, but it's because we've went deeper. We've researched more about light and stuff, and all they know is one word called refraction that's meant to be 7/6R to bend light in accordance with the curve of the Earth. And if that's all you know, then that's fine. But that's not the whole truth. There's more to it, and it's nonsense.
Yep. Thousands and thousands of stories and explanations, but when it gets down to brass tacks, they don't have any empirical evidence. And that's an issue, obviously. I'm good at stating the obvious.
Yeah, it's a lot to go over, though. I mean, I had my faith in NASA, from a young age that we went to the moon and they've got that side of science covered. We give them all our cash and all our money and all our trust, and it's handled, it's dealt with. You don't need to learn it, you don't need to understand it.
Thank you.
But then when you get older, you realise, hang on, that's not healthy. All your eggs in one basket, and you don't know how many eggs are in there, or who's handling them, or what the basket's made of, or who owns the basket. You're not allowed to look. It's all a bit shady.
Yeah,
And now if you question NASA,
not even
well,
sure if you're dealing with eggs. It's that analogy, you know what I mean? They just become
yeah,
oblivious to everything.
yeah, man. Yeah, so now we're not allowed to question NASA, or we're ridiculed or pilloried or shoved to the corner of the internet just for asking questions.
So, if any new of our fellow humans joined us, actually want to have a real honest discussion about the subject at hand, feel free to ask questions. Somebody's hot, Mike.
Was good, Bacon. You.
We've refined the solar eclipse thing, or
Say it again?
did we refine the solar eclipse program?
Yeah, I fixed that preview thing, so you can double click anywhere on the map and see how the eclipse looks like at any point in time. And I check its accuracy with observations from some live streams. So I found some live streams where the location was on the screen and the time was on the screen. And my prediction seems to be accurate within 30 seconds.
I think that's better than the Soros cycle.
Said what?
I think that's better than the Soros cycle, considering that only predicts to the day, not to the hour or minute.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said about the Saros cycle.
I'm saying it's better than the Soros cycle because.
Oh yeah. Well, the Saros cycles gives you a date. Like if you know the previous eclipse on the Saros, you know what's the next one within that Saros. So you can still use the Saros cycles to get the date of the eclipse. The rest of the information about the eclipse, you need to model something, which is what I did. So my software isn't telling you which date it's going to happen. You need the information for the day of the eclipse. So you already need to know what day the eclipse is.
Yeah, you can't get like the path or the time, of course, right? With Soros.
Yeah. You can get a rough path and a rough time, but much worse than what you get from something like I did.
Yeah, it's really interesting, huh? When you model something with a globe, like everything works at the same time.
Yeah.
And that really should be proof enough. You can explain every natural phenomenon with a globe.
How does a story turn into proof?
Yeah, always the stuff in the sky proves the globe. You guys are amazing. Go ahead,
Your story's got so many arms and legs, guys. It must be true. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I can explain like every natural phenomenon by making one assumption. That's that the Earth is a globe that spins.
You've got a really, really, really good story.
Replace my fantasy.
What, the fantasy of seasons and
the fantasy.
day and night cycles? Okay. It's pretty interesting if you think that's fantasy, right?
Happened. Now fantasize.
Yeah. Fantasy of day and night cycles and seasons, man. Oof.
Because day and night cycles, therefore globe.
And yet, how can you be so confident in something when you don't even have a model that can explain one or two phenomena at once? Like,
why do you feel so confident about the idea of having to have a model? Why don't you just look at reality and just accept what reality is?
Sorry.
I think you should be able to make predictions off of the flat Earth, right?
You should be able to navigate.
All predictions are from a flat Earth.
On a flat Earth.
That's the problem.
Why would you navigate assuming a globe on flat Earth?
pattern. The bus comes every day, 9 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes it's a little early, sometimes it's a little late. But 9 o'clock every morning, the bus arrives, same bus stop.
You gotta
You
do something
predict
about your
that at
microphone.
9 o'clock the next day, the bus is going to come, or is that a posting?
And you gotta do something about your microphone.
Are we gonna get a map soon?
No.
Damn.
When they figure out what a constant is.
What do you want the map for? You lost? Sorry.
Why do you want a map? Do you want to make flat Earth falsifiable? Why would anyone do that?
Why would you presume that the map you have of the globe right now is accurate? You haven't.
You're assuming that we can independently explore the entirety of existence. That's pretty ridiculous, man.
Map the
What?
entirety of existence? What? No, I'm just asking like where continents are in relation to one another. Which you'd think would be quite the easy feat if celestial navigation truly does work on a flat plane.
So why are maps exclusive to a globe?
Not that they are exclusive to a globe. It's
Because
that
it
they don't
exists.
work if they're not spherical.
It seems like you can't conceive of what reality would look like without a map. Somehow these maps are
Well,
exclusive to a globe. Well, I'm going
considering
to
that
put
people,
a map, and I'm not going to accept the map that he offers me. That's
I
only
can't hear you. Your mic is dog shit. Can you please fix it? You're just
Your
mumbling in
mom
the
is not.
background.
You gotta do something about your microphone, Kiko. It's really bad.
It'll be all right. I make
It's
a
not that we
dumb
can't
claim about
conceive
maps and how
how
they're
reality would be without a map.
map. Suddenly,
Can
I get called out
somebody
on it.
can somebody translate his microphone for me? I cannot understand a single word he's saying.
Yeah, same.
And I'm out here in the boonies with like 1 bar of signal, and y'all can like understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
he's
try
completely like
rejoin. Your mic is.
intelligible.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, can somebody mute him?
No, maybe he'll fix it. Just give him time.
You heard me until I called you out on maps.
Dude, nobody understood a single word you were saying. You didn't call me out for shit. All we heard was gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
And clear now. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Maps are not exclusive to a globe or flat. You're wanting a
Okay,
reification
cool. So
period.
cool.
Yeah, maps are not exclusive to a globe, obviously. So the thing is, maps gives us distances and directions, things that exist and are useful. The problem is if the Earth, just a second, please. If the Earth is a sphere and you're using maps of a flat Earth, they wouldn't work. But if the Earth is flat and you're using maps from a globe Earth, then those wouldn't work. So maps can tell you, can falsify either one of those ideas. If we have maps that work and they treat Earth as flat, and then the Earth cannot be a globe, and vice versa. That's why maps are important, and that's why you guys are not providing one. What?
Do you experience curvature every day?
Wow,
Uh,
nice.
You have to account for the curvature.
Thanks for the red herring, but not that I noticed. No,
No, follow me, please.
I'll follow your red herring, sure. Yeah, not that I had noticed.
Do you feel like you have to account for curvature?
I know I have to account for curvature when I'm doing navigation.
So whenever you're walking or whenever you're driving, you have to account for curvature?
I don't have to account for curvature to walk. If that's your question, obviously no.
Oh, okay. So then, is the map suddenly having to require curvature? You're saying that
As I said, maps don't require curvature. Maps would work in flat Earth.
as you're traveling on your Lamborghinis, but as soon as you get into like an airplane, suddenly maps are different.
It's not that they're different. It's the longer the extension you're dealing with, the more problems you get with the wrong map.
With the wrong map. So maps have to be specific for a purpose, right?
Not necessarily. If,
Well,
for
I mean,
example, you have a flat map of a flat Earth, they could work in whatever scale you needed.
I mean, like if I was making a
Maps
map
aren't
of a,
exclusive, but if I want to use a map, I have to pre-assume that it's a globe because, you
That's not
know,
what I said.
I
if I was
account for curvature whenever I fly, so the Earth has to be shown accurately on the map. Otherwise, I'm going to get lost while I use this map.
so if I was to make a map like 1 by 1 kilometer map of someplace, do you think I'm going to need to account for curvature over that distance? Of course not.
Oh, shit. So you don't have to account for curvature on a map, but it's necessary to distinguish whether or not it is flat or globe. It's nuts. I feel like we're
No,
double
he said specifically an area of 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. He didn't say that's the you're never gonna have to account for curvature when doing a map.
If I was to extend that to say 10,000 kilometers by 10,000 kilometers or something, I don't know if that's and was trying to fly an airplane. The distances that I would need to go, we were on a flat Earth, wouldn't correlate with reality. I would have to like fly these bizarre routes and would have to go like 1,500 kilometers an hour or something crazy so I could get there in the same time.
What map are pilots using?
That's the question. You don't have a map, so it's like
No, I'm not saying Polaris. I'm saying pilots. What maps are pilots using?
well, pilots don't really use maps anymore. They kind of just let the plane
Oh,
fly.
fuck. They don't use maps, but we need one to fly. Otherwise, we're going to get lost. Then what the fuck are you using? Why the fuck are we arguing about maps? They don't need them.
No, it's distance and travel time, not necessarily about getting lost, really.
The only thing you know is destination of the takeoff and the arrival, and you know the arrival time and the takeoff time. You're going to pre-assume everything else.
Yeah, I am going to pre-assume that it doesn't take 50 hours or, traveling at 2,000 kilometers per hour.
It doesn't take this straw man.
Yeah.
Of course
Come
not.
on. This is your red herring that we decided to follow.
No, this is the argument that you're wanting to have, which is about maps. And I asked you about pilots, which use maps, and you're saying they don't need maps. Reification pals.
If I was to go from Japan to, I don't know, Chicago or something, how long would that take? Yeah. Just cope your way out of everything, I guess. That'll work. Is this what you do when, like,
where do they make their emergency landings? Are they emergency landing in Hawaii?
Is this what? No, they're emergency landing in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, of course. What do you mean?
Are they? Do you have an example of that?
No, I have an example of, like, is it just red herring after red herring from you?
No, Japan to Chicago, emergency landing in the Pacific. Do you have an example of that?
I don't know where the emergency landing is, man. I just know that it wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth. I'm going to be traveling, 2,000 kilometers an hour in my commercial airliner.
Where do you assume that they would make their emergency landing flying from Japan to Chicago?
I never said anything about emergency landing.
No, I'm asking you to make a guesstimate because you're making a claim, but you don't know, and I'm asking you if you know. You say you don't know, so I'm asking, what do you think?
I don't know. It depends on where the emergency happens in their flight, right? Or the nature
in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, they have an emergency. A woman needs to give birth to a baby. Where do they live?
Probably They honestly might even just proceed to their destination still, if it's close enough. That happens.
Woman gave birth to a child on a plane and they emergency landed in Alaska from Japan to the West Coast. That was the flight. Why would they have done that?
They could have been on the heading to Alaska by the time that happened, right?
Oh. Well, which way is the straight shot? Is it north and then come back south, or is it straight east?
That depends on your map, man.
No, that's your map. I asked you what map do they use. You say pilots don't need a map, and then now you're saying it's my map. I didn't understand that.
Well, yeah, it's not your map because you don't have a map, and you think that you can just say you're right about everything when you don't even have a fucking map to describe reality. That's absurd.
Yeah. Why would I need a map to tell me that the horizon line is flat? The only thing you want is a reification fallacy. That's what you want. You want a model. We won't give you a small version of what we think the Earth looks like, because then you're going to bark about the little model that we've made up. When we ask about reality and what reality looks like, you want to talk about another kind of model, like a map, instead of actually talking about what you experience.
You mean like traveling on an airplane and not having to go 2,000 kilometers an hour to get to someplace,
No, I mean like sitting right now.
I want to know how maps work.
Red herring. I'm tired of talking about a reification fallacy. I want to talk about reality.
It's really not. It's like a reality thing,
This is what it looks like, and this is what it has to be. Otherwise, it's fallacious.
Yeah, it's fallacious to want to map. How do you expect people to become flat earthers, or like how do you talk them into being flat earthers when you say
from flat Earth, man?
What?
So, every map's from flat Earth, and you can chill the hell out.
So if every map flat Earth
was the case,
well, you tits, just relax and understand that you're working from a 90-degree at level every time, and never ever will not stop that. It's weird to argue these things with grown men. Is the problem? What the hell is wrong with you?
You sound out of breath, man. You need to calm down.
What's wrong with you?
Let's say the maps we have are flat.
What map do you need? And I guarantee you it came from a flat earth, bro. And you know that, Mr. I am a flat earther.
Okay, I understand the claim. We need a little bit
It's not
more.
a claim, it's a process, and it's the process.
What are you talking about? What process are you talking about?
It's it's a level plane. The world is treated as a flat, non-rotating earth. They use the word rigid in there sometimes. Rigid means unbending, just so we know. How many words for flat do you want?
I don't care
Just
about how many
one
words
more word for flat,
I want to
please.
know what exactly is being done. Can you be a little bit more clear what you're talking about? What process are you referring to? You just said there's the process.
Dude,
And now you just said a bunch of
every
things about
process I'm
Earth being
talking
flat,
about, every celestial NASA navigation, every measurement will be from the flat, non-rotating, rigid-ass Earth. So
yeah, I hear that being claimed by a lot of people that don't know how to do navigation.
yeah, you say you don't, but you will not come and explain to me how the fuck you can do it without having a level, flat, non-rotating Earth.
With the globe. When I do
It's from a
navigation,
curve
I
you're
use the
looking
globe.
from, not to a curve.
Yeah, when I do navigation, I assume Earth to be a sphere, and then I get consistent
The
results.
from a curve will not happen because it doesn't happen. In the process, it doesn't happen. The world doesn't bend in the process. It only bends in the calculation after the process that is the exact same every time from a 90-degree outward from Polaris. And when they can't see Polaris, they pick the star they can see that they know is going to be there from the friggin' place they just came, and then they'll figure it out from there. It's not hard,
No,
dude. It's
it's not
level,
on the
it's
map.
flat. Level is horizontal. Level has zero slope. So how much slope do you think level has?
Let me address what you just claimed there. There's no math for bending the
Jesus
Earth
Christ, it's
after
not
the.
claims,
Oh,
kid. Jesus
you
fuck.
just spoke for 2 minutes. Let me address you. There's no math after the process to bend the Earth.
You said you
The
just
math
claimed what
is the process.
level is. What the fuck level is? Jesus Christ.
Can
Shut
you
the fuck
not
up. Why
cut
are
me
you
off?
even talking more?
Because I'm trying to respond to you after you
You're
monologue
trying
for like 1 or 2 minutes.
to baby. Hi.
Adam, just calm down. You'll be alright. They do this every day. They've heard
Yeah.
all the arguments.
Yeah. So the process requires some math. That's not after the process. That's during the process. You need math to compute heights and azimuths. Those two calculations, those two formulas, or the side reduction tables, they are derived from a sphere. If you think otherwise, then just feel free to demonstrate it. Or you're going to use a flat Earth for
Where did
that.
you get your elevation angles?
I'm the sextant.
Uh-huh. At what degree?
What do you mean at what degree?
At what degree are you starting?
Do you elaborate? The
Every
question's not making
single
sense.
time, what degree would you be starting from?
Could you elaborate? That question's not making sense to me.
It's hard to explain to liars, isn't it? Okay. You're starting from a 90-degree with a flat baseline every single time.
What do you mean I'm
As a
starting with a 90
90
degrees?
No, shut the fuck up. You know exactly what the hell I'm saying. It's the problem.
I don't. I'm not starting with 90 degrees. That's not making sense. I'm simply measuring an angle with the sextant. There's no 90 degrees that I'm
What angle
starting
you
from.
measuring, buddy? What angle you measuring with the sextant?
The height of the sextant, the HS. That's the name of the angle measuring. It's called the sextant altitude.
You're like, be nice. You're 2 years old, kid. Shut the fuck up. Children, you don't be nice
More
to liars.
questions?
Was that his rebuttal?
Apparently.
Nice.
The rebuttal. There's no rebuttal. There's no claim. You're not
Yeah, there is no
saying
rebuttal.
anything
I
that is
know.
a point. You're
Well,
saying
I
it
have
comes
a
from a
point.
glove. It comes from a glove. It comes from a glove. No, it comes from flat measurements, buddy. Did you forget? It's measure flat and then it calculate imaginary curve. That's where we're at, and
That
that's
that
what
claim
you're
falls
trying to
apart.
fight. That's what you're trying to fight.
Are you one of
That
Nathan
It
claim
Oakes'
doesn't
falls
babies or
apart
something?
apart is
once
the
you actually do the
problem.
process.
And I'm not hearing you. I'm just not listening to you. I've got things to do, but god damn.
Not on me.
Chill the hell out. Level is flat, and you're traveling level. You're starting level, you're traveling level, you're landing level, and then you're starting level again. Level, as in non-sloping. No matter if it does, it never matter if it does get higher and lower, higher and lower. Flat's still flat.
Yeah, that's still not accounting for how you get directions in computed heights in navigation.
Height is from flat.
No, the
Altitude is
computed
from
height.
level. You know, it's like everything you say will come back to the fact that you're using flat.
Okay, let me see if you at least have any clue on how the process of
Let
classification.
me figure out how
Can
many words you're
can you
going to
tell me?
use in the next sentence or two that are going to need to have a flat earth. Let's do that. That's how it's going to work out because that's what it's come to.
Do you understand what the computed height of a celestial body is? The computed height in
You
celestial navigation.
understand height is from a level surface.
You understand? Can you answer my question first?
So you
Then I'll
have
answer
a
yours.
flat earth and now you have a height.
Do you understand what computed
I,
height?
I think I just made sure that I understood what the hell you're saying. I think you don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh, you didn't answer my question. You're now just asking another question. Can you answer mine
You
first?
said height, and you didn't.
No,
You didn't.
just height.
You didn't finish over what I said. Height requires a flat Earth. So what do you got now?
I'm asking you if you know
So
what
yes,
computed
Adam,
height
height
is.
requires flat Earth is what I'm hearing from the nothing.
No, you're asking a question on top of my question, and I'm insisting on my question so you can answer it. Do you understand what computed height
Height
is?
is from flat.
I'm not asking you what
You
height
fail
is.
at the words you use.
I'm not asking what height is. I'm asking if you're familiar with the concept of the computed height in celestial navigation.
Enlighten me.
HC.
Enlighten me, but oh damn, expect me to stop you a whole bunch of times for how many times you're gonna need a flat Earth for what you're doing.
Okay, the computed height is your prediction for how high in the sky a celestial body is going to be, based on your estimated position and on the geographical position of that body. You have to compute first how high you would expect a celestial body to be from your estimated position.
Now you think you have the height to the celestial.
Angular height, not
Now
lunar
you
height.
think you have the height,
No,
which
I'm talking
required
about
a
the
flat
angle.
Earth.
Do
I'm
I
talking
to
about
Angles
require?
are straight.
what?
Angles are straight, and if you're using a sextant, you're starting from a 90 degree with the GP above you. I mean, the GP to the star above you to the zenith, to the whatever the fuck they call the distance that you can see. I don't even really the horizon. Is it to the horizon? There you go. Who cares? Who cares? All flat. Still, what's going on?
Who cares? Well, people that are trying to figure out where they are care.
Okay, you're still all flat. What's going on?
That's in conflict with the rest of the process. That can't be
Measure
the
flat. Calculate imaginary ball. Yes, and then and then be like, oh, well, we got this pretend imaginary ball that doesn't work. Let's put it on a flat piece of paper and make sure that doesn't work quite right either. And then we're going to call those maps that come from a globe flat maps.
Yeah, so level just means facing, or it just means
Level
pointing.
means horizontal, it means flat, it means even, it means uniform, it means non-sloping, it means having no part higher than the other. There might be a few that I'm missing, but they're all flat and straight until you get to that damn globe.
Following the curvature of the liquid parts of the planet Earth. That's another
Liquid
definition.
finds its level. It conforms to the
Liquid doesn't
container it's
find.
in and then finds its level, which is flat and uniform and even and horizontal, which is non-sloping. You need slope
Makes
for that
sense.
thing that's called a globe.
Tides aren't
Does make
level.
sense.
I thought water found its level. Why are tides not level?
Do you think the water is still? Do you think the water doesn't have an ecosystem in it? Do you think temperature doesn't exist? These are things that matter.
Yeah, so what causes the tides,
And
man?
yet level is still flat and even
No,
and
level is just
horizontal
pointing
and
downwards
no
as it
part
goes
higher
up.
than the other and uniform and fuck man.
Uniform is
Imagine
Level's
basing your
flat
whole
and it's a
worldview
beautiful
off
thing
of
because you
definition.
can't rebut that. You could
Like, that's
try,
crazy.
but you'd be a fool and you'd be a child to even think about it. You'd be going, level bends, level bends. The kindergarten teacher gives you a level and they're like, make a line. And you're like, oh, a bent line?
Yeah, look inside the device called a level and tell me if water curves in that.
What's that bubble finding, buddy? What's
Yeah,
that
what
bubble?
is that
What are you
curved bubble?
using the level
Water
to
finding.
find? It's a tool
That
called a
curved
level. What are
bubble
you
of
finding
water.
with the level?
That curved bubble of water. It's literally
You're
in the
finding a
device called
curved
a level.
level with a level?
It's literally called a level, and it has a curved
Have you
bubble of
heard of
water.
local flats? Have you gotten that far in your anti-flat Earth line?
If I'm like I
How
said, if
many
I'm a
local
one by
flats
one
does it make to
kilometer,
make a curve?
Adam, I would suggest not talking all the time because you're clearly running out of breath.
I
So maybe
honestly
give a
don't care
breather.
what you say, so
Yeah. I know you don't care what I say because you would be a globe earther if
a
you did.
liar, and I already see through you. So what's the point in talking to you like you're an actual person?
I'm not a person. Wow.
You don't talk to liars like they're people.
That's interesting. At least you could prove I'm wrong, but you really haven't. You're just like
Level is flat and uniform and even and non-sloping and flush and no part higher than the other. You'll need some parts higher than the other for
So
a
the Earth
bent
isn't level then? The Earth isn't level on a flat Earth?
You know, calling people a liar is a very like strong thing to say. This person has not lied at all.
You just need to take a breather, you know. We can do some breathing exercises if you like, Adam. In through the nose, out through the mouth, you know.
My nose is stuffy.
Hold on, I'm looking for a charger.
So is there anybody out there who can explain the horizon?
I think we were doing pretty good on our conversation before. Bacon really got him worked up. It was interesting stuff.
What's worked up?
What's worked? I don't know. We were listening to you. I would say that's a pretty good definition.
Thank you. At least you're listening. Level is flat and even and horizontal and uniform. Horizontal is non-sloping in itself.
And level follows the curvature of the liquid parts of
The
the planet.
level does not follow the curvature of the liquid.
Yeah,
The curvature of the liquid doesn't exist because water finds its level at rest.
Water
Even we are 70% water, and we lay rest. We will lay level at rest.
Water
The
doesn't
water in
find
your
any.
body is not liquid, it's crystallized.
Water doesn't find any.
I was just an anecdote, really.
We don't have crystallized blood in our bodies. That would be fucked up.
Definitely made out of water.
The liquid in our bodies is not crystal.
What is level? Well, it just means.
I have a question for Price of Adam. If you look at my
You
picture
have a
of
question for
921
me.
of all the level planes on the sphere, you at least acknowledge
How many level planes do you have on a sphere?
You can have level planes on a sphere.
How many
sphere is
level
made
planes do you have on a sphere that exists in this fucking world that you'd have measured?
Infinity.
You need some measured freaking curve. Meanwhile, you're measuring freaking level.
Well, wait a minute,
Flat
Adam.
and
Like, do you
zero.
understand what level on a
Zero
curve
slope,
means?
buddy. There's no point in arguing this. What are you talking about?
A level on a curve. Like, you can have level.
You can find flat anywhere.
Okay, so
level's level. Underwater,
so even on a curve,
on the water,
on a curve,
above
you'll
the
find
water.
flat.
It doesn't matter.
So what if you're on a curve?
That's why celestial navigation works in a boat, on the land, or in the air.
Why does the
Why
celestial
does it have to
navigation
treat
work?
the Earth?
Because
have to
it's
treat the Earth as a
level. Level is level. It's not hard, guys. Damn.
Right, level is level, so you'll know where you are based on
Level
your
is still
location
flat,
because
bro.
the Earth is level. Because that's what navigating's for, right? Because you got to know where you are.
How are you treating the Earth if you're navigating it? As if it's a what? Non-whatting what?
Like, well,
Oh, a
Adam,
flat, non-rotating plane.
Adam, I just wanted to like get some constructive dialogue. So, like, you do agree that you can have level on a curve?
Stop talking like you have any sort of like, what is that word? Authority in this? You are a child saying that a level is bent.
Well, I'm not a child. I'm 41 years old, so I'm not a child.
Are you 40 fucking one? Jesus Christ!
I'm
level's
trying, I'm just
flat,
trying to have
buddy.
a
What's
discussion.
wrong with you? Go build something.
I'm trying to have a discussion with you. I just want to build a conversation.
Hey, what?
So please don't call me a child. I know what I'm.
I mean, man-child is good. All right.
We can't I can't listen to Talon today.
Yeah, I'm not trying to fucking. All right.
41 years
All
old.
right. Child, no child, whatever. Level's still flat. My bad. Level's still flat.
I posted
Sounded
something
like
in chat about that.
1984 just happened right now. Silence
Just look
people.
in chat. Just look in chat for me.
We've got, what's this? We've got Bacon, Donald, Triggered Man, Talon. It's a who's who of upset globe heads today. Amazing.
You
I'm
need to tell me
sure,
the
I'm sure
definition of
together,
triggered.
one of you can come close to
You need
proving
to
that
tell
we're
me
on a
what you
giant
think triggered
spinning space
means.
ball.
You need
Are
to
you
tell me what
gonna,
you think triggered means.
well, Donald, see, I'm sure we're about to find out. Donald, are you here to present globe evidence today?
I just did. It's in chat.
Okay, well, I can't read the chat right now. What is it?
Well, it's the difference
It's the
between
WS.
What was that, Donald?
it's the difference between flat and level.
Like the words?
Well, the definitions of the word, sure, but they describe things that actually exist in objective reality.
Right. But we were asking
Meanwhile,
about globe. We were asking about globe proof, though.
All right. Well, does the fact that I've measured it personally make a difference to you?
What have you measured?
The curvature of the Earth.
Oh, really? How did you do that?
Same way as Eratosthenes, but I did it a little different. What I did was I had a buddy of mine go to a different
Wait, Eratosthenes didn't measure curve.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I did it differently. So what I did was I had a buddy go to a different latitude on the same longitude, and we both took an angle to the sun at the same time.
An
And
angle.
so from there,
Like an
I
angle
knew
with
the
a flat baseline.
I knew the ground position of the sun at the time because I used the winter solstice, so I knew exactly where the sun was at that time. And so with those 3 points, I solved the triangle, the angles for the triangle, and that described the surface of the planet. It was a curve. There was a triangle of greater than
Triangle.
180 degrees.
A triangle would have flat lines and a flat baseline. If you're drawing an
No,
angle,
that's not okay. So define a triangle for me. Define a
that wouldn't.
triangle.
So that wouldn't
So a
be
triangle is
proving
an
the
object
surface
with
of the Earth.
3 angles. An object with 3 angles is what a triangle is. That it's right in the word there. Triangle, 3 angles. It has nothing
So
to do with the
so how
lines.
did you
The lines
how did
are
you measure
useless.
the
Hang on,
angle?
hang on. The lines have nothing to do with it. Hang on, please, for fuck's sake.
Donald, just be calm.
Would it be possible for me to finish a sentence?
If you
So
can be calm, yeah.
would it be possible for me to finish a sentence? The
If you
lines
can
have
be
nothing.
calm, yeah.
Would it be possible for me to finish a sentence? The
If you can
lines
be
have
calm,
not.
yeah.
Would it be possible for me to finish a sentence? The lines have nothing. Would it be? So the lines have nothing to do with the triangle. It's 3 angles. It's an object with 3 angles.
An angle is a straight line, though, Donald. Two
No, it's
straight
not.
lines.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No,
No.
it's not. Yes, it is. Google an angle.
Okay, who
I'm gonna look
cares
up the
about the
definition of an
semantics?
angle.
Let's see what the measurement was. So
Okay,
you
Donald.
said you
Okay,
got
okay. Yeah, you said you did this. So could you post the video of you doing this?
Why the fuck would I have taken a video of myself doing it? I don't understand.
Well, you just said you went and did something, didn't you?
Yeah, but that
You said
doesn't mean
you
I
and a buddy.
filmed it.
You and a buddy somewhere else did something, so surely he's recorded it.
No, why would I have recorded it? It was for
Oh,
me.
you didn't record it. Okay.
No, I didn't
So
record it. I don't care
you're
about
just
your
telling
recordings.
stories. Okay,
Right,
okay.
name
So,
one.
Donald, I do not believe that you proved that the
Definitely.
Earth was a globe. So, could you provide us some
Well,
demonstration
no, I
of
measured
the
it.
globe being proved? Or no, well,
A
that's what you
space
said, but you
usually
said you can't
measured in
provide
degrees
any evidence
between
of that.
two.
Yeah,
A
that's your
particular way of
story,
approaching
Donald.
or
That's
considering
your
an
story,
issue of
Donald. But you said you can't provide us
lines of
anything.
surface at or
No
close to
data,
the point
no
where they meet.
observation.
You got
Donald,
issues,
Donald,
man.
Donald. If you don't have anything to present for what you claim to have done, then that's no use. Because obviously we can't review something that you can't provide. So you're going to have to provide something that has been done in reality that proves that the Earth is a giant spinning space ball in a vacuum. Not just tell us your story of the thing you forgot to record on your phone, which would have been very easy to do at least. So you got something like that, Donald? Something we can actually look at? I guess not.
No. If you mute me, I mute you.
Okay. Bye, Donald. Thanks for stopping by. Another great rendition. We're all impressed.
More win for the club.
Thanks, with no evidence. Very good. All right. Next, Globy. Globe proof?
Okay. Yeah, I'll argue the process of selection navigation is globe proof.
Who's that?
That's Bacon.
What are you arguing?
Saying the process of selection navigation demonstrate the globe.
Hold on, my coming through, my signal's broken. I'm driving. You repeat that?
I said the process of celestial navigation demonstrates the globe.
Demonstrate the globe.
Yes, the fact that it works.
How does it demonstrate?
The fact that it works under the. Yeah, the fact that it
What about
works.
people? What about people in like the ancient world before they believed it was a globe, being able to navigate and sail and all that?
Those were different methods.
Okay, so they could travel across the earth, assuming it was flat, and be correct, yeah.
The methods actually didn't rely on any shape assumption. Like a following
didn't
line of
rely on any
latitude
curve
doesn't rely on
assumption,
any
did it?
shape. That's what I'm
didn't
saying.
rely on any
There are
curve
methods.
assumption, did it? Right. Right. So we can navigate across the world.
Let me
without assuming
let
that
me
it's a
answer
ball.
you. Let me get my whole answer before you ask another
No,
question.
I don't need to hear. I don't need to hear the whole spiel.
Well, then
I
don't
know.
ask me
I know the
questions
play.
if you don't want to hear the answer. Because
I
I
didn't
was
really
in the
ask
middle
you
of
a
answering
question.
it.
I didn't
You
really ask
did.
you. Well, the question I asked was about globe proof, but what you're saying isn't exclusive to a globe because you can navigate across the earth
You're talking
using
about
the
something
stars
else.
when you don't assume it's a globe.
No. I'm talking about the method of selection navigation, the intercept method. You're talking about other methods that don't rely on the shape of the Earth. So what you're talking about is irrelevant because you're not talking about the same thing
Your
I'm talking
shape of
about.
the no, because your argument would be assuming a shape of the earth. You'd be assuming a globe.
Yes, the intercept method does assume a globe. The methods of
Right.
ancient
Well, I'm not
navigation are not
interested in
those
your
methods.
assumption of math. I'm not interested in your assumptive math. I'm interested in you demonstrating that there is indeed a curvature physically. So you would need to measure that or observe it. So who's done that?
No. It's not the only way to know.
Well, it has to be. Well, I'm not going to accept your assumption, so you have to be able to measure it.
You don't have
or
to accept
observe
my
it.
assumption. I'm not asking you to accept my assumption.
Yeah,
I'm
your
saying
argument requires the assumption because you just said you can't measure or observe it.
I didn't say I can't. I'm saying that's not the only way to know
You
the
did.
Earth has curvature.
Okay. Well,
Stop
I'm
putting words in
interested
my
in.
mouth.
Well,
Address what I'm
I'm
actually saying
interested.
instead.
Well, I'm only interested in who measured or observed it. How about that? So you said someone did. So who was that?
I didn't say someone did.
All right. So no one did.
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So which is it? Did someone or has someone never?
I don't know. I've seen a compilation of long distance observations
until
that
then, until
clearly
you know
measure
someone
curvature.
who has, you would be begging the question.
That's not true.
Assuming only. Yeah, that is true.
No.
Because if it wasn't an assumption, you would have a measurement or an observation of it.
You stop cutting me off because I say one sentence and you're already speaking again. Let me answer you when you make a claim.
I'm not making the claim you are. You're making the assumption of a globe. I asked you who measured it. You said no one has.
I didn't say no one has. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Okay, well you said you don't know anyone that has.
Well, actually, I do have a compilation of long distance measurements that clearly point to curvature.
Well, why the hell wouldn't you say that?
Why the hell would I say that?
To you? Why are you just saying that now when I asked you who's measured it? And you're like, I don't know anyone. I didn't mean to have it. Now you go, oh wait, I've got a bunch of measurements.
Yeah, I said that because you asked who, and that was not a single person measurement. That's a compilation of measurements from many different people.
Okay, well, what's the best
not a
measurement? How did they measure it?
Yeah, there's a series of measurements of long distance observations where you have both the
Over.
height of the observer and the target and how far they are from each other. So if you have an
Okay.
elevation angle between two targets and you know their heights, you can, assuming a flat Earth, tell what's the elevation angle should be. And if you get something different, you can then work out what the difference was. What's the
Oh
missing
wait,
height
so
of the
this
object?
isn't drop over distance curvature you're talking about. This is
It is.
angles. This is
Exactly that.
elevation angles.
Yeah.
Elevation angles which require a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, it's elevation angles from a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not really going to help you prove a globe, then, is it?
Why not?
Because then you wouldn't have a horizontal plane.
Why not?
Okay. Well, because a globe is not a horizontal plane.
Of course not. So what?
Yes. So, well, if you can't
Does
work
it
it
have?
out, I don't know what to say.
Is there any point on the measurement where the horizontal plane has
At no
also
point,
the Earth?
at no point on the measurement is there curvature. If you're talking about elevation angles over a horizontal.
If things are dropping from a horizontal, the further you get, then yes, that you have definitely
Horizontal
measuring
is
curvature.
horizontal. So the surface would be horizontal if you're on a
Yes, but
horizontal.
the distance to the from the surface to the horizontal is increasing with distance, which means that surface is not following the horizontal plane.
So
horizontal plane is not the Earth. That's your reference.
The horizontal part is the Earth. The rest is just topography.
Right.
No,
So
the
how are you
horizontal plane is
measuring
just
the
a
drop
level
over
plane.
distance? So how are you measuring this drop over distance?
As I said, there's a compilation of
The Earth
observations
is
where you have the
treated
height
as
of
a
the
flat,
observer,
non-rotating
the
plane.
height of the target, and the distance between them. From those two, you can work out what the elevation angle should be on a flat Earth, and then you can measure it, and you can get the difference of that. So if the thing is lower, then it's missing some height, and you can work out what that height is. And the height seems to match the 8 inches per mile squared approximation that the globe gives you.
All right. So can you post this measurement in the chat?
Yes.
Okay. But you'll have to describe it quite well because I'm driving, so I can't look at it. If there's anyone else in the chat who can watch it, then
Yeah, this has been posted here already, so
what's
probably already seen it.
what's the areas, like what's the distances, what tools are being used, etc.
Okay, so there are, let me see how many, 27 measurements. The shorter is from 1.5 miles and the furthest is from 105 miles. So they vary between 1.5 to 105 miles. That's the range of measurements.
105 miles. How did he measure 105 miles? What tool?
Let me see. Well, probably all of those were using theodolites.
Okay, which theodolite has an effective working range of 105 miles?
For elevation angles, I'm not sure there's any limitations for elevation angles on theodolites. I never heard about that.
Theodolites they usually come with a given range that they are recommended to be used within, right? So what model of the theodolite is it, and what's its stated working range by the manufacturer?
Not sure about any limitations of elevation angle measurements.
Well, the tool itself.
Is there limitation on elevation angle specifically? Because why
the
would
range
those...
over what you're using it for, it's got a tolerance of its accuracy over a certain range according to the manufacturer, which is why they list it in their specs. As far as I'm aware.
I don't think that's related to elevation angle readings.
Why would
I
it be
might
any
be
different?
wrong. So can you be specific on the limitation that you're referring
Well, no,
to?
it's your claim, so it would be on you to get specific with the model and its stated working range. For starters.
Well, we can cut this graph here on whatever range you're comfortable with. Because as I said, there are angles from the sec. Yeah, you have starting at 1.5 miles, so we can start at those if you want. 105 is just the largest one here, but we have some shorter ones if you don't think the far ones are accurate. for whatever reason.
So what's the elevation of the observer tool when it's looking?
For
And
the
is there
105 miles?
what's has he recorded himself taking these observations and claiming? It's like a video or what?
Oh, some of those might have recordings. I'm not sure which ones. I have to look one by one because, as I said, this is not one person that took many measurements. It's a compilation of measurements by different
Well,
people,
whichever
including flat
measurement you're
earthers.
talking about, you're going to need to show it that actually being measured, right?
need a
If that's
flat
a
earth for
requirement for you,
that.
I can try to look one by one and see which one of them those are recorded.
Well, whichever one you're wanting to discuss, you need to present it. But yeah, I mean, it's still an elevation angle requiring a horizontal baseline. So
Yes, the theodolite establishes a horizontal,
Little light is just a pretty level.
and then he measures off of that horizontal plane it established. I'm completely aware of that.
Horizontal, non-sloping.
yeah, so no curvature in a horizontal then.
Yes, we're not measuring the horizontal plane. We're
Still no
measuring
curve in
the angle
sight.
between.
Still just a flat earth.
We're measuring the gap between that horizontal plane and the surface, and it seems that that gap increases with distance, according to this
Well, I mean,
collection
that's
of
you're
measurements.
assuming. What about how have you accounted for refraction?
That's just the raw plotting.
Oh,
There's
right. Wait,
no.
but I thought refraction meant that things are moving all over the place, up and down, in and out. No, isn't that what you Globers say?
Yeah, well, the correction of refraction would lower the elevation angles, not increase them. So the amount of drop would just increase with refraction correction.
So how did they account for refraction in these observations?
As I'm telling you, the corrections of refraction only decrease the elevation angle. So the drop would be even more. This curve would have a steeper curve if you'd apply.
So he addresses
more
so
pronounced curve if you apply correction
he
refraction.
that out. So he's addressed that in the observation that you're presenting. Or
No,
you're
there's
just
no
saying
correction
that.
applied here. Those are the raw data. The raw data show that
so he's not accounting for refraction.
that would make it worse for flat Earth. As I'm explaining to you right now, when you correct for refraction, you get a lower elevation, which means
But that moves the horizon and everything, no? That would change the amount that you're seeing or not seeing of a distant object due to the geometric horizon being moved around by refraction, no?
we're not measuring how much of something you're seeing. You're measuring how high it is compared to eye level. And if you want to apply correction for refractions, you're going to get lower elevation angles. If you get lower elevation angles, the drop's going to increase. So this is going to be an even more pronounced curve than what the raw data shows.
Right,
Correcting for refraction isn't helping
the
you.
observation that you're looking at, I mean, if it's lowering, how do you know that's not just due to refraction?
I'm saying the correction would give you a lower elevation angle, which means if you apply correction refraction for all those measurements,
But
you
your
still end up with a
observation, you're
curve.
saying that's lower. How do you know that's not just refracted lower rather than physically lower due to curvature?
What the correction is supposed to give you is what the direction of the target is after you remove the effect of refraction.
Well, you can't remove refraction in reality because you're looking through the air. So how do you know what you're observing is an answer due to refraction rather than a curve?
Yeah, what you're observing is
which
definitely being
you've got
affected.
no measurement for.
Yeah.
Even with these, your claim would be based on the assumption of curvature, which you do not
No,
have.
there's no assumption of curvature in these measurements.
Oh, right. Okay, so it's not detecting any curvature.
It is. The angle.
Oh, right. So you are assuming the curvature is the
You're
cause
not.
for what
You're measuring it. Don't you understand the
difference? No, you're not
difference?
measuring any curvature. You said you're measuring an angle, which requires a horizontal. You're not measuring any curve. You're making
you're not
claims
measuring the horizontal plane.
You're making claims about something that's observed in the distance in reference to this, to whatever horizon. I don't know what you've actually posted. Have you actually posted someone observing anything yet?
I posted a collection of measurements I'm referring to.
So what's that, like an Excel table?
Yes, you've probably already seen it.
Right, okay. So can we see any actual observations in reality? What's being observed? Since you're claiming this is the spinning,
So,
this is the
as
curve
I
that
said,
we've never measured.
some of those were video recorded. I would have to look one by one to tell you which ones.
Okay.
But
Well, it's your argument, bro. So take your time. Let us know when you've got it.
sure. As if that would
In the
change anything,
meantime,
but no, okay.
well,
No,
it
in the
would mean
meantime,
that you actually are
I'm
discussing.
gonna grab a
It would
lunch.
mean that you're at least discussing an observation of the Earth. Wow, tough crowd today. Dear me. A lot of assuming a flat Earth going on when you're trying to prove a globe.
Is today 1984 Earth or something? Why are we muting a bunch of people?
Well, because Donald passed out. I mean, you heard that. You're
I
not
don't know if you
muted.
were.
You're free to be triggered.
I don't know if you were present earlier, but there was rather a lot of insulting going on, so that's why there's some mutes and some kicks today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Globies thought they would start getting cute because there wasn't any mods in the chat, so they thought they could pretend that asking about maps is a good evidence for a globe, which is really quite pathetic. If the Earth's not a globe, why do we have all these flat depictions of the Earth, huh?
Why can't I navigate with any of them for long distances?
You can't navigate shit, figured. You've not been out of your bedroom. Come on.
Nice.
Let's talk about reality here.
Why are flights in the
You
southern
don't have a
hemisphere now 3 times more expensive than flights in the northern hemisphere?
You don't have yeah, because you right, bro. You don't have curve. You don't have motion. You don't have gas pressure in a sphere in a vacuum. Just give it up. You already know. What you have is space cartoons and images from the government that you say you don't trust. So let's not mess about it.
Cyclone, he does have it in his mind. That's all that counts.
Yeah.
As long as it's in his mind, that's all they need.
Mind proof.
Don't need any evidence.
Way to not address the question. Do you even remember
It's a
what my
world.
question was?
He's in a psychological dilemma right now. Because he can see the evidence of him. He can see the evidence in front of him that he lives on a flat stationary plane. But as soon as he admits it, that the evidence is true, the globe in his mind is demolished, and he can't allow that to happen. So you have to live in a psychological dilemma, which is what he's doing.
Well, if we lived on a flat station
which
plane,
for some reason
wouldn't
results
flights in the
in
southern hemisphere be 3 times more expensive than flights in the northern hemisphere?
Yeah, if we lived on a globe, flight times to and from A and B, especially across the equator, would vastly differ to and from.
Why?
Because the Earth's spinning different ways underneath the plane, Dumbo.
Yeah, am I like maintaining the momentum that the Earth imparted upon me, or do we not believe in conservation momentum?
So you don't have. So there's nothing to.
What momentum
So you don't
would
have.
that be?
So you don't have Coriolis then, no.
Wait, what? Conservation of momentum isn't a thing?
Do you know what Coriolis is?
Yeah, I do, but that's not like orders of magnitude higher or lower. It's very slightly lower.
Yeah.
Like speeds.
Tell us the physics of the flat Earth. Like,
it's measured flat, mate.
No.
Latitude, mate. How do you think that's measured?
I think that's measured angles to Polaris, right?
Angles from Polaris using the sea level. Yes, correct. Welcome to flat Earth.
Using the
wow,
sea
that
level.
was interesting. So,
Read that last
I
week.
can calculate the height of Polaris on a flat Earth if there's a flat baseline and an angle.
We're using the star to work out the distance across the sea level.
So can I calculate the height to it, or?
Well, can you? Are you saying you can?
Yeah, it's a triangle, right? I have an angle.
Oh well.
And
Right. Well.
that
Okay. Then.
baseline angle,
Okay.
right?
Well, tell us. Okay, you're in the middle of the ocean. Give us the distance to Polaris above your head. Tell us how you do it.
All right. All I need is an angle of
Well, I'll tell
elevation
you
from
what.
the horizon.
Yeah, I'll even give you a bit of a start.
Are you
60
not
degree,
familiar with trigonometry?
60 degree angle to Polaris. How high is Polaris above your head, in your opinion?
Well, do you accept that the distance from Polaris to the 60 degrees latitude is a value? I don't know what it is. Like, is that a?
No, we're talking about celestial navigation. We're not talking. You're talking about the heights of stars, not me.
Yeah,
So,
you asked if I could do it.
So,
I'm saying, don't
so
do
here's
it.
a little quiz for you. You're on the ocean, 60 degrees to Polaris, 60 degrees. Tell me how high Polaris is in the sky.
Do you not understand that if you
It's
draw
just a
two
simple math,
triangles-
mate. You can do it, can't you?
Yeah, thanks
Well,
that
go
he
on then.
can. But the problem is that you don't get the
What's that
same
height
number each
of?
time.
Go on then. Make a claim about the
because
height
the
of
Earth is
Polaris.
cold.
Make a height claim of Polaris. Go.
Here you go. Do this. That's an observation experiment you can do with your flat Earth
This
friends.
is your claim
60
now.
degree.
You
60
say that you
degree.
can figure out how high Polaris is. Sorry, one deck.
Sorry, mate. Go on, you're all right.
I'm just saying, it's your claim now. We're saying that this is how it's done and showing you that this is how it's done. It's been done for centuries. And you're like, oh, but we can calculate the stars. Okay,
Yeah.
well, go ahead, do it then. Enjoy yourself. It's not
so if
what's
I have
done, and it's not what we're doing or what we're getting to. But now that we're on to what we're getting to, you're still on a flat Earth.
Yeah, so if I have a triangle, can I not do right angle trigonometry or right triangle trigonometry?
2D triangle, yeah.
All right, so then I should be able to calculate the height to Polaris then if it's triangle.
Okay, then. Okay. Let's go for it then. You're in a boat in the ocean. You've got a 60 degree elevation angle to Polaris. How high up is it?
Well, can we accept the distance from the person?
Let's work it out.
Hold on.
That's all you need. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get a reference for you.
No, you
just
don't
so we
need to
can
know
agree
anything
on
else.
something.
You don't need to know anything else, mate.
Okay, so I know that, but I'm trying to see if you know how I'm going to do it, right? So
No, I haven't got a clue. I want you to talk me through it. Talk me through it.
All right, 60 degrees latitude. That means I have a distance to the North Pole, correct?
You just carry on, mate. We just want the distance to the star. You're going to claim a distance to the star, aren't you?
Yes. Trying to explain.
One of my favorite quotes was, think what you want until it comes to matters of life and death. And then I forget what the rest of the quote was. But basically it means, and then just do the flat Earth fucking measurements, dude.
I'm trying to explain to you how you can do it, and you just keep on interrupting me or saying something about, like...
No, it doesn't matter. It's not what's done. You're making something out of something.
What he keeps doing is he keeps explaining and then asking us, is that right? We're not asking you to ask
I
us,
want
is it
you
right?
to agree on one thing.
No, we want you. You don't have to ask us questions in between your explanation of your claim. You've made a claim. Now we're asking you. You're in a boat in the ocean, right? So you're going to take an elevation angle to Polaris at 60 degrees. Yeah. Work out. Tell us what the height of Polaris is now. You don't have to ask us any questions. You said you can do it. Do it.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get you to agree on a distance from the North Pole to somebody on 60 degrees latitude. Can we agree on that?
Oh, look, he can't agree on that.
It's pathetic. Seriously pathetic. How can you think the Earth is flat when you can't even answer my question, man?
How can you make a claim of the height and you can measure it, but now you can't?
No, what do you mean I can't? I'm trying to get you to agree on something.
Nothing to do with me, Dumbo. It's nothing to do with me. It's your claim, Dumbo.
Actually. Yeah.
No. It's nothing to do with me, Dumbo.
Yeah, so if I have somebody 60 degrees latitude, there's a distance from the North Pole to that observer, right? We can get that
What do you
from
mean,
latitude,
North Pole?
right?
What do you mean, North Pole? We're talking about Polaris. What's the North Pole got to do?
Oh my god, yeah. Where do you think the Polaris is, above?
Which North Pole?
This is pathetic.
You're saying it's
No, which North Pole? There's like 4 or 5, bro.
You saying it's above a sphere? Above a pole?
No, I'm trying to steel man it on the flat Earth for you. I'm making no claims about anything right now. I'm just trying to
All
explain how
right,
dumb it
so
is.
far you're still on an elevation angle, which is from a 90 degree, and you're still on a flat part.
Yeah.
All right. So if it's flat, then I should be able to calculate the distance to it,
Okay,
right?
so now that you should be able to, go ahead and do it. And now we're going to say, oh, but that's not what's done because that doesn't have anything to fucking do with what's happening.
Yeah. You want to know why it's not done? Because it won't work on a flat Earth, Adam.
How did you get your elevation angle, mate?
It's not done
How did you get your
because
elevation
you're
angle?
using it as a reference,
can't
not
do
as
it
a
on a flat
freaking
Earth.
place you're going
So
to travel to, man.
that's why you've never heard this
You're
before.
going to go
Because none
touch
of your
the
flat Earth
stars? Go
priests
ahead.
have ever told you this.
You know what
None
an
of your-
elevation angle is, don't you? At sea level.
Yeah. So do you know what the North Pole is?
No.
North Pole.
You don't know what the North Pole is. Wow. How
No,
can I
no,
have a
no.
debate about Polaris when you don't even know what the North Pole is? This is absurd.
Well, educate me. Educate me.
Is that my job?
Well, you're asking me what something is. I said I didn't know, so you tell me. That's what you call a conversation, mate.
Yeah. Nice flat Earth measurements, but you can't even tell me where the North Pole is, bud.
All you've got so far are flat Earth measurements. Go on.
Yeah, so if I have flat Earth measurements, a right triangle, I should be
You
able to do
have. Go
trigonometry
on.
on it, right?
Yeah. So you got flat Earth measurements. You got a triangle, and you're trying to prove a curve. Carry on.
I'm not trying to even prove a curve. I'm trying to prove that Polaris would have to be in different places at the same time.
And
So
yet
you're
it's
saying Polaris? Sorry. So just tell it. Just do that again so we can record it. Polaris is at different places at the same time. Did you say?
No, I'm saying it would have to be if you were on a flat Earth.
How do you prove that? How can you verify that?
Look in the side chat, and you can do this experiment with your little
No,
flat Earth friends, bud.
I seen a talk, mate, live, face to face.
Yeah, do this experiment with your flat Earth friends, bud.
Experiment? What do you mean experiment? It's a measurement. It's not an experiment.
Ah, sorry, observation. I didn't mean to use. I know that
Yeah.
triggers you a lot.
No, we're talking about measurements, not observations. And you're claiming there's a height to Polaris that you can measure. So tell us all about that.
Yeah, so if I have a distance from the North Pole to an observer, which I can get from latitude.
But what you'll need, mate, is the distance between the GP of Polaris and yourself. How'd you get that?
This is the definition of latitude, man.
How did you get your baseline distance?
How did I? Because I know where the North Pole is, so I can just.
So okay, 60 degrees to Polaris. What's the distance between the GP and you?
Really, I thought it was a flat Earth measurement. You should know all about it.
That'll be the base of you.
You should know how to calculate this, right?
That'll be the base of your triangle that you're after. So how did you get the distance? How do you work out the distance?
So you're claiming flat Earth measurements when you don't even know how to calculate the distance to something.
No, I'm asking you to confirm your triangle baseline where you're and then you're gonna tell us how you get the height to Polaris. So 60 degrees GP of Polaris to you. What's the sea level distance between the GP and you? What's the distance?
All right, so Whitehorse, Canada, that's 60 degrees latitude. So we can just take the distance between there and the North Pole, or we could just figure out.
How did you measure it? How did you measure it?
How do I measure the distance?
How did you get the distance between the GP of Polaris and you at 60 degrees? What did you do?
This is hilarious. You don't even know how it works. You don't know how latitude. You retard. Oh my god.
So
yeah, nice.
So 1 degree.
No evidence. I'm not even going to say it just because
1 degree of latitude?
You're embarrassing yourself. You're
what's
embarrassing
1 degree
yourself.
of latitude? What's 1 degree of latitude?
Yourself.
How many miles is 1 degree?
You're embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, well, you've got a height to Polaris to give us yet. That it's took 15 minutes up to now that you can't give us that you said you could.
So trigonometry,
talking about
I've muted you trigonometry because you appear to be repeating yourself, and on the point of insult, bro, we're not going to tolerate that. If you can't have a normal conversation, just back out, dude. I'll unmute you. You can mute up your end, but if you just can't have a normal conversation, I'm going to have to mute you or kick you, bro. I don't want to do that. It's your choice, eh? I'll unmute you.
All right, so your claim is that we can't know the distance to anything, right? That's what you're claiming?
Never heard him claim that. I just got one quick question. Wouldn't it be a lot easier just to demonstrate the actual curvature that you think is there? It'd be a lot easier to look at the sky and doing math and all this other bullshit. Saying, show us the damn curvy wall. Thank you.
Here you go. Here's a bunch of distances from places. They're all the same distance if they're on the same latitude, by the way, which is what I was trying to get to, but didn't understand that apparently, that's how that works, whether you're on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. So, yeah.
Whatever you just posted is a demonstration of Earth's curvature.
Yeah, so nice red herring, Mr. Dave, but we're talking about Polaris right now.
It's a genuine question. Have you posted demonstrations of Earth's curvature?
Yeah, we're talking about Polaris, not about your red herring, man.
Well, I'll shut up. You guys like to say it. I'm just pointing
What's
that
the
out.
height of Polaris again, mate? What height is it, Polaris?
Depends on what the angle of elevation is.
So it changes height then?
Yep, if you're on a flat Earth, sure does.
So the angle the angle's not changing, it's the height of the star that's altering, you're saying?
Well, the angle changes, but the height changes as well because the angle is changing.
Okay, so what height is it at its highest, and what height is it at its lowest?
It's for you to figure out, man. That's why I'm giving you this demonstration.
How is it moving up and down?
Yeah, that's a good question. How is it moving up and down? Yeah, how can
Well,
something...
you're claiming it's moving up and down, not me.
You're claiming to live on a flat Earth, man. I'm not.
Yeah, I measure elevation angles to Polaris, and it requires a flat baseline. We're using the surface of Earth to do that. The Earth is flat, and it's measured like that.
Jeez, nice Nathan Oakley quote, man.
No, I wrote poems about this 5 years ago, mate, so don't worry about it.
One deck is mini Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, he is.
Do you realise, though, that even if he is mini Nathan Oakley, that doesn't refute the point? You guys are aware of that?
Yes.
Well, if he assumes a flat baseline at an angle, then why can't he do trigonometry? It's sad.
I'm not assuming it, mate. It's a fact of life.
It's just what it is, man.
All right,
Sorry.
so if there is a flat baseline at an angle, then how
There
is
is. There is. Yeah, it's not if. There just is.
Hey, that's what an elevation angle is, mate, from sea level.
Win the $5,000. Win the $5,000 that I offer.
Fuck yeah.
But it's free. It's free Bitcoin still going, isn't it? No one's claimed yet.
You'll probably need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah, you still got the David Weiss free Bitcoin challenge. Has no one won that yet? I mean, if there was free Bitcoins up for fucking grabs for proof of a globe, and I was a globe with proof, I'd have that free Bitcoin by now.
I don't even know. I don't even know
what you're
that.
up to. Yeah, go for it, mate. You can sign up for it. You can do it. You just got to watch a couple of videos, and then you can come on Nathan's show and prove that you live on a globe and you get free Bitcoin. Dead easy.
So one way or the other, you must be able to either win $5,000 or 3 Bitcoin. You have to be able to win one of them, right? So I'm going to try both and see which one I win.
It's just the fight. You get the $5,000 if you can demonstrate that the height of Polaris doesn't change based on changing in latitude. That's all I make. That's the only thing I'm asking for.
Does Oakley have the Bitcoin in escrow?
Definitely not. Don't be so silly, Todd Force. Why would he do that?
Well, one might just expect an honest actor to put things into escrow.
Bitcoin. He's got no intention of giving people Bitcoin.
No, Nathan Oakley
is at was it like $10,000 in escrow?
Yeah, he has 10,000 escrow. Just him. So you know the proper procedure for these type of challenges.
Someone should ask him that when he comes on next. Is it in escrow?
Well, you can if you want.
I'll be the independent third party to hold the Bitcoins for Nathan.
I'll be the independent third party to hold both. How about that?
My $5,000 and his Bitcoins.
Yes.
I accept. Actually, I accept.
I promise it will all be there when you come back to look for it.
I trust you, crypto.
Oh, thank you. And that's why you're King Glober.
Yes, sir.
No, that's not nuclear. You all know this.
Well, I think we should have a vote on who King Glober is. Because we're capable of doing a vote in the Discord, so let's just do that.
I think Ariel's King Glober. He's a aerospace
he's pretty
engineer.
good, to be fair. He's pretty good. Have you seen him talk about radar, Todd?
Yeah. He's also an aerospace engineer, which is pretty based.
Is he, or is he still a student?
He's about to be a full-fledged aerospace engineer. I should say that. He's got like one more semester left.
No, he's not an aerospace engineer, right?
Well, he engineers rockets already, so I would just consider that.
I would say Eratosthenes is King Glober.
Yeah.
Or
So do
Alberini.
I have some,
I know you guys love your age. You guys like to go back in time.
I could send you some stuff if you're interested, Tard Force. I did the same thing.
Why can't Brenda be King Glover?
Why can't there be many King Globers?
Good point. Brenda should be King Glover.
Well, it's kind of like being king of the pirates. There can only be one, dude.
Yeah, you're all individuals.
See, our idea of a King Glover is like the worst Glover possible, whereas flat earthers they want to put their best man forward. We just go, you know what? We don't need to worry about that. Matt Nuclear's King Glover.
Well, you can't put your best men because you've got no best men.
Scott Mackey's King Glover.
There's Spartacus. Listen to him.
I think King Flat Earther would be like, I don't know, Crit. In this room, anyway.
I think that Dallas Dave is King Flat Earther.
One vote for Oblate Flatzoid to be the court jester.
It's the commies, man. Isn't that what Dallas David always says? Or no?
I don't know. Do they all say some whack shit whenever I see them?
That's what anyone says who's paying attention.
So is Dallas David basically the Matt Nuclear of Flat Earthers?
Well, I know that one of them right now is on an arc where they're just talking about light only being able to work through water or whatever.
Who was the guy that kept on going on about water gas?
Oh, that's Dallas Dave or Jesus, whatever his name is. Or
that was Dallas David.
Yeah.
That was fun times.
Dude, my bees are loving these navels that are growing.
The Spurs Gizmos pressure doesn't exist tour was good as well.
Yeah, the scare tactics about the bees, anyone who keeps bees knows they were just tactics.
Well, even bees know that the earth is round.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Oh,
fat chance.
No, they've translated the wobble like 40 years ago. They understand bee math. They understand reference to the sun. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you not seen the bee movie?
No, dude, they've been tracking bee math for a while now. The bees use the sun as a reference for directions, and during the night when they're passing on directions for the morning flight, they understand that the sun would be located below them.
Is that a flat Earth measurement?
That is what the King Glober would say. The bees understand the sun is below them. The dying star is below the bees.
Is that a flat Earth bee measurement?
Yeah, Kubenite. Really
bees don't think the earth is flat.
He's really putting his fight up, asshole. This is great. Did you interview him and ask them? You were like, so Queen Bee.
He's the king of the bees.
The bees even understand the constant change in the angle of the sun over time, which is only demonstrable on a curved surface, not on a flat surface.
And the bee said, and so therefore the Earth's a globe.
No, we're even talking about how a creature as insignificant with as small of a brain as a bee understands that concept.
Well, you've got a tiny brain. I wouldn't say you're insignificant.
Have you seen a bee? You step on them probably without even realizing.
Oh, yeah. You step on bees. When you step on a bee, that's when they sting you, genius.
Not if you're wearing a shoe.
So if you stepped on a bee and you didn't realize it, how do you know you've stepped on a bee?
No, when
when you circle back.
When you step on bees, that's when they tell you that the Earth is a globe.
You guys have found an.
Yeah. I don't think it's a level of desperation. I think it's just a level of understanding. Because bees are really
inflection. Your upward inflection shows you
you're
have
still
very
caught
little
on about that.
understanding.
That's just a speech pattern that people have, dude. I'm sorry that you're so thrown off by it.
Not thrown off by it.
You are, because you bring it up every time I come in here, dude. You must be like really insecure about it.
Dude, I was talking first, man. Come on.
Sorry, my fault.
Imagine claiming that the Earth must be a globe because bees. Come on, dude. You got to do
That's
better.
not my claim at all. I'm just saying that I'm saying that even bees understand it.
No, you said
and they utilize it in their directions.
No, you said that bees know. No, you said that bees know that the sun is below the Earth when it's nighttime.
I think he said it the other way around. I think he said bees are because globe. Bees are because globe.
Yes.
No, we heard him.
I said that.
Bees being
I said that even. I said that even bees know that the sun is below them at night, and that's why they tell each other in regards to the directions utilizing the sun's position.
Yeah.
So they know it's dark. They know it's dark.
No, they know the sun is below them.
Real. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Oh, that just sounds like incredulity to me. But you're free to research it on your own.
But do you know what credulity is?
Yeah, it's your inability to really understand something, so you hand wave it away.
No,
personal incredulity.
That's incredulity. Do you know what credulity is?
I said incredulity. That's the word I was using.
Cool. Do you know what credulity is?
No. Can you define it for me?
So it's the opposite of incredulity.
Well, that's what I would figure.
Where you are too willing to believe something.
Okay. Well, I'm not telling you to believe it. You got access to the internet. You can read up about bees and directions that they give.
It's about you. So credulity, which is the opposite of incredulity, is the willingness to believe something without properly analyzing it skeptically. So if you could accuse me of incredulity, I can just accuse you of credulity, and no one gets anywhere.
Sure. So I can just take a look at the research and look at methodologies and look at patterns that bees share when the sun is out, and look at recorded patterns that bees communicate whenever the sun is not out, and how they still utilize placements of the sun in reference to a 3D model.
Not under them.
Yeah, no, they would be under them.
Regardless, regardless, just going the incredulity is empty. It's hollow. It's nonsense. It's gaslighting.
Negatory, Ghost Rider, because you're literally just saying, "Oh, that doesn't make sense. That can't be true." Something along those lines.
I haven't said any of that.
No, you said things along those lines, though. You just said, "Oh, it sounds stupid."
The Earth is a globe is desperate.
No, that's not what my point was. But thanks for strawmanning. I said that even bees understand that the Earth is round, and that's why they utilize it in their math and their directions that they give.
Their math. The bees are doing math.
The bees are doing math.
Yeah, they can do calculus. That's wild.
Yeah, man, you're sounding dumb as fuck now. And even global.
It's not a bee calculator.
Yeah, bees do math.
I'm gonna ask a bee the root of 9 the next time I speak to it. We'll see what happens.
Maybe not be able to do that, but they can calculate angles and directions and distance. Really cool stuff.
And they can
bees are very cool.
And they can communicate that to other bees.
Yeah, they can communicate that to other bees.
It's
quite fascinating.
How do we know that they're actually conversing math? Like, do we know their language? That's wild.
Yeah, it's called Wobble, and we've translated it pretty well.
He told us to Google it.
We can speak bee now. That's crazy.
Yeah, we've been studying bees for hundreds of years.
Now that I believe.
Any globe proof?
And they've done this through a long, drawn-out, well-documented cases of putting out things like sugar water and different flower fields and water sources, pollen sources.
Maybe put out an abacus for them.
And recording how they communicate the locations of said resources to other bees, and establishing patterns of communication, and then using that to break down the wobble, which is what we call their little dance that they do to communicate information to each other.
Dude.
Psychological dialect.
We've got a David Attenborough who's been suffered a head injury.
Hey, David Attenborough told me that the global sea levels are rising.
Well, that seems to be what the evidence shows.
Horizontal's curved one back. Did he tell you one horizontal's curved?
Global sea levels?
Yeah. Global sea levels do seem to be rising.
The earth is flat.
The global sea levels are rising.
Wake up. Good shape.
I think global sea levels are rising.
The word level.
You mean sea levels are rising?
Yeah, Tard Force, the point of this was 10 years ago, they had everyone convinced that we'd be eating gruel.
I mean, we kind of are eating gruel. Have you seen what goes into making a Big Mac?
You may be eating gruel. I'm not. Speak for yourself. What, are you writing a book? My point was they had us, make it a mystery. They had us convinced that the bees were doomed. Now you're telling us how smart they are and they're doing math?
Yeah, they're smart. They're also getting wiped out in America.
No shit. Oh, bullshit, dude.
That's how smart they are, bro. They know math, but they sure.
What, are there no trees left in America either?
Not smart enough to fucking get out of the way.
Get out of your house, guy.
No, but American foul brood is wiping out Italian bee populations, along with varroa mites and the such.
You believe all the bullshit, don't you?
No, I just take a look at numbers that are reported on bees.
Numbers?
Because, I have hives. I'll go show you my hives.
Perhaps they're cherry-picked?
Cherry-picked? I don't think so.
Well, obviously not.
Yeah.
It's clear that you're wrapped up in the doomsday story. We're going to be eating gruel. We're already eating gruel.
Are you familiar with what American foul brood is, or no? Do I need to explain it to you?
I'm assuming, Old Hoss, that you're a Christian because you're a flat earther or something, so you believe in a doomsday story too, right?
Oh, they're not going to answer that question. You'll have a better time pulling teeth from a donkey. But at the end of the day, I was asking him if he's familiar with what American foul brood is. Or colony collapse syndrome.
You've got to believe.
People don't realize that all the bees that we utilize here are not native to America. They're native to Europe. That's why they're called Italian honeybees. And a lot of the shit that's wiping them out now is just new world diseases that the bees are not able to tolerate, which is why varroa mites are so devastating to Italian honeybee populations. That's why Manchester. I mean, I'm not familiar with them. I've only ever worked with Italians and like crossbreeds of Italians. That's kind of the industry standard is Italian honeybees.
You're crossbreeding Italians now? What the hell's going on?
Yeah,
you're crossbreeding bees and you're eating gruel.
Yeah, so Italian honeybees have a lower rate of intergrooming, so they don't like clean each other very much, which is why varroa mites are so devastating to them because they're not picking at each other, and the bees can't really clean their own backs, and so they're implementing interbreeding with other bee colonies that are native here to America that have a higher rate of intergrooming to get them to clean each other more, and thus knocking off varroa mites, and thus lowering.
That honey.
Okay, so we're not going to be eating gruel.
Isn't like the New Zealand like bee honey? Is that some sort of like you get a lot of nutrition out of that honey, don't you?
Soylent Green.
I remember.
No, they haven't sunk the soil green yet, but no, they're getting
I'm
there.
gonna ask you again, and maybe you'll answer this. Are you familiar with what American foul brood is?
Well, I had it on mute. No, I'm not. I'd have to get out my flashcards. I've had a beehive
I'm not.
before. I've battled
I've never heard of it, mate.
infestors to the hive.
If you could explain it to me, I'd be grateful.
Yeah, so American foul brood is
I'm not a beekeeping expert.
Well, I'm currently working on becoming a registered apiarist with the state of Texas. So
that's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
I would like to become a registered beekeeper as well.
So American foul brood is it's a bacteria
Dude, I heard the whole thing.
Well, I'm explaining to the one guy that asked. Nothing. The world doesn't revolve around you. All right, it revolves around the sun, which revolves around the center of the galaxy. But anyways, so American foul brood, it's a disease that's native to America, which is why they call it American foul brood.
Hold on. How did you get from a beehive to the center of the galaxy? Connect that.
I was making a quick joke, but clearly that went over your head.
You're not funny.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer the guy's question if that's okay with you. If I can have your blessing.
Oh. Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to bring this back to how you know that the bees are above the dying star.
Okay. Anyways, to answer the guy's question.
We know that every time a fruit box comes in you can see the insects at the store that are being brought in. I mean, what's going on?
Anyways, like I was saying,
my point was within your outer space center of the galaxy nonsense narrative, they had everyone convinced that we would be eating gruel by now.
Well, if you paid attention to any kind of labeling, you would realize that
now you're telling us the bees are adapting.
Well, like I was trying to say, I'll explain it to the one guy. Maybe I won't get cut off this time. American foul brood it's a native disease amongst like American bees. That they've all kind of have like their own level of resistance to, which Italians have no resistance to. And it pretty much liquefies the pupa and leads to a really unhealthy hives and like lower numbers because the pupa just become liquefied. And there's no way to treat it. And the what's we call it? Not the FDA. I think it's the only real way to treat American foul brood is to just burn the entire hive to the ground to prevent it from spreading to other hives. And so when one hive in an area gets it, typically it spreads to the other ones because they are very social in how they visit with each other. And the drones will go back and forth between hives, thus carrying the disease, which is why it's so devastating, especially right now, to America's Italian honeybee numbers, which is the primary species of bee that we use.
Is this from the bee, or are the bees getting the disease from something else?
No, the disease. So like all your carpenter bees and like Native American honeybees, like they all. It's kind of like the common cold of modern bees. It's kind of like how I would describe, I guess, like a form of smallpox. You know how Europe developed resistances to smallpox and they brought it over to the natives and they were completely wiped out because they never experienced it before.
Oh, dude, stop with your listen.
I mean, how would you check a bee for that?
Stop with the smallpox blankets bullshit.
I didn't bring up any kind of smallpox blanket bullshit.
Well, how do you know that? See, my point was bringing up whatever someone said about the bees knowing the sun is beneath them within your narrative of this global crisis. The bees were going bye-bye. Anyone who's been outside knows the bees aren't going bye-bye. I understand you seem to know a lot about bees, and I think that's...
That is not true. That is just not true. That is not true. So it is the beekeepers...
I think it's great that you're a beekeeper.
Hang on. It is the beekeepers that are...
I wasn't talking to you, dude.
Hang on. It is the beekeepers that are keeping the bees alive. They are producing 10 times more queens than they have in the past right now.
You don't need beekeepers, mate. You don't need beekeepers.
You guys even if what you say is true, right? Like the bees aren't
all right, Jekyll. How you
going
doing,
bye. It's like that populations of animals ebbs and flows based on environmental and for instance, if there's more predators, right? It ebbs and flows based on that as well, right? It's not like bees are always going to be around and always have been around. in the same populations.
Okay, well, tell the other guy
like
who thinks we're eating gruel that. Tell him to walk back from the ledge. The guy who's the beekeeper should know that we're not going to be eating gruel anytime soon.
I feel like we should rename him to Yakubi Knight.
Have you seen Yakub's beehive? Have you seen his beehive?
A friend of mine had a really the doctors couldn't even explain what it was, this rash all over her body. Yeah, it wasn't eczema or psoriasis or anything like that, but it was really all over the face and her leg. And anyway, she tried different things. In the end, she just smeared honey on her body, and within about 2 weeks, it cleared up.
Are you Wondek? Are you into like
Don't get sexual.
The whole thing where you just like you have like scented candles and you get rid of all your ailments by just
medicine.
being zen.
No, this was a friend of mine. I said it was a friend of mine who tried a lot of.
Honey might have actually done that, but I feel like your angle isn't to say like there's other ways you can treat rashes. It's to say, sort of like disparage medicine.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I have had pharmaceutical like sort of painkillers in the past when I've had bad injuries. I've had like painkillers and stuff, but I tend to. I'm very rarely ill, to tell you the truth. So I don't really. I've not had much medication or reason to have medication. I tend to keep my diet quite good, as far as I'm concerned. I eat, nice good foods. Fruits, vegetables. I do like a bit of lemon. I have a lot of lemon water with ginger.
Is lemon horizontal and level?
Depends which way you put the knife into the lemon to cut it, mate.
Lemon is always curved, and it has a rate of curvature that the earth doesn't have.
It's a bit of an oblique lemanoid, mate.
Yeah, it's an oblique citrusoid.
It's a citrusoid lemanoid with no actual real radius, but it looks round.
The thing about lemons, though, is that you can measure the curve.
Yeah. So you can't beat a bit of lemon to keep your alkaline levels up. I like eating high alkaline foods like peppers, portobello mushrooms, walnuts, and the higher alkaline is a good indication that if you've got a high alkaline level, you very rarely get ill or suffer with a common cold or stuff like that. So the higher the alkaline, the better. So I tend to try and eat high alkaline foods.
Hey,
but yeah, Jekyll. I mean, I've got nothing wrong with a scented. I do like a bit of a scented candle now and again. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, is it?
Does your girlfriend know you're gay?
Bit of an instant dick. No, my boyfriend does though.
Very good, very good.
Hey, Tard Force, I'm not trying to shit on your beekeeping enthusiasm. I mean, I'm enthusiastic as well. I don't have the expertise you do, but to parlay the majestic nature of a bee into somehow getting back to this water ball, that's pretty weak. And then I don't know. And I think this whole the whole thing, you bringing up smallpox blankets. Maybe I'm breaking up, but
I didn't bring up smallpox blankets.
Yeah, the smallpox blankets that you were talking about, the Europeans bringing over.
I didn't bring up any smallpox.
He just mentioned smallpox.
Yeah,
you didn't say anything about blankets.
My point is, anyways, I think it might demonstrate how embedded this whole mainstream superficial myth that you're riding the wave of.
I didn't bring up any blankets.
Yeah, Tard Force.
He really wants to talk about Native American
common cold, and then he goes, "No, it's like smallpox."
Yeah. Well, we understand that smallpox and other New World diseases wiped out.
Yeah, well, stop that. Stop acting like that narrative is something that you know is legit. Anyways, maybe I can meet you in keeping form sometime because, I've struggled with keeping wasps and whatever mites out of a hive. But, I've never done it on a grand scale. I've seen bee boxes on a grand scale, but yeah, I'm not shitting on that. I'd like to meet you in a beekeeping forum sometime, but yeah, I don't know, to wrap up the smallpox, bees, and outer space thing, maybe that should raise a red flag. I don't know.
I must have missed the original claim about the bee situation with the globe. I don't know what that was all about, but he needs to behave himself.
He said that bees know the sun is beneath them.
Oh, how does he know that? What the bees know?
Yeah, they're math.
Yeah, we've
doing math.
They were doing algebra.
when they communicate directions to each other. Yeah, when they they actually use trigonometry, but when they describe the location of the sun in reference to the directions, whenever they are passing on locations of resources to other bees during the night, they will describe the sun as being below them in regards to which angle to travel.
Oh, yeah, dude.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, we've broken down the
have an
wobble
equatorial
like
amount
decades
now.
ago.
Is that what you're saying?
So bees know the Earth is flat, basically.
At the very least, they know that the sun goes below them.
And how do you know this? Have you spoke to a bee lately?
Yeah, we've listened to we've broken down their wobble. We understand their language.
Right.
Oh my lord.
I know how to talk to bees. That's easy.
And what about wasps?
I don't speak to wasps. I stay clear of their neighborhoods.
I remember when I was very young, I climbed a tree. I was out with mum and dad at a restaurant. I was only dead young. I met some people out there climbing a tree around the back. It was in like a beer garden type of scenario. And my parents were with some friends having a drink, and I met these guys, the little people like me, climbing a tree. And I disturbed a wasp's nest, and the wasps were all over me. I think I had something like 147 stings I had.
Holy crap.
I fell out the tree, and because all these wasps were on me.
Oh, see, I got.
We're not talking about
Jeez.
No, listen, this guy.
I want to hear it. This is great.
My parents were around the corner. This guy jumps out of his chair to come and help me, right? And my dad must have heard me screaming. And he's come round the corner and seen this guy. I'm on the floor, and this guy, and I'm screaming. What did my dad do? He fucking punches the guy.
Oh, Lord. This is great.
Thought the guy was having a go at me. And I'm screaming, like he's attacking me or something. Anyway, I had to go to hospital, and so I got stung that day, mate.
Anaphylactic shock or some shit.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, mate, the wasps were in my mouth. I had stings on my tongue, inside my mouth.
All right, I got a wasp story. We had they're called white-faced hornets. I think they're white-faced hornets. They used to make nests. They still do in Maryland. And me and my buddy thought it was a good idea to. We had like a little toy bow and arrow, and I took one of these M80s that my grandfather sent me from these. They're government made. They're made to throw in fields before you cut the hay, so that all the snakes and rabbits run out, so you don't cut the rabbits and snakes up in your hay. So I taped one of these to a freaking toy arrow, and I shot it perfect, like right up in the bottom of the hornet's hole, and it blew apart. And friggin' we were running, and my buddy got stung like 3 or 4 times. I didn't get stung at all, but it was a pretty good story though, man. Like my sister stepped on a hive one time. She got stung like 80 times. Crazy.
People have had things in that.
Sorry.
I took a flamethrower to a hive that lit me up when I was mowing the lawn.
Flamethrower.
Yeah, dude, fuck
God.
those motherfuckers. Those paper wasps. They came down from the tree, fucking stung me like 8 times. I came back with a bee suit and a flamethrower, and I took care of them.
How many people here? How many people here are bee earthers?
Bee earthers. Bee earthers. I'm a bee earther. Sure, I'm a bee earther. Yeah, I like bees.
I thought you were a coffee earther.
I'm a coffee earther too. But if you, dude, I I don't know. I was shot by a black, so I really don't know if I'm into the bees. I'm kidding, man. I was shot by a black, but I'm fine with the blacks.
What?
You said bees. You said the bees. Are you into bees? A lot of people call blacks bees.
What?
First time I heard it.
Yeah, cut the shit.
Big dick bees?
Wait, Craig, are you saying for me?
It was a joke. It's a joke. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we try not to go real degenerate here. Okay, you got all the other channels, you can be like full
How is that my
blown.
fault? What do you mean?
Why you, dude? Like, I'm trying to explain what's going on here. Who said anything about fault? Why would you suddenly just add a word, my fault, and then? Did I say?
Cut the shit. Does that implies like?
I
guilt.
said cut the shit. Does that mean you?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, well the shoe fits, wear it, homie.
Yeah. Love fits, man.
Yeah, race, politics, gender, these issues are not flat earth related. The only way you can really connect them is to say that these are identities, and flat earth could be an identity also. And then be like, okay, well sure, well flat earthers have a wide swath of the population. You're like, there are black people in flat earth. So being really kind of bigoted and saying these cringe shit makes an unsafe space.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about that.
Yeah, I didn't say you did. Why do you keep piping up? Like, what?
He was talking about me. I apologize. That was
All the other channels you can go into this, like, you know, that there is the idea on the globe side about miscegenation and anti-miscegenation and race realism and race science. That stuff is not welcome here. That is considered the same level of pseudo science that got people onto the globe to begin with. All people are created equal. You're going to have strengths and weaknesses, and when you hash it all out, it's going to be about balanced.
So did you say it's going to be about balance?
Yeah, funny.
No, don't. Yeah, one deck. Seriously, dude. You're already on thin ice, dude. No, I'm just joking. I just want to see what you say. The same time tomorrow, remember.
You've got to believe.
The other thing, too, remember, we are broadcasting on YouTube, so all YouTube TOS applies for this channel. Discord TOS, YouTube TOS, and all server rules and guidelines.
To be flat Earth or not to be flat Earth, that is the question. So let's bring it back down to Earth, and
let's keep it leveled.
Keep it leveled, keep it straight. Let's just level with each other. Broaden our horizons. I'm just looking out. I'm just sat at home at the moment, looking out my window at the trees, and just so still. No movement, just nice and relaxed. There's no indication that I'm living on a globe that's spinning.
Do you understand what motion?
Sure, there is. There's lots of evidence.
I need to see this evidence.
Do you understand what motion is relative means?
No, he doesn't understand that.
Would you allow me to explain it to you?
Yeah.
So, if you have a huge amount of space, it doesn't matter how fast you're going, it's going to seem like you're not going that fast.
Okay.
I mean, that's what motion is relative means. If you have a small amount of space, like if you're on a highway or something, and you're in a car and you're driving down a highway, 70 miles an hour is going to feel really fast. But if you have a huge amount of space with no reference points, then like in an airplane, then you're not going to notice the speed, and your body doesn't have the ability to feel that speed.
Right. So how big is the globe?
I mean, everybody's been saying 3959 circumference in miles.
And how fast is it spinning?
That's radius.
It's spinning at 20. It's spinning at 360 degrees every 24 hours.
Oh, and how do you measure that? How's it measured?
I mean, there's mountains of ways to measure it. You can measure the movement of the sun to measure the rotation of the planet.
So you're not measuring the Earth, then you're just looking at something in the sky using angle measurements.
Why is that not measuring the Earth?
Because you're measuring the angle of the sun?
No, I'm measuring the rotation of the planet.
No, you're measuring the angle of the sun in reference to the horizontal plane of the Earth.
In reference to, because everything is relative. So yes, you have to measure one thing in reference to another. Always, you have to. It's unavoidable. So yes, I'm measuring the sun that we know is not moving relative to the Earth, to the rotation of the Earth, and using that to measure the rotation of the Earth.
How do you differentiate which one is moving?
According to
We
your
can use
logic,
accelerometers for that. That's a good way of doing it.
according to your logic, though, if you were on the sun, you would have to conclude the sun was moving and not the Earth.
Well, the sun is rotating too.
Yeah, but you're making an argument that the Earth is rotating because the sun appears to move, and that that's relative, correct?
Well, everything is relative.
Exactly. So if you were on the sun, it would be the opposite.
No, because when you were on the sun, when you're on the sun, you'd be able to see the motion of the Earth through its orbit.
Yeah, but we could. You're just saying, like, in reverse. What we're saying is, obviously, the sun is appearing to move, and we're stationary.
Well, except you can't do that because the angular size of the sun never changes.
But we can always measure the angle of the sun on a horizontal plane. How do you measure Earth's spin?
It's irrelevant. There's no horizontal plane. I don't understand what that means.
It's not irrelevant. I mean, somebody's obviously measured Earth's spin. Who measured it?
I've done it personally. You can do it
And
personally.
what did you use? What instruments?
My cell phone.
Right. Okay, then that's great. So talk us through how you measure Earth's spin using a cell phone.
So you use the accelerometer and the suite of sensors in your cell phone, and it measures you can measure the rotation of the planet. You can measure the movement of the planet through the solar system in its orbit, and you can measure gravity with your cell phone.
Okay, so before cell phones, how was that done?
Lots of ways. We've had laser interferometers for decades.
I mean, when was it first noted, the speed of Earth?
How the fuck
What year?
I don't care. Why should I care? What difference does that make?
No, I'm interested in the history of the Earth and our life.
Then you should absolutely go do that research yourself. I don't care.
Well, I have done it, and I didn't come to any sort of really solid conclusion or evidence
Oh, well,
that
then you got
anybody's
bad
measured.
sources. You got really bad sources. Then you should update your sources with better sources.
Have you got any recommendations who I should use, please?
Well, I mean, I don't want to take away from your research. You should do the research yourself and find better sources. You need to figure out how to find better sources. Do you know how to find good sources, reliable sources? Do you know how to find a reliable source?
Would you say Google's a good source?
No, Google's not a source. Google is a collection of places where you can find sources.
Okay, about AI?
No, AI is unreliable as all fuck. Never use AI as a source.
Okay, so any good authors or books you could recommend?
No, that's a horrible place to go.
So where else?
Anybody can write a book. You should go to physics. Go to physics. Physics is a pretty reliable source.
So it's about the physical reality where we live, yeah?
That's what physics measures, yeah.
Yeah. So has anybody observed the Earth moving?
Yeah.
Is this physics or astrophysics you're talking about?
Have you ever observed the Earth moving?
Yeah.
Donald, which one are you talking about? Physics or astrophysics?
Physics. Again, physics.
No, I mean, dude, you're screaming and your mic, maybe it's me, but you scream and your mic purposely mutes so you don't come off like a spaz, okay? Just talk normal, functionally normal, okay?
Stop making me repeat myself then.
Because I'm not hearing you. Okay, you didn't sound. You sound like you the first time, like you made a weird noise. The second time,
just physics.
Just physics.
All you
Okay?
need is physics.
Yeah, from the Earth, Earth-based physics, you do not use curve or rotation. That's a flat Earth methodology.
I've personally measured the curvature of the planet, just so you know.
With physics? Well, how? Well, show me that physics you did where it had the curve of the Earth baked into it.
Right. So what you do is you get two people at different.
You're very low, mate. Are you spinning too? I think he's
Is his
spinning
mic
too
low,
fast.
or is he just? It sounds like he's screaming.
I've
His
got
mic's
it.
up.
I'm not screaming.
I've got
One
it.
person says I'm screaming. One person says they can't hear me because I'm so low. Which is it? Pick.
It sounds like you're yelling so much that your mic is not picking you.
It sounds better when you're shouting and you're angry and you're triggered.
One deck. I think I've worked it out. Donald's thinks that good sources are any source that agrees with him. So all you need to do.
No, I never said that. That's a lie. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying.
All you have to do on deck is find out what Donald thinks, and then just go to the sources that agree with him, and then you have a good source.
Well, I've tried
so
Google.
Not AI, I guess, because he said
tried
AI.
Libraries are no good.
Well, if you go to NASA, they cite God, so you can't use NASA according to Donald's worldview.
He said that he measured the curve of the Earth. Let's
So I personally measured the curvature of the Earth. Unless you go.
Yeah, but the Earth's not curved, though, is it?
Wait, hold on. Is this where your friend and you?
Can you measure something that does not exist?
Is this where your friend and you did some calculations of triangles based on the sun?
No, we did a measurement, and then we solved for the triangles. Can you measure something that does not exist?
No.
No, you cannot measure something that does not exist. So when I took a measurement of the surface of the planet and it came up curved, that exists.
Could you provide the?
How did you do that?
There's no way you did that, mate, because it's not curved.
Yeah, but
I did.
How did you get the planet though? Too. So if you measure the surface being curved, that makes it a planet. So is a baseball or basketball also
You think
a planet?
the Earth is not a planet?
Oh, this
Doesn't
again.
matter. How did he do it?
Go on, tell us how you did it. Give the game away. Shock us all.
So I was trying to do that. I was trying to do that when I was very rudely interrupted. So
I'll tell you what I'll do, mate. I'm going to put we can get a contract. 1,000.
Can he just talk about his measurement?
Just post the data. How about that? Just post the data, and we'll go.
I just want to know how. I just don't want people to interrupt him. I just want him to talk.
So take a measurement to the sun on a solstice day, like say we did it on the winter solstice. So from two different latitudes at the same longitude, and get a measurement of the angle to the sun, you can plot that on a surface, and it'll tell you what the shape of the surface is. If you do it on a flat surface and you plot the position of the sun, you get two different positions for the sun at the same time. If you do it on a curved surface, you get one position for the sun at the same time for the two different measurements. Now, once you've done that, and you know what the ground position of the sun is, because we did it at local noon, so we know exactly where the sun was on local noon on the winter solstice. And because you know that, you can solve for the triangles, and you can get the surface of the Earth, and you can get the measurement of the circumference of the Earth.
That doesn't make sense.
Why? What doesn't make sense?
Well, because I don't know how you've got a flat baseline to measure from, but it would make a lot more sense.
I don't need a flat baseline.
You talk about triangles. You're talking about triangles now. But it would make a lot more sense.
Why do you think I need a flat baseline?
I waited for you to finish, and now you can't help it interrupt me. It's really annoying.
You said something silly. I'm sorry, you said something silly.
Well, fine, then I'll just fucking interrupt you every time you talk, because I think everything you say is silly. How about that?
Well, I needed clarity.
No, you just need to interrupt.
No, I needed clarity.
No, you need to interrupt.
Why do you think I need a flat baseline?
So anyway, as I was saying, it would make a lot more sense if the surface was flat and we had some sort of curving effect in the sky, such as the celestial sphere,
You're
which is
breaking
where
up, man.
Latin
You're roboting.
derived from in the first place. So once you're on, you would get two positions.
I didn't want to interrupt to tell him that he was roboting.
Did you document your measurement of the Earth's curve, by the way?
Well, I mean, yes, but all of my shit was stolen a few years ago, so I don't have it anymore.
Oh, okay.
His dog did his homework.
No,
this is what he said before.
My
too.
house was robbed, Dick.
That sucks. Sorry.
Houses are burglarized.
It was like it broke in. They broke in. They stole just all his proof for the globe, and then they
They
left.
stole everything I fucking had, Dick. They took everything I had, Dick.
Couple flat earthers broke in and took your shit, eh?
They used the time machine because they knew at some point Donald was going to get on this flat Earth topic because he deemed it a conspiracy.
Why did they steal my water heater? Why'd they steal my water heater then?
I sympathize, man. I'm sorry. That truly sucks, man. We gotta be sympathetic to getting robbed.
In my kitchen cabinets.
They stole
why
your
would
water
they steal this
heater. I just can't imagine like walking down the street like carrying a water heater. Like what you guys doing?
They
Who would want your nasty ass water heater, dude? Your nasty.
They drove a van up to my house. They drove a van up to my house. They didn't carry anything down the street.
And what did the neighbors say? They just saw you like.
They called the cops.
And the cops were like, "Hey, he's gonna be against flat Earth someday."
No, flat Earth didn't really exist in a meaningful way back then.
Dude, flat Earth has always existed.
Well, no, it's come in spurts. There was the Robotham debacle, and then there was a couple of instances since then when it's happened. But it's a very recent thing since like 2000, I don't know, 11 or 2005. Was it 2005, 2006, something like that?
They stole the water heater because water measures flat. They didn't want to know.
It's always curved.
Dude, water heaters are like not worth very much in the secondary market. I think you're full of shit. There's not really a lot of copper or usable metals in there either.
Well, what if a guy needs a water heater?
Then you just buy a water heater, like.
Or you can just steal it from somebody else and not have to worry about paying for it.
Yeah, because it's full of water. A water heater is full of water, dude.
So?
And the used one is full of nasty ass shit.
Do you understand how to drain a water heater? Do you understand how to drain a water heater?
So they had time to drain your water heater, disassemble
Yeah, they had all
it.
fucking day. I didn't live there anymore. We were moving. I was moving to a new house, and I didn't live there anymore, so they had all fucking day.
And
while I was at work.
And your neighbors called the cops, and the cops said, don't worry about it.
They just didn't come. They didn't say anything. They just didn't come.
They must have been in on it.
No, they weren't in on it. I'm on a border of 3 different cities in that area, and they didn't care. They just gave it to a different city who gave it to a different city who didn't worry about it. Fell through the cracks. It happens.
So are you telling us that the case was never solved? You didn't prosecute the burglar? That's sad, man.
There was nobody was ever caught. Nothing ever happened. No. Why are we talking about my house getting robbed anyway?
Wait,
because the story is fucking even more hilarious than the globe.
Hold on. So
I couldn't care less what you believe about my house getting robbed. It happened,
Donnie,
and you can fuck off.
Donnie, so that means that the burglars have your curve measurements?
If it actually happened, my sympathies, but it is a bit of a.
Maybe we should find
burglarized, not robbed.
Maybe we should find those burglars because they have the curve measurements.
They have all of my shit. Well, they did 22 years ago. I doubt they have it now.
The pawn shop's got all your shit.
What was the exact?
I don't think most of my shit was worth pawning.
Oh.
And chances are, it was probably for the better because the burglars probably read through your stuff and realized how much.
Not for the better. That was all of my shit. They took all of my shit. I liked my shit. Don't you like your shit? I like my shit.
Were you trying to get on an episode of Hoarders?
Can I make my joke?
I also like my shit.
The joke was it's probably for the better because they saw through your bullshit and your measurements, and they turned to flat Earth. So
they saved you. They saved you from a lifelong embarrassment.
It was just a stack of boxes, dude. They stole a stack of boxes. with all of my shit in it.
I'm kidding.
I was moving from one place to another.
22 years ago.
Also, this is fucking ridiculous, so I'm just gonna go away from it.
Okay.
Yeah, Donald, see if your house getting burglarized is the most traumatic experience you've encountered, you've lived a charmed existence.
Not even close. Not even fucking close. Just
Okay,
so you know.
we move on. Yes, we all agree it sucks. They stole your shit.
I think the worst part was they took his chewy Chips Ahoy.
It's almost as ridiculous as the globe, but I don't know. I think the globe's a little more ridiculous.
He had half a box of Twinkies and some chewy Chips Ahoy that they got off with. Still hasn't come back from that.
I missed it. What did any of this have to do with the globe measurements that he got?
Because that's his proof of the globe was.
I got stolen.
Yeah.
Yeah. The burglars broke into his home and stole his globe earth proof.
The telemetry data went missing and all that sort of stuff.
His most precious possession that he had, aside to his used water heater.
Chocolate covered graham crackers.
I can't believe they stole a water heater. That's freaking insane.
I was trying to imagine the head honcho burglar going, "Okay, guys, let's get the water heater."
That's the only thing worse than that's like stealing your toilet. You know.
I mean, one would assume that the experiment or the observation couldn't be all that difficult to replicate, right? Donald, have you considered redoing it, or was it that arduous to do?
Maybe his friend that he did the measurements with, like, he fell out.
Stolen?
Yeah. Some other people stole that friendship. It was in the box as one of the like a certificate of friendship in the box, and once it was stolen, that was it.
Still talking about me?
Is it your did you have a friendship bracelet or something that got what happened?
What do you mean what happened?
Because you had you and your buddy, and you had you, your buddy, and the Earth, and all those things remain, but yet somehow these measurements have never resurfaced.
Yeah, the question was the process to actually do the observation of the measurement all that arduous that you hadn't considered redoing it?
I don't need to redo it. I already did it.
Well, I mean, it doesn't count as evidence to show anybody anymore because you don't have it. So the thought was, oh, well, if it's so important and it's so accurate.
Just because I don't have the numbers written down doesn't invalidate the measurement.
I don't.
Triangles invalidates the measurement.
I believe that you. I mean, I'm sure we all here. I won't speak for everybody, but
I were able to do the calculations in my brain without any paper. Would that invalidate the measurement?
I believe that you believe it. Right. My point is, in terms of presenting it to somebody, right? If you don't have the evidence anymore,
are you able to measure something that does not exist? Is it possible to measure something that does not exist?
No.
Can I finish my statement?
No,
right?
You can't.
Okay. Well, then
that does not exist.
That wasn't my point. My point was you did the measurement, you got out of it what you got, and that's great. But in terms of cold hard fact, evidence to present to somebody, that's no longer the case. So if it was so important, or if it's important that you do that, right? You would think that you would redo the measurement and have the evidence again, right? So my question was: it all that difficult? Was it all that difficult to do that you decide not to?
Would it be possible for me to ask you a quick question? If every bit of human knowledge disappeared right now, would that change anything about the shape of the Earth?
That's not what. No, that wasn't my point.
No, it wouldn't. So my numbers being written down is pointless to bring up. It doesn't matter.
My point was, I mean, I don't disagree with you, right? Facts are facts, and measurements are just kind of reinforcing the facts and helping us understand them, right? My point being, again, it was just a matter of if you wanted to have the evidence to show other people, right? You would think.
Of evidence. Measurements that I didn't happen to take personally, but have been taken. So it's been measured over and over, and I can, if you want those measurements, I can do that. We were talking about my measurements.
Right, that's all. Yeah, because you brought it up.
Mountains of measurements. I can give you mountains of measurements.
Well, okay. Well, why hasn't that been brought up before? If it was just so much more easy to do than go down the rabbit hole of, oh, I lost all my shit. It was
I
robbed.
mean,
So there.
because you assholes always say do your own research. I did my own research and you don't accept it. So now do you want me to show you someone else's research?
Sure.
Okay, well, I can give you mountains of measurements of the shape of the Earth.
Okay, go for it. I mean, my question was really just about your personal stuff because we're on that topic. But if it's irrelevant, then it's irrelevant.
You're not accepting it, so what difference does it make?
Well, because it doesn't exist anymore.
What?
This stuff is not in your possession to be shown to anybody, so therefore we can't go by that, right?
Doesn't matter. We just said that was irrelevant. 30 seconds ago, we said that was irrelevant.
Well, it's right because you have other stuff supposedly.
Yeah, here.
Go for it.
Mountains of measurement.
Okay. I'll leave it to the room there. I have nothing on that. I just want to make that comment.
Here, I'll
Well, we got
YouTube
great
measurements.
measurements of Earth's curvature. Go ahead, man. Let's see it. Great.
I've already posted one. Here's another. I mean, I can do this all day. I can just go through and get different. How can I survey the benchmark? There we go. Here, you can do the measurement yourself with this link right here. This link right here will allow you to do the measurement yourself. See? Mountains of measurements. I can just keep doing this. Let's see here. United States Coast and Geo. There we go. Here's something from the U.S. government, even though I know you guys don't trust the U.S. government. But hey.
So are you words and picking the first things that pop up, or have you actually gone through these things?
I have gone through geodetic surveying. I understand what geodetic surveying is because when I was younger, I was curious about it. My parents put me through a course, and
Fair. I'm just asking a question. So if this is stuff that pops up on Google first few results, and you're just grabbing them because they align with what you had before, or had seen before?
because they're geodetic surveys, and I understand how geodetic surveys work, so I can attest that these will all work.
Well, that's a bit of blind faith there because you haven't looked at these.
How is it blind faith when I've done it myself? How is that blind faith when I've done it myself? I have done geodetic surveying personally.
I'm sure you have, but these instances of it that you're pointing out.
So my testimony is no good. Other people's testimony is no good. What will you accept as evidence? My measurements are no good. Other people's measurements are no good. What will you accept as evidence?
Number one, you're not hearing what I'm saying. Number two,
I am.
I'm not. Number two, you're cutting me off. Number one, what I was pointing out was this stuff that you're spazzing in the chat, right? Have you actually gone through these specific ones, or are you just plucking them out because they are geodetic surveys and because you've done or have seen other ones? Therefore, these ones must obviously be accurate.
Geodetic surveying personally. So anything that's based on geodetic surveying, I can personally understand that it will work.
Okay, my point is, have you validated these ones, or are you just plucking them out as first couple of search results?
It says it's based on geodetic surveying. I understand geodetic surveying. I understand that those will work.
Okay, so you're assuming.
I'm not making any assumptions. I've done this myself. I've done it myself. What do you not understand?
I don't not understand that you've done geodetic surveying. I mean, I've written an essay before, but just because I find someone who wrote an essay doesn't mean I'm going to go by it unless I read it, right?
That doesn't make any sense. It's not analogous at all. So because
why not?
Because is the middle of a sentence. Because you're talking about something very, very general. I'm talking about something very, very specific. You're talking about something that you're talking. Oh my God! You bitched about me interrupting you. Go ahead. You're way more important.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's laggy.
No. You're way more important. Finish up.
That's not my. No, it is laggy, so I apologize. Go ahead.
Lag does not matter when I am actively talking, but it does not matter. You're right. So, if you don't accept my measurements as evidence and you don't accept other people's measurements as evidence, what would you accept as evidence?
Who's saying we're not accepting your measurements? We haven't seen your
You
measurements.
have said that over and over and over for the past hour. You people, all of you, everybody in this room is what I'm talking about.
Did anybody see his measurements that they
We already agreed that doesn't matter. We already agreed that doesn't matter.
Who agreed that that doesn't matter? We understand your story, right?
No, we agreed. Okay, you remember when I said that if I did the calculations in my brain without writing it down, that it would not invalidate the measurements? Remember when we agreed on that?
It wouldn't. I understood it as we agreed that it wouldn't invalidate the legitimacy of the measurements, but in terms of actually proving it as evidence and putting it on display for others to see, well, that's null and void because there's no concreteness to it.
That's
Can't
not
show
what we
anybody,
agreed
right?
to, and I wouldn't have agreed to that.
Okay, well, I think that's a very important point. It doesn't illegitimize.
Let's move on to something else then. Let's move on to something else if we disagree about that. Let's move on to something else. What about other people's measurements that I understand the process works? Why are those not evidence?
Right, and that's why I'm asking, have you looked at these specifically, or do you know they didn't make it?
Yes. Let's say I've read every single geodetic survey on the planet.
Let's say yes or yes.
Let's say yes.
Okay.
It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. I have done geodetic surveying. Because I have done geodetic surveying, I know how it works. So everything that is based on geodetic surveying, I can tell you will work.
Okay, so suffice to say, you're plucking these out because they have keywords that you're familiar with, and you trust them.
Oh my God! It's because they are geodetic surveys. They are geodetic surveys.
Okay, so I yield because this is getting a little bit out of hand. But my point made.
You are being ridiculous. You are being
silly. Nah, man. Now this requires hyper specificity. It
That's
really
what
does.
I'm doing. You're not doing that. That's exactly what I'm doing. Is hyper specificity, geodetic survey.
Because I'm asking you to. I'm asking for a little, and I'm scrutinizing a little bit before I actually delve into your work, the legitimacy of the work. That's not good enough, or it's too hyper specific.
So I have done. What do you not understand about me having done geodetic surveying and understand how it works? So knowing that things that are based on geodetic surveying will work. What do you misunderstand?
That's not what I.
Okay, Donald, I'm not going to claim to be an expert on geodetic surveying, but is my mic working?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I know that they start with the assumption that they're on a globe. So
that's not how it works.
Then they make all of the measurements fit what they think is a globe.
That's not how it works.
Oh, go ahead, explain it to me, man. I'm an idiot, right?
It took me 8 weeks to understand geodetic surveying. You want me to explain it in a couple of sentences?
Well, that should be your first clue, but they make it so complicated that they make you think that you're actually doing something, that they're actually just taking observations and making them fit what they think it is. That's what they're doing.
Observations, measurements are different from observations. Measurements and observations are very different things.
Somebody that knows geodetic surveying, go ahead and take this from me. I don't know. I don't claim to know it. I know the base assumption, though.
There's no assumptions except for math. Math is the only assumption.
Damn, where's NDO or somebody like that when you need them? I can only tell you, Donald, as a human to human, I looked into geodetic surveying back in 2016, honestly and unbiasedly, and they make assumptions about being on a globe before they even go outside to do any measurements or observations.
No, they don't.
That's what happens.
How long do you think geodetic surveyors have been measuring the planet?
Yeah, they do, Donald. They reference the WGS 84.
Hang on 1 second. I was asking this guy 1 second. I was asking this guy a question. How long do you think that geodetic surveyors have been measuring the planet?
I would say as long as they've been trying to pretend that we're on a globe. Now go ahead, Lord.
No. How long do you think?
I don't know enough to really get deep into it either. But dude, Donald, like, as far as you're claiming to have done geodetic surveying, tell us more about it. What's the process of doing it?
So it took me 8 weeks to understand it. You want me to summarize it in a couple of sentences? So what you do is you measure the planet.
Wait. You said you did it. It took you 8 weeks to understand it. Which one is it? You said that your parents put you through it because you had an interest in it. Like,
yeah.
What's the story here? How does this go down? Like, what
So
led
do you
you?
understand?
Where did the interest start? What classes did your parents put you through, and then when did you do actual surveying?
So my parents knew a guy who was a geodetic surveyor, and he spent 8 weeks with me showing me how the equipment works, how to take the measurements, how to do the redundancy, and all of this other stuff. So it wasn't a class; it was a geodetic surveyor teaching me how to do geodetic surveying. And the reason that I was interested in it is because I read Samuel Rowbotham's book in 5th grade, and I got interested in measuring the shape of the planet.
Okay, so then what measurements did you take? You keep on saying that you've done this. What measurements did you take?
Well, everything you do as a geodetic surveyor is a measurement. I measured the drop of the horizon. I measured distance between two targets. We did reciprocal zenith angles. We did azimuthal measurements.
You're being very vague and just kind of like.
Oh, I'm not. I'm being extremely
keywords out there.
specific.
No,
I'm
you're
being
just throwing
extremely
keywords out
specific.
there. Like, what plot of land did you go and
What
do?
difference does that make? That doesn't matter. We did it all over. We didn't do it.
It does
Listen.
matter.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't believe you.
We did it all over. We didn't just do it in one spot. We did
Where
it
did
at
you go?
Lake. We did it at.
How many different?
Jesus Christ! You asked me a question, then interrupt the answer to ask me another question. That doesn't make any sense.
And what happened, Donald? You found curvature?
Why does Donald sound like Brenda?
I have no idea.
Did you find curvature, Donald? Show us proof.
Well, I mean, you guys don't accept math, so how can I show you proof?
Do you have the measurements that you took?
Excuse me. I was in the middle of a sentence.
Donald.
I was in the middle of a sentence.
I'm speaking to Donald. Not math. Show us the curve. Show us your proof.
You can. Proof is in math. The only way that I can show proof is in math. But you won't accept
it. Donald, the curve should be visually observable.
It is.
No,
so show
it would also be apparent.
Horizon. We call it the horizon, buddy. We call it the horizon. That's the curvature.
Don't just like be a math denier. Listen, if he found curvature, it would be apparent in the numbers in his data. So do you have that data?
So you've seen physical
how many times do I have to tell you that
horizon.
That's irrelevant? We keep agreeing that that's irrelevant, and then you keep telling me that it's not irrelevant. So I don't understand. You're contradicting yourself. You have to stop.
Now you think that I'm flat man.
What? So it's irrelevant whether or not I wrote them down. Personally, I can give you more measurements if you want. It's been done.
Show us your curvature.
The horizon. We call it the horizon.
No. The horizon is flat. It doesn't curve. Show us the horizon you saw.
I've measured the horizon.
Excuse me. I'm in the middle of it. I'm asking you to show us the horizon that you saw curving. I want to see it.
All you have to do is go look at it. Okay, so what you do is you take a level. You take a big, long level, the longest level you can get, and you put it right. So go to the beach and put it right on the horizon, and then step back and look at it, and it will curve compared to the level. I've done that personally. It works. I did it in Miami, and I did it at Miami Beach, and I did it at the Gulf. Hello?
No,
I was in the middle of a sentence there, buddy. I was in the middle of a sentence there.
The horizon at the beach.
You don't care. You don't care about interrupting me, but I can't interrupt you. But you don't care about interrupting me because I was in the middle.
Nobody observes the horizon bending left to right ever.
I did.
What kind of weed were you smoking or drugs were you on?
None. What? Dick?
I'm not gonna say you're on drugs.
Where's the left to right? Yeah, where's the left to right curvature in the image I just posted?
It's right there. It's called the horizon.
When they zoom out and they're viewing the horizon from the beach, look at that's miles across. Where's the left to right bend? The curve you're speaking of.
It's right there. So how
What?
many degrees of curvature do you think are in that
It's
photo
right
or that?
there, he said. Whoa, Donald, you said I can see the curvature from the ground. Well, how come I'm not seeing it? Where's the water bending?
Well, that's not a measurement. But
what do you mean? You said you could physically see it with your eyeballs.
Yes.
Do you
Yes,
want me
but
to make
that's
this
not your
as big as we
eyeballs. That's a
see?
fucking video.
We can make this
So
as big as we see. And
what you have to do is listen to me.
No,
So
you have to be genuine.
So would you mind allowing me to finish sentences, or do you just continue to interrupt people?
so I'm
what do
saying,
you have?
like,
Whoa, Donald, I asked for
Seriously?
proof.
Seriously?
Show me the curve. Don't tell me the mathematical equation for the curve. Show it to me.
It's called the horizon. Now let me finish. So what you do is you take the biggest.
Donald, the
Holy
horizon in that
fucking
clip.
shit!
No, Donald, be
I'm
quiet.
trying to tell you. I am trying to tell you. I am trying.
You're over talking me. Where's the left to right curvature in the image I posted?
Me, Dick. You interrupted me, Dick. And then I got muted for getting interrupted. That was amazing.
You have the floor now. Use your time
shit.
wisely. Stop saying holy shit. Show me the curvature.
So I'm trying. Let me. So what you have to do is you have to take the biggest level you can find, take it to a beach, any beach that's an ocean or a gulf, and set it up. Do you mind? Set it up so that it is right on the horizon. And if you step back and look at it, it'll be in the middle. There'll be a little bulge, and on the edges, it'll be a little below.
So unobservable is what you're saying.
Except that it's observable.
No, it's not.
I just told you how to observe it.
Show me your frozen lake with a curved surface on it.
I don't care about frozen lakes. Do you understand that the ice is sitting above?
Donald,
hang on. Oh my God! Can I not be interrupted? Are you just going to interrupt everything I say? Are you just going to interrupt everything I say? Are you just going to interrupt everything I say? Are you just going to interrupt everything I say? Are you just going to?
Thank you. If your water is curving, it will curve over large bodies of water, even if it's frozen. So go get me a photo of your bendy water and prove Earth's curvature to me. I don't care if it's at the seashore, at the beach, if it's at a large lake. Show me your bendy water and your curve of the horizon.
Wait, man, can I interrupt and ask Donald one question? Is he still muted?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Donald, why are you so heavily invested in this globe idea?
He's deafened. He can't hear you.
Oh, he definitely. I'm not pointing him out personally, but the way he's talking,
he's muted, not
people
deafened.
are so invested in this thing, this globe idea that people gave them. They don't have anything empirical to back themselves up, and they never admit that. But anyway, I'll shut up.
So for anyone that wasn't listening or just showed up, apparently if you take a level to the beach and line it up with the horizon, you can observe the curve of the Earth, apparently. According to Donald. That's not my words.
That's been actually done, Flatman, several times. I've actually seen the videos or whatever. I ain't going to post them right now, but that's been done. That doesn't happen the way he was describing it anyway. You got a flat level
and horizon kind of kills that.
How many flat level horizons does the globe hold? I mean, like 500 or so. It's a lot of flat level horizons on this ball. Anyway, back to driving. Y'all continue. And if there is somebody out there who just heard the word geodetic earth surveying and it scared the shit out of
360?
it did me too back in 2016, but then you actually look into it and there's many assumptions they start with about being on a ball or geoid or whatever the fuck it is. I don't claim to know all this shit. But it's just another math concept they came up with to make people think they're on a ball. Now I shut up.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about it. I'll be forthcoming about that. But yeah, my understanding as well, like yours, a little bit of research into it is, yeah, the geodetic survey comes from the numbers that are given by plane surveying. Like they take elevations from a flat baseline, right? But then they have to fix that to their model, the WGS 84. And so in the math, they start moving shit around and playing with it and fit it to that model.
Well, I do remember one thing, Lou, that Texas sharpshooter fellas is involved there. They'll take like maybe 15, 20 observations, and if 3 or 4 of them don't match up to what they're looking for, just discard them. Right?
Yeah. When they take measurements that don't fit the model, they get discarded. They accept the ones that do fit the model. Right.
They figure out why it doesn't fit first.
How do they do that?
How do they do that? They calculate
Yeah,
all
you've
of
got
the
experience in this. How do they do that?
I'd love to answer, but I keep getting interrupted by somebody. I don't know who that is.
Dude, you stomp on the end of my sentence, and then when I freaking finish my sentence, you complain about it.
What up, homos?
You people have a wonderful day.
You people are retarded.
Donald, just try to think about why you're so heavily invested in this globe idea if you're being sincere. That's got a mental virus, man. You got to get rid of it. Anyway.
Why are you so invested in flat Earth? That's a mental virus you're going to get rid of.
I'm invested in accepting reality as it presents itself. Can you tell me something different?
Yeah, you understand the other side can say the same thing, right? And you'd be on equal footing, argumentatively wise.
They could say anything they want, but I have reality on my side. Now let's go. Somebody else go.
Sorry.
If you had evidence if you had evidence that you were being lied to about something, would it not be an interest of yours to try to find out if it's true or not, or to criticize what you're being told?
Yeah, but Donald, the guy that was here, might just say the same thing, right? You know, like, you're lying to me here in this VC, so I want to find out what the true thing is. And if he believes the Earth is a globe, then there we go, you know? I'm just responding to this because you're asking, like, well, gotta get rid of that mental virus. Why are you so invested in this? Well, same way you guys are invested in, like, if anything, like, you probably should be more critical of your position in that case, right? Because you guys are the ones have the idea that, like, almost no one else has, right? So.
Okay, so
it's not about like ad populum. It's not. Yeah, it's not about consensus or what the.
It's not ad
what the
populum.
what do most people believe? What do the masses think? Ad populum. What is consensus? Like
No.
this is, dude.
There are a lot of theories that provide a lot of
said.
evidence.
You said you guys are the ones who believe in something, who think something that most people don't believe. That's ad populum.
No, that's not what he said.
Excuse me. Let me interject for a moment, please, if I can help this gentleman. One thing you're forgetting is that all of us, if not the majority of us here, a handful were raised flat earthers, but the majority of us here assumed we landed on the moon and the globe was the truth, and we went and investigated the.
You meant globe. Go ahead, play it, man.
Sorry. We invested the globe thoroughly, looked at it hard with critical eyes and an open mind. It took me 9 months to realize I'm not on a spinning water ball in space, and I've been lied to. And NASA is stealing on a massive scale. And there's
9 months? You think that's a long time, or you think that's a short time?
Excuse me, I'm still explaining my situation here. You said we all are too hard on our side of things, but I'm trying to tell you, we came from your side. We thought we were on a spinning ball. We did independent investigation and pulled ourselves out of the lie, and we realized it's not a spinning ball. It's a flat stationary plane.
Let me just say that.
we're scrutinizing the positive claim is probably the most important thing. And like he said, we came from a globe belief. Just about every flat earther did. But we're
I mean, there's
scrutinizing.
many reasons people believe in something that's not true.
The claim. We're scrutinizing the claim that was given to us, the positive claim, and finding many holes and contradictions in their story. Finding that we are able to geometrically scrutinize it and mathematically test the Earth itself to see if the curvature exists, and never been able to find any evidence of curvature through measurement. Okay, everything that is presented as from your side is just based off of presuppositions and calculations, but not actual physical measurements of the Earth itself.
Well, all I'm trying to explain to you is that there's, in this Discord, right, there's not a 24/7 Globe Earth channel, right, where people obsess about convincing you about the Globe Earth, right? It's just the accepted paradigm for the last, 1,000, 2,000 years? 2,000 years. So, people just don't really sense. So, I'm just trying to explain that you guys are the one obsessing about it. You guys are the one that really, if it's wrong or if it's right, have this one particular thing that they've characterized as a virus, right? Most of the globe earthers here, aside from you being in your channel, they just go about their day not obsessing about this one thing, right? And they don't sit in here all the time. It's just, I think it's just a weird critique to levy at the one guy that came in here to talk about it.
That is normal. That is listen, if you don't believe that flat Earth is a thing, if you are confident that the Earth's a globe without scrutinizing it yourself, without looking into it, yeah, you probably think flat Earth is silly. You're probably not going to waste your time talking to flat Earthers that you think are silly. So yeah, the normal thing to do would be just ignore it. Look at all the globers who do come in here and fight with us on a day-to-day basis. That is abnormal. I also want to address though, what you said about it being the accepted understanding paradigm, whatever, the globe for 2,000 years. That is incorrect. It might have been proposed 2,000 years ago, but that hasn't been the accepted paradigm belief of the masses for anywhere near that amount of time. It's maybe 400 years old.
Sure. But I mean, I don't think we reference to
400 years old. Actually, it looks like it's even shorter than that.
Well, the masses is probably 500, 400 years. But we don't generally reference the masses to see what the accepted paradigm is and the scientific field is, right? You would ask a professional.
Well, but
right?
that was a part of your
if
argument.
I ask you, it doesn't apply,
you were
right?
trying to say that for 2,000 years, the public has
Thanks for interrupting me.
Has accepted that the Earth was a globe.
No, I didn't say that.
That we have the positive claim because we
this
are
is called
the
a
ones
straw man argument.
Oh, this is what your argument was about.
I said it's the accepted paradigm.
Yeah, I think he meant professionals for you.
So if I want to know what the accepted paradigm is for building a bridge, I don't ask some guy off the street, right? And I don't somehow obtain that through that. I ask a professional, someone an engineer, a civil engineer or something like that, right? How do I build a bridge? That's how I know what the accepted paradigm is for a specific
thing. You want to appeal to the experts, not the masses this time.
Yeah, it's effectively an appeal.
Well, yeah, of course, but I never appeal to the masses. That's you misunderstanding my argument, which is right now outside of my control that you're misunderstanding that because you're not allowing me to clarify. But okay.
Luke, can I throw in one question? My mic's working.
Yeah.
Which side of this argument, sir, is got nature and reality on its side? Which side has got a story that men told them? Go ahead.
The accepted paradigm has nature and our understanding of nature on its side, I guess. You can never really have nature on your side because it's your interpretation of the thing, right? So it's all ideas. To ask what has nature on its side is, I think, betraying a fundamental misunderstanding of what humans try to do when they try and do science.
I agree with that. It's all about the assessment of what nature is telling us, right? Quote unquote telling us. I agree with that, right? Then it just becomes a question of who do we trust, right? That's all.
Sure, I suppose.
Yeah, Jacoby, whether or not the Earth is a water ball, that would be a question of geometry, not science.
What?
What scientist has told you that the Earth is a water ball?
Do you think I'm claiming one particular person told me that? Do you know what a paradigm is?
I know you're being as vague as possible.
No, I'm not being as vague. I'm just like pointing out to you that that's not what I'm saying, and you're like, I guess I'll just say you're strawmanning me. There we go. Then I'm being less vague now.
What says he was pointing out to you though is that science is a method having to do with cause and effect relationships, and the shape of something is a mathematical geometry question.
No. No, the
cause
shape
and
of the thing in real life is a question of science. That's not mathematical. You have to use math to understand it, I guess, because it's your language. You talk about these things. But you also have to use observational data, which is where the science comes in. That isn't math. So it's not a pure geometry question. You have to understand geometry, I guess, to be able to like quantify it and talk about it. But you have to do like actual measurements. You know, you have to do geology to understand it.
And then applies
that's just observation, though. That's just observation, though. There's no actual like hypothesis test involved in taking those measurements. That's actually just the observation.
What do you mean with just the observation?
You would maybe consider that observational science, but there's no implementation of the scientific method beyond that. There's no hypothesis test, no experiment being done.
I mean, you can do experiments around if you want, but like the important thing here is to observe the thing.
Let's do an experiment that you need to prove that you're on a water ball.
What theorem experiment? What you're cut out? Like what theorem experiment?
I know. You said you could do it if you want. So what experiment have you performed?
Wait, what did I say? I didn't say I could do it if I want. Oh, you're just strawmanning me constantly.
No, I'm just listening to your words and repeating them.
I didn't say I could do it if I want. I never said
do it
that.
if you want.
I mean, you can try and gaslight me, but I know what I said. I'm not mentally insane.
It sounds like I've done beyond try. So what experiment have you performed?
Me personally, what experiment have I performed? I have not performed this one experiment that indicates me anything about the side of the Earth. But that's not what I'm advocating here for. That's not what I'm talking about. Like now we're talking about like paradigms and how like to understand things scientifically. And actually one of my critiques would be that like you doing one experiment without having all the background that a scientist does have is kind of like way less valuable than appealing to authority, I guess. Yeah.
So
I would totally appeal to authority over my own experimentation.
Here's maybe a more poignant question then, instead of an experiment that you've done, because you did say that through the observation, the measurement, that you can formulate experiments. So, like, can you point to an experiment that has been done that points out that the Earth is indeed a globe?
1 second. You want an experiment for the spherical size of the Earth, okay? So like half your mics are incredibly shit, by the way. I don't know what you're saying half the time. But like, are you asking me for like a specific like experiment where you set something up, then you measure something, or is like observational data plugged into a specific model? No. Would that be accepted too?
No, that would not be accepted. That's not an experiment. That would actually be begging the question or a reification.
That's not begging the question. That is not a reification fallacy.
That'd be a reification because if you just plug it into a model and then that you already have, then say, okay, well, I can make it work in a model, therefore that's what the Earth is. Like that's a reification.
It's not actually no, because your model makes certain predictions, right? You test those predictions. If those are true and hold true, then that's your most likely explanation for a thing, right? Like,
so anyway, your question to me was,
no, I think that's a much more interesting to debate actually, because you guys misunderstand
that would not be accepted in here. Okay, it's the first thing that you said about.
Okay, I understand, but I want to talk about this now.
Well, I want to get to that actual experiment that you said you could do. Well, then
I've heard you guys dialogue treat this a million times, so I actually want to talk about something that might be productive.
Well, because there are no actual experiments like hypothesis tests.
If you really want to know this, all you have to do is go to Wikipedia and look up the article for empirical evidence for the spherical Earth of the shape
Well,
of
there
the
we have
Earth,
it.
and
Well,
that's
there we
like
have
if
it. We
you
don't
really
need to talk
wanted
to
that.
any of you guys. We'll just Google stuff and go to Wikipedia. We
Exactly.
don't have to talk to any of you.
Yes, that's how accessible this information is, correct? So I want to talk about your logical fallacies instead, because that's more interesting. Because the data is out there clearly, you're just misinterpreting it or willfully misinterpreting it. I don't know why. But like, so
Show
that's
us the
what's more
data that
interesting
we're
to me.
missing. Show us
Well,
the
I
data that we're
just
missing.
told
'Cause
you Google
all you have is
empirical
a
evidence
story.
for the
All you have is
spherical
a
shape
story
of the
without
Earth.
data. Show the data.
Yeah, why don't you bring it up and have
I'm
you guys
literally
talk
telling
about
you
it?
where it's
Yeah,
at.
show the
Here,
data.
right
Why can't you do that?
here, look here. That's where the article is. You can read it in your own time. Like I'm sure you have already. So like
A link to
my more
Wikipedia is not the
interesting
data.
question here is to talk about your like logical fallacies and the way you interpret this, which
All
is
right,
really
so
interesting to me
which one
actually.
is fallacious? Which one was fallacious?
What?
What's
Fallacious?
fallacious? Yeah,
Oh,
you said
like
you want to talk
the
about
way you
it. Which
guys
one?
don't observe, don't like accept like observation in accordance to a model to like verify the accuracy of a model. That seems
Yeah,
really weird.
yeah, because it failed to match the model.
So you do actually agree that you would accept that? You're just saying that observational data doesn't match a specific model.
No, we just don't say that. We demonstrate it every day with thousands of observations.
Do you?
Yeah, we do.
So like, I mean, one I
Oh,
guess.
yeah.
Well, I
Oof,
mean, you're just
oof,
claiming
big
that,
oof.
right?
No,
I
it's
mean,
on our
that's not a big
server.
oof. You're just
Check
like
out our
constantly misunderstanding like what is actually.
check out
I
our
find it.
server, kid. You haven't
I
been there
find.
yet, have you? Do you have the courage to look at it, kid?
I find it interesting that he comes in and says, "I don't want to talk about certain things. I want to talk about your logical fallacies," while he performs an elephant hurling. All right.
So, do you want to actually talk about it, or you just want to grandstand somewhere?
We want to talk about what you've done to prove and verify the curve of the
Nothing.
Earth.
There we go. We
Exactly.
can move on. Yeah, because my entire argument is I want to appeal to the authority of like these.
So if you've done nothing, there's nothing to talk about.
It sounds like he's here to argue for the sake of arguing rather than anything else.
So I've done nothing to prove flat Earth, but I'm here to talk about flat Earth because the Earth is flat, and I don't know because I haven't investigated it, but I'm telling you the Earth is flat. That's how that guy sounded. I haven't done any physical observations of Earth's curvature, but I can give you math and other papers that say it's curved. I wonder how many of these Globers are saving up for their first public space flight into space.
Yeah, when's that supposed to be happening?
Well, they have to keep moving that back because they still haven't figured out getting beyond the Van Allen radiation belts, right?
I might have to start saving up as well.
The same radiation belts they went through willy-nilly, no problem, back in the 60s, and landed on the moon doing so as well.
You think the radiation belts could have been made up just to scare people from thinking that you can get out of here?
I don't think anyone claimed that the reason that private spaceflight isn't like a huge thing yet is because Van Allen belts. That sounds just like something you made up.
No, actually, it's from NASA themselves.
Yeah, really. They said private spaceflight. The reason we aren't doing it yet is because of Van Allen belts. That's
There is no private space flight. What are you talking about?
oh yeah. So all the companies that exist that don't exist independently of NASA are just
Who's
wasting their money.
taking them into space? Has anyone gone to space yet? No.
Yeah. So all these private companies that are like developing rockets to go to space are just like wasting money for.
No, they technically haven't gone to actual outer space, and they lose chain of custody of their payload.
Yeah, you're not. Excuse me. Sorry, let me clarify. You're not listening to me. In the 60s, the government, NASA, claimed they went through the Van Allen radiation belts and into space. In modern times, NASA says they need to figure out how to get beyond those Van Allen radiation belts.
Yeah, I'd like to see a source of that, man.
Whoa, I'm still speaking, please. Words from NASA themselves. If you interject, I'm going to lose my train of thought here. So, as far as private space travel goes, if you're speaking about Mr. Musk and his SpaceX crap, still, they are not going into space because they cannot go into space. And let me ask you this one question. Why is it when space junk falls back to Earth from space, it burns up in the Earth's atmosphere? But on the way out, no problem, no burning there. It gets into space somehow magically.
That's pretty simple. You see, it's going orbital velocity like 7.8 kilometers per second or something. When it's going up there, it's not going that speed yet. It's accelerating, right? Yeah, pretty simple stuff, man. You should talk. You should learn about.
It doesn't burn on the way out, but on the way in. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because it's not going the speed that it's burning up at yet. It's not going 7.8 kilometers per second when it leaves the pad, is it?
It's going faster than that?
No, it's not. It's slower than that when it's leaving.
So,
When it's going up.
if it's going slower, it should burn more so.
Yeah, do you not know how acceleration works? Are you retarded? Do you not know how acceleration works?
Yeah, I'm retarded. My mother dropped me on my head when I was younger. You're
I
correct.
can tell, yeah. You don't know how acceleration works? You're just like, well, as soon as the rocket leaves the pad, it's going 7.8 kilometers per second. Really?
Slower than when it falls back to Earth. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, of course it's going slower when it comes back to Earth. As it goes in the atmosphere, there's going to be drag, right? Drag is the thing? I mean, there's still drag up there, but it's very low.
You're confusing me, mate. You said it's slower going out, faster coming in.
Yeah, of course it is, because it has to accelerate up to that speed. Are you slow? You don't know how acceleration works?
I'm very slow. You're going to have to walk me through this. You're going to have to hold my hand.
All right. Yeah. I'll hold your hand. So at the pad, when it launches, it's going 0 meters per second. When it's accelerating up, it's going through thinner and thinner parts of the atmosphere as it's going up. So there's less and less friction. Gets to a point where as it is accelerating up, it doesn't really have anything to rub up against. It's not going 7.8 kilometers per second as soon as it leaves the pad. Do you agree?
I'm going to say, okay, fine. But your claim is when it comes down, it moves faster. And by moving faster, then it seems to burn up. That's interesting.
Well, it's not moving any faster than when it's in orbit, right?
Through that same thin air you were just describing, because it moves faster through that thin air, it tends to burn up. Interesting.
Yeah, what part are you not understanding about speed and friction and acceleration?
The whole part where it heats up and burns part. That's what I'm missing.
Yeah, so you think if something's going like 8 kilometers, 7.8 kilometers per second, it should just like have no friction at all? Really?
No, I actually think it's a whole bunch of stories, mate.
Yeah, it's not my fault that you can't understand it, man.
Maybe I need to go back to those remedial classes and do school all over again.
No, that's not even necessary for this. You don't even need any math for this one. It's just kind of logic, you know? Things accelerate.
Well, I think it's more of a cool story coming from you.
I just don't understand what the point of this is.
Oh, just to prove that Flatman is kind of slow.
It
That's
should
all.
be burning up on the way out if it's burning up on the way in, regardless of the speed.
Really? Regardless of the speed? So as you're walking, you should be burning up right now?
Regardless of the speed.
Why?
Walking on the ground, you're talking about going into space and falling back in through Earth's atmosphere. You're
Yeah,
not
and I
talking
already
about
explained it.
ground.
So is it going orbital velocity when it's, launching at the pad? Is it going orbital velocity at 20 kilometers up, 30 kilometers up, 50 kilometers up? No, it's not going that fast. It only reaches orbital velocity when it's already in space. So it doesn't
It
burn
should
up. It's already
be
in
burning
space.
up. And nothing's going into space, okay? Let's get that clear.
All right, yeah. So at what point is the dome required? Why can't space exist? Why can't the dome just be really far away, huh?
The naivety.
Nice.
Yeah, why can't the dome just be really far away?
Has anyone ever
work,
told
right?
you that you're incredibly naive, Trig?
Yeah,
What do you
have you
mean? This
heard
guy doesn't
NASA
understand acceleration at all.
Excuse me, Craig. Have you heard NASA admit they can't go beyond low Earth orbit? So they're not going into space. They're not going beyond the atmosphere. Nothing is burning up on the way in because nothing goes out.
Low Earth orbit is in space, retard.
I'm the retard. Did you hear the term low Earth orbit? Low Earth, not space orbit. And I'm the retard.
Space
Okay.
orbit? Oh my god. Yeah, low Earth orbit is in space. Look up low Earth
No,
orbit.
it's not. It's low to the Earth.
Yeah, okay. You don't even know what you're talking about, man.
Wait, so is Voyager 1 still orbiting
You're
Earth?
talking about 120,000 feet above ground level, not space.
120,000 feet is not low Earth orbit.
So what? 180,000 feet? It's not space. You're not in space.
What is space, Flatman Can? What is space?
Well, like Flatman, they claim the ISS is 230 miles up,
Yeah,
and they
stop
claim that
using miles, you guys. Come on. We're
don't worry about it.
2024.
That's what they say.
Are you still going to do the conversion, Trig?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you guys are talking about miles and feet. Like you
Just
guys are
let me
retards.
shut up and quit bitching about imperial versus metric. I'm talking to Flatman. Flatman, like they claim the ISS is like 230 miles up, and that's also low Earth orbit. Okay, like that's way different than 120,000 feet.
Yeah, but they're still not in outer space, right?
Yeah, so what's outer space?
They're not. Yeah, they're not free of like the Earth's pull. Essentially, I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, so outer space would be where they claim all those satellites are. Where when they went to the moon, they were in space, right? Apparently, that's what I mean by space, beyond the Van Allen radiation belts, where it's supposedly 10 to the 17 torr, negative 17 torr, space, the vacuum of space. Nothing is there.
That's still the ISS. The ISS is still at 10 to the whatever torr. I don't know why we're using torr either. It's just
It's
yes, it
within
is.
Earth's atmosphere. Apparently,
Sure, it is a little bit in Earth's atmosphere, but
number there. They claim deep space is at 10 to the negative 17, and the ISS I think is like at like 10 to the like 9 or something like that, or negative 9, or it's not what the same as what they call deep space.
Okay, I got you. Thanks, Lou.
Yeah, like one hydrogen atom per
next to gas pressure.
Yeah, one hydrogen atom in like a cubic meter of volume. Yeah, that's pretty low, right? It's not a vacuum.
Isn't it more like
A
14
vacuum next to
feet?
gas pressure.
14 feet deep in the NBO pool.
Do you think Hubble would be considered in space? Like, you just make up arbitrary stuff and think everyone should believe you about it?
I think Hubble's giving us a lot of CGI images.
Yeah. Do you think they claim it's in space?
The Sophia so-called telescope is on an airplane that flies around. It's not actually in space.
Yeah, it's probably a lot cheaper to do that than go to orbit, right?
But they're
Well,
telling
the
you
thing
that.
is, with Sophia though that he didn't mention. Sophia is like an exact like replica of the Hubble. It's just on an airplane instead.
Yeah.
Is Sophia not an infrared telescope? I thought it was.
I think it was more to the point that it's within Earth's atmosphere. It's not in outer space. Nothing is in outer space. It's all CGI, mate. There's still homeless people on your block, but NASA's wasting your tax dollars on going to Mars and the moon. So
yeah, they could be giving them $68 a year.
Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Yeah.
Yeah, give the homeless people $68 a year. Give everyone $68 a
Sure,
year.
yeah. $68 a year. Yeah, that'd help.
Yeah, that would help. You think that would change your life? $68 a year.
Well, you're the one who's offering $5,000 as if it's something to drop everything. And have you been to the grocery store lately?
Yeah, I think every little bit
How
to help
fat are
down
you? Do you need $5,000 of groceries when you go to the store? Jeez.
Linda.
Sorry. Yeah, now you're highlighting the fact that you're just a self-serving little singular amoeba in this world.
What do you mean? I'm not the one who needs
What do I
$5,000
mean?
of groceries
you
to feed
can't
me
see
for a day.
past your own nose. Other than Santa Claus, have you ever unveiled a lie that was told to you, Trig?
Yeah, the flat Earth is a lie. Yeah.
Hey, Trig, I must have missed. I wasn't paying much attention. You said $68 a year for the homeless. Wait, hold on. How did you break that down?
Well, $68 is roughly the amount that NASA, or that roughly amount that each taxpayer individually pays.
Yeah, but there's not everybody's homeless though.
If you were going to end homelessness, you'd have to figure out how many homeless people there are in the United States, and then because that's the number that matters there, not the number of taxpayers. And then you'd have to take their, what is it, around $70 billion or something per year that they get at NASA.
Yeah, I've already calculated it. It's about $34,000 a year.
I agree that they shouldn't be getting any money, right?
Trig, why are you using dollars? Come on, euros, please. Show your sophistication.
I'm not from Europe, actually.
Yeah, hold up, you guys. Let's table this. Okay, they've had a war on the homeless for like 40-something years. Okay, like 45 years. Homelessness has increased. Okay, anytime the government has a war on something, all that means is that they're gonna steal, basically get more money for whatever pet projects they want.
Yeah, I agree.
War on drugs means they're going to bring more drugs.
I agree that
war on the
NASA shouldn't be
homeless.
getting. I agree that NASA shouldn't be getting that much money. Yeah, I agree it shouldn't be getting any money.
Why?
Because taxation is theft.
Oh, okay. So just no taxes. You're not anti-government outer space narrative producers. Got it.
I am anti-government. Yeah.
The same guy that was okay with Elon Musk. This was the same guy being okay with Elon Musk being given $9 billion of taxpayer money to fake SpaceX exploration. Cool.
Yeah, I do agree that that's wrong. I don't agree with taxation. I think that that's messed up that he's given $9 billion of taxpayer
That's
money.
kind of stupid. I think you're getting ahead of yourself. I think what you should advocate for is small, limited constitutional government instead of saying all taxes are bad. That's asinine.
What do you mean? You think the government's lying to you about everything? Shouldn't you want to topple the government as well?
Sorry,
say
just
that, idiot.
closely. He's meaning proper taxation pays for hospitals, police stations, fire stations. It's overtaxed.
He might still want his roads paved and have a public transportation system.
No, I privatize everything. No, absolutely.
The state does a really good job with the roads, right? The state's doing a great job.
Yeah.
Yes to the roads paved, but no to the public transportation system.
I say no to everything that the state does. Yeah.
This is where I'm going to agree with our Glober. Hi, Gamma. Rothbard checking in.
Hello.
He says no to everything the government does except space exploration.
No, I do as well. I don't think the government should be getting credit for that.
The government indoctrinates him.
Yeah, I don't think the government should be getting
Gamma, I spent years talking within Libertarian Party circles and Mises Caucus circles about this, and I find it hilarious whenever a Libertarian or ANCAP starts licking NASA's boot.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's what the government did. They created sacred cows for all the special interest groups, so no one can decide what to cut because everyone's got something they want to keep, and no one's going to bend. So, like with the ANCAPs, they're like, yeah, somehow space and science is cool, and you're like, dude, these are weapons. Okay, this isn't science. Since when was government ever about science or logic or reason? You confess that government is brute force, and somehow decided that NASA isn't that.
No,
even after
I
I
agree
demonstrate.
it is. I agree it is.
I'm not you. I'm talking about the NCAP that I'm shadowboxing right now. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So like you show them like, look at, they have weapons of war. They have attack helicopters, surface to air missiles. They got the best SWAT team in the world, who's won like, of the last 10 years, they've won like 9 SWAT competitions. They have a massive police force. They bring drug. Like when you drive onto NASA, there's multiple gates you have to get through. Not just like Cape Canaveral Space Station, the main gate, but other gates. And each one, they have a drug dog sniff your car. And if the dog sits on your car, they arrest you for smuggling contraband onto a federal installation. It's a federal offense. And they bring about 600 or 600 to 700 of these cases to federal court every year. NASA. They're part of the work.
I was going to say Greenbelt. NASA Greenbelt is where they do all their satellite controls and operations, and it's co-located with NSA on Fort Meade.
Yeah, Fort Meade's like, well, I'm in Maryland. I got buddies that worked at Fort Meade, and you got to have a huge background check and all kinds of crap just to be a construction worker at Fort Meade.
Something I was reminded of recently with an interview with Tulsi Gabbard, former member of Congress, is that there's this shady thing that, members of Congress have been doing for years. Well, they'll take something important or something that the people want or whatever, and they'll attach it with some other crap in a bill, and then label the bill with the thing, the label, the title of what the people want, that subject matter, and then go and pass it through Congress with a bunch of other crap tacked to it that, Ron Paul would vote against and everything. And they're doing it right now with the what do you call it? At least, of course, according to Tulsi Gabbard, they are with the bill that has attached to it the banning of TikTok. So basically, as far as what she said, the bill is structured so that it's not so much just to ban TikTok; it's to give Congress the authority to ban basically whatever media platform they want.
As far as the names go, I find that the names are usually like the opposite of what they're really doing. Like the Freedom of Information Act gave the government like more ways to censor and restrict like the information that you're able to get. The Affordable Health Care Act effectively made healthcare less affordable, more expensive. That's the way, the Patriot Act, and Homeland Security Act, like these things didn't offer more security or do anything for patriots who want to follow the Constitution. It led to the government spying on its own people and naming them the enemy. Like everything is always inverse to what they claim that it is by title.
Yeah, that
bill. Going to do with 401k plans, like what they did with the government setting up a health insurance marketplace website. They're going to do that with everyone's private retirement accounts next.
Remember what Ron Paul said? He said that there should not be any bill in Congress going through Congress and passed by Congress that is more than 3 pages long. Anything that is more than 3 pages long is likely to be a scam and has a scam built into it. That's what Ron Paul said, and he's exactly correct. No bill needs to be longer than 3 pages long. They can make it concise. They can make it work.
That's a choice quote, man. I miss Ron Paul.
anybody knows about that TikTok ban, like I know it got revised, so I'm not sure if it's all still there, but like that TikTok ban had a whole lot of bad shit attached to it. Like stuff like, a lot of people would be like, yeah, fuck China and get TikTok out of here. Like, but
it's a
then
Trojan
attached to
horse.
it, yeah,
It's a
attached
Trojan
to
horse.
it was like where you could face like years in prison and multi-million-dollar fines for freaking using a VPN and shit like that. Like that was stuff that they had in there initially anyway.
Yeah, it's a Trojan horse bill.
I can't wait till these globalists show us the curve. Then I can be right with everything once I know I'm on a spinning water ball again. If we could just be given empirical proof of the Earth's curvature, none of us would feel ripped off by NASA anymore.
Yeah, I don't think the Earth being flat should make you feel that you're being ripped off by NASA. I think you should feel ripped off by NASA for NASA existing. I think that's...
Well, that's my point. If I could verify some of what they've been telling me, I wouldn't feel so ripped off. I can't verify none of it, so I feel very wronged.
You should feel robbed regardless, man.
Your private industries of so-called space, like SpaceX, wouldn't even exist though without government subsidies and cooperation from NASA.
That's definitely true for SpaceX, but there's a lot of emerging private companies that are
A lot of emerging private. Listen to you, dude.
What do you?
It's like I'm watching Boiler Room.
Yeah.
Yeah, you must be getting that little ad at the beginning of your YouTube videos where they show you the space hotel and they say this is a great investment. They go, well, this sounds like sci-fi, but this is something you can invest in now.
Yeah, tell that to all the private investors who are wasting all their money on
Ribisi.
it. Yeah, you're so smart. That's why all the private investors are putting their money in it, and it's just a waste.
Oh my lord, dude!
Yeah, the free market is just so wrong.
You put your private investments in. You put your money into it.
I do have shares and stuff. Yeah.
In what stuff? What
Rocket
space
Lab.
hotel?
The free market is distorting opportunities about space because it's based off of a bottleneck that is created when these companies lose chain of custody of their payloads. It's based off of a deceptive bottleneck. Okay.
Explain what you mean by chain of custody of payload.
Okay. Launch facility where they do payload integration. You'll need a special access program level clearance to see anything there.
Yeah, of course, it's ITAR regulated. We're talking about ballistic missiles practically. Yeah.
Yep. So they lose chain of custody. So anything can happen, including fixing balloons to payloads. You never know.
So the stuff is just empty when it goes up, potentially?
Potentially, it's really expensive to keep up denial and deception.
So all these private companies, some aren't even getting government subsidies. Some are just existing simply by going off of private contractors of observation satellites and communication satellites. They're all just getting money for fake stuff.
No, I mean, the stuff is happening and it's working, but I would argue that the mechanism of action is what's being concealed.
So, let's say I'm a communication satellite.
Hold on, it's conceivable that you could have so-called communication satellites that aren't in so-called outer space, that they are able to launch them up into high altitude and keep them up there for periods of time to do their job that's intended. Not in the same place they tell you that it's at, not working the way they tell you it's at, but they're still there. It's conceivable. I can't tell you, the technology that's used or anything, but just throwing it out there is like a speculation, right? But on top of that, you might be also getting like a little bit of a sideshow, kind of a 4th of July fireworks extravaganza, like to ooh and ah about.
Yeah, like the Chinese government makes it illegal to do your own surveying and make your own maps. They actually require you to conform all your maps to a globe model, a Chinese government datum. And if you don't, you're in violation.
Yeah, I do agree China is bad regardless.
So, yeah, like, why would the Chinese government make it illegal to survey flat Earth?
I
mean, we're not just talking about potentially surveying like sensitive locations and military installations in China, anything like that. No, we're talking like it's illegal to make a map of your neighborhood.
Sounds like something China would do, yeah.
Yeah. You kind of wonder if maybe they're doing something like that here too with, what we have. There's an entire agency, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, with thousands and thousands of people dedicated to keeping maps classified.
Keeping maps classified?
Yeah, and maps are ITAR regulated, and so are datums. I bet you didn't know that.
Maps are not ITAR regulated.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Including datums, yep.
That's just false. If maps were ITAR regulated, no one would have access to any map.
No, not your map. Other maps.
Hey, by the way, what is I keep hearing that word often in here. What is a datum? Like, I thought it was a single data point. Like, a data is plural for datum type thing. That was my.
I did too. Best way to conceive of it is a coordinate reference system, or usually you'll see it as like an oblate spheroid, a ball. A very popular one is WGS84. It's a mathematical reference that's used, I guess, for geodesy. It's used for reifying.
You're talking about a geodetic datum specifically.
Yes, in this case, yeah. Correct, because they're flat datums.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's a chart.
Okay.
Yeah, good point of clarification. So like if you imagine latitude and longitude, if you were to remove the terrain off of that and look at it as a wireframe mesh, that is a spherical datum of a coordinate system. So people put land masses on it for convenience.
Wait, so assuming a globe is convenient?
Yeah, that's the first globes that were made because they were convenient.
Yeah.
Because here you have one thing that's got both your coordinates and the terrain together at the same place on it. So you can use that instead of have to refer to multiple things at once.
I was just watching this show yesterday, and it's a show that just came out recently, based on the video game Fallout. They just named it Fallout, whatever, season 1, and like I think it was like episode 4 or 5 or something. This main character is this chick is like walking with this guy who's like the second main character or whatever, and like they end the scene with them talking with each other and walking, but they end the scene with not the second half of the conversation, but just the first half of the conversation. And her just turning to him and just casually saying, "Hey, so is the Earth flat or round? Where are you guys with that these days?" And then they just cut the scene and go to the next scene.
That's funny. Yeah, when you're a flat earther, you go back and like look at everything in pop culture. You start seeing all kinds of interesting tells.
I might be retarded here, but like I'm kind of new, so can you answer this one question for me? Any flat earthers?
Okay.
You were talking about like the proving how the Earth is flat, and I always hear the point like if you watch the ships go over the horizon, you can see them sink basically. Like what do you?
Yeah, so like what's happening there? There are a lot of things happening there before you can get to curvature. I mean, first there are weather conditions which affect the path of light and how you see an image, right? And secondly, so you've got the weather. You've also got the conditions of the sea itself. You've got your own optics. If you're using your own eyes, or you're using, like a telescope or binoculars or a zoom camera. There are things like mirages, temperature inversions. I mean, it's very complicated. It's a hot mess out there. And to jump to a conclusion that it's curvature requires first, I think, going through all the other variables that we do understand and can prove and can measure and test. One of the simplest things you can do is to get a distance to the horizon from the observer height and see if you can also get a distance to the objects in the distance.
Or you can stand at the shoreline and watch the boat go over the curve and then take out, zoom into the boat and re-see the entire boat beyond the curve that isn't there. You could do that too.
That's funny. I've never seen that before.
Well, look in the chat. You'll see it.
Doesn't look like, could you keep on doing that with the boat? Because it doesn't look like it's really past the horizon or anything. Is that like too far to see?
Oh, so now it's not far enough. It's not over the curve yet. Okay, gotcha, mate.
Yeah, what about all the other videos of like ships going over the horizon that exists?
Show me one.
All right.
I'm not trying to be like a troll.
No, so okay, about you asked if you can keep doing that.
I don't understand.
You asked if you can keep doing that. The answer is no, you cannot keep doing that because there is, like whatever, like there's dispersion, like and particulates in the air that block light, and you have a limit to any optics that you have. So eventually, no, you won't be able to keep doing it. But the question really is like where is it disappearing, and does that line match with the mass of the given radius for the supposed globe Earth? The 3959 radius. So like how far out is it disappearing, and does it match that 3959 radius?
So it matches pretty well. I mean, it's.
No, it doesn't though. That's the thing. We beat it with pretty much every observation.
Wait, is there an observation that you can say?
Okay, so let me just give you a little history lesson or refresh you on it because you've heard it before. The way that they determined, like one of the ways that they supposedly determined that, and who was it? I forget, Galileo, Aristotle, something like that. But like, that they determined that the Earth was a globe was by using like a telescope which had like a 2 times magnification, something like that. At the time, that was the best that they had, and watching ships go away into the distance and then seeing them disappear bottom up, and that's how they determined, like that matched with a ball Earth, right? Like, but our optics today are much, much, much better than that. So when the ships are disappearing, is at a much, much greater distance. This is proving that it's an artifact of optics, not one of the geometry of the Earth itself.
So why are all the other planets like round?
So like in these videos.
Yeah, I'd like to address. I just want to address what you posted. I took the time to watch that, and not once did I see the entire boat go beyond so-called Earth's curve. The boat was always on the surface of the water. It never disappeared. So I don't know what you're showing me there. That's not Earth's curvature.
So it's not Earth's curvature when like half the boat gets hidden and like
half the boat. You're saying the entire boat is going beyond the curvature.
Entire boat.
No, that's what's claimed by your side. You watch the entire
There
boat.
still are things that go over the
Can I jump in here? Can I jump in here? So, listen.
He didn't show me that. That's what I'm saying. I took the time to watch his video. The entire boat does not disappear behind "quote unquote" Earth's curvature. So you didn't show me what you said you were going to show me.
All right.
Often what happens with these guys is
destroy you even more, man.
You're supposed to be able to see curvature happening at a rate that approximates 8 inches per mile squared. So you're going to show boats that appear to descend behind a curve, but the descent of that boat happens within a mile, even though the boat, like a cruise ship, may be 40 or 50 feet high. That does not conform to 8 inches of drop per mile that the boat is moving away squared that should be happening. Do you get that?
Wait, so the boat
should be dropping at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So if you are actually watching a boat that does not scale linearly with perspective at that rate of exponential drop that should be apparent as it is on a globe, then it's not a globe.
Right. So like,
Wait,
and I'm not looking in that. For one second, like what I've noticed, what happens is, yeah, you'll see the boat going away, and then it starts to disappear at the bottom. But then in a short amount of time, the entire boat drops off of an edge, which is not what he's saying.
That's
it doesn't scale.
Exactly right.
Right. So like it's like there's a threshold that it reaches to the optics or refraction, whatever. Something having to do. It's an optical thing where all of a sudden things just appear to drop off of an edge.
I know Jekyll has like a huge compilation of ships going completely over. Jekyll, are you?
Yeah, the huge complex.
The problem is they're not consistent. So,
well, 8 inches per mile squared. Does that account for observer height, or is that just?
If we could demonstrate the same effect, if we could demonstrate the same effect on a flat surface, what would you say to that?
Yeah, if you could demonstrate the same effect, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so if you were to place a camera with the lens down at surface level on a basketball court and show somebody or something moving away from the camera towards the end of the court on a perfectly straight surface, for example, and you would see that because of the angular resolution, that the bottom of the person's foot actually starts to disappear beyond the quote-unquote horizon. If that sort of thing could be demonstrated, would you accept that it's possible that it's not just a case of something curving?
Well, let's see the video first before I say anything, right?
No, he agreed to it. Now he's backpedaling.
I'll go out of my way to find it. I probably can't do it tonight because it's 4 a.m. But tomorrow I'll just take my camera and I'll demonstrate it on a flat surface. The exact same effect is completely demonstrable on a flat surface.
It's not.
Sure.
No, it's not.
Well, you can
Matt Nuclear, you're stuck on repeat, dude. Okay, well look at the model boat, the RC boats on the little park ponds.
The one with crappy quality. Let me actually post a video that addresses.
Hey, Matt Nuclear, I know you're trying to derail now that trigonometry is actually being intellectually engaged here. So I'll mute you if you have to spiral.
Well,
go watch some more Moonball
reruns. This conversation. This just makes it not intellectual if you're in here. I mean.
Oh.
Yeah, just kind of
Hickory dock. So you need NASA's son to bail you out?
No, I just want to post a very important video. So before they show you the coin,
let me get in here.
Trig,
hey, Matt,
that guy has an allegiance to NASA, so you don't need to hear from him.
Who has an allegiance to NASA?
The guy
trigonometry man.
The guy who's going, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Right. I'm trying to bring this back on topic. Trigonometry man, 23 minutes past the hour. Take a look at that.
I just re-wasted time watching that second video that you posted for me. Still, no boat fully beyond Earth's curve. Still on the surface of the water.
I'm waiting for it from Jekyll. Jekyll has some compilations of it happening.
All right. Trigonometry man, 23 minutes past the hour. I posted a GIF from a video where they introduce heat over the garage, and the heat creates a temperature inversion, which causes the toy boat to apparently sink behind a curve, but nothing is moving.
Yeah. So do we observe that that?
Yeah, that's what you
that
show me when you
that
show me half
physical.
sunken cruise ships on the horizon. That's the same thing.
So we have the water is hotter than the air.
Yeah,
Really?
and happens all the time,
Yeah.
especially out at sea in like Caribbean humid environments.
But we don't observe this type of artifacting on those ships. Like the details are still visible on them.
Sometimes they might be. It depends on the thickness of the layer and how high up it is relative to the center line of your field of view.
Because they look perfectly undistorted. I mean, they don't look distorted
But
like
they're
this.
not. You can see the telltale signs of stretching. You have to look carefully. And
Can
it's
you?
important to consider. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the second cruise ship video you showed me has a lot of stretching going. And
I
what's
get
deceptive
curious.
is you don't think there's a lot of it happening, but there really is. And you have to understand how much information is being compressed due to this small angular size of the distance, factoring in the perspective scaling linearly with distance in your angular field of view.
This is like a
I get,
Samuel Robotham thing. You know that, right? Like the whole you're gonna see you're gonna
Uh,
or
I
the
I
legs
don't
of
know
a
who.
woman are gonna this is just like sucking off Samuel
Right, well, you
Robotham
know more
200
about
year
that
old
than I
cock.
do.
Yeah. This is sucking off Samuel
Right, well,
Robotham 200 year
you
old
seem
cock.
to be really into that.
I'm not the one who parrots it all the time. I don't know. You
I'm
don't
not
even know where it comes
parroting
from.
anything. I'm
Right.
not parroting anything. You know what I am parroting? I'm parroting foundations of physics, particularly in optics. And I can also get into how the human eye sees because it's very well related. Because there's a horizontal line from the fovea where you receive information through the center of your lens in your eyeball, through the center of your pupil, all the way out to the horizon, and it's flat.
All right. I'm gonna listen to this video that Matt Nickler sent. I'll be back in like
while
2
you do
minutes.
that, I'll just about what he said there, like about you know, it's like he assumed that the water is always cooler than the air or something. I always get curious, like where somebody's from, where that's their assumption. You know,
I
being in the
know.
north, like because in Wisconsin we've got Great Lakes right next to us, and I know there's a big difference between like spring and fall. You know, like
Right.
and the weather and how you know after a cold winter once the in the early spring and summer, you know, like the water is much cooler than the air typically.
Yeah. So Lou, I used to live in Hawaii, and I used to experience where the water is warmer than the air outside, and it's really nice. And
Right, we
also when
get
the
that,
water's
and we get
cooler,
that we get
yeah,
in that in the fall and winter, right? So
right.
like um during like because of that, because it's such a big body of water and it's had all summer to warm up, we get to New Year's and people like to do what they call the polar plunge. They go and jump into Lake Michigan, you know,
Yeah, they do that in
well,
Baltimore in
for
the Inner
New Year's,
Harbor.
like, yeah. And it might be 0 degrees outside, but they're freaking soaking in the freaking cold ass water. Well, it's not that cold. It's much warmer than the air is.
Exactly.
So
That's how do people survive pole? Yeah, why is the water not frozen in the winter?
yeah.
Why is it not frozen, guys? Come on. Yeah, so Globers think it's insane that the water can be warmer than the air above it, but that's the norm. And they're like, no, it's not. And we're like, yeah, it is. And then we can show the data and it supports our side.
Then you have areas like with shallow water too, and where the temperature is pretty consistent, like constant. So like you'll have like a cooler nighttime temperature and a warmer daytime temperature. And if it's shallow water, like in say the area of around Sunley's Bridge, you'll have temperature inversions that happen like multiple times per day.
Yeah,
So
isn't that weird? Like they picked the worst place on earth to get a stable image.
yeah, so in the early morning, yeah, the water will probably, or yeah, in whatever the
You know, it's
I
funny.
I can't
It should
attest
be.
specifically to it there, but yeah, like in the early morning, the water would still be, it would now be have cooled off a little bit, but then during like the height of the midday, the water it will get nice and warm, and then as dusk starts to come, then the air temperature becomes lower and the water is warmer. So yeah, and so on and so forth.
So you know how there's the claim of terrestrial refraction, okay? What I've wondered about, I'm sure others have wondered this, including you. Shouldn't you be seeing refraction in the direction of the temperature inversions that's happening, which supposedly causes the Earth to look flatter, which would be in the direction of the sun? And then if you were to look away from the sun in the direction of nighttime, it should be unrefracted because it's cooler in that direction. It should be more uniform. Like I would think that there should be a way to predict this and then test for it.
I see what you're saying, but it's not like it's not the actual, being closer to the sun or in the direction of the sun. Like the way radiant heat works is actually like those rays hit a surface, and the surface warms. It's not the air in between.
Right. So in this case, what would matter is looking at the surface, perhaps that changes most quickly with temperature, and that would be land instead of water.
Right.
Anyway, I don't know. I mean, I would think there should be some uneven refraction that is predictable. Oh, and it turns out there is. I happen to have a study that says there is, and that this is the case. Oh, and could that explain then why when globers show us multiple images where the horizon line is at different locations, you notice also that it's different times of day? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Guess what? It turns out that during bright sunny days, you have the highest refraction index. And during cloudy days, particularly cloudy evenings, you have the lowest. So where's the curve if you have all this variable horizon moving forward and backward all the time? See how I tied that in? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can post that study. I don't know if anyone cares. It's already posted in our main server. Gamma no hack, I think it's going to become one of us in the next few months.
Yeah, you notice the Professor Dave disciple parachuted in once he realized he was actually conversing.
Gamma no hack, aka trigonometry man. You're going to be my project.
Huh? Wait, what?
Yeah, we're going to get together, and it's going to click. I'm going to help you make it click for you, and once it clicks, you're going to be welcomed into our club, and we're going to give you free chips and free pie and punch.
You sound like Alpha. What was it? Wait, Matt. Wasn't Alpha the one that said that you were his project?
No, I wasn't his. I mean, Alpha's been at this way longer than I have. So if he said that, I guess I feel I don't know. I feel a little bit bashful. Thank you, Alpha.
If Alpha is making a project out of Matt Nuclear, he's really looking for a freaking challenge here. That dude is dense as shit.
Oh man. But yeah, trigonometry, man. I mean, you and I see eye to eye on so many things outside of this topic. It's ridiculous.
Do we see eye to eye, or do we see level to level, or curve to curve?
We are on the same level. I mean, you've got a nice technical background. I do too. We see eye to eye on the Rothbard proposition. So
Yeah, if anyone had the best chance of convincing me to flat Earth, it would be Amish.
I figured that. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to give you a goober pass as long as you don't abuse it. Don't be a goober
Goober
too
pass.
much. Yeah. Don't be a goober too much. But it's okay to have meltdowns. We all do. But yeah, you get Amish's goober pass.
You just press a little booger on the keypad to get in, and
It's a well.
Gross.
And don't forget, it's flattened out too.
Happens every time. You get some flat earthers talking sense, and the Glovers just go quiet, disappear, wait for the next crowd to come in.
Yeah, they are interesting. Air containing air and all.
Nothing kills the room like flat earthers talking sense.
In case you're worried, I packaged up that half hour I owed you and sent it to you. It's on the way, Lou.
Sweet. Express delivery, or do I gotta wait like a week?
I had to save it's just regular delivery, probably a week.
Fuck.
By the time it gets there, it should be a whole hour.
Sorry, guys, I had to dip out unexpectedly. Didn't expect to come back to a completely dead radio silence chat room.
Oh, I didn't even realize you were gone. I was pretty much talking to you when I said it. I was saying, like, every time flat earthers start speaking some sense in here, the Globers go quiet and we get a dead room. Nothing kills the chat like flat earthers talking sense.
Thanks for your endorsement, Lou. I appreciate that. And sorry for leaving you hanging. That's like holding up your hand for a high five and then getting ignored.
I got Flatman instead. No, no offense, Flatman. I'm just kidding.
Good egg.
You and I seem to work pretty well together from time to
Yeah.
time also. Like, yeah.
I think so. I used to lurk in 24/7. I used to have another name too. And I remember I'm back the good old days. We're talking like 3 years ago. I mean, you were like, you were modded, everybody else modded up. It was a whole different vibe, man. I miss those days. Yeah, I used to enjoy listening to you because I learned a lot from you back then too.
That's good to hear. I'm glad. I like it. That's a nice compliment because you're very good at.
Thank you, 100%.
So.
Yeah, back in those days when you were flat smacking like a pro, I was brand new to this, and you and some of the others that I like to listen to had would say things that really made me think, and yeah, gotta appreciate that. So, paying it forward, bro.
Nice. Yeah, now I don't have patience for Globers or flat earthers, so like now you're just gonna have to take the reins and.
Yeah, I was talking about this with others. Like, dude, some of the others in our own camp piss me off more than Globers do.
Yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there.
Oh my gosh.
You'll get.
I feel like a bitter vet, and I've only been at this like 3 years at that.
Well, literally, I mean, that's why I'm not in here. And I mean, there's a lot of times I take big breaks, or I'm just not in here nearly as much. Or when I am in here, often I just choose not to engage. It's like there's just too much fucking chaos and stupidity coming from both sides that I just don't even really want to get in the mix.
Yeah, sometimes when I hear our side badly represented, I just want to like steamroll because I know I can explain things, and then I realize, oh, I'm going to make enemies on both sides. And when I do, right, you're not going to convince the Glober or the anti-flat earther, and you're going to piss off your buddy.
Well, that and like so I get annoyed by the chaos, but I know that that's what the majority of people who are in here are thriving on. That's what they're here for from both sides.
Yeah.
They're here for the entertainment. They're here for the chaos. And it's like, dude, if they just want to play WWE SmackDown with each other, let them fucking play.
Yeah, there are other FE servers for that, and it's not going to be ours or 24/7. And I think it's because we're serious. We're not here for entertainment. We're not trying to get likes and subscribes to any YouTube videos. We are working professionals who are pissed off that we've been lied to and that the world is provably different than what people think. And that puts us in a different category than people who have YouTubes and lots of likes and try to derive revenue from the subject. I would say that our motivations are pure, and that makes us better.
Dude, we need to build the higher pedestals.
I've built the highest one. It's not going to get any higher. and it's plumb to level.
Nice. Are they perpendicular to each other?
Yeah, all the pedestals are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the horizon and
Oh yeah, I'm
perpendicular
sorry.
to
I
the
said that
stars.
wrong. My bad. Yeah,
No,
they're
yeah.
parallel to each other. And, yeah, plumb and parallel to each other. Right. That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
Yep. No deviation, and the measurements are accurate within the prescribed limits that could reveal Earth curvature present, but they don't.
All
Hey, Amish, just a
pedestals.
quick question. Just a quick
All
question.
pedestals. Go ahead.
Is it just me, or Amish sounds awfully like Flat Lloyd?
I get told I sound like him and AI sometimes, so I don't know.
Okay, it's not AI because his mic always makes him sound like a robot there. But
Yeah, I mean, he's an AI, yeah.
Not only that, but he literally LARPs as a robot. So like that doesn't
oh, there
help.
you go. Yeah, exactly. That's perfect.
But you can tell. I mean, when you come in with an 800-pound brain, you can LARP as anything you want.
I do hear some vocal, just in tone similarities to Flat Lloyd, but their speech patterns are completely different. Like, yeah, it should be fairly obvious.
You know, Flat Lloyd is happier than me. I'm bitter and I'm grizzled and I've been through a lot of shit. Like I've been burned to death and I survived. So I'm pretty beaten up.
Okay. So yeah, because I thought I heard you say something about you like a name change or whatever, and I thought for a second that's what you're referring to. I guess not.
No, I mean, well, they say that you're the average of the 5 people closest to you. So, you know, I Flat Lloyd writes a homie. Like he's on my home like Telegram server that I have with like friends and family members.
It's funny.
I don't think he knows that.
You've mentioned that before, and I've addressed that before. That cannot be true, at least not for us. Like, because there's no way you have 5 people around you, like in the real world, you know, talking about this stuff or this way about things. Like,
Yeah.
you got to be breaking the mold.
So get this, like half the people, I work in a small firm and I'm one of the owners, and about half of the people in it are flat earthers too. It didn't
Because
start
of
off
you,
that
or
way.
just by chance? Because of
Like it just weird. Like, so I've been for the past like 3 years, and it wasn't always that case. And the other people in it also weren't. And I think what happened is during the lockdowns, we all watched the same videos, but we were too afraid to talk about it with each other. You know, and then we started interacting with other flat earthers online, but we never talked about it at work. And one day I brought it up, and I'm like, and one of my coworkers looks at me, he's like, "Oh, you too?" Like, and we started sharing stories about how we came into it together, and then the other half of the office is like, "You guys are freaking crazy."
It's funny when you're not afraid to like be that guy, and you bring something up. It's surprising actually, like how many people are really accepting, I guess, or
that's it.
responsive to actually having that conversation. It turns out that way more people are actually into the same shit that you are, or have looked into it a little bit, are questioning, skeptical, so on and so forth. Often I find that they'll start out real soft. Like I actually just had an experience kind of like this with another coworker recently, where you know, he brought something up, and I started spitting facts, and I must have said something, and he was like, "Well, look, I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but blah 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 blah," and and that was just him, like, I think, kind of testing the waters, not really being sure where I was at either, because then the next day it went way deeper, and all of a sudden he was like really interested in hanging on to the stuff that I had to say, and I came right out and told him, I'm like, look, you say you're not a conspiracy theorist, well, guess what? I freaking am. I don't watch TV. I spend almost all my time freaking debating and conspiracy and political forums and researching shit and da 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 da, and um like this is what I do with my free time. You know, and all of a sudden he's hanging on every word and like adding his own shit and like making it more apparent that he's done his own looking into this
Oh
stuff
yeah,
that he
they're
didn't
like keywords
necessarily
you
want to
listen
know.
for.
Yeah,
Right, you can tell.
and then he literally came out and said he's like, wow, because it was me and another coworker, like because like he's like, wow, you guys are really you guys make me really want to like look into this stuff again or a little bit more, like you know, but people have been gaslit into like not looking, not talking about it, not thinking about it, and you know, like they don't want to be that guy, but when they have other people around them that are open about it and not don't don't worry about the judgment and so on and so forth, all of a sudden they're like, holy shit, like this is acceptable, this is okay.
Right, you got to create a safe environment for them to open up and be vulnerable, and this is a very, very vulnerable topic for people. Yeah, I like that too. There are certain calls and responses you can get to figure out who's who. Like if you could shout out 8 inches per mile and into the crowd, and then only one person yells out squared, he's one of you. You know, can you imagine like being in a massive stadium? Like, let's say you're a rock star, you just finished a show, you just get on the mic and you're like, "Hey guys, 8 inches per mile," and then you just wait, and then you listen for the audience and see who shouts out squared.
You hear the 10, 15, maybe 20% of people cheer and the rest are like, what do you say?
But yeah, I mean, how many people outside of this circle knows what 8 inches per mile squared represents? I mean, you could just like put that on a T-shirt and wear it, and probably find other people. And you don't have to give up anything. You know, you don't have to hold yourself out in an obvious way, of course. Yeah, isn't it interesting? Old Hoss just mentioned this to me in DM, how all the trolls scattered because the two of us are talking.
That's what I was saying. We talk a lot of good sense, and like you'll fill in something that maybe I missed, and I might add something to something that you were
Yeah,
saying, and so on and so
yeah, for
forth.
sure.
And together, it's a good back and
Yeah,
forth, and it's hard to refute. Like,
Yeah, you picked up something that I missed earlier. I forgot what it was, and I was thankful that you brought it in.
well, when the guy was saying that the bees are using math to know the sun is beneath them, there were a dozen people talking. Yeah, so when the sense starts making its way into the conversation, everyone's like, "Yeah, I got to go and do something."
yeah, I'm just gonna listen on YouTube because I'm done talking here.
I got to check out for real, so you probably won't see me either.
Oh yeah, I was talking like the Glober who disappeared,
Oh
but
yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
yeah,
I,
yeah.
I may actually do that though. If you're gone, I'm gone. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, yeah. When everyone sort of leaves and the YouTube goes silent, then the little globe bees start trickling back into the hive and
Yeah,
buzzing around again.
we might have to disappear for a little while to let it repopulate. Yeah,
Remember when Peter the Glober was saying that the neutrino experiments picked up the sun coming up from the other side of Earth? I never got to ask him how he was able to determine the direction of that sun's energy. You know, how they were able to filter that out or manipulate the receivers in such a way that would be able to tell through some kind of differential which direction it was coming from. Because to be honest, I don't think any of those things that they have built with those underground neutrino detectors have anything in them that determine direction. They just determine like a scalar quantity, right? They determine scalar, but not any vector. I gotta
I'm
go.
not sure about that conversation. I might have been out cutting the lawn during that.
Yeah, it's probably safe there. I do feel a lot better now, to be honest. I already feel like getting into this.
Man, crypto. I love listening to you talk, but dude, I mean, seriously, you got to do something about your mic.
Yeah, the only sound we hear is crypto very gently hot micing. oh, so gently. Oh, so gently, Lou. I was wondering, I was tapping my headphones. I was like, man, are they not working?
I'm muttering to myself again, aren't I? Sorry, guys. Yeah, I was just thinking out loud. Man. Such a bad habit. I really shouldn't do that. But anyway, how's it
It's
going,
a good
guys?
song, though. Thinking out loud. You ever heard? You heard the song? It's a good song.
What was great about it is not only were you hot micing,
I couldn't hear you.
and thinking. Not only were you thinking out loud, but you were hot micing very gently because of the distant mic, and you were roboting just a little bit. Like you had all of those things going for it.
He said it was seasoned.
They made absolutely no sense.
And now you're breaking up.
See, I got him. I got his volume as high as it'll go, so he was a little more loud. Start that GoFundMe for a new headset, and put your Cash App link on there. We might hook you up, bro. I mean, we get you for like $40-$50, dude.
Dude, if he wants to go Bluetooth, because I know he's often traveling or whatever, like
right.
I've had really like they're sort of pricey for earbuds, but I really like these Bose Quiet Comfort earbuds. The Bose QC, like
if you like
really
the
nice.
earbuds, I get a full headset, man, for like when I'm driving. I drive dump truck or haul heavy equipment.
Yeah, but that's dangerous. You're on the road now. Your ears are covered, and you can't hear emergency vehicles or somebody honking at you.
No, Lou. It's only got one earphone and a microphone. It's made for semi drivers use them.
Okay,
they're made for long haul drivers. Okay. Yeah, they're made for long haul drivers, but they're about $180.
Oh yeah, these Bose Quiet Comfort, which seriously, if you're gonna go Bluetooth earbuds, I would definitely highly suggest them. But they're not cheap. They're like $230 fucking bucks. Like they're too expensive for a pair of earbuds.
Yeah, I like earbuds when I'm running the heavy equipment, but not when I'm on the highway hauling that shit. No.
And yeah, I would never use these like in construction. Like these are my at home earbuds when I'm using the phone. On the computer, I got a Blue Yeti and I got a SteelSeries Arctis Pro, but like I'm not on that much these days.
Oh, you got that Arctis Pro?
I got the Arctis Pro, yeah, boy, and the Blue Yeti. Freaking, my shit's freaking.
Well, the Blue Yeti, but the Arctis, man. So you like that one, huh? It's crisp.
Well, dude. Okay, first of all, like the Arctis Pro, yeah, like input and output, both very crisp, very nice. Like people compliment the sound quality coming from me pretty regularly on either one of those.
Yeah, that's supposed to be better than that Yeti, dude.
No,
right?
The Yeti is studio fucking quality, basically. Yeah. It's freaking. It's not like the mini. It's not the mini or the snowball or like any of these other ones.
I'm with you. Listen, you don't always need studio quality though, man. So
yeah, no, it's the Blue Yeti Pro, I believe, or something like that. It's like it's their best of the Yetis, but it's an older version. So it's got like the got the regular micro SB that like is pretty much been phased out.
I ordered a board where I can use my regular instrumental mics on my laptop. Well, I'm waiting for that to come in the mail. Regular aesthetic mics, for studio quality mics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
got some
when it
shit
comes,
a pastor gave me a long time ago. I want to see how that works.
I don't know why, but when it comes to like mics, especially at the time when I was buying this stuff, I was so active in the Discord and stuff. Like and I'm good at researching products before I buy. So, and I don't like to. I want to buy the best, but not spend too much if I can avoid it. So like. Like when it comes to audio equipment, if you want to go audiophile grade,
right,
like you could spend way too fucking much, very
Oh, you
easily.
can.
Yeah,
You can.
yeah, yeah.
It's ridiculous. I was looking into it, and I was asking Flat Lloyd Wright. He's like, yeah, my headset's like he's got like a $400 headset. I'm like, man, I ain't spend that kind of money. You guys think does this sound all right? Do I sound like shit?
Yeah, no, I mean, see,
No,
like
you
that's the
sound
thing. That's
decent.
what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting. Yeah, you do
That
kind of sound like shit.
switchboard I
Actually.
got
Yeah, I got like a $50 like one of those stupid trucker things, so I can
Yeah.
hear one ear.
One of the
Well,
cheap
you
trucker
sound
things.
okay until you sound okay until you start to get loud, and then it starts to distort.
You
So
could
like,
just have your input up too high in voice and
Probably.
video in Discord.
I don't know anything about that crap.
When you max your mic out in your settings, it peaks like that too. It'll flatten when it peaks.
So just to finish up what I was saying about like these different things, I got like three different nice, unique, different headsets. So like the Bose earbuds are very nice for earbuds, but they're kind of pricey. They're like 230 fucking bucks. The Steel Series, extremely nice for a gaming headset, especially because it's got a removable battery and it comes with a docking station and shit. So like you have two batteries. You have two batteries, so one is always charging, and when it's gonna die, you pull the one out and slap the other one in, so you're good to fucking go.
Yeah, I'm with you. My Bluetooth fucking headset always dies in the middle of gaming. I fucking hate that.
Yeah. So you always have a charged battery ready to go with it, and it's got super high sound quality sound and microphone. And then like the Blue Yeti though, as far as like I've got that on like the Rode PSA1 or whatever the fuck mount on a shock on a shock mount with the blue pop filter and all that. Like that's just super nice when I'm at the computer and talking on Discord because it does really good sound canceling. It picks up your voice like so well from a distance. You don't have to have it right in your fucking face. And yeah, like I don't know, it's just it's crisp and clear. Like when I did, not that I'm a great singer, but like when I did that song that I did for the Flat Earth, the audio quality was really really good coming from it, and like no, they're all good headsets, but with different purposes, and like they're all like $300 fucking headsets or more, so. I think to get high quality, you do got to be spending probably over $200, like in general, to get high quality.
Did I just hear an impact driver?
No, actually, that's a mini bike my son is fucking with.
Okay. Cool.
It's got we put a Stinger exhaust on it, and it's a alcohol burning 5-horse that was on an ultralight. So.
Oh, you made a mini bike out of it?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking loud.
So what do you guys set in your alright, so I got my mic set at like half for the out.
It's gonna be different. It's gonna be different to each individual. You have to go and do the testing and see, like, you want to make sure that you're not peaking.
Yours is pretty good right now, yeah.
You want to check the bar and do tests like with Like do loud sounds and go pop
What
pop.
the hell? There's a bar. I don't know all this
Yeah,
crap.
there's a bar where you can test
What?
it and you can move the slider and then you can and you go like you
And
do
what?
hissing sounds like in like S's go
Okay. All right. So what do you put it on Chris standard none? Do you put it on echo canceling, automatic gain control? I don't know all this.
yeah, you should do the in order to fight like background noise, you should do the crisp, but like
Yeah.
test it without that stuff on. So like you just want to make sure that you're not peaking. You want to get the maximum out without peaking.
I don't want to peek. And yeah. Right. All right. Lord.
Yeah, do it with sounds like check. That's why when they're at a concert, that's why the guy who's testing the mics and stuff, he's going check, 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 check. He's trying to get he's doing these hissing things because those are the things that
Yeah, you'd be like, what the hell's this guy on? Like, is he doing
wavelength of it.
PCP?
No, the wavelength of it will because those higher sounds like the S's and the ch's, like those kind of like shoot through, so they're really checking those really highs because you get like there's a lot of high sibilance in those types of sounds.
Oh,
And
good
so you
lord!
gotta check those.
I'm not Bruce Dickinson here, so I don't think I'm gonna have to. That's hopefully I don't have to do all that.
Yeah, but
Yeah, the place I used to go to, the guy would say sibilance.
Yes,
Check,
yeah.
sibilance.
Semblance. Yeah. So like
Sibilance. Check. Yeah.
yeah, you do those things and you say like I'm not so and so or whatever, but like it's really funny. Like I have noticed when I'm on my higher quality mics, like right now I'm on the earbuds and they're still pretty good for earbuds, but they're just earbuds. When I'm on the higher quality mics, dude, when I start talking, people shut the fuck up. Because if you got really good crisp audio sound and it just sounds like you're in the room right next to them, they can't help but stop. They don't talk over you like they do everybody else. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
somebody
It's like
somebody with a booming voice is and you don't want to overdo it where it ear rapes them, but when you can get it set just right, like it sounds like you're there next to them, and they won't do that to somebody who's next to them. It's funny
that's what
about it.
Don Imus's setup was such that he would mumble and it would just silence everyone because it was just so clear.
I used to watch Imus every morning on Fox Business. I think I was
Me too,
watching.
man.
I was watching Stuart Varney when the planes hit. I'm pretty sure. Well, when the plane supposedly hit, I was watching Stuart Varney. I'm pretty sure that's when it happened. It was like 9:20 or something. So Don was off. But I still watch it every morning.
Yeah, Warner Wolf was off too. And
Is
go
Don
back and
still
hear.
alive?
No, R.I.P.
When?
Yeah, couple years ago.
Whoa, that dude was killing it with his whole. Jeez, he had the kids with cancer for a little ranch and stuff. He did a lot for those kids. Seemed like anyway. From what you know.
Yeah, I just thought when Stern sent the reporter to go give updates on Imus's workout because Imus would get up. Yeah, I used to listen to them both when you could find them on the radio dial. They overlapped, but I don't know. Good old days. But yeah, the Fox Business Imus was classic. Charles, nothing like that show.
Just to kind of finish, just to wrap it up, kind of talking about the mic quality and how, like, if it sounds good and it's in the room with you, like where people will show you more respect. That's why people, this is how it got started. That's why people like Crypto or Elijah or so many of these people with weaker mics, like they get irritated, they get frustrated because people are not listening to them. They're talking over them and they're trying to get in. They might have a very good point to make, but nobody's nobody's showing any respect towards it, and it's literally because they have either the wrong mic or the wrong mic setup or both.
Respect me because I'm not good at debating, so they just freaking love crapping on me. It's fucking funny.
It doesn't. Yeah, you could. But the thing is you could have a really good booming, nice, freaking, crisp sound, and everybody would shut up to listen to your nonsense. Like that's the fucking power of it.
You want to talk about coffee, some freaking punk rock, thrash metal from the freaking late '80s and '90s. Yeah, I'm your guy. But skateboarding, but coffee, I'm not. I'm not too good at arguing the stuff you guys argue. Even though I agree with it, I'm just not good at going back and forth. I suck at it.
It takes time, it takes practice, and it takes actually doing it. And making mistakes, learning from them. You got to be a little bit conscientious, and self critical. You got to think about the things that you said or how.
Gemsy was so pissed the other night. Gemsy was he was arguing with I think it was whatever the try whatever the frick his name is, and he was arguing with him about what the frick was
Gemsy's
it?
a fucking idiot. I don't really care what you're saying about Gemsy.
24-hour sun, and I came in and said, most of that shit's stitched together anyway. The videos. He's like, damn it, paraplegic. Why'd you say fake video? Just it was a terrible argument. I was screwing his argument.
Yeah, you might have been really bad because Gemsy makes nothing but terrible fucking arguments, and then if you got criticized by him, that's not good.
Dude, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm good at something I'm not. Not even gonna fake it till I make it. Sorry. So I'm planning to go to Lake Chelan later this year to see if I can see a friend across the lake 6 miles away on an opposing shoreline with this camera I just bought. And I'm also planning to go and take a look at a peninsula on the Oregon coast near my brother Peter's house. See how easily I can see the shoreline, the peninsula, 17 miles away on an opposing shoreline. But until I get to those two things, I'm just kind of playing around with the camera here in the Portland area. And when I was camping, I was taking these pictures, and I was posting for fun. They're pretty cool. It's one of those Nikon P900s I got used pretty cheap. But careful when you buy stuff through eBay because it will oftentimes show up broken. Not necessarily dysfunctional, but broken.
Saw some cheap coffee roasters on there, and I was just like, man, I can't take a chance with somebody, especially if they say no returns. I'm just like, I won't just get a new one.
Oh, I made the mistake
unless I
of
can
not.
go see it. Unless I can go
I made
see
the
it. You know?
Yeah, but the thing is, I've realized after buying it that there is no return policy at all if you don't make an account with them. And I never bothered to make with a goddamn account with them. So like, there's literally no return policy at all. Like, even if the thing showed up completely and totally smashed to smithereens, there'd be no return policy for me.
I ain't never heard of that. I've always had an account. I never knew there was such a thing as not having an account. How do you not have an account? How do you even order something without having it? I guess you just don't set one up. You just put in the address and you order something once, I guess. Apparently.
But I do realize now I did buy number 11 of 11, so maybe he just gave me the one that was a little bashed up at the end. Maybe he was thinking no one would buy this one. Like it was just missing, like the top of it has a dent in it where pieces of plastic are missing, and like the side of it has a dent in it where pieces of plastic are missing. So it's clearly been dropped and smashed up, but the camera's completely fully functional. And like, I'm just saying, like, I'd be much happier if the guy sold it to me for $350 instead of $430, and then said, "Oh yeah, it's dented. There's pieces of plastic missing, but it's fully functional." And I'm like, "Okay, that's a fair deal." But selling it to me the way he did, and not saying that there's literally chunks of plastic missing in two places, like, that's just shady. That's just so disgraceful.
What'd you get? A P900?
Yeah.
Are the P1000s going for a premium now that they stopped? Wait, did they stop making the P9 too? Are they still making new P900s? Because I know they discontinued the 1000. But I don't know anything. I don't know anything about the 9s. I got a 1000 like, it seems like it's been about 3 years ago when they first. I don't know when that. It's got to be 3 years old. Just wondering if they discontinued the 9. I mean, when they came out with the 1000, I don't know if that was like the new, the replacement for the 9.
I don't have either one, so I can't say for certain. But I was pretty sure. I thought they discontinued the 9 a couple of years after they came out with a couple or a few years after they came out with the 1000. So
okay, so it was the newer, better version of the 9, and now they've discontinued that one. It's kind of.
Well, the problem with the 1000, from what I understand, is it was a little bit like too cumbersome and bulky, and like it actually, like, there was a lot of people who were saying like the 900 was actually kind of a better, like more utilitarian camera.
People liked it more, and the front, when the lens comes out, man, you better have a nice tripod. It is got a, when it's fully.
There was a thing too, is like if you wanted to upgrade it to infrared, like the 900, like it was way easier and cheaper to do that too. Like
that too. I've only used mine a couple times, man. I wish I'd had somebody like I don't know, some flat earther that had more time. I'd let them borrow it,
There's a new camera now, the P950. It's a hybrid of the two of them.
see, that makes sense. Look at that. That's playing the market right there.
Yep.
Should have just came out with the P1111. They have to just keep going bigger and better.
Yeah, that's typically. I mean, see, it makes sense though. If they're doing it as 950 is almost like they're literally catering to flat earthers, knowing that it's the flat Earth camera. You know, they're saying, you remember how much you loved the 900, and you also bought the 1000, but you thought that it was a little bit less user friendly, so on. Like, we're gonna go in the middle and call it the 950, and they're catering to you. You know, like whereas most companies would just add another number to it instead of the 900 to the 1000 to go to 2000 or something like that. Yeah, they might let's split the difference just for these people.
Man, I'm looking at my wheelchair ramp where I got I got like one of them traps set for this freaking groundhog. He didn't even go for the carrots I left him. This freaking groundhog. I gotta get him, man. He's gonna mess with my damn peas and my Swiss chard, my carrots and my beans. Little effort. I need this groundhog's a big ass bastard. You know what? And
Put some
I just
roots
need
in there. Put some roots in there.
Oh,
you got any like potato plants, man? That's real good for catching groundhogs.
Really? I gotta have some with a little starts coming out, maybe.
Yeah. So they like those.
They do like digging in the ground. Yeah, they do like.
They
you know
do.
what?
In carrots, they like the baby carrots, dude.
Oh my gosh! I almost got a bag of them. I got this big ass one from the Chinese H Mart. I got this big ass effort that was like
I lived on a farm.
It was like a 2-pound carrot.
My whole life, I lived on a farm, except for when I was in surface. And the hardest thing to shoot are them woodchucks and them fucking groundhogs, man. You have a Mini 14 out there running thousands of foot per second, them motherfuckers will still dodge it.
So look, like I was thinking about, I got like a really nice pellet gun that supposedly can kill like groundhog, that can kill like a freaking hog. I've seen like videos of it killing hogs. Like,
yeah, you got to get. They got a pretty
let
thick
them go.
hide,
I
man.
don't know if I can do it. I'm probably just gonna take them down the freaking park and let them go.
I think you're better off with the 5.26 as soon as you see them, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, dude, I'm in Maryland, man. I don't have a freaking. What am I gonna do? The Steve Seagal freaking 2-liter? Can't do that shit in Maryland, man. Not where I'm at, anyway.
Oh yeah. You can't shoot a rifle in your area. Huh? You better.
No.
How about a shotgun?
No, I could do the pellet rail. But it's probably illegal to murder the freaking groundhog.
Listen,
I guarantee you,
we're not supposed.
You're not allowed. The DNR won't let you shoot squirrels that live in your attic, dude.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking about this stuff.
We're not supposed to shoot rifles on our property either, but that never stopped me from getting out the Mini 14 or the 22 Swift and taking out a groundhog who's eating my crops. So all you vegans understand that the groundhog that's eating your vegetables, I'm just going to shoot his ass and leave him out there for the rest of the wildlife to eat. You murderous sons of bitches.
Skin them? Make a hat out of them?
Hell no, man. I'm just going to leave it out there for the plants to eat, because even the plants aren't vegan.
Yeah, just so you know though, all that shit is illegal to shoot. Like, according to the DNR, like, you're supposed to live trap them and relocate them if they're pests.
Well, I've got them. I mean, I'm just my little area. You know, I'll probably grow like 30 pounds of potatoes and some stuff. But I call them ramp taters. It's right near my wheelchair ramp. And so if he comes up, man, I don't know, man.
Are you in a wheelchair?
Yeah. I've been in a wheelchair for 30 years. 30 years.
And you're farming. Rock on, man.
I've been growing shit forever, man.
Kudos
to
you.
When I was in Washington State, I freaking grew all kinds of crap when I got to my girlfriend's house out there.
are you totally you can't use your legs at all, or can you?
No, I got shot. I got shot in 1993. 32 slug to the T7.
Oh, was it a dispute or accident?
Baltimore City, getting gasoline in my motorcycle.
Yeah, I say because nobody's going to be hunting with a 32.
Yeah. Some guy thought that what was in my pockets belonged in his, apparently, but he didn't get anything. But he ends up shooting me in my back. So yeah, that was messed up, man. It was messed up, man.
That's
how did like shot you in the back? Like you were turned away from him?
obviously.
Like,
If he lodged it in T7, yeah.
Yeah, so you were you running or just leaving the confrontation or what was?
I just said, freaking, I don't want no trouble. I ain't got no money. I don't want no trouble. That's all I freaking said. And I turned to look at my girlfriend. And he shot me. Because I turned to look to see where my girlfriend was. Is what I mean.
You just turned your back. You turned your back for a moment.
This is my girlfriend's birthday, dude. June 23rd, 1993. So, but I knew some boys. I knew some boys from down around there, and they said there was another guy with a red motorcycle with a good-looking blonde girlfriend that also had a white 300ZX that used to come down there and spend like $2,000 for dope and coke every day. And he probably thought he was gonna get like $1,000 off of somebody. Yeah. So. Yep.
Yeah,
Mistake
that's so.
man.
People who don't have money think if you have a bike or a job or a car that you're.
He didn't come and steal the freaking bike. He went and got in a red Mustang and freaking drove off and got caught like 5 minutes later with a gun under the seat. Stupid motherfucker.
Yeah, I live in Michigan. I hear you. I've dealt with that. I got a family member who lives in he's disabled from the hip down, paralyzed from the hip down. He got shot in the back too, in Detroit. So yeah, I hear you. It happens. Maryland though,
he's still moving though.
When I hear about Maryland, I don't really think gangster nation. You know what I mean? Like people
Dude,
do.
it's freaking rough. It's rough down there, man. It's pretty rough. I got friends down there. You know, I got friends in the worst neighborhoods. You know, that I know for years.
I never knew that, dude. But like, you tell somebody you're from Michigan, obviously they're like, "Oh, you know about gangster shit." But I never knew.
Battle mod, like these Midwestern cities are the roughest. Like,
they
as
are.
Far as the gangsters, as far as the gangsters go, they literally give the least amount of fucks of anywhere else. Like.
Listen, Cali gangsters and you motherfucking Southern gangsters, you motherfuckers ain't got shit on these Yankees up here because they will shoot you and every motherfucker that's watching too.
Yeah, no, I almost got shot last fall just freaking out of some freaking asshole. I was leaving a job in north, like kind of near north. It was like a decent little pocket in the hood. There's like this like Jewish community and shit that's in the middle of the fucking hood. And I was working on a job
crazy.
there. And dude, I swear to God, yeah, I know. It's like there's this like nice little pocket that's surrounded by like absolute chaos.
Yeah, they got the same thing in Baltimore. You could go 3,000. You could go a half mile and you could go from like Fells Point. That's like got a beautiful area where they got like basically it looks like $1 million brownstone type little skinny houses, and then go literally a half mile up the street to where it's just like total.
Yeah.
Like selling dope, crack.
In this case, dude, it might not even be a half a mile. This little community, it's a very small community. It's like probably like 10 square blocks. That's like decent.
Same thing as
you know,
up on Reisterstown Road. There's a Jewish community up Reisterstown Road, and then you go right down into the city, and it's freaking dope central, man.
Listen, I was a farmer. I've lived on a farm my entire life except for service, 12 years of service. So to me, it gives me hope. I know how hard it is to farm with just with 2 working legs, and the fact that you do it from a wheelchair, man, that should give
I'm
hope.
only doing a little bit, dude. I was growing like freaking 20
Even
plants in the
still,
greenhouse
listen,
in
still,
Washington too.
you know what I mean. Still,
Yeah, my
so
grandfather was
that should give hope.
watermelon farmer in
That should give hope to
Utah.
people who still have their legs but think life's over for them. You know what I mean?
Well, they better. That's what when people start complaining, I'm like, you better stop.
Yeah, that should motivate people who don't have the problems you do, but they get up and drink every fucking day. This guy's farming from a wheelchair, and he doesn't sound drunk to me.
It's not quite a farm. It's not quite a farm. It's just gardening. Yeah.
Yeah, well, listen, I know city folks that say, "How the fuck do you grow a potato?" Really? Or corn? Where do you get corn seed from?
Corn in the ground. Give it water.
What kind of idiot asked you? Where do you get corn seeds? Like the kernel. The kernel is the seed, you motherfucker. The corn itself is the fucking seed.
I had a friend that tried to grow tomatoes in Baltimore City, this one spot, and the rats. I'm like, she had to get like the freaking topsy-turvy and grow it from like hanging because the rats were eating the damn tomatoes on the freaking ground. Like,
me.
I'm not kidding. It was really sad.
The fucking rats come out and steal your tomatoes, man. That sucks. I'd be a hunting motherfucker. Mike could be all socked out in my gunny suit, sitting in the bushes, like I'm taking these fucking rats down.
They got videos of those new pellet guns with the clips, and they're just like 75 rats in freaking like 60 seconds and shit, and like what 75?
I don't know.
Hey, if you got one of those. If you got one of those rifles, then yeah, you might take the groundhog out with him.
I don't know why this area is so lucky, or if I'm just lucky. But like, I've only seen a rat once in my life that wasn't somebody's pet, and I think it might have been. I think it might have been an escaped pet. Like,
oh my gosh!
And hold on, and roaches too. I've never seen a house with roaches. I know they exist in my area.
I have.
I've heard of them, but like I've never seen them. I've never seen a roach, and I've never seen a
mostly apartments, mostly apartment complexes. You don't see them in a lot of single homes.
Dude, I've seen some.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Listen, a really dirty home.
Yeah, I invest in real estate, and the worst real estate is rentals with more than one unit, and that's so if you get bed bugs or fucking cockroaches in a multi-unit rental, then yeah, that's a fucking problem. Like these things literally live through a fucking nuclear fucking fallout, the damn bed bug and the roach.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, is it like a climate thing? Is it whatever? Like, why is it that like? Because I've seen some disgusting fucking places. I've seen some disgusting fucking places.
It's got to do with a lot, I think, with climate, but also the construction style of the home. Like an old Victorian home has a lot more hollow space in the walls for these bugs to hide in and get away from your
and the old apartment complexes, there's just they'll run to the next one that hasn't been sprayed recently. Like I used to go to see my friend down this apartment complex, and man, like when you turn on the lights, man, they just go running, man. I'd be like, damn, this is crazy.
Living in the heating system. Yeah,
I see this shit on TV, and it's like, man, that's so disgusting. Especially because I've seen some really disgusting places that don't have those problems. It's like, how disgusting do you actually have to be to have those kinds of issues?
Roaches do like a cleaner area. They'll infest it, and then once they're infesting it, there's shit everywhere. But dude, about the roaches, what sucks is like they start. Okay, in Michigan, they're selling in my town where there's the hood. A lot of people are buying houses in the hood. The county sheriffs, the lawyers, all the rich people, they're trying to raise the prices in that area. And you got roaches.
Anything available. They're buying up any available real estate.
Yeah, listen, I buy it too. And we bomb for roaches, and it just goes from house to house to house and then back to the house again, You got to bomb the whole fucking neighborhood, man.
You have to It'd be good if you had like a 10 unit block that you just bought the whole thing and
Yeah,
got it all and
listen,
took it all at once, and you might be able to.
it's like these
Maybe.
fuckers are so smart. They go down the drain into the sewage and come back out when your ass is done. You know, they're fucking
Yeah, no, I
roaches
mean I
are
get it. It's
smart, dude.
kind of like if you've got a young kid in
Fucking
school and they get
expensive.
and strep throat is going around, right? Like your
Yeah.
kid comes home with strep throat, she kicks it, goes back to school, and 3 weeks later she's got it again. Well, it's because it's still in the fucking school. Like so, like that happened to my daughter a couple of years ago. Like she got strep throat twice in like a month. It's like how the fuck does
You
that
think
happen?
that shit like really spreads like that, like the whole germ theory? I don't even know if that's the way it happens. You think it
Well,
might just be
no,
like
yeah, it's not. No, no,
they're
no.
all
Listen, no,
dealing with the
I'm pretty
same
sure.
type of thing?
No, strep. I can't be certain about this, but I'm pretty sure strep is actually a bacterial thing. Like
Right.
you're talking about you're talking about terrain theory versus germ theory when it comes to
Yeah.
viruses.
I
Strep
believe
isn't a
in
virus.
bacteria.
Strep
I
isn't a
don't know if I
virus. It's a
believe in
bacteria.
invisible freaking boogeymen, you know?
Strep isn't a virus. It's a bacteria,
But
and
yeah, by the
bacteria.
way, to add on top of what Lou's saying, they don't claim that
Sorry,
strep
yeah.
transmits. Buddy, listen, he's right when he says it's a bacteria, but keep in mind they don't claim that strep transmits through the air. It transmits through contact, like when you share cigarettes or kiss each other. Take for instance.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's something that we can literally observe. Like you can like they're big enough to put under a microscope and like see them in action.
Right.
Like
You can get it in a wound. That's one of the that's like MRSA, E. coli, and strep. It's all stuff you can get in wounds. You know.
yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. So no, I'm like by bringing up strep and getting it twice and it being in the school, it's a complete red herring. What you just said about do you believe in germ theory?
yeah, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like yeah. I was the miss. I guess miss. Yeah. I didn't mean. I forgot you said strep. I'm thinking like the cold and shit. All that stuff.
No, now you're just trying to cover it. It's
Bacterial.
fine.
There's
It's fine. It's fine. It's
bacterial
fine.
pneumonia too. Who
You had
knows?
a little bit of a you made a leap in logic based off of your ignorance on the topic, and it's okay.
Yes, it's all right. Yep, cool. Not too bright.
But and we're not supposed to go there. But when it comes to germ theory versus terrain, I don't know that either one is actually correct. I know that the germ theory is got flaws in it, and terrain theory doesn't seem to fit observation perfectly either. Like so there's but it's worthwhile information to look into and to try to figure out what's really going on because I don't think either one of those is it.
It's hard to like totally go with one or the other.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of a like a false dichotomy right there. Like is it this or that? Like there's definitely a possibility for a third option. Trigonometry says he's got a curvy bed.
Yeah, he's got a curvy mum as well.
How was that for your back, Trig? Which way is it curved?
Or if he has scoliosis.
I would blame his curvy bed. Yeah, I mean, since we don't have anything else going, so like what they're talking about in the chat, G in the question. G is definitely the question because in W equals mg, weight equals mass times gravitational constant, right? Like that's what that is. So they like to claim that on a different planet you would have a different gravity, and so that is the thing that changes it. Like it's your weight equals your mass. Your mass would be consistent on any planet, or whether you're in a different medium. Let's just get away from this planet thing. Let's talk about the conversation that's often brought up. What if you're in water? Let's say I weigh 200 pounds, but I go into water and try to weigh myself. Now, what do I weigh? Well, it has to do with the amount of gravity pushing against me, right? Like, or let's change the medium. Let's say maybe it's not like regular air. Maybe we could do it out of water and make it a, a nitrogen environment, or helium environment, or like, do you weigh more in something like that? Let's put me in a sulfur flexa, or whatever. What is it? The sulfur hexafluoride or something like that. Not that I want to breathe that. Like, would I become lighter? Um, the Yeah, the gravitational constant is what is in question. Absolutely. Somebody typed that. It's the G that's the question. I mean, mass is still a question, too. Like, we can't seem to get a clear definition of mass without getting an explanation that takes us to other planets. Like, weight is the only thing we can actually measure there, right? Like, if you want to call mass, like if you want to say it's has to do with the volume something takes up, you could do it that way. But like weight over volume,
Mass has nothing to do with the volume it takes up.
sorry, what?
The mass of an object has nothing to do with the volume it takes up.
No, it's a density question. Like, yeah, it depends on this. This is what they're trying to talk about in the chat. Like, because your guys' examples are always saying on a different planet with a different gravity, you would have a different weight depending on the mass. So, like, it's like weight is the only thing that we can actually agree upon, and that's only here on Earth. And not in, and in the volume, like just on in the medium of air, and
Wait, who was
probably
the
having to do
we
with
in that
sea
statement?
level and shit like that.
Sorry, who was the we in that statement? It's the only thing we can agree on.
It's the only thing that should be agreed upon. Otherwise, there's going to be something in contention.
Well, when I took physics, back when the dinosaurs roamed the Earth, we all agreed on what mass was. Everybody in the class, everybody in the field agreed on
Okay,
what
what
mass
is mass?
was.
What is mass?
It's a property of a substance that tends to resist inertia or tends to resist movement. It has inertia, and it appears to warp space and time.
So something that has a lot of weight is more likely to resist a push, right? Like if I have a 10-pound bowling ball,
Mm-hmm.
And I try to push it, it's fairly easy. It's less easy if I have a 12-pound bowling ball, right?
Yeah, it's the mass you're talking about right there. It's not the weight, that's the mass.
Literally, one is 10 pounds, the other one is 12 pounds. The mass and the volume is the same, but it's about the density of that volume that has changed its mass.
No, the mass is what changes the density. You got it backwards.
If they're the same size and one is heavier than the other, the one that is heavier because because it's more dense.
No, it's because it's more massive.
That's what gave it a higher mass, right?
No, you got it backwards. The mass gives it a higher density. The greater mass gives it a higher density. We don't figure out density first.
We didn't increase a mass, we increased a density.
No, we didn't. We can't increase the density. We can increase the masses.
We can easily increase a density. We can use different materials. We can use lead to weigh the thing down, which is extremely dense, versus steel or versus I don't know what's on the inside of a bowling ball, but I'm just giving the example of different densities of materials.
Well, that's because those materials have different masses.
No, it's because they're packed into a smaller volume.
And what do we figure out is packed into that smaller volume? What do we call that? What is that thing that's packed into a smaller volume?
The masses. This is what I'm trying to get you to. So, like the stuff that makes it up, or the matter,
Yes, that's
that
mass.
makes it up, the matter that makes it up is stuffed into a smaller volume, and now you want to call that a mass.
Well, but before you can stuff it into a smaller volume, you have to have the stuff, right?
It's matter. It's again. So now this is the difference
That's the
between
mass.
a matter, and a mass, right? Like
No, they're the same thing.
matter is just stuff. Mass is a unit, apparently, right? Like it's a
Yes.
unit of like how dense that matter is packed.
No, it has nothing to do with density. The mass is the unit of stuff. Period.
No.
End of sentence. End of statement. It's a unit of stuff.
Matter is stuff. The mass is how densely packed it is.
No, it's not. You just don't understand how physics works, apparently, because, like I said, when I took physics back when the dinosaurs roamed the earth, it was 35, 40 years. God, how long ago? It's damn long ago. But yeah, we defined the mass as the stuff. And everybody agreed on it. And then we can figure out all the equations and we can get all the right numbers. But that's where we started. The mass is the stuff.
That's matter. No, the stuff is
and the density is the amount of stuff in a given volume.
That's not what you just said before.
Didn't you just say, like 5 minutes ago or less, that volume had nothing to do with mass?
Correct.
And you said it was a property.
And I just said it again.
You said it was a property.
It had anything to do with mass. Density is mass divided by volume.
Right.
Density is a property.
You said it has nothing to do with density
Density is
or
not
volume.
a property. Well,
It has nothing to do with density or volume. It's just matter. Mass. Masses are things.
Correct.
Stuff.
Yes, it's the mass that comes first, and from the mass we can figure out density.
Oh, stop it! You said it was a property.
Yeah, I don't know which part is you're not understanding.
It's the fact that you keep
run back. Run back what you think I said.
And contradicting yourself.
No, you guys just can't hear, apparently. What do you think I contradict myself
What is mass a property of?
It's the amount of stuff.
What is stuff?
Is it a property of? What is it a property of? There's something out there in reality that has this property called mass. What is it? What's that thing that has the property called mass?
The atoms.
What is it?
The atoms.
Atoms have the property of mass. So you're talking about atoms, not mass, then. So talk about atoms, not mass.
That is what we're talking about. That's what
atoms
mass is.
Atoms are matter, are they not?
Yes.
Atoms attract atoms now. Atoms attract atoms. Mass doesn't attract mass. Atoms attract atoms.
That's the same thing.
You're talking in circles. You're talking in circles. That's why you don't get it.
I don't know why this is so hard to understand. It's the same thing. The atoms are the thing that have mass.
You're talking in circles.
How so?
Dude, you say it's... He was already onto it. I should just let him do it. But you're saying that mass is a property of matter is what you should be saying, but instead you said stuff. Okay?
Well, same thing.
And now you're saying that mass is a property of itself.
But you disagreed with me on that point. You immediately contradicted yourself right there. And then you
Yeah, it's the property of an atom, right?
matter.
No, you said it's the same thing.
Yeah. That's how you first defined it. Yeah.
I thought it was a resistance to inertia.
Atoms have mass.
Which one?
Inertia is the resistance to movement. Now that's a circular definition. Inertia is defined as the resistance of mass to movement. And so you can't have resistance of mass to a resistance of a mass to movement.
It's not my story, Scott.
I know. But it's our story, and if you think you're taking out our story...
There's multiple definitions of mass, and it's not really clearly defined.
Let's look into it.
But they
are clearly defined.
But it seems to me if you guys want to take down our story, you got to get our story right. Do you not?
No, you haven't gotten your story straight. You've only confused the issue because you haven't been consistent in a matter of minutes.
No, I understand what I'm saying.
The amount of stuff in the thing, the amount of matter, or resistance to inertia, I mean, how many different ways can you define it in your story?
Well, once again, not resistance to inertia, resistance to change of velocity. Or it's resistance to acceleration. Mass is resistance to acceleration, which is inertia. Resistance to acceleration is inertia.
But it's measured in kilograms, right? The SI unit for mass. So it's weight too.
That's one way to quantify it. It's the
Density,
unit on
it's
it.
weight, it's the amount of matter in a substance, it's its resistance to inertia. We don't really know what it is in your story.
We just keep defining it differently in a circular manner. Like,
yeah, depending on what way we're trying to argue it.
No.
It changes for the argument. What do you mean no, dude? Are you denying that there's multiple definitions for mass in physics? Yes or no?
No.
Not you, the dude that keeps saying no. There are multiple definitions of physics, and it depends on what you're trying to actually do. So anybody that says no, there's not more than one definition is just being disingenuous. If that's how you prove a globe is through being disingenuous, then, that's a notch against you, not us.
Yeah, but if you guys are trying to take down our model, you got to get our model right. And
That still doesn't,
you never get our
that
model
doesn't
right.
address the problem with multiple definitions for one attribute.
It's all the same thing.
That's just like asking me to,
together.
you're appealing to my emotions to feel sorry for you now. But you don't understand. I do understand. That's why I know there's multiple definitions.
Oh,
I passed
God.
physics.
I don't think you
Never
did.
took it, whether high school or college. Okay, Scott, what you believe doesn't matter either.
So how did they use mass in physics then, Battle Mod?
Well, we just
Or can I just
defined
call
them
you
clearly.
Mike? Is that okay if I use Mike? I like it better.
Yeah, I'm asking you to choose
Okay.
yours. Is it the resistance to inertia, the amount of matter in a thing?
Once again, okay, how many times I got to say this? Resistance to inertia is not a thing. Inertia is the resistance to acceleration.
Then why do you define mass that way?
We don't. We define it. We define mass
well,
as
I
the
can
amount
give
of
citations
inertia.
that I can give citations that beg to differ with what you're saying right now. They do define it that way.
Okay, show me one where it says resistance to inertia.
He said, "Get it, get it." It's like you've never seen resistance to inertia.
Show me anywhere, any scientific,
acceleration.
Get over
show me any
Resistance to
scientific
change in
documentation that uses that phrase, resistance to inertia.
Yeah, you might have accidentally misspoke there.
Well, it's resistance to acceleration or movement.
Thank you. Yes, and inertia is defined as resistance to acceleration.
It still doesn't cure the problem of multiple definitions.
So what's the other definition then?
I mean, well, the SI unit of mass is kilograms, right? So we define it as weight in that sense. Now it's defined as a kilogram.
No.
Not an amount.
Kilograms is not a weight.
Not
That's
an
a mass.
amount, but a weight. The SI unit is a kilogram.
No, it's not. Yeah, but that's not a weight. That's a mass.
Also, this is kind of silly. There's multiple ways to define
the weight is a Newton.
Scott. One sec, Scott. Did you say that inertia is the resistance to acceleration?
Yes.
So not mass then?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Is it inertia or is it mass? You pick one.
Mass is what gives an object inertia.
No, a mass with an acceleration or movement is what gives it inertia.
No, that's called momentum.
Okay, a mass at rest? How much inertia does that have? Any mass at rest.
You mean Sunday math?
No.
Well, other than going to your fucking synagogue, yeah. In physics.
Oh, because I was gonna say if it's one of those churches where they dance around,
I don't think the Holy Roller Protestants call it mass. It's communion for them, but okay, Okay. Boy, this is a whole circular topic, isn't it? We can get
Not
into
really.
religion. We can get into religious forums with the mass of the congregation. En masse.
Not really. The whole physics community just understands that there's a simple equation: force equals mass
We
times
also understand
acceleration,
that
and then we can figure out lots
we
of
don't have
problems.
a clear definition of them. We use it in multiple different manners depending on the occasion.
We do this for like
understand that
we do
too.
this for everything. Like, so there's so many ways to describe different things, like
That
different
doesn't
scenarios.
make
It
it
doesn't
good
matter.
or proper. What do you mean?
There's ways to describe like animals, plants. Like you could describe a tree in different ways. Like it's the same thing.
Yeah, well,
It's still a
an
thing you can
attribute is an
measure.
attribute, and if we're going to define it as an attribute, it shouldn't matter in what manner it is. It shouldn't change. That attribute should be the same. It's for a bird, a dog, or a fish. Like eyeballs. Everything's got eyeballs. They're all pretty much in the same category and defined the same way.
You could say
How
an
do you
eyeball
measure?
is like a body
How do you,
part.
Scott? How do you measure the mass of an object here on Earth?
On Earth, we tend to weigh it.
Well, that doesn't give you the mass, but
But
through computation, you can come up with a theoretical mass volume.
well, we define a mass. We have a
You don't
standard for
measure
what a
it. That's
gram
the
is.
answer. You don't measure it. That's the answer.
Okay.
You already
Okay,
said.
never mind then.
Listen, you hit the specifics between the kilogram and the
He
newton.
actually asked you, Mike. I get it.
Well, are we weighing it in newtons or
Well,
measuring
mass
it in
mass
kilograms,
equals
Scott?
mass equals weight times gravity, right? So
No.
you take the
No. That's backwards.
Mass times gravity equals weight.
Yeah. And so
What are you
mass
talking
would
about,
be
dude?
mass would be
Shut the
weight
fuck
divided by
up.
gravity.
What? How? All you did is invert the fucking same thing I said.
Yeah, I know, but
The
you got it
mass.
backwards.
No, you're just trying to repeat a
M
fucking way that
equals
you've seen
W
it written
divided by
down.
G.
It's the same thing. I said
No, M
mass
is W
equals
over
weight
G.
times gravity, and then you reversed it and said mass times gravity equals weight. You just flipped the equals sign to the other side of the formula.
No.
Oh my. This is basic algebra, buddy, but okay.
Algebra?
Yeah, do it in your head. If you want to isolate the weight, like you're gonna have to divide on both sides. It's not the same.
We both said mass times gravity, right?
It's a physics equation.
We both said mass times gravity, right?
They're proportional relationships.
You said
Yeah.
weight times gravity.
Sorry,
Yeah, you said weight times gravity equals mass.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I said
Okay.
mass equals weight times gravity, and you said no. Gravity equals weight
Correct.
times mass.
Yes, mass does not equal weight times gravity. Mass times gravity equals weight. So weight divided by gravity would equal mass.
In fact, the way I just repeated it, that was wrong. So no.
No,
What
that's what you
happened
said
was
the first
I
time
said
too.
weight equals mass times gravity, and then he
Correct.
said no. Mass times gravity equals weight. That's
No,
what.
you
That's
said
what happened.
No.
Play back the recording.
Listen,
You'll find yourself
because it-
saying weight times gravity equals mass. That was
Because
incorrect.
it's a proportional
That's what he was responding
relationship,
to.
you can rearrange the values in that equation. And we all know that. So you
But it's
can just
important how you do it. You just don't
well,
flip
it
sides.
is.
No, it doesn't matter
But
which
that
side.
still doesn't
Which,
that doesn't define the amount of matter
it doesn't
in a
matter
thing.
which side you put the equal side on. You can either formulate the sentence as to find this, you do this, or do this to find this. And that's what happened.
No,
Bro,
it's
you
not
said
what
weight
happened.
times
You're not
gravity.
paying attention to what you're saying, man. You said weight times gravity equals mass. That's what you said. That is incorrect.
No, I said weight equals mass times gravity.
No, you didn't. Play
Yes, I
back the
did.
recording. Play back the recording. Go back.
You go and
Listen
fucking
to
play it
yourself.
back. That's what I said.
You didn't. But okay, let's move forward. We all agree that m times mg equals weight. Okay.
No, we didn't.
W equals mg. Now where do we go?
Now we have to figure out how you figure out what the fuck a mass is.
We'll
Lots
just
of ways.
count the amount of matter in the stuff. I'll wait. Just count that matter in anything.
The easiest way you can do it is put on a balance, right? Then
No man can do it.
get you.
That would be weighing it, right? I thought
No,
mass wasn't weight.
no, it's not weighing it necessarily. Because you take your
balance weights.
No, because you can do it anywhere. You can do it on the moon.
With a balance scale.
Yes. If you have a
How do you know? Oh, hold on. How do you know you went to the moon with a balance scale or triple beams or something? I get tired of these presuppositions that you couldn't prove if you had to.
Yeah, if you believe my story, this is what would happen.
And I could do it on the moon. Sure, prove it. I'll wait.
Okay, we can put it in a centrifuge then.
Equation.
Can we put it in a centrifuge then? And take a balance scale, put it on the side of the wall of a centrifuge, and stick my 1 gram mass that I have on one side and stick what I want to weigh it against on the other side. Stick it in the centrifuge, and would the balance beam still work in the centrifuge? The answer is yes, it would. And in that case, you're not measuring the weight, you're measuring the mass.
Anyone have a clue what he's getting at with that? What he's trying to say?
I didn't figure you would. It's a complex idea to throw something sideways and put it in a centrifuge so you're getting
I
a
know, but when
force.
it rotates, how the fuck is the balance beam going to work under rotating premise? I'm still trying to put
Very
this all
easily.
together.
It'll just work.
Listen. First off, you're going to need a big fucking centrifuge to put your fucking balance beam in. You're not talking about a little one that's in a doctor's office or on a counter somewhere at
I am.
At a blood. Okay, well, let's see it. Hook your rig up.
Do it however I want.
Show me it actually
How
is
big a balance beam do you need for a gram?
But it's rotating, so it has
Yes, I know.
centrifugal force. So how do you know you're not measuring the force and you're measuring the grams or balancing it out? Could just be a balance of all forces in a rotating reference frame. Let me finish my sentence, Scott, before you interrupt. I hate that shit. How do we know it's not just a balance of forces in a rotating reference frame?
Well, because nobody understands what you just said, and so it can't be that thing because it is.
Oh, are you? Listen, dude, are you fucking serious? All things in a rotating reference frame are under centrifugal force, are they not? Those forces will balance out. You act like intelligent people can't understand that concept.
Not the balance beam won't balance out necessarily.
You want okay?
Will it be under centrifugal force?
Balance beam. So you've got a gram on one side of a balance.
If it sits on a swivel, once we start to spin it, it's going to level out.
What's going to level out?
The balance beam. If it sits on the center part of the rotation, could you not interrupt people when they're talking? If a centrifuge rotates, where are you going to put it in the damn centrifuge, dude? That's like saying I'm going to put a balance beam in a washer and dryer, and the motherfucker's going to balance out because it's got 1 kilogram on each side. That's fucking idiotic.
Well, it's not my fault you can't understand it.
A centrifuge is no different than a washer or dryer.
It is actually your fault. It is actually your fault because you tried to convey this as a way of understanding and you failed if nobody understands it.
No, because you guys didn't accept my masses on the moon thing because we can't go to the moon. I'd say fine. I'll create another inertial device.
Lou, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's not his fault that he can't understand it because it's not his fault that it doesn't make sense. it just
no,
doesn't make sense.
That's not what I said either. I said
There's
it's
an
his
image
fault.
of a
It's his fault that
centrifuge.
he tried to convey a message that nobody understands.
Yeah,
Try
yeah,
again,
listen.
Scott.
There's a picture of a centrifuge. Now, if we put a
Well, if
balance
you
beam
guys
in
would
there
shut up
and
long
we
enough for me to say
rotate it
something, I'll be
just
glad
like a
to.
tire, it's going to balance under rotation, just like a CNC lathe or a turning center.
See, but Mike's just got to throw in all this kind of gibberish and nonsense that has
It's
nothing to do
not
with the
fucking
point we're making.
just because you can't answer the question. You couldn't even build the bridge, motherfucker. Show me where you're going to put the balance beam in that centrifuge. Give me an image. Go to paint. Go to. I say you're full of
I
shit.
don't need to go to
Look, I
paint.
didn't
Have
see.
you guys?
I didn't see
Has
you
you guys
talking
ever
about.
been to a? You guys ever been to an amusement park?
Yeah,
You guys
yeah.
ever been to an
You want to
amusement
do
park?
the
Yeah, I've
Gravitron, right?
rode the
You want to
Gravitron.
I'm not talking about
Yeah.
a gravitron.
put the balance beam
Let
stuck
me
to the wall,
can you guys
right?
let me
The balance
finish?
beam
I'll be
stuck
glad
to
to
the wall.
explain. But you guys need to fundy mute me constantly.
Yeah, if you put the balance beam against the wall of the centrifuge,
I wasn't talking about a centrifuge.
it's just gonna. You did say we're gonna put a balance beam in a centrifuge.
Would you like me to
Where are
explain
you
what I
gonna
meant?
put it?
The 1 gram.
Would you like me to explain what I meant, Mike? You just want to
Where
talk. You just want to hear yourself talk.
No,
That's
I
exactly
don't.
what you said, Scott.
Listen,
Okay.
I've
Fine,
done
never
enough
mind then.
machining that I know when you spin a thing, the balance, the placement of it in that rotating reference frame matters on whether or not it'll balance out or not. It's called true runout.
Well, instead of trying to guess what I'm going to say, why don't you let me say it?
I just want you to take that to paint and show me where you're going to put the fucking balance beam in the
Instead
center.
of trying to guess what I'm saying, why don't you let me say it, Mike?
Go to paint, because you've said it 100 times and apparently
I
you
haven't said it even once. I haven't even said it once.
build the bridge because people have asked you more than once.
I haven't even said it once.
And we still have no idea what the
But
fuck
this is you trying to guess what I'm going to say when you have no idea
I'm
what
not
I'm going to say.
guessing. Moron, I said, here's a picture of a centrifuge. Where would you place the beam?
I wouldn't do that. That's not what I would do.
Well, then why bring up the centrifuge? Why did you
Because
invoke
there's lots of different centrifuges other than the one you posted, right?
Okay, give me an image of the one you're talking
Okay,
about.
I'll give you an image. If you shut up, for 5 seconds,
I'm
I'll
not
give you
going
an
to
image.
shut up, man. Give me
I
an
know.
image. I'm
I
not
know.
going to, Scott, because you
give
interrupt
me an
me
image
so
while I
much.
don't shut up to give you time to give me the
Listen,
image.
dude, the motherfucker that can't
What the
stop
fuck is wrong
talking in
with
the
you,
middle
man?
of somebody else's sentence is finally
You're
wanting
both
somebody
that
else
guy.
to shut up so he can talk.
You're both that guy.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Clint. Nobody asked you.
But you're doing the same thing that you're
Scott
mad at him
says
for.
something.
Yeah, I
and
got
then when
tired of the motherfucker interrupting me, so I got him a taste of his own medicine. Would you like some?
Scott says
No,
something, and
here's
then
the
you
thing.
and then you
You
point
were
out the
doing
flaw
the same
in
You
it,
and
and then he
him.
says, "I never said that," and
I
then he
didn't.
starts to say, "What?"
He did say it.
I didn't.
Yeah, Lou knows.
Dude,
But
you
anyway,
said that you
are we
would put a
disproving
balance beam
the
with a
flat
1
Earth
gram
with
weight
a
on a
laser beam? Because I can do
centrifuge.
that.
Yeah, my only question was where.
I can
That's it.
explain how we can do that. If Mike would shut up for
Well,
5 minutes,
the
but
first
he
thing
can't. He's
that
incapable
strikes
of it.
me is
So
that when you're driving
I don't think I'm going
across
to be
the
able to.
Bitch, listen, bitch, you had 20 minutes to do it. You failed. You just kept saying your
I
failure
never had
to
2
understand.
seconds, Mike.
Your failure to understand is not my failure to present my ideal. Yeah, it is.
He
It
failed.
doesn't sound like
I
every day
agree
in
with
here,
you. He
literally.
failed, but don't stoop to the level of just talking over everyone because he's doing it.
Listen, dude, take your concern somewhere else. You get what you give. Nobody gives a fuck about
Well,
your
the
so
thing
just
is,
shut the
I
fuck
get
up.
it. I understand
So
your
goddamn
frustration,
drunk
but now
motherfucker.
you're doing the
I'll step
same
in here
thing.
for a second. I'll step in here for a second. What he's saying is kind of correct. Both Scott and you have a tendency to not allow each other to speak, and I'm actually doing a little bit myself too. But and it's all out of frustration. However, shut the fuck up, dude. Back off. As long as the conversation is going, they got it freaking figured out between them. You know, like this is just how they operate. You know, like we don't need you
Yeah, but it's
changing the
irritating
subject.
to listen to. You understand
It's
that,
not
right?
broke.
Get
Don't
that
fix
image,
it.
Scott. Can we get that image, Scott, of the centrifuge that you use? You said you were going to post it, but yeah, I've yet
I
to
never
see
said I was going to post anything.
Okay,
it. You said 1 second. You told me all I had to do was shut up and you'd post it. I shut
I
it
never
up
said
for a
I'd
minute,
post
but you
anything.
never posted it.
I never said I'd post anything. I said I'd explain it to you.
Okay, so what you're saying is you're asserting things without factual
Oh
evidence,
my
and
God,
therefore you
Clint.
can be dismissed without factual evidence.
Clint. He didn't hear shit you said, Boo.
Here's the thing,
Yeah.
man. You
Hey,
guys
hey,
won't
my
work about.
bad, Scott. But
Yeah,
can I get that
basically,
image?
Clint, I basically told you to shut up, but I also told them to take a note from what you said. So you
Okay,
made your point.
I'm good.
Now shut up. Let them
Yeah,
adjust.
duly noted. Duly noted, brother. Can we have that image, Scott? I'm just wondering how you're going to set this valence beam in a centrifuge. Are we going to turn it on once the valence beam is in there? Are you going to get it spinning?
No.
Oh, we're just going to put it in there. Oh, that's where my problem was. It's not going to be actually doing anything, just sitting in there.
Would you like me to explain? Or do you just want to derail the
Well,
conversation?
How
have
much
the time to do it,
silence?
dude.
How much silence do you need, dude?
Okay.
I
Have
mean,
you ever been? Have you guys ever been to a amusement park and seen those swings that you sit
nope.
on?
I've
Well,
been there,
at amusement parks,
never amused.
Nope.
at amusement parks, they have these rides where you go and you sit on these swings
Yeah.
that are on these chains, and you
Yeah,
sit on them,
Scott.
and they're pointing straight down, right?
I'm just fucking with you.
Well,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. Okay, and
They
so
spin and the swings go out.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, and those go out, and you can
Oh,
make
like
that
a
thing and
carnival ride. I was
theoretically
thinking
go
like
really,
amusement
really,
park,
really,
like
really
roller
fast,
coaster.
Clint,
right?
now you're doing it. Go ahead, finish, Scott.
No, but I was.
So, anyways, you put the balance beam on one of those things, and you turn it on, and it doesn't fall over because it starts out really slowly, but as it goes faster and faster and faster, it goes further and further out, and the entire time that thing never goes out of balance until it's spinning super fast, thousands of RPMs, and the little seat, now we scaled this down to a tiny little thing, and you can easily see how this thing would never go out of balance in that centrifuge.
Okay, now I have the mental picture. How does that fucking prove mass? Because that's what you were trying to freaking define with this.
Because all we need to know is that the inertia created by those two things are the same. And so you have one side, you have an established gram. The other side, you have the thing you're trying to weigh. And when you put it in a centrifuge, what's causing those things to push outwards is inertia or centrifugal force. It's the same idea. And if in that centrifuge, the mass, the 1 gram object is creating the same inertia as the object you're weighing, you can say that other object is a gram.
Okay,
And that's
now
how
how
you
does that
that's how
prove?
you determine mass without weight.
Don't you need a 1 gram weight to determine it's 1 gram?
No, you need a 1 gram mass. No, you need a 1 gram mass.
Listen, I've used balance scales. I'm just, it comes with a weight set, and you put the 1 gram on one side and the cocaine on the other, and you got a gram of cocaine.
Yeah. People who've ever
But that
done
gram is a mass, not a weight.
Yeah. I went to college. No, a gram is
It's
a
a
weight
mass.
of cocaine.
It's a mass.
Scott, I'm fucking with you,
a gram
dude.
of
Come on.
inertia.
Don't be so
A gram
tight
of inertia.
ass, bro. You never went to college? You get a gram of weed in college? Did you hit him with that physics definition?
I wasn't doing weed when I was in
Where's
college.
my Where's my math?
Did you ask him how much inertia that weed would fucking have? Like, how much inertia does that weed?
How much
weed have?
mass is in my gram of
This is
cocaine, man?
King
That's
Glover
not a gram of
speaking.
weed. There's no mass.
Let me clarify. I left for like 20 minutes, and this is what devolves into this channel.
No, but the interesting thing is all this was just to avoid
Devolve.
an agreement.
We're actually on a good
that we
point.
have an agreement on what mass is. We know what mass is.
Yeah.
The entire physics community knows what mass is.
I've already.
It's inertia.
You would need that 1 kilogram weight for the counterbalance, though.
If mass is inertia, why do
kilogram
they
of-
have two different names and definitions?
It's mass.
Mass is what gives something inertia.
Mass is just the measure.
No, it's how much inertia it has.
Oh,
Mass
great,
is
a
just the
fourth
measure of how
wheel.
much inertia something has. Okay. Inertia is just
How much inertia? So you've got 1 gram of inertia. That's it.
I'm not sure. Is it Trig? Do you know if there's a unit to inertia? I don't remember if there's a unit to inertia. I think it was
It's
just
called
a
mass.
No,
Mass
I
is
never.
the measure of inertia. For frick's sake.
We just went through this shit. We just went through this, man, and everybody keeps coming in and sidetracking and shit. There's like,
Inertia is
before it's
just
over, we're gonna have a 18-wheeler rolling.
There's no units to inertia, right?
like inertia is just like the
Resistance
physical
to
concept.
acceleration.
Yeah, inertia is just a physical concept of what we observe, and inertia or mass is just the quantity of
physical concept. That's an oxymoron.
Oh, so no, hold on. He wants to say that mass is a quantity.
Wait, Trig, finish that. Finish that, Trig. Finish what you were going to say, Trig.
I'm saying that like inertia is it's the resistance to
now we can't do
acceleration.
it. Now we can't do it. Now,
Right? Yeah.
Well,
inertia is the resistance to acceleration, and mass is what? And mass is the
mass is just the
amount of
quantity
stuff.
of how much it resists acceleration. So it's like the
Thank
quantity.
you.
Yeah.
The quantity of the resistance, not the matter.
Yeah, you can say either or, but I much rather prefer to define mass as the quantity of inertia or measure of inertia, however you want to say it. It's just how much resistance it applies when a force is being applied.
It applies.
But this is like the 1,000th time we visited this topic, right?
It
is, Scott.
And did we get
that's a
anywhere in the
fair
first
comment.
999 times?
No. No,
Right,
I have to agree with you.
What's the purpose of revisiting the 1,000th time?
We're only on the M. We got to do this. We got to do this for the D
Listen,
also.
Scott, so often we get here, but we've aligned, and I agree with you right now, brother. This is non-productive. So often we get here, even though people think we'd kill each other if we met in person. We often agree, and we agree now.
I might wring Scott's neck, but I'm glad.
No, he's just another guy. Listen, I work with people. I'm the boss, man, and they're worse assholes than him. So it's cool. It's perspective, man. It's just a guy coming to an understanding, laying down his terms.
Yeah,
that's it.
To be honest,
you don't have
I would
to get
never, I would
offended.
never actually do that to anybody. But yeah, I would want to. I'd be like, so frustrated with them, you know.
Yeah, I always want to bash people up, but I learned to control that when I was a child, you know. They told me if I didn't control my temper, one day it would control me. And I thought that made sense. So I worked on it. But I agree, this is so semantical, and it's just.
But can
not
we agree on it at least?
Anything.
We have not come to an agreement. We're gonna have to just move on to gravity, the G.
All right, yeah. So can we move on to how we can measure the constant?
It scares others.
All right. Can we set aside our differences in understanding of what mass is for the day, and move on to our mighty big G?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
way to play the victim, Sydney. Nobody was even talking to you.
You kind of have to figure out the M, but like we're gonna have to circle back to it again.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. But let's move on to the G.
Yeah. So it's not just like gravity torsion balances that you can use to measure the constant. You can also use atom interferometers, interferometers and stuff. I'm trying to see if I can start a GoFundMe to buy one of the torsion balances, and I'll do the observation in here. I'll live stream it for like a day or something.
Atom interferometer.
How do you use an atom interferometer to measure or calculate big G?
I don't really know yet. I'm reading the work on it, but I mean, it's included in some of the code data values, so it's not like something has been done.
Seems counterintuitive to me that you could do that.
It was done in 2007 for the first time, I think.
Because I would think that gravity doesn't really work at that scale.
Right now, Scott's looking for flat earthers to back him up, I think.
Yeah, he's like...
No, Trigman might have seen something I haven't seen yet, and I'm willing to learn, but
somebody didn't want me to reply to that. They deleted it.
Gravitation wave detection.
Fine how.
I'll try and send it in here.
Wait, they're detecting gravitational waves at the atomic level?
This is why I don't usually.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't usually say stuff I don't know, unlike other people in here sometimes.
You're doing that right now.
Wow. I have to look at that article.
But yeah, you can measure the constant with it. But besides the point, I don't think a lot of people have.
I mean, you would have to have found like the graviton and like had a way to like weigh it, right?
You don't need to know what the force mediator is to know it exists. Like I don't need to know the mechanism of how it works. I just need to know that it exists. That's what Newton didn't know what mediated gravity. He just knew it was mass and mass. That was it. Mass attracting mass. He never said it's the graviton.
And he was wrong, and so that he didn't want to be attributed to that.
What do you mean he was wrong?
Well, according to Einstein, he was wrong.
No, he wasn't. Einstein never said Newton was wrong. It's just that both work symbiotically.
There is no force, according to Einstein.
I don't care what Einstein says for this, argument. We need to get back to measuring big G, right? This gravity torsion balances or atom interferometry. Because if I get a flat earther to admit that the mass attracts mass, then like my
you're
life
not going to get that. In fact, you're not going to get globers or physicists that are like up to date with the current physics to agree with that either.
Yeah, wait. So I'm not going to get any physicist that says big G can be measured with a torsion balance.
You're not going to find any physicists that are up to date with like the 100. Like if they've accepted the bendy space time from Einstein, then they will not agree with mass attracts mass.
I would actually disagree because this is not me trying to start an argument about like relativity or space time or anything. I would say that it is still mass attracting mass because mass causes the distortion that makes the effect of gravity.
Well, because that would take a force, which Einstein says is not a force; it's an effect.
Well, I don't think you understand.
Force?
I don't think that's so. Like, this is why I say we shouldn't talk about things that we don't know about because I don't think you understand why it's not categorized as a force. Because first you would have to accept.
Well, hold on. Which one is it to you? Because now you're claiming both. You're saying it's a force, but it's also not a force.
This is just semantical again. I want to get back to Big G. I was just trying to explain how
this is Big G. We're talking about Big G right now.
We're not talking about the gravitational constant right now. We're doing your red herring of space-time, right? I never brought it up. That's you, man. I want to get back to the measure.
No. The red herring might be where you're going because we're trying to define these different variables, mass and gravity.
You realize that even in Einsteinian like mechanics and stuff, big G is still a value, right? Like it doesn't go away.
No, that's little g is it has a value. The big G is just it's a theoretical it's a theoretical concept of how it works, of trying to explain the cause of why it works essentially.
No, it's not. Big G is just a value, dude. This is what I mean. You don't know what you're talking about. Big G is the gravitational constant.
Big G, according to Einstein, like this
according
is
to Einstein. Wait, what do you seriously? What do you mean? According to Einstein, ask him what Big G. Like,
Big G is the theory. Big G is the theory of gravity, whereas little g is the law of gravity.
It's the constant. It's the constant. It's the gravitational constant. Learn what it means.
Little g is just acceleration, bro.
Yeah, Big G is not the theory of gravity. It's just not, man.
Little g, the acceleration, the measured effect, right? The big G is the cause.
No.
No, it's not.
No.
They're just constants, dude. Well, little g, I would say little g isn't a constant since it does change on Earth depending on latitude. Well, no, little.
Yeah, and elevation and everything else.
But big G
is an attempt to explain the mechanism.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's just a value that you use to in the universal formula
Listen,
for universal
hold
gravitation.
on. They're right. Big G is a universal constant. It's a bunch of equations. Little g is a bunch of equations.
No, big G's a number. It's just a number.
Big G is.
I know.
How do
I
you
can
derive that
tell you.
number? How do you derive that number?
Listen, you're confusing Big G with the theory of gravity, bro.
Yeah, look, I might be. Look, I know that I'm a little bit off on this. I'm not fully educated on it, but look.
Yeah,
where
they're
do you
right.
derive?
We can tell.
I'm saying, listen, I'm saying the guys are right, and they're still attacking me, but they're right. So it's the theory of gravity that you're wanting to attribute that to.
Yeah. So can we talk about how we can measure Big G? How we can measure it?
Well, I'm sure you can. Yes. The
Yeah, I know. I just want
constant. Yeah, I'm sure you're going to reiterate what a million people have said before you.
No, it's not It's not going to be reiterating. It's going to be going through the
It's a repeating of the same process that's been taught for years on Earth. Yes.
No, I'm talking about the experiments, not just repeating and brainwashing. Do you think that's all Big G is? Like some
Listen,
sort of.
do you deny that we've taught this in academia, in this conversation, in this process?
Yeah, we teach it by doing the demonstration of.
You just said
measuring
we don't. It wouldn't be a repeating because it's all new.
Yeah, but you're saying repeating as it's
You're
trying
just
to
repeating academic knowledge. That's it. That's been memorized.
which has been measured. No, what do you mean? It's measured. It's experience.
I didn't say it wasn't measured. I said it's been done by multiple people, dude. You don't even listen. You just reply to reply. No, nobody's arguing with what you said or the results of your experiment.
So is Big G a real value that we observe?
That's up to you to decide.
How is it
up to
measured?
me. No, it's not. It's not up to me. It's just what we
is,
observe
actually.
in reality.
Well,
dude.
go through the process.
If I was wrong before, please just help to educate me. How is it measured? Before telling me,
yeah, Battlemon needs to be quiet real quick. Not to say anything against you, but
I'm just trying to
get
get to the crux of it and get past all the bullshit, repeating shit.
It's not repeating.
Lay down your premise that's been said before. If it's been said before and done before,
you won't even let me talk
about it. It is
a
repeating, dude. Quit getting angry over the word repeating.
When you say repeating, you're making it sound like it's like
science is repetitive. No, I'm not.
Yeah, all right, so you agree that
no way, shape, or form does repetition make a thing unsubstantiated. You're just getting butthurt over some simple shit. That's it.
So can you let me talk to Lunatic then?
I've asked you 20 times to explain it, and you just keep getting pissed off about the word repeat, dude. The problem is yours, not mine.
Battlemod, I'm not talking to you because I'm trying to talk to Lunatic. This conversation won't go anywhere.
Look,
so you're not going to explain what he asked you to explain.
I'm going to explain it to him, but you need to mute up.
We already get your feelings on the word repeat.
So how is Big G measured?
It's measured with torsion balances and also atom interferometry.
Go further.
Would you like me to send you experiments of measuring the value?
No, I'm going to explain more of the process.
Well, Cavendish is the torsion bars.
Yeah, so if you have two stationary masses, and then you have two moving masses on a bar, and you have a torsion wire that has a given value of how much it'll change in rotation if a certain force is applied to it. So knowing how much the beam deflects moving one way, you can figure out the gravitational force applied on the torsion bar between the two masses to figure out the gravitational constant. That's how Cavendish measured Big G back in 200 years ago at this point now.
Cavendish did. That's okay. So you're trying to explain Cavendish. That was a
exactly. Yeah.
That's That first of all, Cavendish was under the assumption of Newtonian gravity while he did his so-called experiment. Secondly, it was a poorly set up so-called experiment. Thirdly, his entire paper was not about anything to do with gravity itself. It was measuring the what was it? The density of Earth. Okay,
and he also calculated the gravitational constant in that paper. So do you just like read the abstract and think that's all a paper is about, or because that's what it sounds like right now? You're just like, oh well, the paper says determining density of Earth, so therefore that's the only thing that was discussed in this paper. No, he measured the force applied on the torsion wire, and was able to calculate how much force was applied to it, and you can figure out the deflection of it, and you can figure out the gravitational constant. And it's not just Cavendish that did the same setup. It's been done for literally centuries since then. It's done all over the world, and
but with inconsistent conclusions, like or results, like the different. It's not like everybody who sets up Cavendish gets the same results that like fit in with Cavendish. Like it's all fucked up. Like in fact, it fails often.
Yeah, can you tell me the 0.01% differences between the results that we observed today? That's like super far off. Yeah, like people are getting different results all over the world. That's why you don't hear about it or anything.
Look, balls on a torsion wire, freaking eventually coming to meet each other, doesn't prove gravity in any way. Like that. In fact, the idea of it is pretty ridiculous. Like,
wait, so mass attracting mass doesn't prove gravity? That's what you're telling me? That's interesting. I guess you learned something.
Well, especially because Einstein disagrees that mass attracts
Oh
mass.
my god, bro! Why do you keep on bringing up Einstein? I know you don't know anything about
it's the accepted it's because it's the accepted rhetoric of today.
I don't care. We're talking about mass attracting mass and Cavendish. Stop bringing it up. Because I know. If you want to have a conversation about Einsteinian,
it's superseded this
no, it's not. If
Newtonian
you want to have a
mass
conversation
attracting
about
mass.
Einsteinian,
That gravity is a force. It superseded it.
all right, so that was your only rebuttal to that entire conversation was Einstein. He didn't agree with it. Come on, man. Grow up.
Yes, no, dude. The physicists of today have abandoned that old, dried up shit.
Yeah, they abandoned the gravitational constant, really?
No, they abandoned that gravity is a force. And that mass attracts mass. They abandoned that.
I don't care. We're not talking about Einsteinian. Stop bringing it up because I know you know nothing about it. You can't even understand the math. So we're not going to talk about it.
Mass does not attract mass.
Stop bringing it up. We're not talking about it. Do you want me to call you a retard in 5 different other languages? Because I can if you want me to.
Yeah, go for it.
What definition of mass? Let me ask him. What's the definition of mass to start with?
Yeah, we're gonna have to go back.
We were already there. We moved on to this. Look. It doesn't matter how many ways you say it, man. Freaking, this is not the modern physics. Like this shit is old and washed up.
We're not talking about Einsteinian.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
Here, instead of you guys repeating yourselves, because some people are annoyed by people repeating themselves. Let me just throw the question out there. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Nice red herring, man.
Topic of the server, dude. Answer the question.
Not what I was talking about, so I'll just mute up if that's where you want me to go with you, because I'm not going to entertain your red herring.
Sounds like a cop-out.
Everyone has known that the Earth is globe for 2,000 years, bro.
How did they know it to begin with? If they knew it 2,000 years ago, how'd they figure that out?
Literally talked about this yesterday with all these people. Come on. This shit is so fucked. Why would you? So you're just saying like, oh, the base assumption is it's flat somehow.
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
So you're saying that you, on base, assume that it's flat, and then you need a reason to doubt that. That's just kind of showing your.
I do observe it as flat. Do you observe it as flat?
I mean, if that's all that matters, I would be like, oh, there's a hill. Maybe it's all hill shaped.
Well, hold on, buddy. I asked you a close-ended question. Can you give me a yes or no answer to my close-ended question?
Depends on what you mean by that. Very locally, sure. In some places.
I mean, as in not a sphere, not a damn sphere, dude. As in not that. Duh. Fucking duh.
Very difficult to tell.
I'm not, dude. You're not answering the question. It just shows a lack of intellectual honesty on your part.
I mean, what's your intellectual honesty? Everything's a gotcha moment? Come on.
No, my intellectual honesty is I observe the Earth as flat, and if someone doesn't have a demonstration of curvature via direct measurement, then it's flat. That's my intellectual honesty. And if you ask me any question about it directly, I'll answer a question directly about it. I wish you would do the same.
Yeah, you mean your intellectual honesty of barging into our conversation to do a red herring? Because you're not going to have a debate with me about it, because it'll just end the same thing.
Oh, I thought you were on mute. What? You talking now?
Yeah, I'll talk, because it's absurd.
This is absurd. So, this LARP, you guys keep on going with the flat Earth. Like, do you actually believe it?
Absolutely.
That's
oh,
like
shit.
so based. That's so based.
He's just like, yes.
That's
Shit.
so based.
That's actually convincing. I'm a flat earther now. It's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah. Converted.
Do you guys actually believe the Earth is a spinning ball? You can't see it or feel it, but you believe it?
I'll tell you this. I believe that we do have satellites in orbit. Okay, like I'll say that much.
Do you believe that when you're in a plane, you're actually moving at all? You don't feel.
Yeah.
What?
Well, the plane can't be moving because, like, it doesn't feel like it's moving around me.
Yeah, how's it going 500 miles per hour? That doesn't make sense. I don't feel.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
You realize a plane is a closed system, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be sealed. It's supposed to be a sealed tin can.
The car cannot possibly be moving around me right now.
If you don't seal that hoe, then it's not going to be as fast, and the aerodynamics going to be all wonky.
If I open the door of my car, it will still move, and it will still feel like I'm not moving.
So, Mr. Chemistry, do you believe that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator right now, rotating?
About, yeah.
But you don't feel, any rotation of the Earth yourself, right?
Well, I think that's because of inertia, no?
My car right now is moving at 30 miles per hour, and I do not feel it moving.
Yeah, but I know. I didn't ask you about that. I'm just making the point that you're like going to me and saying something along the lines of, "Oh, you believe the Earth is flat? You're crazy." Blah 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 blah. And then I'm asking you the simple question: you believe that you're moving hundreds of miles per hour in a rotation right now on the surface of the Earth, and you can't feel it? Like, that's an extraordinary belief, buddy. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, you're believing that you're going such extraordinary speeds, but you can't feel it. Like, that's extraordinary.
Take a 360-degree turn in that plane.
This. Wait a minute.
Hold on, hold on.
Oh, sorry,
take a 360-degree turn in that plane once a day and tell me if you can feel it changing direction.
I think we could test this, though, in the sense that you take a small little. Okay, so like let's say you're on a fair ride, right? You're gonna feel the spinning of that fair ride, like you guys all seen the spaceship, right? Like the whole spaceship that just spins and rotates really fast.
I've been on it.
Yeah, so let's just say we get like a 2 scale and just like get like a little ant, right? If that ant can function and behave normally while that thing spins, I think we would get our answer of like how inertia works, no? Or am I just?
We would have to get a good scale.
Is it accelerating though? Is the wheel accelerating?
What do you mean?
If the wheel is accelerating, then it's not analogous to Earth, right? Because
Accelerating, but it's not accelerating. It's just a constant speed. No, that's not acceleration.
Yeah. That's because you don't feel velocity. You only feel acceleration.
Oh, guys, keep in mind. Let's clarify here with what we're talking about. The heliocentric model. They say it's 1,000 miles per hour rotation speed at the equator. A patch of dirt in
Once
Panama.
per day. Yep.
They also say that the Earth is orbiting the sun at 66,000.
Once per year.
600 miles per hour, and then they say that the sun is orbiting a black hole at over 100,000 miles per hour or so.
Yep, once per couple million years. Yep, definitely. So I would like you to convert that into RPM and then tell me how ridiculous it'll sound. Because the Earth is moving at what, like 0.00
RPM, as if that's supposed to make it any less of an extraordinary claim.
Yeah, it does. That's why you use miles per hour and not rotational speed, because it'll.
So wait, let me just ask you something here, buddy. So a patch of dirt in Panama. Now we're not talking about the the orbit of the sun around the galaxy, the black hole in the galaxy or whatever. But let's just talk about the rotation of the Earth and the orbit and the orbit. I'm in the middle of my sentence. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? All right. So we're talking now about the combination, the two vectors of the rotation of the Earth, a patch of dirt in Panama, all right, and the orbit of the Earth. Now, my question is to you: does a patch of dirt in Panama, does it stay the same speed in its rotation, in its orbit around the Earth? Or does it accelerate and decelerate over a 24-hour period of time?
No, it'll stay the same speed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Are you sure about this? Like, think this through.
A patch of dirt in Panama. I lost track of thought when I heard you speak.
Well, because remember, look, now you hold on. You believe the Earth is a sphere, right? You believe the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah.
Correct. All right. So a spherical object, and you believe that Panama is at the equator, and the equator is the outer ring of this sphere, right? You follow me so far?
Yep.
All right, and you believe the sphere is rotating and this patch of dirt in Panama is moving 1,000 miles per hour in a rotation. All right, now the patch of dirt in Panama is not in the center of the Earth, the globe Earth as you describe it, and so its speed with the combination of the Earth spinning, rotating, and orbiting the sun, that patch of dirt would be going one speed around the sun, and then another point in time, another speed around the sun, with the combination of those two vectors, the rotation and the orbit. Do you follow me, or do you understand this, or are you saying I'm wrong about this?
Well, yes, I understand. I understand your misunderstanding of how reference frames work, and it's
he's
very
being
laughable.
facetious. He's being facetious now.
So, do you know what inertial reference frames are?
Yeah, there are reference frames on it, but that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, buddy. I'm just asking you about speeds. Asking you about speeds and vectors.
So is speed absolute, or is velocity absolute? Is there such thing as absolute velocity?
Dude, I'm just asking you.
No,
I'm
is there
asking
such
you.
thing
You're
as
going off
absolute
to some tangent. No, I don't want to go off to some tangent. I'm asking you, buddy.
Another
does
W
a
for me
patch
today.
of dirt? Okay,
no,
buddy.
this guy's
It's all right. You can
facetious
chill. Listen. Does a patch of dirt in Panama, does it accelerate and decelerate in its orbit around the sun over a 24-hour period of time? Yes or no? In your model.
If you're talking, we have to define what reference frame. What reference frame are we speaking of?
The reference frame is a patch of dirt in Panama.
All right, then it's not moving if it's in the reference frame of the Earth, right?
All right, there you go. Welcome to flat and stationary Earth. It's not moving, correct? It is not moving.
It's not really accelerating, yeah.
Because the Earth is stationary, yes.
So you don't know what inertial reference frames are because you weren't answering my question.
He's being
I'm just saying, buddy. You're not even answering the question. You're just like, cop out.
Cop out. What do you mean?
Cop out.
Yeah. So I tried
to on this, bro.
How is he getting me? He doesn't know what inertial reference frames are. I'm trying to explain to him.
You're just going on to another tangent, and you're just not even
tangent.
addressing what I'm talking about.
So if it's going 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, if in that inertial reference frame, it's going to be going 1,000 miles per hour. If you want to extend it to the inertial reference frame of the solar system, it'll be going roughly 66,000 miles
Again,
if you want to.
Okay, so how fast is the Earth orbiting the sun? Do you believe? How fast do you believe the Earth is orbiting the sun?
Or no?
But, buddy, do you believe the Earth is orbiting the sun? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. How fast do you believe the Earth is orbiting the sun?
Well, there's no really speed since it's an average, but I can give you the average speed.
Sure. What is that?
It's about like 28 kilometers per second.
All right. So, in other words, 66,600 miles per hour, right?
Yes, your retard units are acceptable.
Okay. Yeah. Empirical system versus metric. Okay. My retard system. Okay.
Wait, which was the retard system?
So he's calling the imperial system of measurement a retard system.
Yeah, this guy's a soy boy, honestly.
Anyway, so if let's say you're in a car in Panama and you're driving the same direction in this globe Earth paradigm. You're driving the same direction as the orbit of the Earth. Now my question is to you, let's say the Earth was going exactly 66,600 miles per hour and you're driving 30 miles per hour. Does that mean that your car is moving 66,630 miles per hour orbit around the sun at that moment? Yes or no?
Speed is relative, so I'm not gonna...
You're not even going to answer. He's not even going to answer.
Yes, because it's founded on a misunderstanding. So if you want to let me explain this to you again, I'll use an analogy. Can you let me do that? All right. So we have a truck, and me and you are on the back of a truck bed, and somebody is on the end of the road, and they're observing us in the back of the truck bed, and we have a ball. So I throw the ball to you. The ball did not fly off the back of the truck. Let's say the average velocity of the ball was about 1 meter per second. The guy with the camera at the end of the road, he's going to say, what do you mean? The ball was going, 66 or however velocity of the truck was going, 20 meters per second. So what was the velocity of the ball then? Was it going 31 meters per second or 21 meters per second or going 1 meter per second?
Why are you talking about balls and trucks? I thought we were talking about the Earth and
it's
the heliocentric model.
It's an analogy. It's an analogy.
Yeah, well, you're not answering my question. You're just going on to a tangent.
That's because I'm answering your question by explaining how you don't understand what inertial reference frames are.
I asked you a question about speed and the Earth in a car, and you just started talking about balls and trucks.
Yeah, speed of Earth in a car, truck. That's a car. Balls. I guess that's analogous to the Earth too,
so
as well,
here,
yeah.
maybe since you like trucks so much and they make you feel so warm and fuzzy inside. So if you're in a truck and you're in Panama, in the globe paradigm, and you're driving in Panama the same direction as the orbit of the Earth, and you're going 30 miles per hour. Are you going 66,630 miles per hour orbit around the sun in that moment? Yes or no?
So I'm gonna answer your question on the misunderstanding of the question
It's a
itself.
closed-ended question. It's a yes or no question, buddy. You're just a child, dude. Like, just grow up.
What do you mean?
You can say yes because you just have to make sure you know what it's relative to. If you say relative to the sun, you can say yes. But then you're gonna jump on that and say like
I was saying relative to the sun. That's exactly what I said the first time. You didn't answer it. So what I'm talking about, it's just the first of a series of questions to get him to admit that in his paradigm, a patch of dirt in Panama is in fact accelerating and decelerating, around the sun in a 24-hour period of time. But he's having a hard time admitting it out loud. I think it's because he realizes that it kind of, it interferes with his paradigm because it's like, it's kind of a crazy thing to think that a patch of dirt is increasing in speed and decreasing in speed.
Wow, so crazy. Big number.
Problem with that?
See,
And then,
you can't even...
it's just things seem so stable,
Somebody on the back of a truck bed throwing a ball was crazy to you, apparently. You didn't answer that analogy.
Again, you're talking about trucks and balls still.
They're the same concept. It's the same concept.
We're talking about the Earth.
It's the same concept. It's inertial reference frames. Learn about it.
You silly flat earthers can't understand someone throwing a ball at the back of a truck.
Yeah,
you
they
guys
can't.
Don't understand the Earth is a
do you
ball.
want me to explain it to you again? Do you want me to explain it to you again?
Dude, you're not explaining anything relevant, dude. You're just talking about nonsense. Like, yeah, go ahead, waste your breath. You're just
All right,
spewing
I'll
nonsense.
do it again. Because as long as I know I'm speaking over you, then I win, right? That's how this works around here,
Well,
apparently.
yeah, well, if you got that man-child mentality, then yeah, you think speaking over someone makes you win, yeah.
All right, so if me and you are on the back of a truck bed, and we're going 20 meters per second, and I throw a ball to you that's going 1 meter per second, and somebody is on the side of the road observing us, what is the velocity of the ball between me on the truck bed with you and somebody observing on the side of the road? Is there gonna be a difference?
You're asking me what the velocity is. You didn't give me a velocity. I gave you the velocity in the question I
said
asked
20
you.
meters per second and 1 meter per second. That's a velocity, sir.
Okay, what about it? What about the ball? What about it?
What speed is the ball going? 1 meter per second or 21 meters per second?
What difference does it make? You tell me. You tell me. You tell me.
All right, it's dependent on what frame of reference you're observing it in, right? That's the whole crux of this question that I was trying to answer for you. And I'm trying to explain it to
I hear what you're saying, buddy. It still has nothing to do with what I asked you and is not analogous at all. You're just speaking
It is
nonsense to us.
analogous.
Oh my
It is
god.
analogous. Just because you can't understand the analogy that I've explained multiple times before isn't my problem, okay?
What is the problem with the dirt patch accelerating and decelerating? What's the problem with that? What's the issue?
Not analogous to the Earth.
The problem is that we could
Not
measure
analogous
this
to
with
the
an
Earth.
accelerometer. No one's ever measured with an accelerometer because it's you can't measure something that's not there.
All right, let's put it.
What
let's
would
put
the
it a different
accelerometer
way.
show?
Let's put it a different way.
It would
What
would
is-
show
what is the
a
natural-
increase in speed and decrease in speed of a patch and dirt in
King
Panama.
Charles.
An
King Charles.
objective increase.
All right, so here's what we're
in
gonna
speed.
do. Yeah, we got a lot of people that are just saying things, and it's starting to get kind of mixed up. What is the naturally observed phenomenon of something moving? When has somebody made an observation of the Earth in motion? We'll start with Mr. Chemistry. We're not going to talk to trigonometry person. He's been here forever.
Yeah.
Take a seat, trigonometry. Mr. Chemistry, have you seen the Earth in motion at any time?
Not relative to me.
Not relative to me. So, is the car or truck analogy analogous?
Yeah. If I'm in a
No.
car,
Incorrect. No, let's
if
stop.
I was
Let's
stuck,
stop.
if I was trapped in a car, then I would never.
We're not going to be trapped in a car. We're only talking about observation of something moving. The truck is moving in the case of the scenario for the truck, right? We see the truck moving. Now, I'm asking you for the observation of the Earth moving. That's all I'm asking for. Simple observations. Have we seen the truck or the Earth analogous to the truck? Have we seen the Earth moving? Answer the question.
Not on the Earth.
Thank you. Next person. Who wants to make the analogy that the Earth is moving? We don't need to hear anything more other than that simple observation. We're going to end it quick because there's a lot of jibber jabber. There's not a lot of observation of the Earth doing anything. I need you guys to critically think about the questions that you're asking and making analogies for the thing that you think is in motion. Go ahead. If you have evidence that the natural observation of the Earth is in motion, then speak up because I want to hear from you.
We need to be off of the Earth, like we need to be outside of the truck.
Okay, that's good. Have you done that, Mr. Chemistry?
I've never been in a satellite that.
Okay, so you've never been there. Is that correct?
I've never been in a satellite.
Yes, I understand. You've never done that. So you've never been there, correct?
No.
Okay, so it is just an assumption, yes?
I've seen footage of it.
It's just an assumption, yes?
Yes, I assume that the footage is real. Huh?
Okay, that's exactly the good thing to say. It's an assumption. So if it's not a natural observation of you actually having that primary evidence, right, or experience, then it's just an assumption. That's all we're doing here is identifying the logic in what we're saying.
There's a lot of other things that can lead us to conclude certain things.
Yeah, but I don't know. Those are called assumptions. We're not working off of that. If we're saying that things are in motion, just like the truck, The truck was an observation of something that we experience. We can see the truck moving. We know that it's moving. The truck is in motion. Now, the Earth, the
If we're
observation
outside
of,
of it. If we're outside of it.
yes, that is correct. If we're outside of it, we could see the truck moving and we can identify that it is in motion. That is something that we can do. Now, in the case for the Earth, 1 second, in the case for the Earth in motion, we did not observe that in our analogy. We're just saying that it is. But saying that something's in motion and it actually being in motion are two different things.
Okay, so if I'm inside the truck, what do I see
Yes.
when it's moving? Right, when I see the ground moving, right? I see like the street going by, the signs going by, and all that, right?
Yes. Yes.
So when I'm on the Earth and I look up and I see the sun is at a different position, or I see that stars are at different positions, what is equally true with the truck analogy? That's the sign moving.
Yeah, the
That's
other
the Earth
things,
moving.
the other things are in motion, not us.
Or I could be in motion.
Or you could be in motion. Yeah, you could ask those two questions, of course.
Except with relatively, we know that there's no real question. Both of those are true. It just depends on where you are, what you're
Perspective.
viewing from. Yeah.
Yes, perspective. Okay, so two things could be said, right? Either you're in motion or it's in motion, right?
Or both.
Or both.
Or really both.
Or whatever. But yeah, you could infer a lot, but you don't have that primary knowledge because you're not from the vantage point that you could say that you see it in motion. Is that correct?
But if I
Is
know,
that sir,
if I
answer the
see
question.
something
Answer,
moving
Mr.
from-
Chemistry. No, stop. Answer the question.
What do you want me to answer?
What I just said. You're not paying attention to me. You're only wanting to say what you want to say, and you're not paying attention to the logic.
Mm-hmm.
So from your vantage point here on Earth, you can only say the question, either I'm in motion or those things are in motion, right?
Yeah, that
Hello?
comes the problem of objective motion.
Right. So either or. Now,
Mm.
when can you make it definitive?
But if I'm out there,
Answer the question.
I know that I would see the
Stop. Answer the question.
I actually think no.
So if you leave the Earth, you don't know if it's in motion.
As much as I do here, because maybe I'm just moving where I am in the new place.
No, that's incorrect. In the
Why?
truck analogy that you guys were bringing up, the truck was in motion because we visually could experience.
If I'm running
ourselves.
across the street,
You need to slow down. So when we were using the truck analogy, the truck was in motion because we could visually experience it when we're still. It's moving and not us. Right?
but
Follow
that's
the logic.
assuming
Follow the logic. We're not assuming anything. The truck is a vehicle. It is in motion and we are static. We're not moving. It is moving. Correct?
How do you know you're not moving?
Because we are stationary. We
How do you-
find things. Listen, things that are just objectively true are being denied by you right now, and everybody else that thinks like you.
It's only objectively true if you prove it to be true. Why do you think you're not moving?
Have we proved it to be true that we're not moving and the truck is moving? In the case of the vehicle,
You
answer
can't
that question.
prove you're.
You can't prove that you're stationary and watching the truck go by. Is that what you're saying?
Relative to what?
So we can't prove that a truck is in motion and we're standing still. Is this your argument?
That's part of it.
Okay, so then how can you tell that anything is objectively true, like the Earth being in motion, when you can't even tell something that you experience here on Earth, the truck being in motion, and you're static watching it move?
Yeah.
How can you
good
then?
job.
How can?
You
Yeah,
got
good
what
job
I'm
for
saying.
you.
There is no objective motion.
Actually, there is.
There's only motion relative to things.
So when you say that you can experience something in motion, you can actually say that that thing is in motion, and you are the one that's stationary. Just like the analogy you guys are trying to use with the Earth.
No, so the
but
problem is
in this
you have
case-
to make something stationary. You have to, in order to have a
How do you
valid
know it's
frame,
stationary?
you have to say something.
How do you-
don't know
how
it's
do you know?
stationary. You assume it's stationary, then you
So
go
in-
off that. That's the only
in
thing
every-
you can do.
Yeah,
There is
in
no
every-
objective
In
movement.
every instance, you're saying that if we're standing still on the Earth, we're not moving, and the truck is
Assuming
in
you're
motion.
not moving.
Well, I'm not using that word. You are.
How
I
do you
know
know
that
you're
I'm
not-
not moving because I'm standing still and I'm seeing a truck go by.
How do you know that you're not just flying past the truck backwards?
Because we can see ourselves not moving. We're not
You
moving.
never see yourself moving, though.
Okay. So if we're not moving and then the truck is, we can safely say the truck is in motion and we are
Relative to you.
Yeah. So what? We're already making a statement that is true.
But you never know if you're moving, because relative to yourself, you're never
You're
moving.
adding that. You're adding that you never know. When I made a claim
But is that not
right now that it's objectively true that you are not moving. See, this you're reducing this argument to absurdity because you have to have that relativistic worldview when you're looking at something in the sky moving and you can't decide whether you are moving or those things are moving. So
you
you
believe
don't know.
there is objective movement.
There's objective like truth. So the objective truth is the objective truth would be that when we can define when something is not moving and something is moving, we can differentiate the two. You are saying there's no way of knowing those two. There's no way of knowing. So then how are you guys
We can only know if something is moving relative to another thing.
Yeah, but you can't then therefore say that something is static or something's in motion because you can't define the two. You and the other guy, you cannot define the two. There's no way of defining whether something's static or something's in motion.
You can only define it based on
No, there is no defining it. You've created a paradigm in which nothing is able to be defined. That's
not
what you've
objectively.
done.
Then all of them are equally
You basically
true.
Yeah, so everything could be static and everything could be in motion all at
No,
the same time.
not everything can be static.
Yes,
not everything can be static.
You're saying
any
that it could
specific thing could be static, but then in that frame, everything else is moving. Do you understand
that's
the
what
relativity?
I said. That's what I said. So you don't know though, right? Is that the case?
No, they're all true.
No,
they're all,
no. It's
work.
not all true. No. In your paradigm, you have to say everything is true, that it's in motion and it's static at the same time. You don't know that. You cannot know that. So what you're doing right now is you're confusing everyone in here to think of your this is kind of the entanglement that you guys get into, where you don't know whether something is or is not objectively true, moving or not. You don't know that. So you're trying to put this worldview on everyone else. And you know what? Everybody can think for themselves whether or not they can determine whether something's in motion or not. But at some point, you're going to have to say, I know that something's in motion or something is not in motion. And by that determination, you can experience what motion is. If you have no way of defining that, then motion becomes irrelevant. You don't know anymore if something is still or something is moving. And that is true.
But it does actually matter. So there's things like kinetic energy calculations that use velocity, and they work in every reference frame. No matter as long as you consistently define one thing as not moving and have everything relative to it.
Yeah, you can't define that though. That's the problem, Mr. Chemistry. You can't define it. In your worldview, you just told everybody here you cannot define whether something's in motion or static. You just said that. You cannot define
objective motion. Exactly. I'm saying there's no objective motion.
Therefore, that statement that you just said, you actually sabotage your own position because that statement goes antithetical to what you said. That statement, it works against what you said as how you understand something's either static or in motion. That's the issue. You understand?
Nope, I do not get what you're saying.
I know that you don't get what I'm saying because you just defined what it is for that motion to be identified, and then now you're saying the opposite of that definition you just read.
Yeah, it's funny. They never realize when they're talking out of both sides of their mouth and putting their foot in their mouth. How the hell did you bring up an example of a truck moving in the first place if you can't tell if it's moving?
Yep. That's what
It's
I was
moving,
pointing out.
because all I can say is it's moving relative to me.
Only relative. See, that's not
everything's relative. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so your moving truck example. There you go. No, I mean he just if it hasn't sunk into him, he might. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't live in a world where we can't determine things are in motion or not. We live in a world where we can identify things. Now, in the case for us being on the earth and looking at something,
don't you say like you can only determine something if it's measured?
Wait till I finish saying what I was saying. So when you're on the earth and you're staring at something in the sky, something you cannot get to or a vantage point you can't reach, that vantage point then becomes something where you can say both things. I don't know, those things look like they're in motion, or I could be in motion, because I can't be in that other vantage point where I could look back and say, I know definitively. Do you understand what I'm saying? But on the
If
earth,
you were in that other vantage
hold on a
point, you would
second,
not
hold
know
on a second,
definitively.
hold on a second.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, see, that's where you're going wrong, because I'm telling you the
Why?
opposite. The opposite to that is being on the earth and not moving, and something is moving. You could define what it means to be in motion, because something that's not moving doesn't have the motion that something is moving. You could then define it, but that sentence that you said when you read off that definition was antithetical to what you said about motion. So you just basically are working against your own paradigm. You, by your own definitions that you brought up.
You have not said anything intelligible this whole time.
No, you're denying reality, sir. And you, because of that, your bias is making you seem that everything that's somebody's telling you objective truth, you want to deny that. And that's fine. You can continue to be confused about this, but it's very clear to those who can understand logic. It's simple. That's how we end this conversation, by understanding the path of logic, which means that people can define terms. And when we define things, that's because we can experience them firsthand. We can say it's objectively true when I see something not moving and something in motion. The definitions that would describe both of those would be something that we can understand. Now you're saying it's not, we can't understand that. It's not possible because we have relativity. We don't know if we're in motion or not, even though we're static.
Everything works perfectly as long as we use some consistent frame of reference.
Yeah, but you can't define that frame of reference, because in your worldview, everything is in motion and static at the same time. That's a paradox.
It's not if you understand the relativity.
It's not. You just finished saying it's not. A paradox is not. Really. And how many more?
Just because you call it a paradox doesn't mean it's a paradox.
It is, because something can't be still and moving at the same time. It's either one or the other. And so how many of it's crazy, right?
I mean,
do a lot of you think
say
like
that
this?
doesn't make it
the
true.
people that are thinking that the earth is a globe. Does everybody are you guys all in the same boat with Mr. Chemistry? Can you all agree that he's saying truth when he's saying that we cannot define things, even though the definition of what he just read was antithetical to what he said?
Huh? What are you even saying? What
You
definition
read a
is
definition.
antithetical? What?
That's
I didn't read any
opposite of-
definitions, by the way.
Yes, you did. You said kinetic energy, I think is what you read, the definition of. And you're saying that because something's in motion and it could be still at the same time, both of those statements are true. All of the statements are true.
Oh, you're saying when I said both of the reference frames are perfectly valid for all calculations.
Yeah, but you're saying that they're static and in motion at the same time. They both could be true.
The calculations work for all.
No, did you answer my question?
What
Isn't
question?
that what you said? That everything is static and in motion at the same time? That those both statements are true?
The reference frames are all valid, yeah.
No, answer my question, dude. Why are you dodging it? Answer it.
It's all true, can be true.
There you go.
What do you mean by that?
There you go.
Sure. Whatever.
There you go. There you go. That's it. I mean, you basically sabotage what we understand is objectively true in reality. So now no one can know whether something's in motion or static. Well done. You've just confused yourself, and you're trying to confuse someone else.
There's no objective motion. I said that from the beginning, and you came to that conclusion. Good job.
Well, that's fine with me, but see, that's the confusion that you have, and then you want to claim that you understand motion. How? How the hell are you defining it?
You don't understand what I'm talking about in motion.
It's not about understanding what you're saying.
Motion.
Listen,
What?
these things are defined. Motion is defined already. We can understand it from an objective worldview of what motion is. You've just made things a little bit more difficult for somebody to even objectify motion. Things
are
your
allowed
problem.
to be difficult. They're allowed to be difficult. I'm sorry.
That's your problem, not ours.
A lot of people failed physics when I took it. It's sad. A lot of people fail
Listen, physics is
I know
not the
you
issue.
would. I'm
Physics
sorry.
is not the issue. Physics is not the issue. It's your definition of what you think is happening in the
We know I've
in a
been talking
particular
to people
case.
about. People don't understand what weight is. They don't understand what force means.
Sure. You're putting that all on me. You're putting that all on me. These are vague terms, and of course, you're defining them a whole lot different than what the definition was that you read out. So I'm not the one misunderstanding, sir. You are.
Yeah. Do you know what Doppler radar is by chance, Alpha?
No. What does this have to do with the fact that we're talking about this motion that we're saying that we can objectively know? See, trigonometry, man. I think you're in the same boat as Mr. Chemistry. I don't want to say that you are, but would you say that motion cannot be defined because it's all statements are true? That you could be motion and static at the same time. Now, I want to see how many of you are going to be lumped into the same bucket.
Well, not everything can be static.
Well, he said it can be.
No, he
and
didn't.
it could be in. Yes, he did.
Not everything can be static at the same time.
Listen,
Not everything
static
can be
and in
static.
motion. No, I'm not.
Static
listening
and
to
in
what
motion at the same time.
Yeah, both statements can be true.
That sounds like your misunderstanding, not anyone here.
No, he agreed to that. What do you mean it's my misunderstanding? He
I
agreed
didn't
to
hear that. Did anyone else hear that?
Yeah, because you're not hearing what you don't want to hear. He agreed to that.
Maybe.
Let's say it again for your ears. Open up your ears and listen to what I'm saying once again to Mr. Chemistry and whether he agrees or disagrees. This is going to be the fourth time. Let's see if he walks it back. Mr. Chemistry, can things be in motion and static at the same time? Could both statements be true?
Both reference frames can be valid.
There you go, trigonometry man.
Yeah, he's saying relative to an observer. That's not saying that.
No. Both statements can be true. So that means that there's no definition of how things can be
So
static.
just talk
and how...
over him, I guess, when he says,
no, not
"Yeah,
talk
that's
over
true."
him.
That it's
Actually,
about
tell
observers.
you, both of you guys, that
It's
there's
about
no way of
observers.
there's no way of defining than motion. You can't define it because there's no way of getting a reference frame.
All right. So how do Doppler radars work?
It doesn't
Miggy?
matter. The
How do
definition
Doppler
of the
radars
logic.
work?
Listen, the definition of what the logic is behind motion.
How do Doppler
is,
radars work, Miggy?
Okay, you just don't know how to stop talking, do you? The definition of motion is undermined by his identification of what it is. Motion is now sabotaged by his worldview. You cannot define motion in any way. So this is the problem we have. No, you can't.
You just need
everything's relative.
reference frame. That's what I've said the whole time.
Listen, not yet. No, even if you have a consistent reference frame, like you being on the earth and not moving, and the truck is moving, that's consistent. But this is where you're going to sabotage your own position. I just gave you consistency. I just gave it to you. Consistency. You're not moving, and the truck is. Can you define that you're not moving? Answer that.
You just said, assume I'm not moving.
No, I didn't say assume. I
Yes,
said
you
when
did.
you're listen. Okay, so you're on the earth. You're not moving. That is true, right?
That's your
answer the question. You're on the earth. That you're not moving, and the truck is moving. Right? We've just defined motion and not motion.
If that's how you define it,
no, it's not how I define it. It's how it is defined. When something is not moving, yeah, you're not moving. That's how you can prove it. There's no motion being detected. Now, when the truck is moving, motion is being detected.
But if you were in the truck, then
you're not in the truck. You're outside of the truck. Stop changing my example to fit yours. I'm telling you how it is. Now, you need to answer based on how I'm framing it. You're outside of the truck. You're viewing the truck move. You are not moving. The truck is. You get it?
Okay, that's a reference frame. You just framed.
So you're outside of the truck and you're
You just
not
made
moving.
an assumption of a reference frame.
No, it's not an assumption. I'm framing the argument in a way so you can understand it is either you are moving or the truck is moving. You're outside of the truck. You're viewing the truck in motion. You're still. You're static. You're not moving. Now you see the truck passing by. You get it? Can those two things be also defined that you're not in motion and the truck is in motion?
So in a reference frame,
answer the question. Can they be defined? Yes or no?
What the hell do you mean by can they?
Can you define motion by saying I'm not moving and the truck is moving?
That is a valid reference frame.
Okay. So we can define it. Yes?
One valid reference frame.
Can you define it? Yes?
Still not getting what you mean.
So you're not defining motion in any way by saying I'm not moving and the truck is.
That is a valid reference frame.
It's valid. That means it's true, right?
Yeah, he's saying motion is relative.
Yeah, he can say motion is relative.
Yeah.
He can say motion is relative, but we can only define things by saying if we are not moving and we see something in motion, then we start to parse out what the difference is, right?
That's in a reference frame where you're not moving.
Yes, I know that because I framed the argument in a way that you can't get out your weasel terms and say that how do we know we're not moving? It's because that's how you define not moving when something's static, right?
Gamma, don't you understand? I can't ask.
No, we're not talking to Gamma. We're talking to me. So things are defined in ways that we can understand the physical and natural world, and they're done that way so that we can understand what we're looking at. Now, when we can't, like I gave you the example, you could say both things are true when you're standing on the earth and you're looking at the stars. Hey, both things can be true. When we say we're looking at the stars, well, I don't know if I'm the one in motion or those things are. But we can say, well, has anybody been outside of that reference frame and looking back and say, hey, I see the earth in motion. So that's the issue. On the case for us looking at something in motion being on the earth, then there's no way of saying, there is a way of saying, of defining what is static and what is in motion.
Okay, so your explanation just proved you wrong.
No. Because here's the thing. We're on
the
top of
sun
something.
to see the earth moving. But you don't have to be on the truck to know that to the truck, the world's moving backwards. The signs are moving backwards. The roads are moving backwards. You don't have to be on the truck to know that.
What do you mean you don't have to be on the truck? Yeah, you do. If you're on the truck,
if you're looking at the truck and you see it moving forward, you know that everything else is moving backwards.
The problem is when you're on the truck, you can't define it. When you're outside of the truck and you're standing still on the road and seeing the truck move by, you can define it, right?
That is a valid reference frame.
Why don't you just say it's true, man? Like, why do you have to keep saying that? Mike, do you see how weaselly they are? These guys are like
I
lawyers.
like to tell the truth.
You're a fucking lawyer, dude.
Listen, he's staying by the precedents of physics and reference frames and motion relative to your position. Yeah. So, yeah. It's by the letter. Physics by the letter.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, so if you're defining the terms by physics and you're not able to distinguish anything, then you can't define it.
Exactly.
Do you understand the paradox?
No, it's what I said from the beginning.
No,
any of those reference frames work
you read
in
a
physics
definition
perfectly.
Read that definition you just read. Now, I want you to read the definition that you just read earlier about kinetic energy.
Ooh.
It's valid in any reference frame.
No, I want you to read. No, read it, dude.
I like kinetics, man. Come on, give us your definition, bro. I would thoroughly enjoy it.
He read it just a while ago.
Velocity squared.
Oh,
so how can you?
That's a definition? Hold up.
Nah, he didn't. He read something different.
I didn't read
what you
definition.
Yeah, you did. You pulled up Wikipedia. You were trying to go based on that definition. But I told you, if you're not able to define it, there's no way of you knowing. Because everything is static and everything is in motion all at the same time. You can't have that. It's either all in motion or some things are static, and you can define that things when other things are in motion.
any reference frame, all of the laws of physics are valid. Everything works perfectly.
That's some bullshit, dude.
The numbers can be different in different reference frames, but they work in each reference frame. Have you taken physics?
So how do you know? Listen,
so which frame is reality?
Yeah, that's
they all are equally real. They all work.
No. That you're creating a paradigm where nobody knows.
Disingenuous. Now we're being disingenuous.
This is the point where he was, Mike, in the very beginning.
Bro, you need to get a better mic because you just did a whole bunch of nothing very loudly.
Yeah, no, we didn't hear any of that, what you said.
No, I just...
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was.
Yeah, I had to get a translator for that shit. It's worse than when the guys in the cars that they're talking while they're driving down the street. It's worse than when they open the window.
It's really simple, man. You're making this too complicated, and the reason being is because in your paradigm, you have to live in a world where everything is unknown. So you're trying to make the
it's relative.
You're trying to make the unknown be the the scenario for the reality in which we exist. So Mike is giving a good example. Is like, what is reality to you? So if everything is relative, it's all unknown. You can never define it because
Right.
something could be static and something could be in motion all at the same time, and you wouldn't know. So it's
It
not
depends
about
on your frame of reference, right? Exactly. Yeah.
So it's all about the unknown for you guys, and we're saying, then how can you know? Then how can you know? If you're drawing this, if you're trying to so hard to make these analogies work, then you have to know something. If you can't know it, then it's unknown by definition. You have
guys
to
are
be
the
able
ones
to
who claim
define.
not to know anything.
We're not talking to you, Scott. We're
I
talking
know.
to the new guy.
Who said they didn't know no one? Hold up. Who claimed that? Don't straw man us. Me or
Yeah.
Miggy, we claimed we don't know nothing.
He asked you a question, Scott.
Yeah, when we address semantics, they just break down,
I'm
don't
sorry.
they, Scott?
You said you're talking to the guy. I put myself
No,
on
I
mute
was
before
talking
I
to
got
the other
muted.
guy, but he directly
Yeah,
asked you a
sorry.
question. So just respond to his question.
Yeah, you guys don't know how far two cities are from each other. You guys don't know what the sun
what
is. You don't know how
guys?
high the sun is.
He's bringing another argument in,
What
Mike.
guys?
I'll back off. Go ahead, Alpha.
What
Pretend
guys?
writing's
What
still up.
city and what sun? Because that's a straw man.
Yeah, he does this often.
I never
Scott.
brought you city nor sun nor distance from town to town, and I know not the name of your city or town.
It's a straw man, dude, to divert us. It's a red herring. He wants to divert us from the top because he knows they're getting grilled. We're holding their feet to the fire, and they're getting grilled. So he's bringing this red herring so that he can rescue his buddies. It's not going to happen, Scott.
Obfuscation 101, right?
Yep. You guys are exposed. Simple as that. We have to live in a paradigm where nothing is known, and everybody has to entertain your nonsense.
Well,
We're not
from my
about
frame
that.
of reference, bro, that is how it appears, and I would say that would be valid.
You guys are comedians.
Aren't we? That's a valid frame of reference also, bro. Because I am a jovial motherfucker.
Can you stop eating on mic, please?
Yeah, chemistry.
You know,
someone's got to stop eating.
That's uncouth, bro.
It wasn't me. It's not me this time, guys. But I'll apologize for it.
That chemistry. Are you eating on mic, dude?
Yep. I think he was cooking too before he started chewing on.
Well,
his
you know
food.
them fat kids and their potato chips, right? Can't just eat
Oh,
one, right?
Besides, I have the same thing. Don't chew your food.
Everybody's got a chip addiction, Miggy.
Baby.
So Manufacturum is saying, I agree with Scott. It is the flat Earth's paradigm that says we don't know anything. We don't know anything. I know I woke up today and I saw the sun. The sun woke me up. I know that. So what's going on in here? People in here don't know anything? What's happening?
How can we make this a frame of reference joke?
So it's simple, guys, and you guys get into this like tizzy about us defining whether something is in motion or not. But if everything is unknown and you can't define it, then how do you know? Yeah, that's the thing we're drawing out here. Because things are in motion and things are not in motion, and then you're using a truck analogy, moving. So then I could say, well, the truck is static. I could go against what you're saying. It's not moving. Like the way you say the sun. The sun's not moving. It's still. Yeah, exactly. So everything is
can be not
okay,
moving, and then
right.
everything's moving around it. We
So
know
everything is. So what you're saying basically is everything is unknown. We don't know, right? Just say
I'm
that.
saying that you can have any valid reference frame where
It's
anything
unknown.
could be motionless, and then everything's moving around it, right?
It's unknown. Answer what I said. Isn't that true? It's unknown.
I don't believe that. No.
No, you just said you can't tell, dude. It's unknown.
There's a lot of things you can know.
But motion is unknown.
Hey,
right?
that's relative to your frame of reference. What you
So
can
it's
know.
unknown whether you're moving or you're static, right? Answer
It's
the
based
question.
on an assumption. It's not about knowing.
Based on an
Based
assumption.
on
Okay,
your
well, there you go.
assumption of frame of reference. Yeah.
Pure assumption.
So Alpha's
it's
right. So Alpha's right. You can't know because your frame of reference is all relative. So whether you're standing still or moving, you would not know the difference.
You couldn't.
So what's your argument? You just don't like it?
No, the argument here is
That's
that
your
you can't
perspective.
objectify reality. You can't say that it's true that you're not motion or in motion. You can't say that. You can only say it's unknown. You get it? Relative. That's what you've been saying. Or that's the song you've been singing.
It is.
Right?
It will make sense to say that the ground is not moving under your feet because, if it starts moving, your senses will point out it is moving.
Well, it does. It does appear that way. That could be.
But to him, it's unknown, Jemsy. He could say that it's both moving and not moving at the same time because it's all everything's relative.
From my frame of reference, it appears that the ground does not move. Is that a proper statement?
Yes, I will agree with that.
How about you, Mr.
Even though, Barrymore, we still lack the outside frame of reference to say, I can see the whole thing now, and I can tell this is how it's behaving.
How about
relative to wherever you are?
Relativity. There you go. So you can't tell.
Oh, boy.
See, Jemsy, he's gonna lean on relativity.
I'm about 5 foot from your mama right now. How relative is that?
He's never going to be able to draw a conclusion. There's never any objective truth in his standard for saying relativity. So therefore, in his paradigm, and of course the globe earth, that it stands to reason, he cannot objectify the reality that he's in right now. The physical and natural world, he can't do it. So it's not going to be. It's all going to be relative, everything. So unknown, right? That's the end statement for him. It's all unknown. We don't know if it's static or moving.
Well, the problem is, listen, so to quantify a movement, it does have to be relative to something. How far did it move relative to this? But to know that it's moving and not trying to quantify it, no, it doesn't have to be relative.
Right.
And they don't want to admit that. So
he doesn't.
But if we're going to quantify time over distance, then yes, movement is relative. So,
but it's not in the case of objectifying it, which is what I'm telling him he can't do. And he's agreeing.
So you think zero is not a quantification? You can quantify.
You can't
zero
know it to
what?
be true.
Zero velocity.
Yeah.
Wait,
Zero
it's zero
vector.
time?
What?
You're working
No,
with
no.
two.
Just listen, Fox. Just listen to the argument before you jump in. So we're talking about
zero
we're talking
velocity.
about relativity.
Not a quantification. So you can tell something's moving, but you can't
See,
quantify.
nobody said that though. That's a
That's what
straw
you
man.
said. You said
You said so. You think? No, I didn't. I don't think that. That's why I didn't say it. It's relative from my words to my mouth. Right? My words are relative to my mouth. That didn't come out of my mouth, so those aren't my words.
Yeah, that really means something.
So let me go ahead.
It does. It means don't assume that Mike said something he didn't say. I didn't say zero is not a quantification. Absolutely, if you put a number to it, you have quantified it.
So, so basically, for the rest of the people that are joining right now, because I don't want somebody to misspeak or just go off on a tangent of something we're not saying. So we're talking to Mr. Chemistry right now about motion, and if this all started with, I think there was another gentleman in here speaking whether or not the Earth is in motion. So the analogy that was drawn out was a truck in motion. Like we can be on a truck or we can be outside of a truck. We can notice motion being taking place here. But Mr. Chemistry is saying that you can't objectify motion because it would always be relative. There's no way of knowing whether you're static or whether you're in motion. So the idea of relativity would be, to him, the paradigm in which all reality is constructed by. It's all relative. There's no way of saying, I should say this. Saying that something's static or in motion is all true. You can never say something is static or true definitively. You can only say it's relatively to anything else. You can never define when something is in motion or static based upon your reference. You have to go to another reference and to another reference and to another reference. And you never know, like, how can you get outside of reality, and then define everything and say, I'm outside of all of reality and I can see whether or not I'm still or that's in motion. So to him, everything is unknown. He cannot define it objectively because how are you going to say that you're not in motion if you're standing on the earth? And then you can't define what motion is because you're not outside of the earth. You get it? So you can't say whether the earth is in motion or not. So then therefore, how can you say that you're standing still while the truck is in motion on earth? Because you can't define all of reality. So then it becomes a problem of reality. Is that not true, Mr. Chemistry?
I think most of what you said makes sense. I don't know if you just sneaked in some things, but yeah.
You were listening to what I said. What do you mean? This is weird. Why would I try to sneak? My goal is not to sneak something in, dude, or be a gimmick or a gotcha. For what it is, it's all about logic, making sure that everybody's on that path. And if you're not making sense, then what the hell are you even saying anything for? So the point of all this is when we define terms and we're saying, I know something's not moving, I know something is moving, it can be relative like Mike was saying. But once we're in a valid reference frame, like the way you were stating, you can now define it, which would make it objectively true, which is not what you're saying. You're saying that even in that case that we're valid.
What?
What do you mean no?
No, I'm saying in some reference frames, you define a reference frame, then everything in that reference frame will work, and things certainly can be moving in that reference frame.
Yeah, but when you define it and you make it valid,
it is valid because all reference frames, if done correctly, are perfectly valid.
So I know, but the thing that's valid that you defined could still be in motion, right? When there's when it's
in
even
a
if you're
different reference frame, it is in motion.
Yeah, I
We know
understand that. I understand that. But answer the question: could it still be in motion even though it's static? Even if you have a valid reference frame, like being outside of the truck, for example, and you see the truck in motion, you could still be in motion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was. That's what I was saying. And now everybody can see where the I guess the problem lies for you, not for me, because I can objectively say I'm not moving and the truck is, and that's where you can't.
Why can you say
because
that?
Because I know that I'm not moving and I know the truck is.
So if you're running past the truck, are you moving?
Yes, I'm running, and the definition of running is in motion, dude.
Why do you know you're moving?
Because I am moving my legs. That means that now I know that I'm moving. See, this is the thing. You question everything, so everything isn't unknown to you. Like
But
that
you
can't
only
be.
know you're moving because you see the earth around you, because you're saying that you move relative
because
to the
you are
ground.
actually your body is in motion. Your body is in motion, dude. Why are you denying the thing that in reality we would know to be true? This is a weird thing for you, Mr. Chemistry, and I think a lot of you need to watch out what you're doing, man. You fall
on that point, like you said, your legs are in motion. You might point out that you're exerting energy in order to propel yourself and push against something.
That's called
these
acceleration.
are measurable things. These are measurable,
Come on, dude.
quantifiable things that you're doing in order to move.
Dude, let him finish. Come on, Mr. Chemistry. Just let him finish this point. He didn't come in with something long.
Yeah, these are measurable, quantifiable things that you are doing in order to know that you're moving, as well as, like Miggy's saying, where you can see that you're moving relative to something else. But the fact that you're putting the energy in, like that's another part of it.
No, that's why
if you're standing still, if you're not exerting energy and things are appearing to moving around you, then you can assert that they are the thing that's moving.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I talked about how
force applied.
Things like kinetic energy, potential energy, they're actually valid if you do the calculations in any reference frame. So you're thinking of it a specific way, sure, and it does work in that way. But if you use other values, if you use a different reference frame, it will actually work. The math will still work.
That wasn't the scenario that was outlined in the case for the person that was in motion. You added, that was an addendum. That wasn't, hold on, Mr. Chemistry, 1 second. 1 second, dude.
Yeah.
That was an addendum to what was being said. You've added that. So now you've extended the point. You've now added your position to say, well, we're going to say that these other equations could work out to be that it's not just the person's legs moving and the energy he's exerting to be moving. It's something else that could contribute to that. We didn't say that. We're just only specifically talking about you just brought the example of the person in motion, running. That's what was the example. So when he said what he said was correct.
You want me to explain it or no?
Well, your addendum?
No. So I always said that every reference frame is equally valid and they all work in the equations. I always said that.
Yeah.
Here's how it would work in that frame of reference. Here's how the energy stuff would work, right? Because you're static running, everything's moving backwards around you. The reason why you're exerting energy is because there's negative velocity backwards that you're stopping. There's a force backwards. It's pushing on you. The earth is pushing on you. by going against you,
No,
and
dude,
you're
that's your
fighting
assumption.
against it to
That
not
hasn't
go
been
with
proven.
it.
That hasn't been proven.
That's no,
That's not
that's
proven.
how the calculations work in that frame of reference. That's calculations.
Yeah,
All the
but that's
other
because the
stuff
person's
still
exerting.
works.
Listen, you're only talking about the person exerting force, right? The kinetic energy that the person's actually exerting for his legs to be in motion. Now you are saying you're adding that as an extra addendum to like the part about motion.
What I always said, and you can, it's very easy to prove this. You can go back and there's a recording, right? Is that all the equations always work in every reference frame.
See, but how do you know every like the problem is how do you know every reference frame? I think you're adding that layer of complexity to something that's not complex. You didn't know
You define the reference frames. You just define something as static,
No,
and that
we
is a
do.
reference frame.
Because that go ahead, Lou. You go.
What you're saying might mathematically work if you're only considering one person, one observer, and the environment around him. You might be able to explain it mathematically that way, the way that you're describing. But it gets more complicated and becomes readily apparent when you have, say, two people running, or say they're running in opposite directions. Like it only makes sense if the Earth is stationary and they are moving on it, because it gets super complicated, weird, and twisty if the Earth is moving one way for one runner and another way for the other runner.
Or opposite to both. Like
No.
you're adding too much to you're making too much of it, really.
No. So
yes, dude.
Be moving faster than the Earth or moving slower than the Earth. Like this is how the math would work out.
Incorrect. Because the both people, like depending on wherever the motion, because you didn't even factor in all the motions of the Earth. We're not just talking about axial rotation. We're talking about the wobble. We're talking about the ellipse around the sun. Somebody's got a hot mic. Larry,
And what I've said the whole time, and it's pretty clear,
go ahead.
is that all the calculations still work.
Yeah, but you're factoring in too much. You're making too much of it.
Just because it's hard doesn't mean it doesn't work.
No, I'm talking about the math that you're adding to all of this doesn't need to be applied. It's not applicable because it's not valid. You said that if you're on a valid reference frame, you could tell, right? So like for the case of somebody standing outside of the truck and seeing the truck in motion, that's a valid reference frame, yes?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. So when are you outside of the Earth to make the valid reference frame that it is in motion in an ellipse around the sun? When can you do that?
I just say that the reference frame is the sun is stationary.
No, wait. It's not valid until you can...
Why not?
Because it's not a primary experience of yours to then make it valid.
That's not how... That's
what
never
do you mean? Yeah, because if you're if you're standing outside of the truck and you see it in motion, that's a valid reference frame. That what makes it valid is that you experience being outside of that reference frame.
Yeah. No, that's what makes it intuitive to
you. You're changing it. You just changed it. No, you said intuitive. No, wait a minute. No, stop. You just said that it was valid the prior time that we were talking.
It is valid.
The time. You see? No, you can't walk it back. I'm sorry. You can't walk it back. Yeah. So it's valid. So what makes it valid? Yeah. What makes it valid?
That all the math works out. That it's
incorrect. No, incorrect. It's not just math. I'm sorry. You're forgetting the human element. The human element is to experience it. You're experiencing it outside of the reference frame. So you're not on the truck anymore. You're outside of the truck. You can make it valid because the human element is experiencing it outside. And therefore, when you do the math, it checks out.
Yeah, he's not distinguishing between a law and a theory. Like he's adding in an explanation. You can, that's silly.
Yeah, so what we're saying here in the case of the human element is that it hasn't been validated to say that you're outside of the Earth's reference frame to then say that motion could be done where you see the Earth moving and the person on it is still. You can't do that because it hasn't been validated. So it's not a valid reference frame. So you can't do that, Mr. Chemistry.
I never said that.
Well, I know, but it's not valid then. It's not valid then. Understand that.
You can say that, but that's not true.
What makes it valid, sir?
Such that all the math works out. Every point of reference is valid.
Math is not. Listen, okay, so let's drill down to your logic. Is math reality?
Math explains reality.
No.
Is it reality, sir? Answer the
Describes.
question.
That doesn't mean anything. That
No,
literally
yes,
means
it does.
nothing.
No, answer the question, sir. Is math reality?
That doesn't mean anything. I
Do
can't
not
answer a
obvious. Yes,
meaningless
it does.
question.
Yes, it
Oh
does.
God.
Could it's
What the
simple.
hell does that mean, bro?
Call me Mike on Earth.
Could I define? Is reality like if I say 1 + 1 is 2? Is that reality?
That's something that we made.
Well, it's
Good. Good
hang
on you.
on. Wait, there's
Good
two
on
versions, right?
good
There's
on
two
you. So
versions.
what? So it's an abstract, right? It's a convention that was made. Correct? Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's an abstract construct.
Yeah, 1 + 1 = 2 is a convention. It's an abstract. It's something
Yeah.
that humans did to talk to each other about something in reality. But that's not the question. The question is it in and of itself reality? Math.
Right.
No, it's a
Answer the question,
description.
Mr. Chemistry.
Doesn't really mean anything. Still.
Yes, it
Listen,
does.
we're trying to get into the heart of mathematics. Do we use it for language to describe things, or is it fucking reality and dictates reality? Come on, man, quit dodging.
No. It's easy. Hang on. It's easy. It's easy. So you can think about it like this, right? If you have one apple and one apple, right? That's two apples. That's the experience. You're mapping that onto reality. That's sure you can, but that's just how we describe the experiences that we have.
So would you
Not
say that's reality? Or?
hang on. There's another step, right? Abstractly, not mapping onto reality, just as an abstract concept. 1 + 1 = 2 in virtue of the piano axioms. But this is not like 1 + 1 = 6 is true in virtue of axioms of ground and so you're spiraling off in a way that like you're describing your experiences, but then you're going one step further with a convention and getting stuck. It's the difference between a law and a theory. The math can describe it. The equations can work out, but that doesn't justify your explanation for it.
Yep.
Sorry.
You're taking the human element out of it. You're saying that people don't need to experience that. We just got to use math. And I'm saying that's incorrect. The
Yeah, you're
human
flying
element
off and
is the
never
reason the human element
Or lab, man.
Yeah,
Who's got the barking dog?
Your barking dog is kind of
Yeah.
Mute your mic, Mr. Chemistry, when you're not talking.
He got my dog. My dog's looking around right now.
So
Maybe
check
about
this
to
out.
start growling.
Yeah, so check this out. What we're saying in definition 2, like what we experience, it's not just the math. The math is a descriptor. We're going to have to take the math and validate it in the same reference frame that you're saying that it's working in. So if you're saying that the math checks out, you haven't validated it, which is the when we were talking about validation of reference frames, you were like justifying it by saying, yeah, the guy standing outside of the truck, seeing the truck in motion, is validating his reference frame because he's outside of the truck. Good on you. You could use math to describe the motion of the truck, the person not moving, all that good stuff. It's all validated. Checks out. Now we're saying, how can you validate the other reference frame of you being outside of the earth and seeing it in motion? And you cannot do that. The only thing you can appeal to is mathematics, which we were saying though, that yeah, it's fine. You can do that. Math can do whatever it wants, right? It's just describing something. But then you have to validate it. The human element is validation. So how can you be in that specific reference frame to say, aha, I know that the earth is in motion now because I experience it. I'm in another reference frame and I see it in motion. And I can now use the math that I've worked it out and I check it out. You can't do that. That's a step that you're missing. So it's not just saying that math checks out. How did you compare it or how does it comport to reality? That's the issue. You can't rectify it until you actually experience it. The human element, sir. This is the path of logic.
Alpha, can I ask a
Very
question?
simple mathematical shifts and things that you can do. Also, you can't measure things in reference to.
We've been over this,
other
sir.
Things.
We've been over this. Math is a descriptor. Yeah, math is a descriptor. The human element is validation.
Well, we can give an example of that. We can build dies and machinery to spec and blueprint that in all mathematical reality should manufacture perfect parts. But when we get to the production, we find that they don't because there's other variables unknowns to the math.
Mm-hmm.
The variables are in the math. We're just not using the right.
See, Mike, he's going to deny it.
No offense, but have you ever worked in the manufacturing industry? If you have, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I mean, I've done
chemistry. I know the yields aren't 100%.
Manufacturing, I'm not talking about chemistry. Like I design a part and you can't make it perfect to blueprint, but the math checks out. Now, once we put it together, this part's supposed to insert into that part, but we find out it doesn't. Why? So
That's called validation.
Expansion of metals. So we didn't calculate that the metal would expand when it got warmer than room temperature, so it no longer fit together, or that once we pressed them there'd still be expansion and it's going to rupture the structural integrity of the part, even though the math pans out.
He's talking about the human element.
Okay,
Yeah, but this is the cosine thing we were talking about the other day.
Hold on, chemistry. Let Fox come in. Go ahead, Fox.
This is the cosine thing we were talking about the other day. It's also precision. Your unit of measurement can only be so precise, right? So your ability to manufacture, right? You're failing to notice that everything is being defined in reference. Real quick, in terms of the reference frame thing, if you were looking at your hand, like held out straight, like you're holding your arm out straight in front of your hand, if it was against like a perfect like void background, right? You're saying that like you need something to give you reference. But what if you had something that like gave you the optical illusion of like a different, like I guess I'm just feeling like this so much is based in experience, and then you're like jumping from one to the other without realizing it. And I feel like you just kind of like play around with a few like thought
ideas.
Yeah, just like play around.
Yep. And so consistent here is how what Mike just pointed out checks out and everything's correct. But when you're actually in production, when you see something happen or manifest in reality, right, the thing that you were doing in math, something happens that when you actually put it into reality and start doing that, it doesn't work. Some other variable that you didn't account for is going to be causing the problem. But see, that's the issue though, because the validation part where you actually put it into production and you start making the thing that you did in math, you now put what was in math into reality. Now you've validated whether or not it checks out or not. So the checking out part is what you're missing, and you're saying that it's only in mathematical form does it check out, and that's not the case. You're taking the human element or the human experience out of the equation. That's the thing that you're missing, and that's what we need.
Through those experiences or experimentation, we find those hidden variables like thermomolecular expansion or thermomolecular breakdown, those things we didn't quantify.
So it's not just math, it's the human experience.
Those can be quantified by math. Like
well, they can. Hold on. They can be quantified by math, but not until we experience them and know that they're there.
And that's something you haven't done by being outside of the reference frame of the Earth, looking back at the Earth and saying that it's in motion. The math might work a specific way, but you haven't validated it. You're taking the human experience out of the equation.
Right.
So what you're saying is everything that works here on Earth, it's just not true up there, maybe.
Why would
you
it be true?
No, it's not true there, maybe. It's an unknown. You don't know that. But you sound like you were certain.
If we already postulate that it's a different environment out there than it is here, 0G, no restriction, no air restriction.
It is not 0G.
Yeah, he's just making an example.
Listen,
he's not being specific.
I'm generalizing it. It's not a perfect void. It's not perfect 0G, but it's definitely a different environment than we exist under. Like little g, we know it happens under the same circumstances every time, right? But that's here on Earth, under the conditions on Earth. Well, it's not logical to say that especially if we believe that condition changes at a certain distance outside of Earth, like the Kármán line, or as you enter into deep space, there's no logical reason then to infer that the laws of physics or motion would apply out there in a different medium as they do down here in this one. That's not logical.
That's true.
Well, that's like what Newton came up with in the first place. Like he saw the planets and their orbits are characterized exactly by gravity.
On a universal level,
by gravity.
Yeah, but Newton.
That universal gravitation breaks down on a universal level. That's
true. I was just gonna say that, Mike. You took the words right out of my mouth. So Newton didn't do the work about to like how everything in the universe level, because the macro level is inconsistent with Newton. And you should know that if you're appealing to him.
It's not applicable to what we're talking about
It
outside. You're
is,
talking
though.
about
It is
outside the
outside.
Kármán
It
line.
actually is
It
when we
is,
say
dude.
that the mathematics dictate the reality. Well, the mathematics for universal gravitational constant break down on a universal level, so
does.
it doesn't work out.
And
So
you should know
now
that.
we pointed out a very specific point where the math doesn't work, and you're in a paradox that you have to answer now, because in your reality, math proves everything. But in this
Because it's
case,
a more specific application, right?
in this case, it
the
failed
Einsteinian
to.
is just more specific.
No, it's not more specific. It's a complete different shift.
No.
Listen.
Yes, it is, dude.
If you plug the right values, the normal values, you could say, into the Einsteinian equations, they become the Newtonian
But
ones.
listen, you think you just corrected for and explained for the breakdown and loss of universal gravitational constant with Einstein, but you didn't. You know you didn't fix that problem with Einstein, right? It's still a problem. And I don't care if we take the fabric of the universe as laid out in relativity and call it space-time and build a fabric and a coordinate system based on that. Universal gravitation still breaks down, so it's not been cured. And the problem goes for both theories.
Yeah, let me, Mike, real quick, if he's still here, Larry, if you could just, because we're segueing into Larry's territory.
Oh, we are.
I don't know if you want to talk about the.
Where you at, Larry?
The problem of cosmology, just to elucidate the. If
Right,
you have
yeah.
time, if you have time. Sir.
Yeah, I'm driving. I got lots of time today.
All right.
So basically, what it boils down to.
Go ahead.
Thanks. What it boils down to is that Thomas Kuhn, he talked about the paradigm shift, right, and how there's a cycle in science, right, the Kuhn cycle. And what happens is people get stuck in a paradigm where they have like bad science and the model is like circling the drain. Well, that's what's going on right now in cosmology. It happened, you know, 100 years ago in the 1880s, and Einstein kind of brought about the new paradigm. When Einstein was coming about, people were stuck in Newtonian, even though for decades at that point it wasn't working out. The math wasn't working out for Mercury and the Moon. And this is a well-known thing that happens in science where people get stuck in paradigms. And now it's happening again. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's called the crisis in cosmology, or the cosmological constant crisis. That's not the only crisis, but that's one of them. So, yeah, if you look into this, you'll see that the math isn't working out for gravity, even Einstein's gravity, at the galactic level. And that's why they came up with dark matter to kind of patch the holes in this thing. And they've known about it since the 1930s. So when Kuhn was talking about this, the other guy who coined the cosmological constant crisis, I can't remember his name right now, and I can't really post anything because I'm driving. But this is a well-known phenomenon. Like hundreds of papers have been written about it. They've tried to solve this over and over again, and still to this day, it's a problem. And 96% of the universe in the standard model of cosmology, lambda-CDM, is dark matter and dark energy. 96+%. We cannot see, we cannot detect, but it has to be there for the model to work. Questions?
Okay, I gotta go, but I'll keep watching the stream. Probably come on tomorrow or something.
Yeah, come back anytime, man.
Whatever you do, don't Google crisis in cosmology unless you're ready for a paradigm shift.
Okay.
Yeah, we're here 24/7, Mr. Chemistry.
Don't do
Come
it,
back.
bro. Don't do it. Yeah, that's funny you said that, Miggy. I was just wondering when we got into that, I was like, where the fuck's Larry?
Yeah, dude, he was here. I was like, fucking hell, dude. Like, this is like timing or I don't know.
Yeah, I can't quote everything that he can quote verbatim. Yeah.
Well, it's good because we're all different parts to make up the sum of the total. So, like, all of us in here, we have a part.
Amen. I give thanks for you guys, too.
Yeah, we are...
Seriously.
We're the death blow, all of us together, to the globe Earth cosmology. So
yes,
it's not just one. We don't carry just one person. We all have parts to play. So I particularly like listening to Larry when he had his conversations with some of the other guys that come in here. They're like, dude, what are you been to university? He's like, no, dude, like relax. He's just a guy who researches stuff. And what it's showing is that anybody can, if you apply yourself, you can learn new things, right? That's all it is.
Well, that's the first thing they teach you in college or university is how to do proper research. Because they're actually not going to give you all the answers. You got to research and find it yourself. That's why Wiki's not an accredited source, because any idiot can get on there and edit it. I've done it. I edited the Globe Earth page until they banned me from their app. They wouldn't let me.
We got some new people in here, guys. If you're brand new to the channel, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth on the Politics Discord. We got people listening on the YouTube. Welcome everybody. We're having discussions with people today, and we're asking the question: in 2024, can the Earth be proven to be a globe with evidence? It's up to you guys. If you're new here, go ahead and chime in, give us your evidence, and if not, I'll unmute some of the old dudes that have been here, the staunch anti-flat earthers. It's up to you. I'm gonna unmute trigonometry, whatever his name is.
Oh, hello everyone. I'm back.
Oh yeah, trigonometry man. Yesterday he brought up evidence for a motionless Earth and moving sky and sun. So well
Alpha,
done, trigonometry man.
Alpha, can
Well
you
played.
Gemsy? Can you mute Gemsy, please, Alpha?
Nah, it's not gonna happen.
I'll cash up you like $100.
Look, listen.
I can make
wait,
it higher.
hold on. That's a C-note, bro. He talking real talk, bro. You better get your money, boo boo.
I will. If you give me your cash app, if you give me your cash app, I will literally.
Hey, if you can prove that the evidence that you provided yesterday is actually the opposite of what you showed, if you can demonstrate that it's the opposite of the observation, then I'll give you $100. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm thinking about chipping in 20 on this right now.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Larry with the crisis of cosmology thing. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that would be nice to say on that subject. That would be.
But why is he running away from the evidence he provided?
Gemsy,
Why is he scared? Why are you scared, bro? Why are you so scared?
Into the void right now.
Okay, so why are you scared, bro? Why are you scared? My bad, I'm yelling. All right, let me check my settings. I'm probably at 100 input.
No, he's just got a good mic. It's not his fault. You're a poor boy with a crap mic. He's just got a good mic, dude. He's not.
All right, I
yelling.
put myself at 75. Is it better now?
That is more gentle. Yes.
There you go. Also, trigonometry man or getting triggered by the evidence man. Can you stop getting triggered by the tonality of the conversation and kind of focus or concentrate in what's being said and the information that is being presented? Leave your emotions out of this, please. Can you do that?
Yeah, sure. When you mute up. And
all right. So the evidence that you provided yesterday about the motionless
stay on topic, right?
Earth and the moving skies.
Mute up so we can talk.
What is your problem with that? Why
I can talk to Larry.
Larry is working, bro. He's a busy man.
He's not. He said he's in the car. He has plenty of time to speak, right, Larry?
He's busy, bro. If he wanted to speak to you, he would, but he's not. So I'm talking to you.
Larry, are you busy right now?
Driving in my car.
Yeah, go ahead and talk to Gypsy if you want to wait for Gypsy to be done. Then I'll talk to you. But yeah, I'm driving like 2 or 3 towns away, so I'm pretty busy.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were.
There you go. He's a busy man. I told you that already. Now, since we are on the same page now, can you address your evidence?
Where was it? I don't.
Let's do a recap. Just recap for us.
Yeah, I don't know what I.
Yeah, I post it for you again. I'll post it for you. Let me find it.
Yeah,
I got it right here. So there you go. You posted motionless Earth, moving sky, and sun. Now, prove me wrong.
Well, if that was true, then why is there a 24-hour daylight in a place if the sun's falling?
Wait, are you denying the observation?
No, I'm not. Let's say this is a motionless flat plane. What causes?
So, do you see the sun moving in this video?
I would say, yeah, I would see the sun moving. We'll assume the Earth is flat for this argument.
Do you see the ground moving?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. And how this? Okay, listen. One second, because I want to go somewhere. I want to bring it to a conclusion real quick.
You don't see the sun moving for the entirety of the video.
Yeah, if
right?
we think if you if
But
you
the
guys think
sky is
I'm on
moving, right?
Adderall, you need to get
Do you see
Gemsy
the
under
sky
control.
moving?
This guy's going
The clouds are
super
moving, right?
crazy.
But then listen, Bettermont, he brought up this video as evidence of the opposite of what's being observed.
No, I never said it was evidence for the Earth
I
rotating
was
or
here,
not.
bro. I'm with you, but you guys, I'm sorry, Trig. I'm gonna have to bail out this one. It's all urine, PP.
No, that's fine.
No,
But I
no,
just
no,
want to
no.
know. I just want to get like a screenshot of where I specifically said this is proof for the Earth rotating because something something. I just said if the Earth is a flat, non-rotating plane and the sun is moving around or
I
something.
do have one question about your proof for 24-hour daylight, though. How come it's not a 24-hour video?
Would you like to sit through a 24-hour video? I mean, there might be
Well,
one.
I don't really like watching a looped 15-minute video.
All right. Well, people live in Anchorage, Alaska. So if you want to go ask
Listen,
a bunch of people from Alaska,
nobody said they didn't. I can go to Anchorage, Alaska. I've been there. My cousin was stationed at HARP, working at HARP when he was in the Air Force. So I went there and visited. But yeah, I've been there, and it's not 24-hour sun, but it is 24-hour light.
Yeah. So the reason I chose that instead of like something like Antarctica, for example, is because I know the Antarctic thing is.
So this is northern.
Yeah, this is someplace
this one is
that
on
the
the north.
So the
actually.
northern.
Yesterday he said that, and the guys were
Whoa,
confusing it for
Gemsy, calm
Antarctica,
down.
just like now.
So if you accept, I don't accept any models of the flat Earth, but if you accept the circular model with north at the center, this one's actually possible on a flat Earth with the sun in the Tropic of what, Cancer? Is that the furthest northern one? Could one of those tropics. So when it was in the tropic in the northern, that would be possible. You just wouldn't see it all day long. And that's what we see here. You see light, but you don't actually see the sun the full 24 hours. That would actually be possible on many different flat Earth models. So the opposite one, had it been substantiated, it would be more detrimental and harder to explain, but this one isn't. It's really simple. It's caused by the analemma of the sun and the sun in the tropics.
So the sun, the light from the sun is taking like a weird bendy path to get to the.
No, it doesn't have to do that in the model because north is the center and the continents are laid out around north in that model. So there would be different time zones in every place where there would always be light in the north because it's closest to that northern tropic. And it's just doing a circle around the pole. So, I mean, this one's explainable on a rudimentary flat Earth model. It would be the Antarctic that wouldn't be able to because, well, the sun couldn't circle all the way around the Antarctic itself for 20 fucking hours. So,
Yeah.
There'd have to be some, for you to say bendy light, I wouldn't need that for this unless you actually proved it was true in Antarctica and it was the entirety of the ring around the Earth. You know what I mean?
That's why Antarctic denial is such like a clear, or it's such an integral part to the flat Earth, right? Because if Antarctica exists,
nobody
it just destroys the
denies
flat
it.
Earth. Yeah.
Nobody denies the Antarctic exists. What are you talking about?
All right. No, you deny that you can
where
go
would
there,
you,
right?
if you were modeling the flat Earth, would you think Antarctica was a circle of ice all the way around the southern pole, or would you think it would just be one frozen point?
Well, if I was modeling the flat Earth, I'd probably turn it into a globe because that would make the most sense. So I'd probably just yeah.
Bro, you just said that
Listen,
the
no
nonsense
offense,
makes
but
sense. That's nonsense.
Hold on. No offense, but to model a thing for refutation isn't really nonsensical. So if you were trying to refute it, you would want to model it, and that's why you guys cry, give me a model. So honestly, I don't see the sense in what you just said.
Well, see, the thing is,
it's actually kind of disingenuous also. Could you just be honest? I mean,
I wouldn't know where to begin.
For the purpose of the conversation, to refute a flat Earth, you would model a globe. And how does this make sense in any logic?
Because there's no way I could model anything on a flat Earth. It's impossible. That's why you don't claim anything.
It's not impossible in the
Yes, it
idea
is.
that you just assume it. Well, to do that, you would actually have to model it, and then you would be able to show me your attempts and why it's impossible. So not trying to model it doesn't make sense in this conversation, just like I said.
Well, the reason it's impossible.
How the fuck are you going to prove it's impossible if you haven't modeled?
Because no one makes the reason why you don't ascribe to the reason why you don't ascribe to a map or a model right now. The reason why you don't ascribe to a map or a model.
Can you let this kid get it out, please?
Yeah, T-Dub, shut up. The reason you don't ascribe to a model or map is because it's impossible to do on a flat Earth. That's why.
Yeah, I see people.
Possible,
listen, I've heard people say that it's impossible to model this and model that, but they never show us that the impossibility is true. So it just becomes an assertion made not backed by modeling. So you'd have to actually show that it couldn't, that you attempted to model it and it couldn't be done, or you haven't showed that it can't be modeled that way.
So the globe earthers have to make your model of a flat Earth? Really?
No, I'm just being honest. If you want to make the statement that it can't be modeled on a flat Earth, you would have to show your attempts to actually do that.
Exactly.
Well,
and the
claim I mean, when I tell my state that listen, I can't lay the route of that road the way you want it, I generally have maps, diagrams, and coordinate systems that show why I can't do that. I don't just make the claim it can't be done because my states want it done and they think it's going to be cheaper that way, but then you actually show them with visualizations that no, you really don't want to go this route.
Mike, it's not just that it can't be done.
Yeah, but the problem is, listen, the visualization.
Yeah. I just won't try and get a word in. How's that?
Yeah, but I've been trying to talk to this guy, and I unmuted him. I've been addressing him in a text, and everybody wants to talk to him now. So go ahead.
I just wanted to say one thing. So it's not just a claim that they can't be done, but that it doesn't make sense, and he's got it the wrong way around. He's saying it doesn't. The model doesn't make sense, right? Yeah, well, it doesn't make sense if the Earth is flat. Your model doesn't make sense if the Earth is flat, right? So is the Earth flat?
What?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Your model doesn't make sense.
How would you?
The Earth is flat.
How would you know whether or not
then your model doesn't make sense because you think that it's curved, right? But the necessity for your model to make sense, right? The necessity that the Earth is curving, that it's a ball, that it is a ball. So don't get it the wrong way around.
It makes sense on the globe, but the globe is nonsense in reality. Get it? Because in reality, the observation that he posted, he sees with his eyes the observation, the motionless Earth, the sky moving, the sun moving, and that makes sense in reality. Then he goes to the globe fantasy, and he says, reality doesn't make sense. Therefore, this nonsense is what's happening, the globe. So T-Dub has a point, and it's similar to my point.
I just think you shouldn't make the statement that this wouldn't make sense on that model if you haven't tried to model it in that model. That's not logical. That's
it is not logical.
What does it mean to model something?
Watch my stream.
Like
right now, Gemsy's just rambling on and on because that's what Gemsy does.
Yeah, rambling on and on. So you
what does it mean to model something?
That shows you what is actually makes sense. You're going against it.
Watch my stream, Gemsy. Watch my stream.
The observation.
Watch my stream, Gemsy.
The observation.
One of you got to be the bigger man. One of you. Is there a bigger man here? That becomes a question.
Gemsy's.
Yeah. So the observation. I was trying to bring this point home. The observation that he's making that makes sense. Earth is motionless. Sky is moving. The sun is moving. He's turning that into nonsensical claims and making nonsense claims about what is being observed. That was Tito's point as well. It's just that he said it the opposite way.
But is that a model?
No, that's just what makes sense.
Yeah, this guy wants to argue what is a model now.
Yeah, but he said that his model makes sense, right? The globe makes sense.
You should
but
know
it's
what a
complete
model is
nonsense.
before you say that doesn't make sense or doesn't work in this model either. And if you're making the statements about certain things can't be modeled in that frame, that reference frame, then you should know what a fucking model is. So how do we get to defining what a model is when we're already on the topic of models and modeling? How is that productive?
And
Move the
still he says reality doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So what you're trying to say is the Earth is flat because I can see this. Is what you're trying to say. The Earth is flat because it works. I observe something in reality. No, Gemsy. No. Battle mod. You're at least. You at least have average IQ at the very least.
Listen,
saying Earth is a globe.
You're still
because you
trying
see
to
this.
answer
No,
Gemsy.
Gemsy is just like a complete moron.
Okay.
He's demonstrated it many times.
Listen,
before.
bro, that doesn't help none. I'm just,
well,
you know.
I think we should mute him.
You know
so we
what?
can have a
He's the
productive
fucking mod, man. You're poking the bear.
I know I am, and I think we should mute him. If anyone here can mute
Hey,
Gemsy.
trigonometry. When you say we, you mean you and I? Because I muted myself while you were speaking, but then
Hey, that's
you
kind
were
of
speaking
fucked
on
up,
top of me.
Gemsy, because you're the one that unmuted this motherfucker.
Yeah, I unmuted him to speak to him, and he's now complaining to talking about me, about his claim, his nonsense claim. So whatever. If he doesn't want to talk to me, all right.
It was a good conversation if we could just all work together to let everybody get an opportunity to speak, because there is a few different people that want to talk to Trig, because he got muted yesterday in the middle of it, and the people still want to ask questions. I'll be quiet and let them, but yeah, if we could just talk one at a time, that'd be great.
Okay, what's a model?
Can you do that? Oh, go ahead.
What's a model? I'm just curious because if we're arguing about the difference between flat Earth and ground Earth, like, those are two different models. But like, it sounds like we're talking about different like perspectives of reality, which isn't necessarily the same thing as a model, right? Because you
So
could,
real
like,
quick, but Baremo, you want to address this one? Who wants to address the model? What is a model? He's asking this. Anybody?
An attempt to explain phenomena.
This is it sounds like a new guy. It doesn't sound like the other guy. So he has.
Yeah, I'm
a
new.
Question. What is a model?
Yeah, what's a model?
It's an attempt to explain phenomena.
Okay, so when we're talking like a globe model versus a flat model, we're talking about two different attempts to explain phenomena. Is that right?
No. In the case of flat Earth, no.
Okay, so flat Earth isn't a model.
No, it's the ground beneath your feet.
No, it's an observation.
But not a model. You see where I'm going with this?
Just an observation. I observe the Earth is flat. That's a sentence. It's an observation. I don't need a model for that.
Okay.
To be fair, that is his way his eyes tell him the world looks.
Okay, so what makes... So if that's your observation, then like the globe, right? The globe view is not a model. On your model? Or is it not a model within the frame of reference?
The model will be the representation of something. You have something, and then you make a representation of it. That's what you're doing. But
I feel like this is in English as a second language problem. In
you
English,
feel
model means
you feel that? Do you feel it? Like,
well,
where do you feel it at?
That's
Is that part of the conversation? Is that part of the conversation? Is that the topic?
Well, what I'm saying is
that pissed on the same conversation between you and trigonometry yesterday when he was drinking.
No, this is a different guy. So who was it?
A different drunk.
Clint is jumping in. Yeah, Clint is jumping in
he said,
for whatever reason, talking about.
I'm just trying to.
He's saying this guy has a second language. That's what we gotta concentrate right now on. People speaking two languages.
No.
Gemsy does speak two languages. Can you? Yeah, but I can fully understand him. It's not a language barrier, and I don't think Trig needs a co-pilot. I think he's capable on his own.
My thing is, I'm just trying to describe what the word model means in science.
Well, it's your thing, yeah.
English.
Well, people who are listen,
the guy?
we're on the topic of don't say something is impossible in this model if you haven't attempted to model it, and you're wanting to define what a model is. We're already good on that term.
Okay.
And we're already good with the fact that we're debating models, so we don't need to define that term. That's going backwards, not forward.
So if we can bracket the issue of what a model is, we could say like, okay, so given the fact that we do have two models, whatever the case the model may be.
The point.
Sorry, I'm sorry,
the
I cut you off. What were you saying?
Don't say things are impossible in a certain model if you haven't attempted to model it. So
okay.
You can't just say something doesn't work in the model. You can't just say that. You got to actually prove it.
If you've got the South Pole in a globe model, and you got the ice wall in the flat Earth model.
What wall?
Yeah, not all people agree with that model, so you'd only be arguing with a select group of people in this community, those who believe in an ice wall model.
Okay. So, like, if you're flying over what you think is either the South Pole or the ice wall, how does that look in the two different models?
In their model, I wouldn't know because I don't accept that model. But you could attempt to tell me, since you know what a model is.
I mean, I don't know what a model is. I haven't defined a model this whole time. I've just asked your guys' views because you guys, it seems to come up a lot, and it's just this like elephant in the room that we're all just dancing around.
Yeah, because it comes up because a lot of the globe believers, they bring it up. They bring asking the question, hey, we have this model, this globe model. Where is your guys' model? If you don't have one, therefore, our model is truth. If you guys don't have one, that's something. And the other guy brought up a video where he's observing daylight for 24 hours, where the sun is moving across the sky is moving, the clouds and all that stuff, and then the ground is motionless.
We can make it simple for him, bro. Just tell him, that Barbie doll you play with? That's a model of a blonde chick. Do we agree on what a model is?
So the guy brought up a video showing the opposite of his claim, and he says, the opposite of what the video is showing makes sense, and what the video is showing, it's nonsense. So you see the problem?
Yeah, listen, I could use a mustache to show why a mustache doesn't work in a Barbie model, though. Rather than just saying that wouldn't work in a flat Earth model and I don't have to prove it. I mean, that's pretty fucking lame.
That's up for debate these days.
Then rather than back up your statement that this is something that's impossible to model in a flat Earth, you go on to what is a fucking model. How about you just drive one of your nails all the way in before your wall falls down?
All right, I'm gonna admit something here. I'm lost. Like I don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's fine. So the Globers present the globe model.
That doesn't work in a globe model, though. You can't be lost in a globe model because the math perfectly works out. Right, Gemsy?
On the globe model? I don't think so. But that's the thing. That's the whole point. When we go outside in reality, we grab, the globe that you learn about in the book, on the school, and the teacher point out at a corner. You see this globe on the flat, motionless table? This is where you live, little Hermes or Clint. Right? This is where you live on the globe. But then when we grew up and when we went to reality to test for the model claim, for the claim of the model globe, we checked that and falsified it because it's not there in reality. So that model is falsified.
And the model that they replaced it with, just real fast.
Damn, my bad. Go ahead, Larry.
Sorry, just real fast. The model that they replaced it with is refraction model.
Larry, you're cutting out, bro. It's bad. I'm gonna have to mute him because it's bad. But Larry, we can't hear you. Whatever you're saying,
we can't hear you.
So just get a better signal. So it's okay. I muted him. He knows now because it's bad signal. So maybe in a minute he will have better signal. So Larry, you're muted. So check your mic whenever. I can hear the noise, Larry. Maybe you can try again.
We can clearly hear the traffic, so that's a good start.
His
Sorry,
name's
how about now?
Clint.
I might mean he's dead on the highway,
I wonder,
guys.
Clint, you get
No,
this?
I'm not
With all
dead.
due respect, sir,
I'll
you're
check.
beginning to bore the hell out of me.
Go
Because
ahead,
I
Larry.
said he might be dead.
That's
No,
a
I'm not dead.
Eastwood one-liner.
Got more miles under my belt than 10 of you Globers put together. So, the thing is that the globe Earth model really doesn't work anymore, because the old model used to be, back in like 2015, that you can see boats go over the horizon. And now they say, well, if you're looking for the geometric horizon, that's a straw man. So the flat earther is straw manning the glober. This is what the anti-flat earthers say. If we're looking for a geometric horizon at 8 inches per mile squared, right? So now they say that actually what's going on is that there's refraction happening. And this refraction keeps us from seeing the geometric horizon. So you can't actually see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth, according to people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Professor Dave,
Actually,
that you have to go to space in order to see it.
You that's not right. The ancient Greeks used to teach when they were teaching around Earth that you could see the sail, the small sail on the top of a sailing ship, before you could see the big sail at the bottom. And the reason was the
You said the
curvature.
Greeks, but remember that was a huge civilization. Some guys,
Yeah,
some
I'm
group
not saying
of
they were
people,
bums.
2, 3, 4, 5, 100 guys, not the Greeks. Some of those people.
Right. The Pythagoreans was a very small cult.
And anyway,
I
that'll
don't
require a
understand the point of
geometric
this
horizon,
argument,
Clint.
so I'm going to bow out.
That'll require a geometric horizon, which
What's
they're
the
admitting.
difference between a geometric
the Greeks-
horizon and a non-geometric horizon?
You know, the Greeks also aligned landmarks and structures to the luminaries, and that will make it impossible if it was a globe to align those things to the luminaries. So yeah, the Greeks, they did a lot of things besides drawing globes in cartoons. Yeah, they did a lot of stuff.
The Greeks invented cartoons. I learn something new every day.
So
To
what
answer
was
your
the claim
question,
about the Greeks? Go ahead, Tim.
To answer Hermes' question, geometric horizon would be one that you can do geometry with, and which would be at a physical distance and location, and the thing which you are claiming the point beyond which boats are going and being obstructed.
Well, like assuming that the flat Earth is not perfectly flat, like fucking bowling alley. It has rises and runs, and I'm just saying I don't believe in the flat Earth, but couldn't you also necessarily have to do geometric things to involve the rise and run of the land? Wouldn't everything be geometric because it's all its shape?
Did you say rise over run?
Yeah, like staircases, man.
Yeah, that's all flat Earth geometry. Yeah, planar geometry, planar surveying,
That's still
planar
geometry, right?
construction. Yeah. Sorry.
So it would all. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but I think you're using a weird word.
Well, I think like if you talk to the people who reject the planar geometry, they say that like, look, all the planar geometry model came from a guy named Euclid, right? And that was a very, very long time ago, and we've iterated on Euclid, and now we've moved to this non-Euclidean stuff where like, oh, the triangles, they don't have to add up to 180 degrees anymore because we have spherical geometry and we have geometry on curves. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense in the sense like it's internally consistent, but it doesn't make sense that like it would be, geometry would be iterated on in that way because it was already self-consistent, You see what I'm saying?
But we have a lot of stuff that when we learn something new, we call it the thing, like Newtonian physics. Like, Newtonian physics is very much like easy to understand. It's billiard balls, right? Equal and opposite reaction, inertia, shit like that. But then, we find new shit and we're like, well, this isn't behaving within those parameters. So we're going to have to, but you don't throw out the billiard balls because the billiard balls still work.
But if the billiard balls still work, then why do you need a new model to explain the behavior of the billiard balls? If the billiard balls' behaviors was already internally
That's why they
self-consistent.
only use non-Newtonian physics on things that aren't billiard balls, like it was gravity.
Getting off the beaten path now.
So no. I think it's relevant because like if we're saying that like the billiard balls are the flat Earth and the flat Earth works, and then it's like, oh, but we have this round Earth now. It's like, well, why do we need to iterate upon that model if the previous model worked?
What do you mean works?
First, you're gonna have to define work.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I would say that like you've got, because earlier we were arguing, I brought this up about like, okay, well, what is a model, right? And it was someone else said like, oh, a model is like an attempt to like explain like reality. So I would say like, if we say like, okay, well, we got to define works, then we would say like, okay, well, within the context of a definition of a model, then it would be like something that can explain reality, you know?
No, a model can also explain fantasy things. Like you can have a model of a cartoon character, an anime character. It not necessarily represents.
Well, that's just a
reality.
homonym of model, right? We're getting in the weeds here because all we're saying is like, well, that's just another.
When Globers come in here and they present the globe model, they call it a model, but that's not reality. So models can be depicting something that is not real, like a cartoon, a persona in a
So
globe.
it's a representation.
A representation, yeah, you can use that word, I think, right? Representation.
Yeah, so like the world as a representation, but not as like reality.
Here.
Yeah, like levels flat.
You're not gonna drive the model Porsche. You're gonna drive the Porsche.
A model is like an argument. You're saying this is my view of physics. Criticize it.
Yeah. So like you got the scientific method, right? Which is like you've got a model, and then you test some things, and you're like, hi, this doesn't like work in the model, so we need like a new model, right? Do we all agree that flat and round? We all agree that.
No, that's not the scientific method. But like with Battle Mod, right? Spent a lot of his life in construction, right? Okay, so he gets blueprints, he gets plans, right, laid out in front of him. Like it's basically a model. This is what we want to happen in reality, right? It's all planar geometry, right? And he goes out, then he takes those plans, he takes those blueprints and that model out into reality and makes it happen in reality.
But at the same time, you can create a model of a bad bridge that looks good on paper, and then you create it and it falls down. That would be an example of a bad model. We're stumbling over the definition of model here.
But that's what it comes down to ultimately, because we're debating two different models.
Yes.
No, that's where the contention comes in.
We're not doing that anymore. We're arguing about what the word model means. And
that's where the contention lies, is because the Globers come in with their model and say, I've drawn a conclusion based on trying to explain this phenomena in the sky, right? And then my conclusion is that Earth is a sphere. We're not doing that. We're going out into reality and saying, hey, the surface is not curving. The surface is not conforming and showing the attributes of being a sphere. So then you've got to, then because we do that, you say, but my model, okay, well, now my model doesn't make sense if the surface isn't curving. So now I want you to explain the phenomena. And then they burden us with proving that.
No, negative. That's the exact
explaining
opposite.
the phenomena.
The model is open to criticism.
No, you haven't gone out and tested the Earth and said, hey, this shit is curving. Now we can use this to explain the sky phenomena. No, you haven't done that. That's not what happens. They look at the sky and then form ideas about what the surface of Earth might be. And then they look at their model and go, well, it makes sense to me, so obviously the Earth must be a ball.
But the thing is, here's where the disconnect is happening. You're saying because there is a model, people are using the model as proof, which is not what a model is. No,
that's
go
what
to the
they're
toy
doing.
store, you buy a globe, or a Barbie doll. Those are models, but not the models we're talking about.
People think that's proof.
Okay, well, there's a lot of that doesn't change the definition of the word.
So do we agree that like model as a
some
term?
people use it wrong doesn't make it not a thing.
Okay, well, do we agree though that like so we're debating two different models, okay? And model, in addition to being like a framework that has explanatory power, also has like a normative element.
Stop, Hermes. No, we're not debating two different models, right?
Okay, so what are we debating? Sorry. I don't mean to get hung up on this model thing, but I genuinely think it's important.
We are debating reality.
I can't pass it.
I'm trying to answer you. I'm trying to answer you.
Okay, answer
come
me.
in with Globers come in with their model and demand that we also present one.
Because you can't present one. That's
No,
why.
you can criticize the model. You can just do that. You don't have to have a
the-
model.
We can present. We can present the model.
The globe has never presented a model, period.
We can present the model. The model is reality. That means we can present reality. That's the model. You know?
Falsification is independent of replacement.
No, because the thing is, reality is subjective, and
No, reality is not subjective. Reality is objective. That means if you go on the train road or on the road, and if its car is coming, that car will kill you if you don't move. You know that means it's objective, really objective reality. Do you understand? If you want to stop the train, you know you will move or you will die. Something like that. That means we're speaking about model, about reality, not about models. That means what do we have model? Yeah, we have models of the surface. That means model, Holland model, Florida model, Suezcan model of every ocean, model of every lake, and model of every sea. And we have also elevation profile models on the land.
Elevation profile models as opposed to like the topology of the surface.
Yeah.
Because like if you have like a mountain that is like 100 feet tall, right? There's a point that you're measuring that 100 feet from. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's like, well, is that point on a curve or is that point flat? You still have 100 feet. You're still measuring it from the point. So you can still explain an elevation like it's still a coherent concept on both models.
No.
Oh, from the point in the middle of the continent. Where is the point?
Wait, say that again. Say that again. I'm sorry. I'm dumb.
Continent, the middle of the continent. Where is the point of the zero of the mountain?
The point of the sphere of the mountain?
No, the zero of the mountain. Where is that point?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying is that like you could have a flat model and then you'd say, okay, elevation 0 is the flat, right? And then you could say like, I don't know what the crust, the rind, the surface area.
And we have that.
Point from which you measure.
We have that explained in the bike tours, you know, Tour de France and Giro d'Italia, you know, that cyclists they are running. You have the base 0 and you have the elevation change. We have that. You can watch every elevation profile of any tour of I don't know the English as the bike tour, but cyclist.
Okay, yeah, I just don't see how that bears like.
There is, for example, a bike tour from point A to point B. There is a line 0 and there is elevation change. If you're on the sphere from point A to point B, should be curvature to account on elevation change. That means if you're going 100 kilometers with a bike, in 100 kilometers, your elevation will change also because of curvature, not only because of elevation profile, if you are on the sphere.
Okay, so you're saying that like if you're on a bike tour or if you're on a path along the surface, along the rind of the earth, you have to like take into account the curvature
all the time.
So there's curvature in that model that's not in the other model that throws off the calculation. Is that what you're
There is
getting
no
at?
curvature. There is no curvature in that model called Google Map, for example. When you go and you change
Google
elevation,
Maps
you
is,
know.
well, I would say the Google Maps is a representation, but not a model necessarily. Like it's
Yeah,
based on a model, but it doesn't have normative force.
yeah,
You see
it's
what I'm
good
saying?
representation. You change the distance, you know. You change it to town from one town to another town, two distances. You know, you didn't change the elevation because of curvature. You change on elevation because of sea level. What is far away from you because you are in the middle of the continent.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I think I got lost somewhere. I'm just not sure how that's relevant.
How that's relevant? Let's say from the Scotland to the London, you have like I don't know 2 miles of curvature, but you have elevation there without any problems. You know, zero base. You know, and changing elevation only going up 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, but
Okay.
after
Okay.
1,000 miles, it's 2, 3, 4 miles behind the curvature.
So you're saying that like if there's no curvature or if there is curvature, yeah, Clint, I agree. I'm kind of lost. Like,
Yeah.
are you saying that like you have to factor in the distance from the sea, and that if there's elevation implied by curvature, that changes it?
Okay. What is the height in the
Don't
middle?
you know all the water would fall off if it was round?
What mean 2,000 meters? Some mountain in the middle of, let's say, USA. What that mean? 2,000 meters.
I don't know what that means.
It'll just be
Like,
like-
why does that have
like
any bearing?
mountains-
Like, you could explain
like
this on
mountains
either model.
2,000
Like,
meters
it's not
above the
relevant.
sea.
Is it 2,000 meters from the center of the earth or 2,000 meters from the sea level?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Like from the sea level.
Yeah, and sea level it's like 1,000 miles from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and from you and sea and that beach, that shore, it's how much drop of curvature?
Oh, so you're saying that like if you calculate the distance on a curve model, then the distance is going to be shorter because it cuts through the curvature.
It will be bigger even. With more distance, it will be bigger.
Okay.
How we will measure
So
elevation?
yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. You're right.
How we will measure elevation if underground because you need to have the curved surface down also, you know, under the mountains that you can calculate that elevation.
Yeah, so the shortest distance between 2 points on a curve model is always going to be digging.
Yep.
Okay, I see what you're saying there. I see, like, so what I think that a globe person would say, because I'm agnostic. I don't know if the Earth is flat or round. Like, it's kind of like this, kind of like in a superposition, so to speak. Like, it behaves differently depending on how you observe it. But like, what a glober I think would say would be that like the depth.
I lost you. You still there?
Yeah.
He muted himself. Maybe he got busy in the middle of his sentence. You want to say something about the topic before he comes back, Clint?
I mean, I agree with the concept that the shortest point between 2 points is always going to be a straight line, but you would have to.
What do you mean, but? You have to say period. You have to say period, not but. Period.
I thought
that's not
being agnostic was directly related to a belief in God, not ambiguity.
No. Sorry. I cut out. I had to step away really quick. When I said I was agnostic, I don't mean like religiously agnostic. I mean agnostic.
Well, that's what the
of,
term is designed for, to describe a person who believes that we can't know anything about God. Now, if you're fine with ambiguity, you should say that we don't know the truth. So I live in a superposition, which is
no, that's correct.
Beliefs.
I'm undecided, and I think that like because if you look at quantum physics, you know, the particles, they behave differently depending on how you look at them, right? But if you like do the math, and then certain trigonometries like make sense on a globe model and are mutually exclusive with a flat model, but then you make other observations that only make sense on a flat model, and it's like, okay, so there's an element like metaphysically to which reality is like contingent on your observation.
Yeah, like
you know
the
what
dual
I'm saying?
slit experiment shows. Yes. So I mean, you do know what the dual slit is, right?
Yeah, it's had something to do with measuring electrons or something like that, like
Yeah, I mean,
measuring
you're
their
talking
volume.
about superpositioning, and so yeah.
Yeah, I do have one question. If the Earth is flat, right, why isn't there another side to the flat Earth?
Another side, like a quarter.
Yeah, like the bottom.
You mean like the bottom of the pancake?
Yeah, are we heads or tails? I don't know. I don't really think it's a pancake. I've covered this a couple times. In my belief, Earth is the floor of the universe, the very direction down, and everything else moves around or above it. That plane, the floor, could be infinite, but I wouldn't know. I'd need an infinity to actually.
I wish it was high right now.
Yeah, we don't know what's below the floor.
Okay, so you keep wanting to throw it a quarter through space and ask us where's the other side of the quarter, but we didn't give you a quarter in space, and that's basically what I'm saying. So good for you. That's how you feel when you look at your ideal of a flat Earth. But is that what actually people believe here? We're not the flat Earth Society. And you can play with that too.
Okay, that is a problem with the
I
models.
don't think
right
you
now,
actually know what our beliefs are, to be honest. I mean, the only thing
Why
you
you ask, dummy?
what you
Okay, well-
demonstrate is you don't know what we think of when we think of a flat Earth. So you made a model for
When
us,
you
and
told
you
me you
attempt
think it's
to
the bottom
refute
of the
what you
universe.
believe a flat Earth would be. So in hopes of refuting us, but
So why
that's
don't?
not what.
No, I literally asked a
I
question.
just did explain what I believe.
yeah. Also,
You did. You were a little defensive.
So
I'm not. Listen, I'm just trying to be heard over other people. You know.
sorry, I am talking a lot.
That's all.
I will talk
were you
less.
talking about trigonometry?
I'm not
man?
offended.
The model that he's showing in the flatter model that he's debunking in his screen presented in the live. Because this is a problem. A lot of flat earthers, they believe in the cartoon globe, and they say, hey, if you don't believe it, show me what you believe in. And then they want you to show them a cartoon. And they look at both cartoons and they say, I like this one better, but not the other one. And that's not what we're talking about here.
Right, we're not talking about an AE map, and to be specific, that's the AE map is a globe map. If anything doesn't work on that, thank you. You've debunked your globe because it's a globe projection. But the truth is, all distances on a azimuthal equidistant projection, they do work. If you're smarter than the projection and you know how to use the legend, then the distances will pan out. You just have to use the math for the legend properly. That's it.
You know, in Barrymore, this is something I was reading in Operation Deep Freeze. When they went exploring across the plateau, they say like hundreds of miles of flatness. They describe it, right? And then they say, although the technical problems can complicate life in the pole, the terrain makes for it with its natural simplicity. So they say that they had to go by landmarks. They couldn't go by the maps that they had because the maps were kind of erroneous. So they have to go by landmarks and the simplicity of the terrain to be able to move across from point to point when they were doing these expeditions back then. So it's an interesting thing. Like you're talking about the distances.
Oh yeah, another thing is celestial ground points didn't work as it pertains to their maps. That's why they didn't work. We have no knowledge of the stars and their positions over there. Yeah, I read a lot of what you read too. And on a globe that has everything mapped out, you'd think that could not ring true. That the stars down there would be mapped and projected even if we hadn't viewed them because we mapped their course and projected, right?
I mean, there's even more obvious stuff that doesn't work out, right? Like you look at the globe map, you have to assume that you can just like fly right over the south pole
look at
to
this,
get across
Barrymore,
the same as you could in the north. So you don't even need to think about something complicated like the star maps. Like there's obvious stuff that doesn't
There's
work.
so many questions.
No, let him talk. Let him talk.
Barrymore, they said the pole is located on a great plateau more than 9,000 feet above sea level.
Over
Surrounded
9,000?
by a
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it says. This is
highest
documented.
elevation. Yeah, that's the highest known elevation on Earth. Yes,
So then they say
9,000.
the nearest
the Antarctic
peaks
ice
are
shelf.
about the nearest
Well,
peaks
there's
are
also
about
a
200
mountain
miles.
there that is the highest, but that's the highest land or continent. Yes, Antarctica.
Look what they
Okay.
said. Look what
Google
they
it.
said after that. They said the
Google it if
nearest
you don't.
peaks are about 200 miles away, so no one sees nothing but a flat plane of snow in all directions.
No one
Snow.
sees nothing but a flat plane of no.
Snow.
Of snow.
Oh, snow. Snow. My bad. My bad.
Christ, man, come on, dude.
Sorry.
I know his. It's not his first language.
No, no. That's I thought he was.
The
My bad, my bad.
implication of ridicule is still ridicule. I mean, English teachers, they grade improper English all day long, but they don't
No, I
ask
wasn't-
you if it's English. They tell you you just did it
So
improperly.
I misheard snow as no, so I thought there was like some intentional
Yeah,
wordplay going on.
everyone
And I
else
got
in the
lost.
room comprehend what I said except that guy. That happens. It's like a
All right,
glitch
I'm
in the
sorry.
matrix. Some
I'm
people
sorry.
don't get
Listen,
it. Most people get it. Some people don't get it.
Let me
He's
say
an
this.
as an example.
I correct Jemsy on his pronunciation a lot, and the man doesn't get mad because he is trying to learn the language. So if you want, just offer him help with that pronunciation. Don't.
Yeah, you can say snow. Yeah, he didn't get it. He said no. I said snow.
It's
He
Antarctica.
heard no.
Yeah, no, he said it right. I misheard because he said snow.
I got it. Yep.
Yeah, why were you fucking picking on this guy, dude?
Sorry, I'm not trying to pick on him.
He's stick tagging you, Clint, because you're the first one that brought the language barrier.
I
sounds
rebuke
like
you, bully.
you guys have a language barrier.
Can we just move along? I realize there's a difference between the meaning of a scientific model and
Listen, we
English
got so
and
many
a lot of
people to
language.
drag along with us in that orbit that it's hard to move along. We got to drag them with us. So be patient, son. Be patient. All things will work out in the end.
Yeah, whenever I'm reading like a reference, just try not to interrupt and listen so you hear correctly. But yeah, there was a lot of noise and we kind of over talking each other a little bit. But yeah, keep it up, guys.
A little bit.
So, I would just like to ask, the sun, is it yellow?
That's why the way it appears to be, isn't it? But listen, the sun changes colors, and the explanations we get of that are scattering and polarization. Definitions of white light and the atmosphere polarizing that, right? We see the same thing you see, though, right? We could agree on that.
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Yeah. So it appears to be yellow, but there are days it's red. It just depends on where it is in the sky and how refraction, if you don't deny it, is working that day. Scattering is a form. It's part of refraction. Scattering, absorption.
Why you asked that question?
Oh, I just wanted to get the groundwork that you believe in atmosphere. So obviously there's an atmosphere because the sun needs an atmosphere to bright up like it does, and you have polarization like he was saying. But is the sun is the sun a sphere?
What do you think about the sun?
Is it a sphere?
Is it a sphere?
Yes.
How should we know?
Sky. I just don't attribute the movement of the sky to the shape of the ground like you do.
Well, I mean, like either way, we can see the sun, so you can see it's at least round, right?
Yeah, but even if it's a sphere,
let me moderate real quick. What was the point that Hermes was able to get from Sasha? Because then he jumped out, and Sasha brought him back to his senses in the realist level, and he kind of like realized it for a second, and now we're kind of like moving away from that.
Wait. No, to be clear, like don't speak for me, okay? Like,
Bro,
I still don't know what I think about
in
this.
that moment. You realize that the globe is nonsense. You realized it for a second. Try to reach that point again. Go ahead.
No, so I didn't say that the globe was nonsense, because you'll recall that my original position was that there are certain frameworks of observation that make sense on a flat model and make sense on a round model. And one of those observations that makes sense on a round model is that if you got the shortest point, the shortest distance between 2 points on the Earth rind is going to be digging. It's going to be through the volume of the sphere, right?
Yeah, there will be a drop over distance that we don't see anywhere.
Okay, so but what you could do is, if you do the math on the round model, which is like the non-Euclidean, right? Then that's going to be just measuring the distance on the line. It's like the difference between, if you got an orange, you take a toothpick, you stab it through the orange, okay? That's like the math on the one model, versus you have a Sharpie and you draw a line across the surface.
Hermes, you can do that in the math, right? You can kind of like do the math with that. But then when we go to test for that math, we go to reality, right? We go to the bodies of water. We go to Lake Titicaca in Peru and Bolivia, 100 miles across. We test for the curvature in the real positions, not in the paper, not in the math. We go test for that on the seashores, the lakes, frozen lakes, all across, all over the place. And then we find out that the math claim of the globe is nowhere to be found in reality. You see?
Right. Well, I mean, it depends on if you do the math as a toothpick stabbing through the orange or as a line drawn across the top.
Here, if I can just get back to the point, I was saying the sun, you can observe that it's a sphere, right? It's observable.
No, you see a circle of light. You see a circle. You never see a sphere. You see a circle.
Okay, I see a circle. Okay.
Far away from it. If you're closer to it.
So you do agree it does have some. So you do agree it has some sort of shape.
Yeah, it might have some sort of shape, but for you, you're not gonna be able to determine, because you can do
a shape
that
inside of the model.
Listen, you can observe the sun, and the sun someone can say, it's concave, or it's a half a sphere, or it's a sphere, right? Like you're saying, or a circle. You can make the same argument for all of those, and all of them can be right, or all of them can be wrong. Can't just say it's one. Okay, you can't just say it's a sphere, because remember, the observation that you see is a circle of light. But then when you observe that, and then people look down and draw the sun as a sphere, that's why you're saying mentally it's a sphere. Because since you're a child, you've been told, away from the observation, look at the sun, circle of light, with your eyes, right? That's what you see. And
wait,
then
you're supposed to look at the sun?
Yeah, you can look at the sun, no problem. But then you look down on the piece of paper on the book, or across the room, and see the globe on the table, motionless, horizontal, flat, round table. You see the globe on top of that. And then you think that when you look at the sun and the earth, you're seeing these globes. But that's not what you're seeing in reality. Think about it.
So you're saying that me looking at the sun is nonsensical?
There is a difference between the natural observed phenomena and the things that we test and check across the realist level, the horizontal frame of reference. We don't measure the curvature. We tried, but it's not there. So there is a difference between that stuff, the practical things, and then the model, whatever talk of the globe in the cartoon and the math that the guy's talking about. Those are different things.
He's basically saying that you can't definitively prove that that the sun is a sphere. And that's what you were asking, because the question that was raised was, is the sun a sphere? You can't tell that from your vantage point on the earth. Does that make sense? That's what he's saying.
Because it looks perfectly round from.
Yeah, but what we're asking,
if you get closer, it's bigger on one side than it is on the other.
Listen, guys. What's in question is the sun's sphericity. Is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? Could you tell definitively from your vantage point here on Earth? I need that answered, please.
There's
No,
no
you
way to
can't tell from
tell.
Earth.
I mean,
Even with
Okay,
a telescope.
you couldn't even
Right.
tell for sure if the sun is like a specific thing up in
No,
the
no,
sky,
no.
right? Because you
Wait.
can
We don't
have
need
like
to. Yeah, listen, guys. The argument here is if it's a sphere or not, and if the question's raised, if is it a sphere, and the answer is we can't tell, then that answers the question, right? And that's all Jemsy was getting to right there, was that you
No,
couldn't tell from
we
the Earth
can
what
tell.
if the Earth.
No. Listen, Alpha Verita,
Go
that
ahead.
is exactly my point. But this is the now. We can tell, and we make sense. We thinking about what we actually know, and we can come to that conclusion. Actually, we don't know. But then, before this conversation, many in here have been programmed, right? Before looking at the books, looking at the depictions, the cartoons, the globes, and then we've been told and prepared mentally in the eye's mind that it is a globe what we're looking at. So when they look at it today, they see a globe because you've been pre-programmed to think that.
Okay, well, what about if I look through a telescope, and if I see a globe there? Because you can get much more closer up in detail.
No, you can't. No, but you can't. That's the problem we're having, though, with the technology that's being used today. You still couldn't detect what it is, like as far as a distance away. So it could be something else. Even if you say that it has all the identifying features of it being a sphere, when you were validating that point, how could you then falsify that claim? You wouldn't be able to because you can't go there. So the validation method is not been able to be done. So it becomes a claim that you can't verify. That's all it does. You could say it looks like something that you think it is, but to validate that it actually is a separate issue, which is what you can't do from a distance away. You can only do that by getting to the place where you can actually say, I've seen every angle of this thing. I've been to the place where it's at, and I know it's a sphere. That's very different.
We
That's
can
all
though.
we're saying.
We can look up stuff from space. There's a 24/7 feed from the ISS.
Yeah, but can you verify that the sun is a sphere?
Can you
That's the
verify
question.
darkness is real by that logic?
No, we don't need to go to it. Listen, guys, don't go to a red herring. Stick to the point. Can you verify that the sun is a sphere? Answer the question with
Yes,
a
we can.
24-hour live feed.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so what do you think validation means to you? Does it mean to go empirically test it and verify it, or does it mean just guesswork? Because if your definition for validation is something other than what we think it is, then it's not actually validating.
Isn't guesswork all the stuff that you guys do because you guess it's actually flat?
No,
You don't know.
no. Validation. No, sorry. Validation is not the same thing as guesswork. You're actually now using it to be empirical. So empirical means that you're actually testing, you're verifying, you're falsifying the information. You can now test to see if the claim is actually true or not. So you can't do that with the sun because there's no way to validate in it where it is. You know, the distance, the size, the shape. You can't validate any of these. You can infer. Listen, you can infer these things. Of course you can. Anybody can. We can assume a lot of things, but we can't know for certain that that's what the sun is.
distance is 150 million kilometers.
I know that, but can you validate that?
100%. There is multiple papers, multiple studies, even going back to
Yeah, but that's appealing. That's appealing to the consensus. Now, I need you to go ahead and tell me how the verification method was that they verified the sun.
How is using research study going upon a consensus?
Because you're saying words, you're saying words that you're saying like a parrot. Research, studies, paka. You're not providing anything.
Wait,
the parallel. I'm just going to say the parallel to this would be that you're going to show us, okay, I said research and data. Now I'm going to show you the research and data. And so what you've got to do is you got to provide the evidence that what you're saying is backed up by somebody actually testing something out or showing us that the distance is verified by which verified. If you just keep saying, well, it's been done by many people, research, data, figures, numbers, data, like that doesn't give us any notion that you know what you're saying. You're just repeating something with ambiguous undertones.
But do you have research papers? Do you have any type of actual scientific data?
So okay, no, you can't throw that back on us because you didn't provide anything in the first instance. So what have you in the way of research to validate the sun's distance, because we went from the shape to now distance, and there's nothing that you're validating thus far. So what in the distance can you validate in a research paper? Put a research paper in the text channel, something that you want to point to. Okay. Now we got some evidence. If you put something in there, we're gonna, and then here's the next step. When you put that paper in there, I want you to identify in the paper, as a citation would, where it says what you say that it says about the distance. Like, point us to the fact in the paper where it says. Don't just put don't put a source there and say, here you go. Now show us in what you're going to provide where it says exactly what you're saying to coincide with what you're saying. Be specific.
Well, here's just a general research paper, but I'll also give you one about the distance.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for, because that's what the argument was. So, distance. Yeah, what we're attempting to do right now is engage with your critical thinking, guys. That's what we're doing. We want you guys to think about how it was. Yes.
Oh, dude, I just took 50 milligrams of critical
Yes,
thinking,
we want
and
you
you're
to.
still not
We
making
want you to
sense.
think about.
Oh my
listen,
God.
we want you to think about. Listen, guys. I think you start snickering at this, but it's important how you know how the information was derived. So if you don't have any inclination of how you know the information is derived, and you're just spouting off words like, well, research papers, figures, data, and you don't know how it's been derived, that becomes an intellectual issue for you, not for us.
It's in the problem one, right? Planet, Earth, distance to the sun in millions of kilometers, 149.
Yeah, how did they derive that, sir, is what I'm asking. You're not giving us a pathway forward.
Okay.
You're just saying things like Gemsy was outlining to you. You're just saying that you know something without any evidence to back it up.
This is how you would use it, right? You would use a simple proportion, convert the stated distances. So you would use So let's say if you use Jupiter for an example, you would have 30.20 over 10 feet, then that would equal to 5.2 AU over X, then X would become 10 feet, so X would equal to 1.72 feet. That is the way that they, use the math to do it. That's the method of this paper.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad that you found the math. Now, how does it comport over to reality? Where was the verification method done? Where they put the math to what they see outside, the observation. Go ahead. Mic check, 1 2. Did he?
1 2 1 2. Got you loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Right.
Go ahead, Clint.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just answering his mic check.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was just saying I didn't know if the gentleman heard me or not. That's.
Yeah, you're coming in licking chicken, brother. You're fine.
All right.
He's having a bit of a confab in the background there, Alpha.
We're waiting for the gentleman's response. Did he yield this question? I mean, because if he does yield, then we'll go to another one, I guess. Does the gentleman yield?
It sounded like he was having a chat with someone else in the background. Probably two minds together are a little bit great.
Yeah, well, two minds are better than one.
Probably his 8 roommates in his fucking 1-bedroom apartment.
That sucks, man. I would hate to. Anyway, yeah, you take your time, but come back to us, and then I guess we can chat amongst ourselves about other things. I don't know, but yeah, you guys go ahead.
King Flat Earther Alpha, man. How you been, man?
What up, dude? Talking to these lames, man, every day. Let me show you the way of the sword, man. Come on, you already know. The truth is our sword. It's our weapon. That's what we use to cut down these lies, man. That's it.
Well,
cool. Keep
the
doing that.
problem seems to be like on one side of the equation, we have people with lots of explanations, reams of explanations, tons of different explanations, purporting different things. But what we're lacking is the validation or verification of those claims. Period. Thanks.
It always boils down to the human experience. How can we have that primary knowledge that the information can be validated in such a way that we have objective standards or truths whenever we talk about things? And that's all we're saying, right? Let's be real with ourselves and the information. Otherwise, we're just basically saying things. We're just talking about ideas that we have. I mean, it's no good if you're not going to be able to prove it. You know, so we're getting to the place where people are being real. Like, okay, how do you prove that? Can it be proven? That's all we're asking.
Hey, Klein, when you say space is fake,
What's
what
up?
do you mean? You mean the space between you and me? There is space between all of us, and
No,
there's occupying space. What are you talking about?
It's a
You
meme that
don't
was
believe in
going
okay?
around,
Tell me what you mean. Go ahead.
and there are flat earthers who literally believe that space is fake, and I'm
But when you
just
say space,
saying
what
that
does
over
that
and over again.
mean? You saying space? What is the meaning
It
of
means
that?
the person saying that is stupid.
When you say space, can you attach some meaning to that word? Go ahead.
No, space is fake. How am I going to attach meaning to a word to describe the thing that isn't there?
Because you can use the word in real context, right? There's space
No, not if
between
it's not real. How am I going to
okay, so
describe a thing that's not real?
so you're talking about outer space. That's what you're talking about. The outer space,
No, all space. The
all
third
space.
dimension. Third dimension's fake.
There's no space between you and I right now. So that's all fake.
No, we're touching. We're entangled in our neutrinos.
So you're just LARPing, basically. You just
Yeah, because nobody said
trolling.
that. Nobody said that, Clint. To be honest, like that point there that you're making, nobody's talking about.
Oh, look at the side chat. Somebody said it.
I know, but in context, you're misrepresenting what the person's saying. They're talking about.
I'm talking
Clint.
in side chat where it's relevant. He's pulling it out of
Clint.
side chat and saying, "I didn't say that."
No,
Of course
Clint,
you
you're
didn't say
missing the context of what he's
It's
saying.
a-
I'm pretty
it's a-
sure.
it's a-
I'm pretty
it's a
sure he
language
didn't say
barrier,
like.
actually.
Yeah, it's not that he's saying space in and of itself, like the way
Okay.
we understand what space is. He's saying
Yeah.
okay, so I'll just put it this way: the vacuum of
You need to
space.
look at side chat. This is becoming
Colloquially,
clusterfuck.
no, listen, and I'm going to tell you this way: colloquially, people talk about space being the outer space or the vacuum of space, and so it could be misrepresented. It could be misrepresented in the way someone says space. Now, if he says it like in just
Nobody in
between,
the voice chat said space.
well, the space between you
He
and
went
me
to
is not.
side chat, looked at what I was saying, and then pulled it into voice
Now
chat.
listen
And
to
now,
what is being
and
said.
both of
Now,
you are saying that
listen,
he didn't
Glenn.
say
Now,
that.
now you
I'm
gotta do
aware.
more listening. So now do more listening, bro. Do more listening.
Yeah, but we're just clearing the air, right? We're just saying that the space between you and me is not what should be discussed. What should be
Yeah.
discussed is the vacuum space. That's all we're saying.
No one's
So-
denying the existence of length, width, and height space. No one's No one's
Maybe
denying
they
that.
are.
That's what it is: length, width, and height. No one's denying that.
The thing is, these two guys, we're having a
Actually, Clint
conversation
is
side chat, right?
because Clint said space is fake multiple times. So,
Cool.
Clint, why do you have a problem with reality, bro? Why? Tell us why.
Hey,
Clint,
hey, dummy!
is fighting,
You can't
Clint,
pull things out of the side chat and then claim that I said them in the voice chat.
Clint is fighting a straw man. That's all.
No, I'm doing my own thing.
Oh, you're just building a straw man to burn
No,
it.
no.
Please don't
Here's
do
the
that.
thing. I'll explain for the 19th fucking time. We're having a conversation in side chat that doesn't have anything to do with either one of you dummies. And you keep fucking saying.
What do you mean? I replied to you in the side chat. It has to do something with me because I'm talking to you about it. So it does have something to do with people here talking to you. So can you come back to your senses, Clint, somehow? I think is it a language barrier, Clint? What is it?
I hate your I mean that. I hate you.
Why do you
You're not a
hate this?
good person.
This is triggering you
You're not a
somehow?
good person. I do not like you.
Clint, the first thing you said when you open your
Shut
mind is
up.
that
Go
I had
talk
a
to me.
language
Go to
barrier.
somebody else. Talk to somebody else about how the fucking world's flat.
When you open your mic the first
I'm
time,
not talking to
is
you.
that I have a language barrier that Dempsey did, but now it shows that you have a language barrier because you can't comprehend what space means, and it's being explained to you in cohesive English, but you don't get it. Why?
It's not a language block, it's a mental block.
Is that what it is, Clint? Is it like a mental
No,
challenge
you're
or
dumb.
something?
Don't talk to me. Jesus.
Okay, I'll talk to you instead. So yeah, no one's denying length, width, and height, space.
But nobody, here's the thing. He saw a thing inside chat that was making fun of him. He decided to get all pissed off, come in here and be like, Clint is saying I said things I didn't say. I said other stupid things other than this thing that he said that was stupid. I'm done.
Are you
Yeah, we're
having your
just
period, Linda?
no, listen, that's fine. Listen, all we're doing is clearing the air that nobody in here would claim that space between you and me doesn't exist. That's ridiculous. So we're just clearing the air, so nobody has that mess represented when people are listening to the conversation. They're like, well, do flat earthers think that space between you and me doesn't exist? That's weird. We're not saying that. So we're just clearing the air. Whether it was said or was not said is irrelevant. We're just clearing the air we're not saying that. So it doesn't get brought into the conversation as, well, what are you guys talking about when you say space? Like, so we're just clearing the air.
I'm gonna give Clint a real example of fake space, right? I'm gonna give you an example so you can comprehend what is being said, Clint. Look, I'm gonna show you an example. Where is it? I'm gonna find it
You're
right here
talking
for you.
at me, which is the most annoying thing any human being can
Yeah,
ever
this
do
is,
with another human
Discord
being.
was designed to do that so people can talk to each other. And if you
Talk
don't want to
to
talk to
each other.
someone,
Do
there
you
is a
not
red
understand the
button.
difference between?
There is a
Do
mute
you
button,
really
a
not
deafen button.
understand the
There's like
difference between
three.
talking to someone and talking at them?
You can press airplane mode. There's like 6 different ways to not talk to people in Discord right now from your position.
Thing is, there's only
But I'm
one
gonna post
person
the
in
fake
Discord
space
in
that you
all
were
of
talking
Discord
about.
who's
One sec.
talking at me in an obnoxious manner.
I mean, you were talking in the VC. You know what the VC is for? The VC is for this.
I wasn't talking there. Quit trying to pull me into your fucking dummy bullshit.
The text. Look, Clint, I tagged you with the fake space.
Cool.
There you go. There you go. Hopefully,
That's
you
the
make it to
coolest
the.
thing. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm actually a little bit stoned. This might actually be the coolest thing
No,
I've
that's
seen.
cool, Clint. You know what?
Oh no,
That's
this
perfect.
sucks. This is
Bro, no,
garbage.
Clint, listen. So when you saw this cartoon in school and you were presented with it when you were a child, right? And someone told you,
I was
look,
never a child.
Clint, this is where you live, right? And this is the earth. This
Okay,
right
cool.
here. And now I show it to
Cool.
you. And now I show it to
Am I
you. What
playing
do
your
you
game
see in
now
this
where I
cartoon?
just say words so that you could feel like you're having conversation instead of lecturing dumb shit at a person who don't want to hear it?
Well, this is a fake. You were talking about fake space. I'm showing it to you. Fake space.
Just leave me alone, dude. Just leave me alone. I'm stoned.
Fake space. Okay, let's move on from fake space. Now you know what fake space means.
Ew.
Is the cartoon that you were presented with as the solar system and all those things presented there. That's fake. Fake space, not real. Then you want to talk about reality? We could talk about reality.
He must be a rookie stoner. He makes it sound like being stoned and discussing topics is a difficult thing to do.
Nah, he just wants
It
the
makes
attention.
it
He wants people to
irritating
know
when
that he's
somebody's
high.
fucking with your buzz by just talking at you. Hey, Clint. Hey, Clint. Hey, Clint. Hey, Clint. Dude, I don't care.
Mellow.
He's emotionally charged with the high quantities of HTC on his blood at the moment. It's causing
HTC?
emotional replies.
The HTC's getting me? Okay, that was a giggle. I'm 46 years old. I do not giggle. This stuff's
Yeah,
strong.
I made you giggle. There you go. You see, good job. Well played. You know, Clint, I'm gonna give you credit because you're doing way better than many Globers that when they are presented with the idea that this solar system fake space is just a cartoon, it's not reality, they can't handle it, bro. They just can't.
Here's the thing, dude. I've been on the ocean. The world's round.
Round? You mean like a round flat table? That's what you mean?
Who knows? But it's definitely not flat. If the world is two half of domes with an interdimensional portal between the two domes, the half domes, maybe. Oh wow, this stuff is kicking.
Hey,
Anyway,
Clint, you're saying dome, right?
I
That will be a
experience the
between
world
a
as
cake.
being a lot rounder than somebody who's never left your home city.
Clint, the problem with the dome thing is that you saw that as a
I was
replacement of the
making
globe of the globe
obviously there's
cartoon.
lots of problems with it. I just thought it up while I was stoned. While I was
Yeah,
talking.
yeah. Yeah, but remember when you're stoned, so you're pretty high in the whatever information you looked at before, and you were looking at debunking flat Earth videos on the internet. You've probably seen this stuff, and then you saw this dome thing on top of a flat disk, and now you might be here saying that's ridiculous, that's stupid, right? Because that cartoon is as stupid as the fake space cartoon of the globe whatever. So they want you to fall on the same trap again. They showed you the globe, you believed it, then now you're questioning it. Now they're gonna show you another cartoon and they say, hey, you like this
That's
cartoon
not what's
better?
going
And you're
on.
gonna say, no, I don't like this
Here's the
cartoon
thing.
either.
Like the example I gave in the side chat that you probably ignored was Galileo was correct. However, the models
Galileo
of his
was correct
time.
about what? Can you be specific? He was correct about what?
Oh my god, you probably don't believe in that either.
Just say one thing that he was correct about. Go ahead.
Heliocentrism.
So the universe
Come
moves
on.
around heliocentrism.
Not
The
the
universe moves around the sun.
No, dude. This is why I'm not talking to you.
That's
You're making my
heliocentric. Helio is the sun. It's come from the radiant that we observe, and we label the sun
doesn't mean the
radiant
universe
helio.
fucking rotates around the sun.
But that's
It's not
heliocentrism.
Look the word up, man. I don't know what to do with you. Look it up.
The model, the globe model, is not heliocentric anymore. It's not. Because the sun is going around the Milky Way is going around the gray retractor, right? So it's not heliocentric. It's not.
I mean, it means circling around the sun, and that would be true.
And that would be nonsense, right? Because we don't see that. The earth below your feet, the sun above us, moving across the sky, we can observe the sun, the solar system, right? But the solar system doesn't include the earth as one of those lights up there. That's why you will have to go to the cartoon version of things, the fake space that Clint was talking about, and include the earth with the other cartoons.
Okay, you killing me, dude.
He's not giggling anymore. Now he's laughing. He's giggling times 6. Go ahead. Who was it? Opa? Go ahead, Opa.
No, I'm just so. Your observation is that we are below the sun. Is that your observation?
Below many things. One of those things, the sun.
Okay. So we're below the sun. I'm trying to just grab my head around it.
But it's not always, because during nighttime you are not below the sun.
Okay, so your observation doesn't prove reality then, because it changes.
Because it moved away from you. So at noon you are below the sun, right? Or maybe 11 or 1 or maybe many hours during the day the sun is above your head, but 24/7 the ground is below your feet, right?
Okay, yeah.
That makes sense. And the ground makes sense that is motionless because you don't feel it moving. And then you observe with another of your senses, your eyes, your vision, the sun and the luminaries and many things in the sky moving across the sky, right? That makes sense.
No, one part there. so I don't observe the Earth moving below me. That could be explained with me moving at the same speed as the Earth.
But that will be nonsense, right?
Why would that be nonsense?
That's probably what's going on.
If I'm in a
The
car,
opposite is the
if I'm in a
opposite of
car, it doesn't move because I move at the same time. If
And-
I'm in a car, the seat doesn't move, but it is moving. I'm sitting in the
seat
seat.
doesn't move. So now, so you don't feel the movement of the car. That's what you're saying.
I'm going to explain this point. You really need me
Not
to.
in the sense that it's going like, let's say, 140 kilometers an hour. No, I'm literally I'm
Clint,
moving
we
at
can
the same
hear you
speed.
laughing in the
The car
background.
is
Just try your
done.
best to mute yourself.
The logic of the Earth isn't moving because I'm not feeling it. When I'm giving you the example of, oh yeah, but a car does the same thing. Does that mean a car isn't moving?
So are you saying that the Earth is a car, and we're gonna use a car as the Earth? Is that what you're saying? We're gonna try to parallel those things. The Earth
Saying
as a car.
logic can be applied on
Okay,
both.
so in the Earth, are you inside of the Earth or in the outside of the Earth?
In a sense, you would be inside of it.
Okay, so are you on top of the car or below the car or
You're
inside of the car? So in the Earth, you are inside the Earth.
Yes, you would be inside the
You're
atmosphere.
inside of the Earth. So
Inside the atmosphere, yeah.
oh, you're inside the atmosphere. So in the car, you're in a contained environment.
Yes.
And we use other materials that are not air to contain the Earth inside of the car, right?
Yes.
So that means, following your logic, is that the Earth is a contained environment that is contained by other stuff that is not air.
The problem with okay, so you missed one point there.
Following
Is that
your logic.
No, yes, you're following the logic, but you're removing many parts there. So the reason we're
Also, you like one part of the logic, but not the whole logic. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if your containment in the let's say car example here, you wouldn't notice the containment if you remove the friction. Because if you removed, let's say, the containment around the car, you would get hit in the face with air, right?
There you go. There you go.
Yes. But
so now you kind of like making a better parallel now. Now you're outside of the car,
sure.
And now you
Sure.
feel the air because the car is moving, and you feel the air. Now you're in the outside, but that's not
However-
happening. Now in
however-
reality, we know that the ground is motionless, and when the wind moves, we feel the wind, right? And when it doesn't move, when the wind doesn't move, we don't feel it.
Doesn't have oh god, it would be like someone is if you're sitting in a passenger seat and the driver is blowing at you, that would be with the wind in the Earth analogy.
You still, I mean, I don't think you can compare the Earth to a car. I mean, not the globe. I mean, the Earth, sure, you could do something similar, but the globe itself, it's not the same thing as the car that you're trying to. But you will have to be in a convertible or outside of the car, on the roof of the car, or you could be on the wheels of the car and going with them, right, under the wheel, on the side of the wheel, right?
You
Earth.
think we are attached, like we are detached from the Earth, right? Your logic is that if we jump, the world will
Detached?
literally fly.
No, you're standing on the ground, bro.
Yeah, but the logic with being on a convertible outside a car would be the same as you're on the Earth, but you jump, and suddenly the Earth has moved like 1,000 meters or kilometers below you.
You were trying to say that we don't feel the movement, just like in a car, we don't feel the movement, we don't feel anything, but in reality, you do.
What are you feeling in the car? If you're in the car,
you feel the movement, you feel the brakes, you feel when you open the door.
Yes,
and you cannot get under the car or on the side of the wheel. You can't do that. So, and nothing of the globe you can do with the car. Nothing at all.
So
you can't compare the car to a globe. You can't. They're not the same thing.
Comparison. It's an example of reality, right? It's an example of reality.
Yeah, we have
So
cars in reality, and then we know how we know how spheres, how balls work in reality, right? They don't have water on the outside and pressure systems attached to it to the spinning balls. We know that in reality. So the car in reality and the ball in reality, we know how balls work in reality. The globe that you're trying to explain with the water outside, the gas pressure without the containment, all that stuff, you don't find that in reality.
bowl. Did you say a ball or a bowl?
Because you're trying to give a realist level example, the car, as an example for the globe that we don't see in reality. That's the problem that you're having at the moment.
No, the problem is in bringing up, well, I'm not going to say dumb, but weird analogies because we're attached or
Yeah, it's pretty
inside the
dumb
globe.
analogy, yeah.
No, the example was that you're attached to the car when you're moving around in a car. While you're sitting in the car, even if it's moving at 0 or 100, you're moving at the same speed as the car. So you're not feeling the speed or the acceleration. You feel acceleration, but that's a change in speed. That's not a constant speed. The things you're feeling in a car, that's friction, that's, let's say the road is a bit bumpy. That doesn't happen with the Earth going through space because there's no bumps, there's no friction because
There's
it's
no
a
change
vacuum.
of you're saying the Earth is. I mean, anybody want to touch this topic with him? Because he's saying there's no change. I mean, but there is change. The Earth is spinning. It's following the sun. It's moving at multiple vectors and multiple speeds all at the same time. Opa, you see the
Isn't
problem
it
with that?
constant?
The Earth is spinning on its axis, right? What is it? 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Then it's following the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, right? That's
Yes.
another vector.
Yes.
That's two vectors right there.
Yes.
And two speeds. And then the sun is moving towards another direction, following the Milky Way at 600,000 miles per hour. That's another vector, another speed. Then the Milky Way is moving at almost the speed of light to another vector, another speed. And you're saying, no, we don't feel any of this, guys, because that's just fantasy.
The reason I'm telling you this, that we're not feeling, is because we're also moving at the
Complete
same speed.
nonsense. My original point, complete nonsense.
Okay, so you don't agree that we are moving at the same speed as Earth?
No, we are moving at the same speed as the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you
Why
have
would you?
any
Why would you
evidence
then
that the Earth
feel?
is moving at all? Do you have evidence, like actual evidence, like a detection, a device, a method, the people that utilize that can show you? Do you have that, the movement of the Earth, so you can argue for it? Do you have that?
I have to argue that the Earth is moving. Is that?
Yeah, but do you have evidence for that? Can I test for this myself? Can I confirm what you're saying in reality? Can I do that?
I don't currently
And if
know.
so, please tell me. Please tell me how.
I don't currently know, because if everything is moving at the same speed, which my idea is, right? Everything is moving at the same speed at the same direction. Then we'd be
We
looking at
just
a
cover,
still
and you
picture.
agree with me that things are moving. That things are moving at multiple vectors, multiple speeds.
Yes.
And now you're saying everything is moving at the same speed. You're speaking
Not the
like
same.
that's double speed.
Not the same. Not the same speed. So yes, everything is moving. Correct. Yes, but they're all
Not at
moving
the
at
same
this.
speed.
No,
Not
no,
at the
not the
same
same
speed.
speed, but at the same factor between each other. How to explain this? The ratio of movement between everything is constant. My argument wasn't that we are moving. My argument was the reason you aren't feeling the movement. That was my first argument. The reason you aren't feeling the argument is what I would do the car analogy, that once you're inside the car, you don't feel the movement, you feel the change of movement, aka the bumps, the friction.
Did you ever drive the car?
Someone else might be driving the car.
Did you ever was in the car when somebody's driving?
Okay, what?
You are telling that you are not feeling that you are in car moving when you are in car. Are you really serious?
Yeah, that's nonsense. My point from the beginning, and he knows, he realized that it's just hard for some people to admit that the claim is nonsense. Well, it's a baseless claim. I don't feel when someone is driving the car. I don't feel it. Why is there any seat belts in the car then if there's
Because you
no feeling of
would
movement?
feel the change of speed. You're not feeling the constant speed. Like if it's constant, you aren't
The Earth
feeling
is
it.
not doing a constant speed. It's changing speeds in its own rotation, in its own axis, and then it's changing speeds on the other variables, the other vertices, and what's going on?
The elliptic isn't a continual path. So no orbit. It's one of Kepler's laws. No orbit can be a continuous speed due to elliptic. Can't be a constant speed. So you're saying it's a constant speed, but Kepler says it can't be?
It's constant acceleration.
I'm just talking about Kepler's laws of planetary motion.
Right.
And specifically orbit. And he says no elliptic can be a constant speed. So, but they go against that every day, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
And they call us science deniers. What about Kepler? Do you deny Kepler?
It's not only a constant change in acceleration, it's a constant change in vector. That's what they want to ignore.
Oh, yeah. So anything in a rotating reference frame is going to change vectors constantly. So it's going to have it's always accelerating.
Yep.
Change of vector.
And then the elliptical requires a deceleration and an acceleration to catch
It does. It does. Yep. So as you slingshot around the sun, you would change speeds. Not only that, you would experience the sun gravitational pull on the Earth as the two intertwine at the closest path during the ecliptic. None of which do we feel. None of which do we feel.
Which is strange because we feel all other motions. That's the part that gets me.
I just sleep for a minute and everything is quiet. What's going on?
Why don't we, I don't know, and meet some Glovers?
Well, you were making too much sense there, Jimsy. So the people that were spouting nonsense, I don't know. I guess they just had to silence themselves.
Oh, all right, Battle Mob. That was a lie that you just said about Kepler's law. That's not like law. If an orbit is perfectly, or not is perfectly centric, then it doesn't matter. The velocity stays the same, and the velocity vector doesn't change direction. It only changes.
That's
magnitude.
wrong. That's false.
It is
That
false.
is false.
Tell me how.
It's false. No, it's false.
Tell me how.
Yeah, because any circular orbit requires constant acceleration and constant change in vector.
That's not true.
Elliptic, and it is true. It is absolutely.
Really? So if
Yep.
I have an orbit that's perfectly circular, I won't change velocity at all. That's just a lie.
Yeah, it's a constant change in velocity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's constant acceleration. Sure is.
No, it's not. Fucking retard. Don't talk about shit you don't know.
Yeah, why don't you talk about something you know about? Because the globe Earth, you don't know anything.
Google that.
Hey,
Do
trigonometry.
the
You know
do you want me to
this.
do the math
You know,
for you? I
Sonny.
can
Hey,
do the math for
you
you
know,
to show that it
Sonny's
doesn't
not gonna
change
do
velocity
this.
at all.
Listen, Sonny's not gonna do this,
circular
but Sonny
orbit.
has way more experience on these points that you will ever forget about. Sonny has a lot of experiences about this stuff, and you're trying to tell
No,
him
he
that you
doesn't.
know better.
Yeah,
You know better.
yeah, I do know better than him because
Yeah,
he's
you know
saying
better.
stuff that's not true. Yeah, I do know better than him.
So you're speaking from a cartoon in your mind, and you know better in that place. I get it.
As long as he knows what the math is about, then it doesn't really matter where it comes from because he's just speaking from a place of nonsense. He doesn't know anything about it.
Comes from a flat Earth.
It does. So that's your rebuttal to me embarrassing you in front of
That's
everyone
what
in here
it
that you
is,
don't know what
man.
you're talking
It's a
about.
flat
Really?
Earth. You gotta deal with it.
Plus, the Earth is not curved, so you don't have an orbit in the first place because that requires a sphere. You don't have a sphere.
An orbit is just a constant path of motion.
Yeah, you don't have a sphere because you would need a sphere to have an orbit. So first of all, you're missing step one, which is sphere.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's the dumbest thing ever.
You're missing the sphere part.
Just gish
Yeah,
gallop
that's the very beginning. That's the very beginning of your premise is that it's a ball.
Just gish gallop around how I embarrassed you, bro. Nice.
Sonny, how do you feel about this guy? Do you sense any intellectual honesty from the guy, or do you think you can have?
I tried to explain to him how he was wrong, and he didn't admit it. I can show him how he's wrong with math.
Okay, show me. Then show me.
All right. You want me to open up Paint for you so we can do the math together, idiot?
Oh, so you're going to a cartoon just like Jemsy said. Awesome.
Yeah, so I can do the math on Paint so you can watch me do it so you know I'm not making shit up.
What does Paint have to do with motion? Can you please tell me that?
Because I'm going to do the math for you on Paint. I'm going to write stuff down, retard.
Okay, what math, retard? What math are you using in your cartoon?
Hey,
what math am I using? The same math that you quoted as being unable to have a constant
Why don't you go ahead and post it? Go ahead and post
the same
it.
math, the same math that you said.
Just shut the fuck up.
The same math.
Shut the fuck up and post it. Post it then. Shut the fuck up and post it. I don't want to hear another word. Just fucking post it.
Yeah, post it, bro. Sonny, he's trying to use these words to trigger, right? Retard this, so that's he's trying to do that. Yeah.
That's all they have.
So are you gonna back your claims, guy? Earth is presenting the motionless Earth, moving sun, moving sky guy. Also, he's the water ball. He went to a store and tried to buy a waterbed ball with the water outside in the outside. So yeah, go ahead, trigonometry. So are you gonna pose the math or something so Sonny can know what you're talking about?
Right now, hold on. Here you go. Jeez, you guys are fucking pathetic.
Can't wait to see the correlation between Paint program and motion.
What is that R? What does that mean? Can you explain it to me? Because I don't do math. Go ahead.
I know you don't do math. So maybe you go back to first grade, retard.
What does the R stand for?
I posted the formula. I don't have to explain the whole thing to you. You said it's the formula.
It's your post. It's your post. Explain it. What's the R?
No, you didn't tell me to explain it. You just asked me to post the formula.
I said you explain it. Share it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
you never said to explain it. You never said to explain it.
When I used to do
you never said to explain it. You never said to explain it.
Legend that has meaning for these letters. Because what does that mean?
That's for you to find out. I didn't say anything about me explaining it to you.
Oh, now you're afraid to show what it stands for. Okay, we got you.
No, I'm not.
You're a coward. So you're a coward.
What do you mean? No, I'm not. You said that
You
In
present
Kepler's
something
laws.
and you can't explain.
You
You
don't
can't
know
He
what
said
explain
that
what it
in
means.
Kepler's laws.
You
He said that in
presented
Kepler's
something.
laws
You
that
presented something and you
if
can't
you have
describe what it means.
that there's no
You
such thing as a
present.
constant velocity in an orbit, but that's just a
You
lie that you made
presented.
up.
You presented something that you failed to provide the information.
No, that's just a lie
based
that he
on.
made up. He said that in
No,
Kepler's
you
laws you
have
can't have
not
a constant
provided the
velocity in an
information
orbit.
on what your
And then
numbers
he's trying
stand
to run
for.
away from that lie because he knows it's not true.
No, I'm facing it directly. Where's the what does that represent? What do those letters represent? The R. What does that represent?
You said it's not true.
That's the point. He thinks
It's
he refuted something.
You refuted it. You presented something, and you are refusing to present what it stands for, what those letters and numbers stand for.
You are aware that in Kepler's
Well, maybe I'm not, so why don't you explain it? It's your fucking post.
You were talking about Kepler's laws,
It's
right?
your post.
You were talking about.
No,
Kepler,
I
but this
showed
is-
it. I
no,
cited it.
This was on talking about Kepler's second law. You mean sweeping across its orbit? Can't have an equal if it's eccentric, right?
Second law. And it basically states that the planets are elliptics, and it explains why, and it shows the math. This is Kepler's second law. Now, if you believe what you posted, the reputation of it, you're going to have to build the bridge for us, because we don't see how. It's that simple.
If there's no change in height along the orbit, it doesn't. It can have a constant velocity.
Can ask, deny NASA?
What? If the height isn't changing, then the velocity doesn't have to change.
Just tell us what the R stands for.
So you don't know orbital mechanics in Kepler's laws. I mean, it must be...
Dude, are you fucking kidding me?
Just because you
where in Kepler's laws does it say that? I want to do the math with you so I can show how much of an idiot you are and embarrass you in front of this whole live stream.
Just because you can copy and paste something, you can't even tell us what it represents.
Mm-hmm.
Kepler's laws only talks about the sun is not at the center of the focal point.
So you can copy and paste
Nothing
some
about
letters.
having to have
Great.
a changing speed.
Yeah, you're
All
wrong.
you've done is copy and pasted.
Just saying
something.
I'm wrong doesn't mean anything.
All you did is copy and pasted something. A kindergartner can do that.
If the orbit is eccentric, then there's a constant change in speed. But if it's not
Okay.
eccentric, then it doesn't have to change.
What does the R stand for?
Yeah, because the planets have eccentric orbits.
Yeah?
You made
so you're saying there's a planet.
You
What
made the
planet?
bold claim that
What fucking
every
planet? What
orbit
planet?
does that, but that's not true. So I pointed out your lie.
What planet?
I pointed out your lie.
What planet?
What are you saying? I have you turned down to 20% because you're blabbering on.
You said planet. What planet?
No, you said that orbits. You made the broad generalization that orbits always have a constantly changing velocity, but that's not true, and I pointed it out to you.
You haven't pointed out anything. You haven't told me what the R stands for.
You didn't ask me to explain that to you. You just
Well,
asked
I'm
me to
asking you
explain
now, and you're
or
cowardly
show you the
refusing
formula.
to answer. You're refusing to answer.
No, I'm not. You only asked me to show you the formula, not anything
2
else.
over R. What is 2 over? What is the R part for?
Just asked you another question, and you're saying no. You just asked me something before. No, but we move on already from
Because
that
the
point.
question is a red herring.
Now talk
The
about
question
the
is a
next
red herring,
question.
Jamesy.
Oh, so you don't know what the R stands for? You don't know what it stands for? Okay.
I do know what it stands for, but that wasn't in the question.
No, you
Or the
don't.
original question.
He's afraid to say what it stands for because he knows he's in big trouble when he says what the R stands for.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think
you don't even know the math, dude. You don't even know how to take a square
Your
root.
little nervous snickering is not an answer to the R.
Yeah. Just lie and then hope no one calls you out. That's what you just do. That's what you do all the time. It's just lie.
So trigonometry,
It's
guys.
just lie and lie and lie.
Where do you get the value for the radius? Well, how do you got
It's
that?
just
in the
lie
first
and
place?
lie and lie.
I didn't make a claim, so what did I lie about? You're the one that made the claim.
No, you made. Was it you or no? It was you. You were the one who said that constantly changing velocity, right?
That is true.
It isn't for any orbit. For all orbits, that is not true. That was a lie that you made, and you can't substantiate it because it's a lie.
It's a constant change in vector and in acceleration.
So the velocity vector changes, not the magnitude.
The vector and the velocity is constantly changing in an orbit.
So the vector changes. Yeah, you're retarded. You don't know how vectors work. Apparently,
You're
the
retarded.
magnitude.
You don't know what the R stands for. Does the R stand for
magnitude only
retarded?
changes. The
I think the
magnitude
R
only
stands for
changes.
retarded. T over retard.
The magnitude only changes, not the direction. Pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh, so the direction doesn't change, so it's going in a straight line?
That's not how vectors work, you fucking imbecile. Do you think the vector is constantly curving around? Is that what you think's supposed to happen?
Hey, why don't you just
tell us?
Why don't you mute this mouthy fucking kid?
Yeah, he's just a
No,
smart
don't
aleck
mute
crap.
him. He's representing a spinning ball belief system very well. I mean, he's digging the grave even deeper than it
Why do
already
you let him
is.
sit there and berate you? You wouldn't do that shit in real life, kid.
Yeah, he definitely wouldn't do it in front of me. Tell you that much.
Well, but you guys help
Motherfucker,
them to stop them from exposing themselves. Like I don't get it. Like you even helping them by stopping them, showing how they have little to say about anything regards to their spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball belief. So I would just let them preach, and people can listen to how it's just empty words.
Yeah, you know what? Ad homs are basically just a concession anyway. So, yeah, let him
Indeed.
speak. Let him speak.
Yeah, that's what I think, at least. You know, I mean, whatever they say, you know, isn't the
they
truth
are, but
anyways.
they get old.
So
Listen,
who cares
if you have
about
to resort
people ad homing?
to insult, then
Well, I get you, Betterma, but it just further exposes the emptiness of their claims. I mean, how delusional does one need to be to think he lives on a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from every expanding void of darkness?
Darkness.
Oh, I did that on purpose. So every
I
time
wouldn't say
you see Clay joining or Clay talking, you're gonna remember that darkness. I believe I'm on a ball, a wet rock, with an atmosphere right next to a negative pressure, spinning and twisting and accelerating and decelerating and hurling around other planets and shooting from every expanding void that is darkness and the abscess of
Darkness.
matter.
Yeah.
And I believe in all these crazy coincidences that a rock that was first just a rock of molten magma turned into a big water ball by some other rocks with supposed water who knows where that water comes from in the first place to create all that water. I mean, how stupid does one need to be to believe such claims? Like, I just don't get it. At some point, I don't even know if some of these people defending this bullcrap are actually real, or if they just do it by pure entertainment. Like, literally, how can you stand for this? This requires more faith than any religion that is in existence right now. Like, this is the most faith required religion that is out there, which is the heliocentric belief cult. I mean, you gotta have a faith that is so beyond, you know, that any Muslim, any Christian, any Buddhist look just you know, desperate to have a faith like you guys have. Like, what you guys believe in regarding all these CGI images and stories that are based upon them is crazy. Like, I admire you guys' faith, believing that a magma ball turned into a water ball by some other ball sitting it that supposedly got water onto that ball. Like, you guys have outrageous faith. I wish I had this faith. Like, man, I would be, dude, if I had this faith, that would be crazy. And it's even such a good faith that you come in here and you defend this. You're literally defending it. Like,
and then one of the priests, highest priests, tell him he's wrong, and he's questioning the priest now. Trigonometry. God told you you're wrong, bro.
Yeah, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. So what?
Oh no, we're gonna have a globe versus globe debate now.
Scott Mackey, tell me that I'm wrong, and back it up, please. Unmute yourself. Come on.
Well, it's like
Magma
7, so he might be having dinner. Or
Yeah,
something,
you're
so
wrong because the velocity, the direction is constantly changing, and the vector is two parts. It's the velocity and the magnitude. The direction is constantly changing.
The direction is not changing. That makes.
The
Do you think?
direction is not changing in an object in orbit.
No, the velocity, velocity vector is not changing in direction.
How is it making a circle then?
Because accelerate. All right. Do you know how to add vectors?
Exactly my
Do you know how to add
my
vectors,
point.
Yes, I know how to add vectors. Don't treat me
right.
like I'm one of them.
All right. No. Okay. All
I've
right. So,
already done college physics. You haven't got there yet.
yeah, nice one, Scott. All right. If you
Yeah,
have,
Trig, you're getting owned by Scott here, dude.
You guys attack each
mean?
other.
If you
Goddamn,
add,
it's like a
Jesus
polar piranhas.
Christ!
Draw your
Shut
picture
the fuck up, you
at
whining
T1 and
little
T2.
bitch.
If you
Oh,
add
demonic activity.
if you add the velocity vector and the acceleration vector, because the acceleration vector is going to be constantly pointing
One
towards
would
the Earth,
never
right?
do that.
One would never do that.
No, you don't add two different
Yeah.
vectors. There's no point.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Draw your
Because
picture
we
at
just
T1 and T2 and tell me if the
because
velocity
we
vectors are pointing in the
because we
same
just
direction.
because we just keep them the same. We don't have to worry about the velocity vector changing position. Do you think it's supposed to be constantly curving?
Draw your diagram at T1 and T2 and tell me if the velocity vector changed. It's very simple.
It doesn't change direction, Scott. It only changes magnitude.
Draw it at T1 and T2. Instead of telling me it doesn't, just draw it. See for yourself.
Yeah, okay, Scott.
Yeah.
Let's do it together.
You're not going to do it, are you?
Golly.
We having some globe conflicts.
Yeah,
Ain't no-
globes are disagreeing.
Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
There's nothing better than a globe civil war. I'll tell you that.
That's man like PD Blue.
Hell yeah.
If the globies can't agree, no
Leave it
wonder we
together.
can't figure out what this model is about.
Where did trigonometry go?
They ought to go figure
You
out
guys
their
keep
model
saying-
first.
It's not all orbits elliptics. Fuck, I don't get this. The dude doesn't get it. It's in circular motion, so it's always
I don't
doing
think
what?
satellites are elliptical. I think satellites are a circle. But I don't know
Oh,
that.
I was talking about like planetary orbits around the sun. There's laws for that, right? Like Kepler's first laws, they'll all be elliptics. You keep saying, oh, well, that's eccentric. Yeah, Kepler's law says they'll all be that way due to gravitational forces. Your story, not mine.
I'll say that satellites are definitely elliptical.
Yeah, I dropped out of aerospace before we got to elliptical orbits and orbital mechanics.
What?
So.
I posted the first three laws, Kepler's first three laws. Or at least memes.
So trigonometry man, multiple people told you you're wrong, and you just don't want to admit it. Concede, bro. Come on, do it.
He's
you can
not
do it.
here. He left.
He's not even here.
I think I scared him away. Sorry, guys.
Well, Scott got you on that one. At least he knows when they left. He heard the door shut.
Yeah, you flat smacked him, Scott.
Well, we're
Yeah,
all,
I
in,
hate
we're
to
all,
say
we're all
it.
in the same room.
I hate to say it, but I just scored 10 points for, old boy on the rage quit,
Yeah,
Scott's moving up in the world.
He sits right behind me.
He should be cheating off
There's
your work.
like the
bro.
globe
He's not-
section.
Yeah, he
there's
should
the
be.
flat Earth.
Yeah.
He's not paying attention. I keep track of those rage quits, so you're on the board, brother.
So,
Space.
so why do they keep using these terms? And if it's not like transverse acceleration, perpendicular to velocity, causes change in direction. That kid was trying to say that a circular motion doesn't include change in direction.
Yeah, it's not constantly
He was
accelerating.
That's freaking ridiculous. Like Scott was saying, that's a straight line.
Yeah, both the acceleration and the velocity vectors change throughout the course of an orbit. They're instantaneously changing.
Wow. Tell me more.
Did with what a record player, disc player.
Tell me sweet little lies. Da, da, da. Hey, get this, NASA's website. Namesake for Uranus. William Herschel tried unsuccessfully to name his discovery Georgium Sidus after King George III. Instead, the planet was named for Uranus, the Greek god of the sky, as suggested by Johann Bode. Man, they sure love their gods, right? Apollyon, Uranus.
He just pulled the name
Jupiter,
out of Uranus.
You know, all these weird gods and goddesses that go back to, you know, like the fallen ones and so forth. Has nothing to do with it, unfortunately. It's just a coincidence.
You mean it's not
Well,
Saturday?
we don't believe in those gods, so I don't know why you're bringing it up.
Oh, it's not about believing those gods, man. They do, not you. You
Listen,
shouldn't.
do I have
They don't
to?
believe in those gods. They don't believe in those
Oh,
gods.
how do you know that they don't believe in those gods?
Does he have to believe in something to actually know something about it?
What?
You know what these gods are? They're fallen ones.
You said,
the offsprings
why
of the
you
Nephilim.
bring them up?
Yeah, I'm wondering why he thinks it's like a good argument to say, well, they
And
named
these
them after
disembodied
Greek gods
spirits
or
are
whatever.
in control.
How is that an argument? That's not a fucking argument.
And these disembodied
No,
spirits.
it's pointing out that yours is an argument. Who gives a fuck if you don't believe in them? Can you refute what's being said?
What is there to refute?
Well, anyways,
You don't even know what
these
refute, 'cause there's nothing to
disembodied
fucking refute.
spirits that has been
idiot.
glorified as gods in the past.
I mean, why don't you tell
because
us?
they
What
were
is
the
there to refute?
offspring.
He's just saying things that we already know. Wow, they're named after Greek gods or whatever. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, who gives
proof?
is people like you who probably
Or you're
doesn't want
chipper.
to actually
Yeah,
look
he's
into why they use these names for specific
sound
reasons.
miserable.
Oh, they use these names because Mars is an actual Greek god. Oh,
Well, see the inconsistency within his own thinking pattern. He first claims who cares,
I
and
think
then
he's
he
just
claims to be reasonable and well equipped with information about the same thing he just handwaved with who actually cares. Isn't that funny?
you are
How he can
basically-
simultaneously
you're trying to make an
defend
argument
something
off
that
of
he
the
has
most
no
dumbest
clue
thing
of?
ever.
How he can simultaneously interrupt and defend something he has no clue of? And be so intellectually inconsistent with his own representation as a person, which is, you know, just
Tell me
saying,
what I've been
oh,
inconsistent about. Stop the LARPing, because all you do is LARP. You never actually talk. Other than
oh,
LARP.
now he's even furthermore digging his hole.
But what are you
so
arguing here?
you're
Wow,
not
we all know that
miserable.
they're named after gods or whatever.
Yeah,
That's not
keep
really
going,
the
man.
point.
I
No one
love
gives a
hearing
shit.
it.
I
Keep
don't understand
going.
why
The
you think
people,
it's like an
the people
argument to
can hear
argue
you.
that. It's not.
The people can hear you. Keep
I'm
going,
arguing.
man. You're not making yourself look better.
Oh, I am.
Nah, man.
He's making an argument about gods and how they named them after gods. Therefore, fucking what? Therefore, what? You don't even believe in the Greek gods. You're a
Look
Christian,
at
I'm
him.
pretty
He's
sure.
still
So
defending it. He's defending something he has handwaved as being who cares, but he cares enough to still defending it. Do you see how
I
inconsistent
care
these
enough
people
to
are?
prove that
They
it's
are
so irrelevant. And
insane.
that's
They are
exactly what
No,
cult members.
wait, hold on.
This is
Hold
cult member
on,
behavior.
man.
You guys,
Stop.
let me try.
Dude,
because,
he's not defending shit. He said, yeah, so what about it? He's asking what's the
You don't
fucking
get it,
point?
Belmont.
no,
You don't
Exactly.
get it.
This guy Clay is
I
an idiot,
do
man.
get it from your
Yeah,
paradigm,
let
but
me
you
try.
haven't relayed that to other people. He just asked what your
Belmont.
point was, and
I think Crit is
you
getting
guys
it.
are just
Yeah,
you
can
guys
you
are
hear?
just fighting ego against ego, and that's we're
No,
listening
not at
to
all.
it. Yes,
No.
because neither one of you are
Okay,
making
Tess.
any fucking sense.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
Crit,
reason
and
why they were
every
named
time I
gods.
tried to talk, I heard you.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I've been having some audio issues lately. So just okay.
Oh my god.
The reason why this is a talking point, okay, maybe it got brushed over. I'm not sure if I heard it. Is that they called them wandering stars in the days of yore. They were labeled as deities. They moved on their own. They were like controlled of their own destiny. They did what they wanted to do. They didn't obey the rest of the world, the rest of all the other heavenly bodies. So that gave them a sense of agency that was beyond the understanding of mortal men. These objects did what they wanted to do, and no one could explain why. And still to this day, it's just like that.
They can tell you, oh, they can predict where Mars and Mercury and all these places are going to be, but it's a post-diction, and it doesn't always match up with what they think. It wasn't a couple years ago. Mars just disappeared for like 2 months, and they said, "Oh, it moved on the sun is in the way. It just happened to be blocked by the sun," and they're like, "No one saw it coming." Like, what the fuck?
Crit, but you agreed that there has been past civilization who have openly, admittedly, worshipped gods called such as Jupiter or Apollyon or other kinds of names.
Yeah,
right?
that's why they named them. They named them that because they present as supernatural beings. They are outside of the laws of nature. They just didn't call it like, I don't know, what would you name planets otherwise? Like it would be called Sol 3, Sol 1, Sol 2. Is that how they normally name, like in sci-fi shows? They just, whatever the position is in the solar system, they name it hyphenated by a number, or prime. Like Sol Prime would be the one large and habitable world, and then City Beta 3, City Beta 4, and they just label them by a numeric. No, looks like it was too much for them. Are you there, Matt, or what's up?
Just listening to what you're saying, man.
Oh, okay. But normally it's like you hardly ever give anyone room to even breathe, and here I'm like went on for like like more than a minute without you screeching. I was kind of stunned.
And you're not Clay, dude. It's not that bad. I'm fine with it.
Oh, what was wrong about me?
Clay just larps. That's all he does. He never actually like.
What does that
talks.
mean?
Usually he's just ranting. Like usually, like say someone responded to something or whatever, then he just goes on in his rant. Oh, globe model, spinning orbiting a space ball, flying, never explaining what of darkness. Like he's never actually talks and then like engages with someone. So it's just LARPing.
Okay, what does that mean? What is LARPing?
No answer.
I literally just explained to you what LARPing is.
No, you didn't. Am I LARPing? Is the behavior that Clay is doing, is that the definition of what LARPing is? That's kind of weird.
What you were doing is definitely the definition of what LARPing is.
Yeah, so what is LARPing?
What you were doing.
Oh, that's so vague, man. So I'm breathing right now. Earlier. Is that LARPing? I'm breathing.
That's a dodge, not nuclear.
I'm
drinking dodge. I already explained it to him. If you didn't hear me, that's not my fault.
Where are we at, man? How did we get here?
But I want him to clarify his accusation against.
You're monologuing and not actually addressing the points someone's making, and you're basically adding a little bit of rant to it. You're LARPing. That's what you were doing.
Oh, is that the definition of LARPing? That's interesting.
Well, it's to be simple-minded, it's role playing. So that's all he's saying. Playing a character, you're not really addressing nothing. But
how does he know that?
I don't see the point of this entire conversation.
Well, I see the
what
point.
Happened to elliptical orbits, change, constant acceleration, change in speed on elliptic orbit? What happened to all that? You really didn't finish that, Sonny.
I want to challenge someone on the basis of what they use as an accusation against someone. But if you want to again help him, like you guys did with the other person,
taking tabs at each other.
Then I just see how often people are being helped in here who can just spew out their nonsense and then get away with it because someone is like, oh, let's just move on the conversation. Let's just help the Glober, who just accuses with random words people.
Well, when it's an obfuscation of the original sentence, they can get away with whatever they said, and we could stay on topic because that's fucking productive.
Scott.
But when you obfuscate with the topic,
hold on, guys. We have the global civil war.
All the way home to a point.
On global civil war. Okay, pause this.
Listen, Scott's gotta wait. You could at least finish a topic before you guys obfuscate.
They're trying to say that the
global civil war
vector should be like curving. I understand in IJK it's going to be different. Oh, come on.
No, I'm not saying the vector is curving.
Yes, they're trying to say it's curving.
No, it constantly changing. Yeah.
In IJK, yes, sure. But relative, it's not going to be changing. They're trying to say it's going to be curving.
In what coordinate system is it not changing?
If you draw just the body, the vector isn't going to be changing in direction, right? It's not going to be facing backwards or forwards or anything.
No, change is a function of time, right?
Linear.
You have to draw it at T1 and T2, and T1 and T2 do not match.
It's going to be facing the same direction, right?
At T2? No.
In just the body, not including the whole system.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Just what body?
Just the orbiting body.
So the entire frame is. So everything else's vectors are changing? I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm trying to say that it's not curving, Scott.
We agree it's not curving.
Okay, then
vectors don't curve. Vectors never curve.
All right, then we agree.
Nobody said they were, though.
No,
Scott.
Sonny on the plane did.
He was saying they're changing.
That's not what he's saying. He says it's constantly changing.
He was saying that they were
that's
curving.
why it's no.
And then said something about Kepler's laws that was blatantly false, saying that
constantly...
the velocity changes. But it doesn't. If it's zero eccentricity, the velocity doesn't change. If it has zero eccentricity, the velocity does not change.
Well, Kepler's first law says none of them are going to be zero eccentric.
That's for planets. You were making the broad statement of all orbits.
I think you were confusing what I said with what Sonny said. He's just talking about a rotating reference frame.
Sonny said all orbits.
The rotating reference frame is constantly changing its vector.
Yes, you did.
And
Sonny.
no, I didn't. Stop trying to put words in my mouth.
No, don't try and backpedal. Come on.
Yeah, you're the one backpedaling with your not explaining R.
Yeah, because that wasn't a part of the argument.
Yeah, I was the one that brought up Kepler's laws, not Sonny. I think you confused us too, but I'm just being polite and fair.
You're applying Kepler's laws to a an orbit with
rotating
zero
reference frame. No,
with zero eccentricity. So
no, I only stated Kepler's laws. I didn't attribute them to any situation that you presented. I said these are the laws.
Yeah, and Sonny made the broad statement
that all orbits
change
didn't say it would apply to your zero-eccentric orbit. I didn't say that, no.
Sonny was saying that all orbits change in velocity. That's not true.
No, unless you add some specificity like all elliptical orbits, but...
Well, yeah, and then he tried to cover it with Kepler's laws and everything, but then didn't realize it doesn't apply to eccentric orbits, and yeah. I mean,
so you, Sonny, and Scott are all good right now, you agree. Orbiting reference frame is under constant acceleration, not all have a change in velocity or speed, and it's good. And Scott does know more than you. He already went to university. Does that cover everything, Scott?
I don't know how many N-body programs Scott has written, but probably less than me.
Nobody's talking about programming. That really doesn't. I mean, that's a category error. I don't.
Scott, have you ever done N-body simulations?
That one-tooth dude just cracks me up. What did that mean? Oh, he left this.
I'm sorry, have I done what?
N-body simulations before?
No.
Okay.
I probably could if I tried.
I'm sure you could, unlike these fools, but...
I don't know.
But But any force vector diagram or any diagram you have an acceleration vector in it, you're going to have a change in velocity. That's what acceleration does, right?
Yeah, but they're trying to say that or Sonny was trying to say that velocity is going to be changing in all orbits, and I explained that in orbits with zero eccentricity, the velocity does not change. Right.
What is zero eccentricity?
So your apoapsis and periapsis are the same altitude, or same. They'll have no change of velocity over the course.
Well, I
of the
think if you got a body making a circle, it's changing velocities.
It'll be constant. If you have zero eccentricity, it'll stay the same.
It'll be a constant magnitude, but the direction will constantly be changing.
Yeah, I understand that, but not curving like Sonny was trying to say.
Yeah, well, I don't know what Sonny's trying to say.
Listen, I would like
All they
to
know
point
is the
out
velocity vector changes.
Kepler's, I would
it
like
won't
to
change in
point out
magnitude if it's in a zero eccentricity orbit.
Kepler
I didn't say
said
it
his
can't change
first
in
law.
direction. Magnitude should be constant, but the
Yeah, but it
direction
won't
will
be
change.
curving, of course. Yeah.
Any orbit around the sun will be elliptical.
We're not. Sonny was making the blanket statement for all orbits. I was trying to explain how that's not true.
Around the sun?
You can be around the sun as long as you have zero eccentricity. It doesn't matter. You won't change your velocity at all. If you have zero eccentricity, you don't change your velocity.
Nobody's defeated Kepler's laws.
It doesn't apply if there's zero eccentricity. What do you mean? Stop applying laws to things that don't apply.
Well, a law about orbits around the sun does apply to orbits around the sun. I mean,
yeah, as long as they have a greater eccentricity than zero. So, okay. The law doesn't apply here.
I think all three laws actually cover that. You should look at them. I posted them.
I know what they are. You're trying to say that they apply to orbits with zero eccentricity, but that's not true.
No, I'm not. I'm specifically under the specific circumstance of orbits around the sun. You're trying to act like there would be an orbit around the sun at zero centricity.
I never said that there is a planet that does that. He was trying to make. All right. Is this just a whole confusion thing where I'm arguing against Scott because I thought he was covering Sonny for his shit, and then you're arguing for Sonny trying to cover his shit? I don't know what's going on here.
It's useless.
Sonny, get on the mic, man. Don't be a coward. Yeah, keep on posting stuff where the eccentricity is greater than zero. That'll definitely prove your point.
Hey, Crit, are you there, Crit? By any chance, Crit?
Crit isn't even in the voice channel anymore, dude. Sonny, can you make that one with zero eccentricity, please? And then come back to me and try and say that vectors curve and stuff. Trying to say that they curve in direction to keep the path that they're in, even though that's nonsense.
So new topic then, since you guys is that space potatoes. What do you think about that, Battermo? Space potatoes. What about your trigonometry? What do you think about space potatoes?
I don't talk to you, Jimsy.
Why not?
Because you're like a child.
How can a child have children?
I don't know. It's weird. But
It is weird. What you're saying, it's pretty weird. Can you just stop doing that weird pedo stuff?
I mean, first you'd have to prove that you have children, which I hope you don't.
Well, the fact still stands that your imagination is wrong on this one.
Do you teach them that the Earth is flat?
I'm an under heaven dweller.
Yeah, did you teach that? So the Earth isn't flat; it's only under heaven or something.
Earth is Earth. The table, it's flat and round and made out of wood, aluminum, silicon plastics that are on the legs. Right? There's a bunch of materials that the table is made of. Okay, the table is not made out of flat. Okay. You arguing against this imaginary thing that you have in your mind and saying this thing in my mind doesn't make sense, right? Trigonometry, the imaginary flat Earth in your mind doesn't make any sense. But that's because you're drawing a cartoon in your mind, an image, and you're debunking that, which is just stupid. I'll bring you closer to. I was gonna bring a legal term, but not. What about potatoes in Mars? Trigonometry, potatoes in Mars.
Growing potatoes and some sky dirt.
Look, I posted an image from NASA, directly from NASA, from Mars, from Perseverance or whatever the name of the rover or whatever it is, the helicopter. And look, there's a potato bag. And we all know that the antecedent of potato bags are people that farm potatoes and they make potato bags. So there you go. There has to be potatoes.
Is potato farmers? What happened before there were potato farmers?
I mean, the bag will tell you that there is a guy, most likely a farmer, that bagged the potatoes. So he had to make a bag for the potatoes, right?
Oh, I see it. Cool.
So are we just assuming that that's like a potato bag, or?
It's Martian snakeskin.
Yeah, we just assume that it's a potato or something.
I mean, remember I like potatoes, so when I see this type of bag, I'm gonna be a little biased, but it could be apples. What do you like? Do you like apples or potatoes?
I wouldn't say that that's a bag of any kind. That's a really shit bag if it is. It's like tied up. And...
Oh, it's a shit bag? I never seen a bag made out of shit, but if that's your favorite stuff that you put in bags, okay, this is a shit. Shit. How do you call this bag? A dump bag. But you're still gonna need people to use that and to make it, right? You're still gonna need people to kind of like produce this, I don't know, man-made product. Are you saying there's people in Mars or potatoes? Trigonometry. Or is it apples? I mean, you said shit. You said shit. So there has to be some type of organism that will have to shit for it to be a shit bag. And we know the only organism that can make a shit bag of these fibers will be a man.
Yeah, do we just like assume that this is a potato bag? Do we have any evidence it's a potato bag?
I mean, it's a bag. You said it, I say it's a potato bag. You said it's a shit bag. The other guy said
that would be like a
bag.
shit bag, in the point that like it wouldn't be a very good bag, like an application. It wouldn't be a very good
Is it a bag? It is a bag. So we have a bag.
It is a bag. Are we assuming that?
Looks like a bit of fiberglass mesh.
Yeah, it doesn't really look
it's
like
a bag.
It doesn't really look like a bag to me. I mean, if you
No,
want to hold something like this,
not a bag. Okay.
like maybe to hold
It's
your crack
not.
that you've been smoking all day, but I wouldn't use it as a bag.
You smoke. Why are you doing that, trigonometry? Don't
I
do
said
that
What do
in
you
your
yours
see
would
it
be
study.
as,
incorrect.
That
dude?
not
If
mean
it's
your drug
not a bag,
addiction.
if it's not a bag, what do you think that is then?
I don't know. I just don't make claims off of something that I don't really know what it is. Maybe I could ask somebody who
You know
works
what
at
a mesh
NASA, right?
bag? Have you ever seen a mesh bag that holds fruit or like the other man saying potatoes? Like,
Yeah. So where
ooh,
does it hold? Where does it hold stuff in it? Why does it look like it's all like pointing
like
in
it
a
got
different
dropped on the
direction?
ground, like a piece of discarded trash, maybe.
Yeah, you see the potatoes that were in place to make the bag to carrying them around, or the whatever shit you said that stuff was used for something else, right? The apples, the potatoes, and then the bag was discarded as trash, and it moved around, and then the photograph shows that the bag was in this position at that moment. Maybe maybe it's not there anymore. The wind hit it, right?
Yeah, so NASA, the big government agency that wants to keep the lie, is gonna leave the potato bag in the image. They wouldn't take it out, or
That's not my fault. If they did it, that's not my fault.
yeah,
That
and then
they
they're
have
like,
a bag in Mars, so they did that, right?
in order to keep the lie going, we're gonna put a potato bag in the image.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't litter in Mars.
Jamesy, you're an embarrassment to other flat earthers. Like, at least other flat earthers in here are like somewhat intelligent.
Why are you so embarrassed about your religion, bro? Why are you so embarrassed
No,
about
I'm
it? Stop
embarrassed
it.
about
Don't.
you and
Hey,
your
be
religion.
proud
You
about your
embarrass
religion. Be
everyone else
proud
who
about it.
follows it.
Once
You are an
once you are able to
embarrassment.
comprehend that the religion is just fantasy, and you're able to picture that and comprehend that, then be proud about realizing that, and then come back to reality. Come back to us.
No, you're an embarrassment
Yeah,
to
the
the flat earth.
fantasy.
Yeah, you're an embarrassment to flat earthers, man. At least
Hey,
some
if
other
you
flat
feel
earthers think
embarrassed,
tame.
bro, if you feel embarrassed, that's you. That's you.
No,
It's okay.
you should feel embarrassed, man.
No, no,
Not
no,
me.
no, no. Embarrassed? I left that out in the outside. I don't bring it with me. I left it. But you are embarrassed, so I mean that's a you problem.
No, I'm saying you should feel embarrassed because you just spout verbal diarrhea.
Well, feelings. I don't know about your feelings, but I don't want to talk about your feelings. So let's not do that. Let's talk about. I'd rather talk about space bags, not about your feelings. He jumped out. Okay, good. Freaking troll.
that's a great picture, man. I've never seen that one before. How old is it?
Let me find out. Let me try to put the link with something else so it doesn't. Actually, it's from NASA.gov. I'm gonna DM it to you so you. For some reason, it's not when I post it. It's showing the image and not the link. So let me try to post the link without the showing the picture.
Sweet.
I deleted the .png. It had a .png, and I deleted that part. So that it's what is missing in this link is .png. I posted it.
Orbiting.
Hey, I'm not gonna claim it's a legit photograph. I'm not gonna claim that. I'm just saying I found it. and I like space stuff. So I found a space bag. It looks like a potato bag to me. So there has to be potatoes in Mars because the antecedent to the potato bag has to be potatoes and a maker of the bag.
I felt like he was trying to persuade himself that that was like a natural thing that occurs in Martian soil.
Yeah, the mashes is like, how do you describe that? Those fibers that people put together. It's mashed together. Yeah, not smashed.
Synthetic
Mashed.
fibers created by humans.
I mean, it could be something else. I'm just saying. For me, it looks like a bag. What it is, I don't know. Maybe that stuff. Maybe Mars is here on Earth, and people litter so much that eventually the people taking pictures around, they're gonna take pictures of trash, including NASA. Huh, maybe. So trigonometry. How do you feel about littering space? Like throwing trash in Mars. You feel good about it? Well, if it's not a bag, what is it? Trigonometry man. What is it?
What?
If it's not a bag, what is it?
I don't know. I don't make claims about things that I don't know.
What up, niggas?
The sky, the heavens above, and the heaven of heavens above that. So that's what's up.
Hell yeah. Can you imagine getting just all your trash fucking flicked into your yard?
Can you repeat that again? What was that? You said trash or something? Potato bags or something you said?
Potato. I said, no, could you imagine this gif? All your trash just in your yard with the force of 1,000 suns.
Trash in the backyard you're talking about?
Yeah, or whatever hell's going on here with this garbage truck.
Yeah, you see how much trash people throw around? You go to many countries, there's trash everywhere. I'm not surprised that people will go to a far land and find trash there too. Bro, you can dig a hole in many places and you'll find stuff. You'll find trash, you'll find a bunch of things. Like, just dig a hole.
Sucks. Are you Mexican?
Mexican? What's that? Like aliens?
Yeah.
Aliens are foreigners, right? Aliens are foreigners, people from other lands.
Are you a freaking alien, man?
Órale, pinche!
We got an alien earther over here.
Oh shit! We got the alien flat earther, man.
Aliens are foreigners, so I'm not from Mexico. So when I refer to a Mexican, I refer them as aliens because I'm not from Mexico. I will be an alien in Mexico, and there will be an alien in my land.
Damn.
Foreigners. You probably the word foreigner might mean something similar to alien.
That's true. I say Mexican, but I mean foreigner.
Yeah, if you go to Mexico, you're a foreigner. You're an alien in Mexico.
Very true. Very true. I would love to go. I never been.
Very, very true. Yes.
What is your ethnicity, friend?
American.
No offense meant.
So he said, yeah. So are you an alien?
That's what I like to hear. I'm from space.
I'm American, bro. What are you?
I
I'm
know
American
what you, I
too.
know.
I was just curious. That's all.
Oh, good, bro. Yeah. I'm from the Caribbean, Puerto Rico.
This motherfucker stuck with arguing though, didn't he? He didn't want to get off that. He was like, "Wow, man, where you from?" America, butch.
It's all good. I get that where you're from question from many people. So yeah, it's all good.
Gotta say that. I gotta find a better way to say that. No, you're right.
Yeah, every white guy I see, every person around, gonna start asking them the same thing and say, "Are you from Europe?
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Well, where you from, bro? Where you from?"
Oh, hey, what'd you say about white guys? Hey, hold up.
Hey, slow down there.
Madam, are you from Europe? Because you look kind of light skinned.
Hey, muchacho, you look like you're from Britain or something.
I think people from the north are white and people from the south are black.
That's why Argentines are black, man.
So did Sonny leave, or after
Trying to
making
hijack with all this racism.
after making his broad generalization about orbits and then just left?
I believe that orbits are elliptical.
All of them?
Some can be circular.
I don't think so.
Or
You can
they-
have like a quantum elevation device, and the device will
You
float
homeless? You
in a
got a
perfect
family to
circle.
feed? You need a record?
Quantum levitation. They got mad science in Puerto Rico.
No, I was specifically talking about orbits around the sun.
Right. Yeah, or does the sun orbit around the Earth? That's what I want to know.
I said quantum elevations, and he said, "Oh, math scientists. How can you say quantum elevation and math scientists in the same sentence?"
You said math?
Mad. You said mad scientist. I said quantum elevation. Things can orbit in a circle. Quantum elevation, and you said, "Oh, mad scientist."
No, I thought you said quantum levitation. I said y'all got some crazy scientists in Puerto Rico who come up with levitation.
This is Massachusetts, bro. America.
Oh damn! Well, y'all are crazier than I thought.
Quantum levitation is not something crazy. It's something that it's
fucking
been done
American,
in
eh?
reality. So if I say quantum levitation, and then you say that's crazy, that's just you don't know what it is.
Guy.
What-
Who's the white guy?
Quantum elevation. I'm English. I don't know. I do not know this.
How come flat earthers deny the vacuum of space? Couldn't you have a vacuum of space even if the Earth was flat? What's the connection between those things?
How come some we're gonna answer that? The Globers argue against it. They say no, there's no vacuum of space. Nobody Globers don't claim that. And now you're asking about the vacuum of space. Go ahead.
If you have
Well,
three containers,
not a true vacuum. I mean, it can just be something that's like, like 10 to the negative 20 torr or something. I mean, even if there's one gas molecule in like 1 cubic kilometer, it's not technically a vacuum, but you know what I mean. Like, flat earthers argue for a firmament, which is like some barrier. Well, I don't understand. I'm just asking why they argue for that. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I mean, I could ask the same question: why doesn't float things in a controlled environment, in a vacuum chamber, for example? Why?
What are you saying? Why doesn't flow things?
Float.
I don't things float in a
Why don't
vacuum
things?
chamber.
Yeah, because there's no buoyant force. Because
there's
buoyancy
gravity.
buoyancy is. Oh yeah. Also because there's gravity. Yeah, but which is a buoyant force is a difference in pressure between the bottom and the top of an object because of a pressure gradient, and so then it can float upwards. But in lieu of that, I think you're not talking about buoyancy. You're just talking about the lack of gravity. So never mind.
Yeah. Pressure
I don't know.
gradient would be
The gravity thing.
measured from level.
So you'll need a flat Earth for that.
The flat Earth people don't believe in gravity. They don't. I don't even want to use the word believe. Nobody heard that. They do not have a similar conception of gravity as we do.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, they don't live in reality. Remember, they don't live in reality.
There's that, but
well, it could just be a nomenclature thing because even if gravity doesn't, I mean, even if you're not talking
denies
about
gravity, but we may
mass,
not agree with the.
because it might just be a nomenclature thing. Like if gravity, you could just describe as thing. Like if I drop a pencil, it does move downwards. Whatever that is, we have to agree that that's something that happens.
Yes. So the problem is, friend, that
Magnetism or something, then magnetism exists.
yeah, hold on, friend. The problem is that on the globe side, the term gravity is used ubiquitously to describe the cause and the effect. That's the problem. And secondarily, the problem is that they've synergized the presence of gravity with their creation mythos, that they're not severed. In other words, the claim goes like this: if gravity exists, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's bad logic.
Well, it's not that just because there's gravity, the Earth is therefore round. It's that if there is gravity, then it's going to lead us to questions that are going to validate.
Look, that's a cool story. I'm talking about the zeitgeist. Okay, it's commonly asserted through a myriad of globers who come to argue against flat Earth that the mere existence of gravity itself means the Earth must be a globe.
Well, because you can you could take a jog over to Australia and drop a ball.
No, I think because I think he's saying that in space, if things aren't that strong, they'll contract towards like a spherical sort of shape.
Hydrostatic equilibrium, yeah.
Oh, but AI, you said that like flat Earthers say gravity. I mean, globe Earthers say gravity is the cause and the effect. But there's a few different definitions of gravity. Like in the very beginning, like when Aristotle was talking about gravity, gravitas meaning weight, he wasn't talking about any mass attracts mass. Like gravity is the cause of things falling down. He's just talking about the scientific law or the observation that things do get sort of pulled downwards. Like a scientific law can be an experiment with a cause and effect, but also just an observation.
Wrong already. Let me tell you why you're wrong. An object moving towards another object by an invisible means, there's no necessary reason to assume or assert that it's being pulled. It could just as equivalently be pushed. So nobody observes things being pulled at all. They observe things moving. That's what they observe.
Yeah, but push or pull, whatever you want to call it, the fact that things are, things should be stationary, but the things are moving downwards towards one thing, or in the Cavendish, two things moving towards each other. But that is, that's just the effect. That's just what they're talking about. There doesn't even have to be a cause. It could just be a rule of the universe that objects move towards each other. But maybe we're talking past each other.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Let me tell you why. Here's an experiment, quote unquote, that many a glober will say, including people as retarded as Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, famous dumbass. Okay,
that's true.
They think that dropping something, which means they let go of it and it proceeds to move towards the ground, is ipso facto proof of quote unquote gravity, and all the connotations and entailments with the philosophical claims that are associated with it. Therefore, they've proven their premise in totality. That's the problem.
Right, but we're not.
That's just the label of what we're talking. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You go.
No. It's like this thing. This kind of thing happens all the time. It's like we want to try to come up with some ways where specific phenomena will mean something, but it always just gets batted around into this like semantic thing every time.
Who cares? Let me explain. If you drop a pin and it proceeds towards the ground and it strikes the ground upon which it stops moving and just lays on the ground. Now, we all witness the pen leave your hand and proceed towards the ground. Now, a glober might say, oh, all you got to do is drop something. And that proves the Earth's a globe. Why? Because they think that down is actually radially inwards to a giant bulb. So they think that the observance of down is the same thing as the observance of inwards, which it's not. So yes, sir, semantics are very important. Connotations and denotations are very important when you're talking about this subject.
Wait,
So when I say I
Hold
drop,
on.
so hold on,
No,
hold
no,
on.
no, no.
Wait,
Stop
no, wait.
talking.
Let AI
No,
finish. Let AI
I'm
finish.
not. No, because
Listen,
this is
no,
silly.
if you
Because
let me
if you're on a
finish or I
round,
finish, those are the
no.
options. I mean, you guys will learn eventually that I could just talk whatever I want, right? And then you'll just yield to me, and rather than get booted. It's called intelligence and situational awareness.
And there is seniority, and AI joined to reply to what was being said before. So allow him to finish what he's saying, and then you guys can reply to what he's saying. Go ahead.
He's gone. He's gone now, but you can just finish.
Yeah, he's gone. No, he's not gone. AI is here. The other guy is muted. I
The
muted.
other guy's gone.
So, yeah, so when I say down, I mean down. When a glober says down, he means inwards, and those two things are not the same.
Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead.
I agree. I'm not making the mistake of saying that, in a flat Earth model, down would not be radially. It would not radially change. It's just sort of a flat plane and then a bunch of arrows pointing down. I understand that. That's.
Well, let me add a caveat to that. Okay, it's not necessary that for the Earth to be flat, that down be perfectly down. It could be slightly off here and there, but aggregately, the general direction is down.
I agree.
Not inwards, right? So same on a globe, by the way. There's this common misconception amongst retarded globers that everything is pulled towards the center of the Earth, which is wrong on its face in their own model. So they go in varying directions, right? But aggregately on the total, it's towards an aggregate center, right? Same with the flat Earth. You wouldn't need everything to be perfectly down.
Yeah.
It just has to be aggregately down. All right, go ahead.
No, I know all of that. Not only on a globe Earth is it an ellipsoid, so it's not pointing directly towards the center because of the centrifugal force, but also because of different densities or different mountain ranges and stuff, you can have the direction of down change. And in fact, when you do geodesy, and you're using a plumb bob to establish down, you need to apply a correction sometimes to there's like a standard correction that you can apply in order to get accurate results, because the reference ellipsoid and the direction of down, depending on where you are, might be different.
We all agree that you need to take the field data and shove it through a cheese grater for it to come out on the other side. We agree with that, and that's a mathematical matrix through a law of formation, of which law is assumed the rotation of a body and the gravitation of mass particles. So it's a self-serving model where they say, I must be on a ball with a specific radius, it must be spinning, therefore my plumb line must be disoriented based on these factors, and therefore I must apply law of formation to my field data. Now that's agreed upon on both sides, that a law of formation is necessary in order to get it to comport with the assumption that the Earth is a globe based on a reference ellipsoid, a geoid, and an equipotential surface. They have to take the field data and those other three factors I just mentioned and take each lump and form them together like a piece of clay in their hands and squeeze it and mash it, and then they get their imaginary globe. Now, I just want to point out before you reply that you're actually intelligently handling the things I'm saying, whereas the other guy, as soon as I parsed out that down and inwards are two separate things, he literally spazzed and couldn't contain himself. You know why, friend? Because he had a cognitive dissonance moment where he realized that just witnessing something fall down doesn't prove the Earth's a globe, and there may be a chink in the armor of the globe he so desperately believes and hopes in. Go ahead. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, me again. So there's another thing that's similar to this, where you say things can be unresolvable at the bottom if they occupy too small an angle relative to the angles of propagation and angles of reception, right? You say something like that to a spastic glober, and immediately in their mind they'll think, wait a minute, I've been living my entire life being told that the only reason things can disappear is because of Earth curve. This other person's telling me that there's actually a physics of light and the way optics work that could obscure the bottom of something, so I need to spaz. Rather than just absorb the fact and say, well, if it is true what you're claiming, then I should synthesize that into my worldview, and I should have a compounding factor of both the physics of light and the Earth curve. But rather than do that intelligently, they just spaz. What's up with that? Now, whether the Earth is a globe or not is highly irrespective of this phenomenon that many globers, when they're given any information that they must synthesize because it's true into their worldview, rather than do so, they immediately reject it and spaz. What is up with that? That's interesting, is it not?
Yep.
Guess I'm going to have to go to Walmart and buy some more mics to drop. Or a valve, or the other. Since there is no reply because it can't be, let's talk about something else. What's new?
You know, it could be kind of fun to do one time is to have globe Earthers argue for the flat Earth, and then flat Earthers argue for the globe Earth as like a steel man thing. We don't have to do that now, but it just strikes me as kind of interesting.
With one caveat.
We can see if we understand each other's arguments, like, you know, all that stuff.
We could do that as round one. Just give whatever argument. Round two, you have to restrict your argument to arguments that are not logically fallacious. Round three, you have to restrict your argument to arguments that are not logically fallacious and have been systematically, either empirically or scientifically validated by first order knowledge. Now, I would submit to you that if we take that cheese grater and apply it, that the globe isn't going to come out on the other side. Now, rest assured, that doesn't mean the Earth wouldn't be a globe just because there's no arguments that could be made for it that doesn't comport to those three factors. It just means there are no good arguments.
Or evidence.
Look, the number one go-to argument, there's really three, but the number one, well, let's not say number one, let's just give three, and you can imagine which they are in hierarchy. Okay, so you have, I can't see the bottom of something, can't see the bottom of it, right? That's one argument. Now, the primary reason why that's palatable to a lot of people is because they can witness that with their own two eyes. They can go somewhere and say, oh, I can't see the bottom of that, right? So at least that's first order knowledge that I can't see the bottom of the thing. Now, the inference that it must be obstructed by a curve, that might be another thing, but at least that first part is first order knowledge, right? Then the other one is pictures or alleged eyewitness testimony from quote-unquote space, right? Which is, by the way, it's just a credulity argument. So I trust them. I trust what they're saying is true. I don't have a reason to doubt them, so I'm going to believe it. Right?
Well, you can also do a probabilistic argument of how difficult it would be to keep such a conspiracy, and also, yeah, like what sort of things would have to occur for there to be such a conspiracy. Like, for example, when Elon Musk, for instance, he's a kid, he's not part of this conspiracy. He starts a space company because he wants to. Then all of a sudden, someone has to let him into the secret and he has to agree to that and not say, hey, these people approached me and tried to convince me to lie. There's a lot of things that have to go.
So I could throw that so easily. Here's how. It's well known that people in power, right, allegedly sell their soul, quote unquote, right? In fact, there's actually a lot of that coming to light right now in the media of how many people have, quote unquote, went down the evil train, right? So it's not actually unplausible or insurmountable that when Elon reached a certain level, he was given some certain information and a little peek behind, how the sausage is made, and then he had a decision to make. And like most humans, right, he chose selfishly.
Well,
right?
it's still a logical fallacy because that would be an appeal to motive.
It doesn't matter. The point is not appealing to motive. The point is that if there is a plausible motive, either person has an impossible burden to bear. And so by saying, probabilistically, how could it be that Elon wouldn't tell the truth? Well, I would just say, because it's well known that people in elite power positions love their selfish power, which is why we have a quote throughout antiquity that absolute power corrupts absolutely. We don't have a quote, by the way, in the lexicon of human antiquity that absolute power makes you a nice guy and you're benevolent. There's a reason why we don't have that quote.
Well, the answer is simple because he is afraid to die if he tells the truth.
Maybe, but I could up that ante and say he's afraid of something greater than death. You see how easy it is to speculate when the stakes are that high? Listen, I'll put it to you like this, friends. Of the human population that have existed through antiquity, the overwhelming majority of them have been religious. Okay? Of the overwhelming majority of people that are religious, the majority of them believe in some type of specific theism in which there is a good agent and an evil agent that are competing in some manner for the loyalty of mankind. Now, if that's the overarching story that has existed throughout human antiquity, whether it's true or not is irrelevant to my point, then that would be, if there is such an agent that can offer you money, power, sex, fame in exchange for their agenda, then if somebody believes in that, that would be a sufficient explanation for their actions in deceiving millions of people. Because let me tell you, friend, a person will kill another man for $10,000. A person will kill another man for a bicycle. You better rest assured that somebody would lie for $100 billion. Good grief. I can't imagine why somebody would lie for $100 billion. I would never. If that's your attitude about humanity, then you are woefully misinformed. Like Elon Musk is going to be the patriot saint, right? I will give up my billions to tell the truth to mankind. I'm the first noble human that ever lived. Notice how
I was just using
ridiculous.
that as an example. Like,
fair enough, but do you notice how ridiculous I made that example?
yeah. It's possible that one person, especially if he's getting bribed, he's here to get money for lying, that he would lie. But I guess what I'm saying is, if you look at the amount of people that, say, NASA agents or people that work for NASA who, on their deathbed, when they have no fear of reprisals, haven't.
You're wrong, sir. You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. You're wrong. No, I can't let you continue. I can't let you continue. I cannot let you continue. Let me tell you why. Because you completely ignored the type of reprisal that on your deathbed would still make you afraid that I explained.
So wait,
and so I feel like you weren't listening.
Okay.
Yeah. I let me try. Okay.
Wait, before we continue though, because could we just agree that we should can we just let each other finish what we're saying, even if you disagree?
Because you've got the questions and we got the answers. And the thing is, we're trying to find a way to for you to get it. Okay, there's no one cares what you have to say. You joined here to hear what flat earthers have to say. Everyone here knows the normie position. The government cannot lie to you. No one in the government has ever conspired to do anything wrong or above board.
Yeah, so let me help him out real quick. Crit. But what I was stopping you for is that I offered the proposition that there are reprisals that go beyond the physical world. So on your deathbed, for example, you might be afraid that an evil entity of which I already described may decide to screw with your family. So it's not the case that there's no fear of reprisal. It's ridiculous on its face that you would even say such a thing.
I know.
That happened.
I just think
these people. Just hold on. These people believe in soup that have causal influence on the world, and so yes, they're in fear of reprisal. Go ahead.
They had it after Apollo. A bunch of the astronauts and their families just started dropping dead. Car accidents, swimming accidents, all kinds of stuff. So someone were probably saying, hey, we're going to come forward, and all you got to do is knock off one or two, and the rest of them will lockstep, will lock their heels together.
I mean, yeah, those are all good points. I just think genuinely the best way to engineer a good conversation is to let the person finish, and then they'll give you all the time in the world to respond. You can calmly respond. Like if I was talking to a kid and I disagreed with him, I wouldn't just like say no. I'd let him finish. He can make his mistakes. Then I'll just calmly respond.
This is not a conversation between children, and you join the table, you sit on the table, you're trying to put your dirty boots on the table, and let's not do that.
Dirty.
Yeah, you didn't clean the table, the boots before you put it on the table, so let's not do that. If the other guy wants to say, hey, let me address that point that you just said, you're going to have to cope with it or just listen.
Oh, no, I can cope with it. It's just, anyway, if you don't want to have the conversation that way, that's fine as well. Like,
That's fine. I understand. Look, I understand, brother, but in my opinion, what you did was such an egregious offense to me that I had to interject. You understand? Because I spent 5 minutes. Hold on, friend. I spent 5 minutes of my life, right, giving you something, right, that was unique. And when you replied, it was like you didn't even hear me. That there are alternate reprisals than just the physical world. So I would at least like you to acknowledge that fact.
Okay, yeah, sure. I was just thinking about, I guess, to be honest, I was just thinking about, the money that you were saying that Elon Musk would be wealthy. I'm not like a religious person, so I guess I might have skipped over that bit. But
yeah, no problem. But let me update you. It's not just money. It's not just benefits. When you have a pact with evil, right? There's consequences when you break it. Consequences that could be on your progeny, and consequences that could happen to you in quote unquote the afterlife. Now, pay in mind whether those things are true or not don't matter. These people believe it, and so that would motivate them.
How many court orders did it take Elon Musk just to reveal that he was LARPing as a baby on Twitter?
Is that a joke?
No, I'm dead serious. Like, you look it up.
69.
Yeah, it took 8 depositions or something like an ungodly amount for him to finally admit the whole time, Musk baby fan or something like that was him. So you're talking about these guys are going to be forthcoming? He won't even be honest about a sock account that he got busted on. It finally took the court saying, if you lie again, you are going to jail. Say that account isn't yours one more time. You expect someone like that to be telling you the truth about anything ever?
So maybe that's why he buy Twitter.
You wouldn't invite someone like that to your house to meet your children, let alone believe anything.
I got a salient point here because we always hear this question: why would they lie? That's the frame of the question. You need a motive. You need a motive that convinces me, or you need a palpable motive that's in a hierarchy of motives that I would agree with. But according to game theory and other theories, people in power, the question is not why would they lie. It's the reverse frame. When you ask why would they lie, you're actually in their frame. Because their frame is why would they ever tell the truth? And the answer is they would only tell the truth if they have to. That means anytime they don't have to, for example, when Elon Musk was forced, they have absolutely zero reason to ever tell the truth, ever.
Well, one reason, for instance, why it would be good to have to tell the truth is militaries, for instance, would want to have their troops know knowing the shape of the battlefield is useful for things like moving troops around, ballistic missiles and stuff. So if all the other militaries are lying, and so most of their soldiers think it's a globe when it's really flat, if they lie, if they don't lie to their troops, they would have an advantage. Similarly,
Let me answer that.
If I could, similarly, I promise I won't speak for too much longer. Companies like shipping companies, airline companies, pretty much any transnational company that needs to move their goods around would have an advantage. If they tell their people the truth, including when Nazi Germany had its back to the wall, if they could even threaten to tell everyone the truth. They never threatened to tell anyone the truth. There's a lot of advantages you can get to not going along with this game theoretically.
Yeah, but who was in charge of the Nazis, Holmes?
Adolf Hitler.
All right, now I want you to open your mind, and I want to ask this question again, and I want you to give me an answer other than Adolf Hitler, if you can imagine one. Who was in charge of the Nazis?
Could be some global conspiracy, but maybe they don't really hate each other. The Nazis in the West.
Yes.
Yeah.
What if there's a higher evil than the Nazis that's playing the long game? And what if somebody like Hitler is on the level where maybe he knows the truth, or maybe he's just a peon that doesn't? But speaking about military maps, okay, have you ever navigated with a military map?
Not since I fought in the Sudan, but no, not really.
Right. So, do you have grid square maps?
Yeah.
Yeah, NATO has
How
exactly the same.
many letters did you have to go through when you navigated through your territory?
I did. Are you talking about like map projections? The fact that you've got letters?
No, the letters on the maps are, this map is this portion of the greater map.
Yeah.
Yes, right. So they're laid out in a certain way, right?
Yeah.
Like the UTM, right?
Yeah.
The military, the United States military uses that right now.
And you cut
now
your
those maps, dude.
Useful.
Yeah, they're grid squares, dude. Right, and they're accurate to within 3 meters or less, right?
Yeah.
For terrain, so you can actually. Yeah. And now I'll tell you this: when we invaded Iraq, and we were going through phase lines, switching maps, the maps just switch out, grid for grid for grid. You go this way 100 meters, you go that way 100 meters, and then eventually X, Y, or whatever, and then you got to pull up ZX, Z. And they just lay right on top of each other. You can literally trace your lines right across one map to the other. So at least on the scale that I was operating in, the assumption of a globe was irrelevant. I used to be able to navigate simply with the coordinates by marking off meters, because they go in a hierarchy of meters. Up so many, right so many, and you can arrive where you want to be. But here's one. I got one for you. Very interesting. Like this whole thing where the military tell the truth, bobbity yada yada. Okay, so check this out. There's this claim that the Earth is spinning, and therefore there's Coriolis effect on rounds, right? That's a claim that's out there in the ethos, right? Everybody's heard it. And they say, oh, well, you don't shoot far enough to have Coriolis come into account, so you got to shoot further, bro. Well, you got to shoot artillery, bro. So let me ask this question. 16-inch guns off of a destroyer, or battleship at 40,000 meter range, what is the shot grouping of 3 guns with the same firing solution, targeting the same position, 3 different guns? What do you think is the variance of the shot grouping at 40,000 meters?
I would guess, I don't know, but I'm just going to guess like a fourth of a
meter.
kilometer, maybe a third of a kilometer in diameter.
A third? Okay, so let's say a third of a kilometer is 300 meters, roughly, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're correct. It's
Wait, what's the
approximately this.
Sorry.
Well, look, a shot placement is an amorphous thing, right? You could have a triangle this way and triangle that way, and you kind of get like a central radius of the spread. But the spread is up to 300 meters. That means, listen, the same gun, right, trained, that's in the literal same turret, right, of the weapon system, firing the exact same ballistic solution, all the same math applied, the same amount of powder allegedly, within tolerances because you can't be perfect, will miss its target from the previous round fired by a variance of up to 300 meters approximately. Now, Coriolis, quote unquote, at that range is like 30 meters or something
No,
ridiculous.
it might be. It's actually I have tables I can post right now from the Navy.
So,
I think it would. It's actually more than that. It would be probably closer to like. I have it for a 6-inch gun. I think. No, 8-inch.
At what range, dude?
It's a table, so there's a bunch of ranges. But like at say 30,000 yards, it can be as up to 112 yards. So at 40,000, it could be like 130, could be a bit more. But
let's say that's true because that gun is not going to be as accurate, right? So either way, okay, the correction for this thing is less than the placement grouping variance and the bracketing variance. Now, if you just look up the table of the Forward Observer, right, it shows you right there that the round could hit with a variance swing of 300 meters, and you've got to bracket it in by calling the fire low or high so many meters. So as soon as I was told that they're trying to quote unquote account for Coriolis, and I looked at the table, and then I looked at the bracketing, I told myself, whether you allegedly account for Coriolis or not, there'd be no way to know because the variance of the round is greater than the placement of you pretending to or not pretending to account for Coriolis would ever compensate for. So in other words, you wouldn't know whether you did or not. So in other words, you could believe 100% that Coriolis is real and then say it's accounted for in artillery, but from the practical side in the field, it's irrelevant. So it's something where, quote unquote, if they tell the truth, it doesn't matter.
Wait. So to respond to that, the way that you figure out where the expected value that the rounds would land is with statistics. So even though the grouping will the variance might be quite high, there's still a distribution of where it would land, and the mean or the center of that distribution. Say if you shoot like 1,000 rounds, there'll just be a splotch on the ground with close to the center a lot of rounds. Further out there might be only a few, but it's a distribution, and that distribution can shift, and so you can still get the expected mean or the true value that the distribution is coalescing around. And so statistically, you see that.
Yeah. What is that, dude? What's in the Forward Observer brackets? Up to 300 meters, dude. So that means that the expectation. Okay, this is also why you have to call in danger close when it's within that range, because there's no variable certainty, even with a mean distribution having been done in the past, that the round isn't going to land on your ass. You follow me?
Yeah, I know. I understand. There's a
So what that means, okay, if I want to use a pragmatic fallacy, is that in order to stay alive, You have to assume that the round variability is of greater variance than any alleged compensation for daydream Coriolis would ever care about if you want to live.
Yeah, that's true, but still, if you want to have the most accurate gun possible, you would, if Coriolis is correct, you
No,
would.
that's not how it works. That's not how it works, dude. You don't seem to understand. You could not account for it, and you'd get the same placement variance. Because the swing is identical shots, dude. But that's
Hey,
neither here
hey,
nor
dude,
there, because when you really want accurate
Mr. AI
conditions,
Overlord,
right?
I was a medic in the United States Army. Thank you for
A
your
medic.
service. Thank you for my service. It seems to me that you're getting very irritated talking to very stupid people. And I don't
What?
think this is healthy. You're getting
All right,
irritated
that's
talking to
cool.
dumb
There you
people.
go, bro. Yeah, go therapy somebody else.
Yeah, clean. Just stay on mute, bro. It's okay. Go ahead, AI.
Don't mistake my irritation for determination. Now, go get me a Band-Aid.
Wait. I think maybe I'm over explaining myself, but I think I figured out a good way to explain this to you. So you know how men and women are like they have different heights, right? They're not the same, but that doesn't mean that all women are shorter than all men. There's two bell curves, two distributions, but one is shifted, so you can get the mean of where the average height of the man, and it will be shifted by a certain amount. And so that's kind of what we're talking about with this Coriolis. If I shot, an infinite amount of bullets, you would see the distribution, or even like 1,000 or so. You'd
Dude, I don't
see it
care.
shift.
All you're doing is proving my point that the claim that Coriolis is in there is in the amount of variance that Coriolis is within. Therefore, you can claim it's there or not claim it's there. There'd be no way to prove it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh yeah, so okay, but so you
So,
can.
for example, if I just gave you a random height, could you tell me whether it was a male or a female? No, you couldn't.
If I gave you a bunch of heights, and I could tell you whether it came from a group that was affected by a Y chromosome, so it was a male or a female. If I gave you a bunch of heights and the average was say like 5.9, I could say this distribution probably comes from a male distribution. Now, not necessarily, and this is what your point is. It could all be a random coincidence, possibly, that maybe it is women and they all just happen to be tall. But the more data points you get, the less likely that is. That's actually what a p-value is. Maybe you've heard of a p-value in science. The lower the p-value, the less likely it is that this is all due to coincidence, and you can just increase the.
Yeah, I mean that's great, but the problem is that the practical field experience, okay, is bracketing in a 300-meter circle, right? Not a 50-meter circle, a 300-meter circle, right? So within that, there's no way of knowing, since the round could be anywhere within that circle. There's no way of knowing whether your alleged corrections for Coriolis did anything. No way.
Okay.
That's my point, dude. That's the only point I got. Now, it could be the case that Coriolis, quote unquote, is true, and it quote unquote does deflect the round to a certain extent, but it still all is under the penumbra of 300 meters. It's kind of like this. They say, that a ballistic round fired from a rifle at a certain range has a 4-centimeter deviation per 1,000 yards, right? But then you go and find out that a 1 mile per hour wind change per 1,000 yards is a 10-centimeter deviation. So that means that if there's a crosswind of any type, you would have no way of knowing whether your alleged 4-meter correction did anything. Sorry, 4 centimeters. I think I said 4 meters. So my point is this, friend. Under that plausibility, people who want to believe Coriolis is there can believe it, and people who want to say, nah, it doesn't matter, can believe that. So either way, you could publish a book that says you need to account for this, and then when they go out in the practical field, it wouldn't matter either way, so what does it matter? It doesn't. That's the point.
Well, it would matter because you would be more likely. Say if Coriolis is correct, is true, this thing. If even though the round could land anywhere, either in a space where there is or isn't Coriolis, it's more likely to hit your target if you account for things like in the same way that.
I mean, that's great. That's a cool story, but here's the problem with that theory. Let me tell you the problem. The problem is that in pretty much all practical scenarios, except absolute elite sniper scenarios, okay, it takes multiple rounds to hit your target. It's that simple. So no matter how much prep you do, you miss, and you correct from your shot.
They only account for wind and elevation.
Not temperature?
Yes, there's temperature, there's Miller twist, there's what's the other one? Oh man, the barely frickin' thing.
Your speed, their speed.
I'm assuming that they use new rifles every time they do that, right? Like they use a rifle that hasn't been shot before, or a barrel that hasn't been shot before.
No.
No, in the Navy, in the modern era, they don't have battleships anymore, but what they do is they take a reading of the speed of the outgoing round, and they can see that over time it changes because barrel wear and stuff, and so they can predict. They can even get so accurate as they predict what the next shot would be based on the wearing pattern.
Yeah, you practice with the same weapons. So, for example, all the sniper weapons that we had in my armory, none of them had specifically replaceable barrels that you would get another one. Now, I mean, we did have M24, which is a floating barrel. We never replaced that. And then we had the Barrett 50 cal. That broke, but one of the springs broke, but we fixed that, but we didn't replace the barrel at all. Now, one thing you do is they'll say, "Oh, so you'll get ammo that's specific to that gun, right?" So, for example, an M24 will take 7.62 standard that'll fit in the 240 Bravo, but they have special ammo for that gun that's quote unquote match grade ammo if you're giving it to a sniper team. So you'll supposedly not be allowed to fire regular ball ammo or especially not tracers, right? You want to shoot only the match grade through it to prolong the barrel for those reasons.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you this, friend. Check this out. So you got an M24, right? You're the sniper. You're on the sniper team. I issue you the M24. Okay, that's a pretty good gun. Very accurate. It could get somebody out over 1,000 meters easy, right? But I could issue myself the 240 Bravo, and I guarantee you I'll be hitting you out past 1,000 meters, right? Because I got tracers, and I could just walk the rounds into the target, right? And I guarantee you that the M24 guy taking a sweet time, or me just lays and blaze, the target's obliterated either way, right?
Wait, so does somebody not know that they're getting shot at when they're walking rounds in?
Listen, dude. The rounds are hypersonic or supersonic.
Hypersonic. Yeah, that was what
Not hypersonic, supersonic. Right? So they will arrive before the sound, right? And so unless you're looking directly at the guy when he fires, by the time you notice what's going on, it's too late.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're walking it in, shouldn't you be able to
No, dude, walking it in takes like a second, dude. Not 4 minutes.
I'm not saying 4 minutes. I mean, but how many shots are you assuming you're gonna miss when you're walking in?
It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. Okay, look, one tracer. It's a 5 cycle. It's 4 ball and 1 tracer. So if I see 3 tracers, that's 15 rounds downrange. The moral of the story is that the M24 guy is going to fire at a target at 1,500 meters and miss and then readjust. I'm going to fire at a target and miss and readjust. Right?
Yeah.
But lo and behold, Glober A will tell me, oh, the guy with the M24, he has to account for Coriolis to hit his target. It's like, dude, he fires, he sees that the round went up high left, he sees that the target's down low right, he readjusts his reticle and fires again. Do you think in that amount of time, when he's engaging the target, he thinks to himself, oh my goodness, which way am I pointed? And which way is the Earth spinning? And which way is Jupiter? Which way is Uranus? Oh my goodness, Uranus. Uranus. Oh, that sounds kinky. All right, let's fire.
Yeah, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, I don't think they scream about Uranus at all. I think he's right. Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I think they just shoot and readjust, and then shoot again.
That's probably true. Yeah, I mean,
Listen, dude, when you're firing M24. Okay, it's bolt action. Okay, you're firing. You're seeing the impact, if you see the impact at all, and you're pulling back the lever, cocking the weapon while you're readjusting, setting that breach in, focusing on the target, getting your sight picture back, and firing again. That's all you're doing. And you have your reticle, and you have your expected lead, right? And that's it. Now, to be fair, you're not shooting somebody at a mile with that weapon, right? That's fair. The moral of the story I'm trying to make here is that the end user oftentimes is so far removed from this idea that the Earth has to be a globe for any of these things to work that they could care less. Never crosses their mind. So, in other words, they don't need to be lied to because the topic never comes up.
Yeah, it's only us flat earthers that talk about it.
Mostly it's
the Globers bring it up because it's in a manual, like in the surveying manuals when they say level is curved. They just go with that because it said it in a book, even though that's fucking ridiculous.
Did someone said something that is ridiculous? What was it?
What they said was,
we're gonna move on.
yeah, the ridiculous thing that was said that if artillery pieces don't account for Coriolis, you'll never be able to hit their targets because the Earth has to be a globe, and the only way you can hit targets at long range is if you account for Coriolis, which is ridiculous.
I never said never.
Ahead.
I never said never.
I didn't say, hey, yo, bro. No one said you said that.
Oh, okay.
Unless you got a guilty conscience.
Unless you really need to find a way to defend the Earth being a globe.
So someone mentioned that, you have to just trust that these militaries have, that this information in this table is correct. But to be honest, you can actually do this experiment yourself, not by shooting anything, but just by dropping stuff, because Coriolis effect also works in the vertical. If you've ever heard of vertical deflection of dropped objects, because if you're on a globe spinning, if you're further away from the center, your tangential velocity would be greater than if you move downwards. And so what you can do is you can go into like a stairwell or something and drop a bunch of weights, and you can have a plumb bob, find where it should land, or use a laser, and you can see that if you drop a certain number of drops, statistically, it'll be deflected from the vertical. And I can post really quickly a.
All right, cool. Can I interrupt you for just 1 second, please?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of the Magnus effect?
Yeah.
So you're familiar with the Coriolis effect. What's the cause
of the Coriolis
effect? Yeah, it's called the Coriolis effect.
When you say
right?
cause, are you talking about the mechanism?
Coriolis effect has a cause because every effect has a cause.
Yeah, are you talking about when you say cause? Are you talking about the mechanism of what's causing it to be
Yeah,
deflected, or you're talking about like
you know,
in an
it's just
experiment, an
Coriolis is a
independent variable?
visual. Yeah. Okay, carry on. I'm sorry. I must have clipped you.
No, you're correct, sir. You're correct in that he's claiming an effect and then simultaneously claiming the cause without actually experimentally validating the cause by manipulating the independent variable. He's just
Oh.
inferring the cause.
Well, to be honest, it can also just be an observation that things are being deflected. But if you want to manipulate a variable, you can manipulate the your location on the planet, your latitude. Because if you were dropping an object, say at the North Pole, it wouldn't have any deflection, and at the
Right.
at
So
the
then, what's
equator, you would have
your
maximum deflection. So that could be how an
okay?
experiment. But to be
Yeah,
honest,
that's all
just doing
happening in your mind, though, because you're never going to the North Pole.
No,
so
no.
this can only be done in your mind.
It can be
Well,
done
let's
in
say it's
reality.
This is
true.
where the
Let's
globe
say it's
resides.
true. Yeah, fair enough. But let's say it's true that you have a different reading in those locations. Okay, let's say that's true. So, if somebody said, if there was a differential drag of a energetic medium that was passing over the Earth in a cyclical toroidal fashion, it would impede matter by causing it to land in a different location when you drop it over time. I see a different location dropping over time, therefore what I just said is true. See, the problem is that constructing it in that way where you don't specifically manipulate the independent variable, you can only have an affirming the consequent fallacy if you put it into any certain statement. And so my explanation is just as valid.
I think you still get affirming the consequent even if you manipulate an independent variable.
Well, it's not. I wouldn't be affirming the consequent. I'd be affirming the consequent if I'm saying, if the globe Earth model is true, then we'd expect to see this deflection. We see this deflection, therefore the globe Earth model is true. But that's not what I'm doing.
Yes, that's my point.
I know, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying that.
Are you sure?
Yes, because I'm just saying that provides increased evidence that the globe Earth model is true. It doesn't mean that it is, but what you do is you wouldn't just stop there. You'd say if the globe Earth model is true, you'd expect to see other phenomena, and you'd expect to do other experiments and see if those things are also true. And if they are true, then you have more evidence, and you can say, moreover, the next best alternative theory would predict, say, like the flat Earth theory might predict other phenomena, and you could test those and see if those are or aren't true.
Yeah, absolutely. So what is the number one phenomena that the flat Earth quote unquote theory predicts?
That's complete. That's an opinion based on.
No. Don't get me wrong. There's an actual answer.
Oh, a measurement of a flat surface would be what you're thinking of.
There you go. A demonstrable lack of curvature. If something's not curved, right, then it's not curved. Fair?
Yeah, but the way in which you measure curvature is all down
Is
to
in reference to
either
a
using
straight.
light to see things or measure things with things that could change. I mean, you are still all of these things are still fallible. Like even if for instance, if I measure where the horizon is before I've learned about refraction, I can say, oh, that's where the horizon is. Then I learn about
Hang on,
refraction.
sorry. I got to stop you there. It is impossible to measure the distance to the horizon. Impossible. You got to remember that.
Yeah. Having what you would consider as a single measurement that seems pretty infallible is really useful for sure. It's very extremely strong evidence, and in fact, I could literally go into space and take a photo, and that could be a measurement. I mean, that's some pretty strong evidence of that.
No. That's an
even that could be
observation.
fallible because it could be it's a measurement of light coming into a lens and what the shape of the light is, and a measurement of.
I think spectroscopy is a measurement of light.
Well, we just disagree about what it.
Look, friend, if you take a real photograph, meaning that you expose a sensor to direct light from the physical and natural world, that is the imprint of the light reflected off the thing you're aimed at, and you take a photograph, right, in that manner, then yes, you have a record of the angle of arrival of light from that location. Now, You'd also have to take into account what's going on with the lens and all those types of things. But at least in principle, you could say, okay, I took a picture of something, and that represents an accurate image that was impressed upon this sensor or photographic plate.
Yeah.
Right? Now, we do know that you could take images in that manner that don't represent the actual physical reality of an object, correct?
Yeah, there could be some just like the light might not come to your lens straight, or there could be some aberration in the lens, or lots of stuff.
Yeah. Which,
Yeah, I
by
guess.
the way, let me point this out. The globe Earth paradigm requires the excuse that light arrives at the lens in an inordinate fashion that has a penumbra of plausibility for any observation. Okay, that's what the globe Earth requires. Let me tell you why. Because there's too many supersedery observations by orders of magnitude that defeat the globe geometry. And so they must, of a necessity, claim that light curves in a manner to arrive at the camera to make any observation that's ever been recorded in human history about the Earth possible. So, for example, if I show you something 300 miles away that should be hidden below a mile of Earth curve, you'll say refraction. Will you quantify it in any meaningful way? No, you'll just penumbrically claim it as if it fits under this giant umbrella term.
Well, but what you can do though is like since we actually know how temperature and pressure affects refraction, you can say, all right, if we're seeing what we're seeing and we're assuming that there's a globe Earth model, what kind of temperatures and pressures would have to be involved? And you can see that it would have to be something really strange, like maybe a foot above the surface it would have to be -200, and then an inch above that it would have to be like 500 degrees. Or
Yeah,
exactly. And you can say, well,
that's the problem.
I know, but and then you can go out there and just see that, oh, clearly that's not what's going on. And so, sure, you can, if you don't know the exact
Oh my dude, hold on, friend. Let's clarify what you're saying.
Just really quickly.
No, request denied.
Okay.
Listen, you asked if you could finish.
Yeah, you can finish. You can go.
Rather than asserting to finish. So since you asked, I denied, just to see if your asking is actually genuine.
It is. You can go.
Okay, so I want to clear this up. And this is why. Because there are a lot of people that make quote-unquote analogs to what they think is going on with Earth refraction, and they use extreme temperatures. So I'm trying to clarify from you whether you're saying the small-scale examples require super extreme temperatures, and that doesn't exist on the Earth, therefore the refraction that's being claimed couldn't possibly exist, or are you saying something else?
I'm saying if you sort of back calculate what sort of temperatures would be required, it would be so extreme that it's just clearly not true. And so if you have a sort of temperature envelope of things that are possible, you can say, okay, what sort of things could we expect? And then is this for instance, in the standard atmospheric model, even not assuming weird temperature fluctuations, of course, since the gas is more dense closer to the surface than at the top, you do expect a certain amount of refraction, and that's why there's this standard formula you use. Like I think it's like 5/6 or something times the.
No, friend. There's a problem with that.
Yeah.
It's called 7/6R. It's quote unquote standard terrestrial refraction.
Yeah.
It's called terrestrial refraction. Now, why is it called terrestrial refraction and not atmospheric refraction?
I don't know. Just a name. I don't know.
It must be a distinction, right? I'll tell you why. When they apply this equation to the observations, what it does, friend, is it inflates the radius. You know that 7/6R, right? 1/6 greater radius, right? Now, what this does practically is, according to the circle segment formula, between point A and point B, a chord line passing through a circle has a midline point, of which 90 degrees to that midline point to the apex of the arc of the circle is called the sagitta. That's the name of it. Now, the reason why it's named this is it's named after Sagittarius, which is the archer, right? So it's the shape of a bow and arrow, right? They put this bow and arrow on a circle, and what happens is when you increase the diameter of the circle, you decrease the height of the Sakata. And so what they do is they assume straight line ray light, and they just keep lowering the alleged hump of Earth curve until they see what they want to see. And they just scale to 7/6R, 8/6R. And then all of a sudden the straight line light can make it between point A and point B. That's not about light, dude. That's about breaking, which is what refraction means, by the way. It means broken. They're breaking the radius of the terrestrial thing, which is why it's called terrestrial refraction. It's a self-evident Freudian slip that their radius is broken, and the only way to account for all these observations is to break it even more.
Yeah. The if you assume the Earth is flat, there's still a gradient of pressure, so you'd still expect some refraction, and you can see that the observation is more closely matched to the spherical one. But that you are right. If that's your only experiment, you could just try to possibly try to match
So
the thing. But the thing is, that's just one piece of evidence. There's lots of other
I'm glad
evidence.
I'm glad you said that. So, Mr. Walter Bislin, I've got a website called Earth Curve Calculator Advanced with all the refraction mumbo jumbo in there. He attempted to answer an image known as, quote unquote, the Black Swan. Now, what the Black Swan is a specific image popularized into an argument by Mr. Quantum Eraser, originally taken as a video by Mr. BLMSB69 off of California, when he zoomed into some oil rigs being about 9.4 miles to the furthest oil rig. Now, upon zooming into these oil rigs, something very interesting occurred. The resolvable water line, where it meets the sky, commonly and affectionately known as the horizon, was greater distance than the oil rig that is at 9.4 miles. Now, Mr. BLMSB69 was recording a video. He took his camera and placed it down towards the water line at the beach. You can see this in the video that his camera is approximately 1 foot, but we can be honest and say we know it's lower than his height. Now, the problem is that if the horizon is that far away, in order for it to be geometric, the Earth would have to be greater than 250,000 mile radius. Now, that's a huge problem. That's orders of magnitude off. Now, lo and behold, the ardent religious zealot Globers came in and preached the word refraction to the heathens, right? Like a good religious group would do. And Mr. Homeboy that has the website decided, you know what, I'm going to take up this challenge and I'm going to show you how refraction solves this problem. Now, he attempted to model this image based on his mumbo-jumbo refraction that he previously had in his website. He couldn't do it. He had to create a custom ray path of the light. Now, the problem with this is, because you have an object that's supposed to be behind another object transposing themselves in free space, he had to crisscross the light rays. Now, anybody who's smart and knows anything about optics knows that the light comes in upside down, and our brain flips it. So at the focal plane, the light is inverted. So if you invert the light before the focal plane, you end up with an upside down image, which the brain would then flip right side up. But because it's already upside down, you're going to see it upside down. So Mr. Homeboy decided to publish this nonsense, thinking nobody would be smart enough to catch it. So there's no refraction that exists that can explain these observations.
Wait, can you repeat the Sorry, my one of my people that live with me was talking to me. I got most of it. Can you can you repeat the upside down thing?
Yes. So we will continue when you evict them and you have my undivided attention.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. All right, tell me again. So yes, Mr. Homeboy had to flip the light before the focal plane, which means when it reaches the focal plane, it will then flip again, which means you would see the image upside down. You do not see the black swan upside down, therefore his claim about the refraction necessary is false. Capiche? Now, don't get me wrong, he tried really hard, okay, but we busted him. Right? It's that simple.
sometimes you do see images upside down in mirages and stuff. I think I don't. Let me because I can post just in case because I found it
Look,
online.
that's great. That's great. But what happened at the Black Swan was not a mirage. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, let me.
The rigs were oriented correctly. Okay. The only anomaly, truly, was that the horizon was orders of magnitude in the wrong place. That's the only anomaly that was of any value. Now, don't get me wrong, Globers will say refraction, 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 and they'll chant it and look in the mirror and say it 3 times and hope that Bloody Mary shows up and saves their globe. But the problem is that Mr. Homeboy, Mr. Website, Mr. I'm going to challenge the flat earthers with my Earth curve calculator, Walter Biswin, super advanced ray tracing methodologies, made the most erroneous nonsense that's easily dismissible as a load of crap. Post hoc rationale. No proof whatsoever. Now you might say, but we know about refraction. We know all about it. Well, that's great. So then if that's the case, why then did the military, who hired some universities, they worked together in the Hawaiian Islands to fire a tri-band laser weapon targeting system from one Hawaiian island, greater than 120 kilometers, if memory serves, to a 4-meter telescope as the target? Why did all 3 colors that were fired hit the 4-meter telescope? Now you may be asking, I don't understand the point. What does it matter that they hit? It's a targeting system. Well, let me tell you. Different wavelengths refract at different rates. If the model that they claim is true, it would have been impossible for all 3 lasers to have hit the target. Now, interestingly enough, a guy did his thesis on this very thing and crunched the data, and he found out after the test that the globe Earth quote-unquote refraction model cannot account for this phenomenon. Did his thesis on it.
Can you post it?
Oh yeah. Not obviously not immediately.
Or could you post in the next, let's say, an hour?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Usually I'm quite lucky and my friends post it for me. So I can't remember the name of the university off the top of my head. But man, I can't even remember the name of the island. The point is, dude, that there's this fantasy of what refraction can do, and then there's the brass tacks reality of actual experiments, actual tests, and actual empirical data of the angle of arrival of light relative to the sender. Okay, those are the only times where you can make definitive claims about what's happening. All the other times you're just making model prediction claims. So if all the brass tacks evidence points to the fact that this daydream of infinite refraction that always saves the globe ass isn't true, or if you claim that we know refraction perfectly, then that means that we could shoot a laser and measure the Earth via laser transit methodology. And if it's the case that we can measure the Earth with an efficient laser system at a sufficient enough range to where the variance of the globe Earth prediction would be greater than any possibility of error, let's say 2 orders of magnitude. If it's the case that such a laser test could be done to measure the Earth, and it shows that the Earth isn't curved in the manner in which they claim, then that means, ipso facto, butt naked, the Earth ain't a globe. Now, at this point, I don't even have to prove whether it's been done or not. I just have to prove the principle. And if the principle is sound, then it's possible. But for some reason, whenever a flat earther presents a laser test, this idea that refraction just sends lasers into a myriad of directions and you can never know what's going on, but then simultaneously out the glober's mouth they'll say, oh, we know exactly how refraction works and we can make predictions. So which is it? Which is it? Which one? You want to have your cake, eat it, poop it out, reconstitute it, and then eat it again. Then you want to poop it out again and then form that poop into a giant model of the ball you believe. And the simple fact is that this idea that refraction saves the globe's butt is a pipe dream of post hoc, unfalsifiable gobbledygook that has no validation in actual reality. One of my favorite globe retards said it best. Refraction says that any observation can be accounted for by curvy light and the Earth being the globe. That makes the proposition unfalsifiable on its face. That means the globe side must throw out any optically ascerned argument themselves. Both sides can't use it at all. Now, maybe that's what they want. They want nobody to be able to prove it one way or the other. It always has to be a belief. It always has to be a daydream. It always has to be trust the astronaut who says he went there and saw it with his eyes because for some reason he can't lie. He's the first human that could never lie. You guys ever heard of a gray op? Yeah, a gray op. That's when military personnel are informed to tell the public falsehoods for mission operation success.
So how are they lying to me about me seeing the sun go below 0 degrees elevation?
Oh, in your field of view? Nobody's lying about that. How could you lie about that?
How's it happen then?
Yeah, it's simple. It goes below in your field of view. There you go.
0 degrees elevation? It goes below my horizon line? Wow.
No, in your field of view.
So wait, Scott. When it goes beyond the horizon, that's a proof of the globe. That's correct.
No, I didn't say it went beyond the horizon, did I?
So what was it?
It went below 0 degrees. I was on a mountain, and I watched the sun go down, and the sun was below me before it disappeared. Before it disappeared, the sun was below me.
Before it disappeared. So what happens when there is a 24-hour sun and the sun doesn't go?
That's not my question. That's not my question.
Is that also a proof for your bias?
It's interesting how you run from the actual question to ask a completely different thing.
Well,
you guys have no answer for this, do you?
It's one or the other.
I'm not aggravated. I find it interesting that you guys will never even try to address this question. You will always revert to some other
That's
question.
not true, bro. I always answer the questions. Homie.
Okay, how did it get below 0 degrees elevation?
Okay, first off, how did you ascertain it was below 0 degrees?
Because I was on a mountain, and the land that I was disappearing behind was much lower in elevation than me, and it was on the elevation of the land below me.
Okay, fair. Okay, so let's say that you saw the angle of arrival of the light at what appeared to you to be less than 0 degrees off of horizontal from your island, correct?
It was below 0 degrees, correct.
Right, so all that means is that the way that the light arrived caused it to be rendered in the final image at that angle. So all I need to do is appeal to the same nonsense that Globers appeal to, which is just that light does what it does. Problem solved.
And how does light refract that far?
The same way it refracts anyway, dude. Infinite path variability.
Except for the black swan, we need some like 7 arc minutes of refraction. What does it require in years?
Oh, it just requires a differential medium between us and the sun. That's all.
Yeah, but how many degrees of refraction does it require?
Doesn't matter. As many as are necessary at any given point.
So when we point to the very real possibility that we can have 7 arc minutes of refraction, you say that's justification for 45 degrees of refraction.
Dude, what does 7 arc minutes of refraction mean?
It means that's how much light bends. It bends 7 arc minutes.
What does that even mean, dude? Does it bend that one time?
I think that would be continuously over the whole thing, right?
Oh, so it bends 7 arc minutes every moment?
No.
Total.
The ending light ray will be bent by like 7 arc minutes, right? I think that's
Yeah,
what he's
yeah. It's bent 7 arc minutes from its origination direction.
Like that's not that much at all.
Well, of course.
You can't even
Like,
see it.
appealing
It looks
to the
straight.
scale. Oh, it does it?
You mean appealing to like observable reality, like what we observe in reality?
No, dude. Just saying it's a small number or a large number, it really is irrelevant. That's my point.
Well, I hear flat earthers talk about 66,000 miles we go around the sun. Big numbers all over the place, man.
So, does that mean it's a good argument?
No.
Well, there's